Chapter 826 Masanami Yamada. Johnny smiled. He would not eat the pre-made dishes here. It's not that he's picky. It's just that there are so many delicacies in his space that there is no need to eat such things. Even the rich aroma of the food is due to the amount of technology and hard work that went into it. Johnny wanted to leave. But when he saw Lu Jingnan's flattering face, he didn't know why he always felt familiar. He didn't think much about it at first. But his eyes inadvertently caught a glimpse of the large pile of prepared dishes in the basket. In an instant, some memories emerged in Zhang Yi's mind. He smiled and asked, "What is your name?" Lu Jingnan was stunned for a moment, wondering why Zhang Yi asked him the name of this little person on the ship. "My name is Lu Jingnan, and I am a cook." Zhang Yi frowned slightly. "Lu Jingnan? Where was your hometown before? I see that you are quite skilled in cooking. What kind of cuisine are you good at?" When asked about this topic, Lu Jingnan suddenly hesitated. After a few seconds, he replied that my hometown is there, East Guangdong. I can cook a little bit of Cantonese cuisine, then speak a few words in Cantonese and listen. Lu Jingnan swallowed, and sweat broke out on his forehead. "Steel pot." With tears in my eyes, I shouted to repair the ladle pot. The smile slowly widened at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. But the smile was very cold, as if he was looking at a prey in a playful manner. "You don't seem to be from Eastern Guangdong." "No. I should say you don't seem to be from Huaxu." At this time, the 4 surrounding crew members also realized that something was wrong. "Captain, is there any problem with this person's identity?" Xie Changming quickly walked over and kicked Lu Jingnan to the ground. "MD. Old man. Who are you? How dare you pretend to be Chinese?" Lu Jingnan endured the pain in his stomach and denied that I was indeed of Chinese descent. It was just that I had been away from my hometown for too long and my hometown dialect was not very good. Zhang Yi stared at him, squinted his eyes and said, "But your Mandarin is very good." Lu Jingnan still wanted to explain something. Zhang Yi interrupted him coldly. "Stop pretending to me, President Yamada." At this time, Zhang Yi had completely remembered who the person in front of him was. President of Neon Yamada Company Limited, Masami Yamada. Yamada Company Limited originally had a branch in Tianhai City, and their warehouse was not far from where Zhang Yi worked. Neon people. Some companies have the habit of printing the president's face on products or transportation vehicles. That's why Zhang Yi felt that Yamada Masana looked familiar. When several crew members around heard this, their eyes suddenly filled with anger. "Neon man. Damn you. You dare to pretend to be from Huaxu country. You damn thing." Several people rushed forward, punching and kicking Yamada Masana without mercy, and hitting hard places. Yamada Masanami screamed in pain. "Don't fight. Don't fight. I am a spiritual Huaxu native. My great-grandfather is from Eastern Guangdong, and I have Huaxu country ancestry." But these words were only met with a sneer from Zhang Yi and an angry scolding from the crew. "Damn it. You're still a bastard. So you deserve to die even more." The hostility of people in the Jiangnan region towards the Neon people is at an unprecedented high. Because not long ago, the Ronin landed and massacres occurred in 7 or 8 cities south of the Yangtze River. The number of deaths directly and indirectly caused reached tens of thousands. In today's Jiangnan region, everyone is gnashing their teeth when mentioning the word neon. Zhang Yi sat on the chair and closed his eyes quietly, enjoying the wailing sound of Yamada Zhengnan. He thought the sound was wonderful. Although he killed Eclipse in the first place, just killing a dozen members of Eclipse didn't make him feel happy. Why can they go to the land of Jiangnan and kill so many people of Huaxu Kingdom, but Zhang Yi and others can only kill a dozen culprits? This matter is not fair, and it cannot end so easily. Now that the old boy Yamada Masanami appears on his ship, the result is naturally conceivable. Among the 4 crew members, Xie Changming was beaten the hardest. Because he selected the person, he must show his attitude. Otherwise Zhang Yi may be dissatisfied with him. Yamada Masami was still quibbling at first, claiming that he was not a neon person. But soon 8 of his teeth were knocked out, and he was in so much pain that he could not speak. There was blood on the floor, and Yamada Masanami could only breathe. Xie Changming picked up a boning knife from the chopping board and was about to kill him. Zhang Yi stopped him. "What do you want to do?" Xie Changming was stunned for a moment, and then said angrily that of course he would be killed. "What do you do with this piece of shit?" Zhang Yi looked at the knife in his hand. "That's for cooking, not for killing pigs." A look of hope flashed in Yamada Masanori's eyes, and he looked at Zhang Yi pleadingly. Zhang Yi smiled cruelly. "Moreover, wouldn't it be too cheap for him to die like this?" Yamada Masana's body trembled violently. He didn't know what Zhang Yi was going to do to him. Although I am a Neon citizen, I have never harmed anyone from Huashu. Yamada Masanami shouted with tears in his eyes. Zhang Yi turned a deaf ear and looked out the window, looking at the vast sea of ice and the biting wind. Throw it down and feed it to the sharks. At this temperature, it will freeze into ice within a few seconds if thrown into the sea. It is also clean and hygienic, so it is a great choice. After receiving Zhang Yi's instructions, several crew members immediately picked up Yamada Masana like a dead pig and dragged him to the deck. But as soon as they went out, they saw Sun Wanchi coming with Zhu Yang and blocking their way. Zhu Yang's pupils narrowed when he saw the miserable state of Yamada Masana. What are you doing? Why treat an innocent person like this? And Sun Wanchi cried and shouted for teacher Yamada. Then he threw himself in front of Yamada Masanami and cried heartbrokenly. Xia Changming was helpless. Miss Zhu, this guy is a neon man. The captain asked us to throw him into the sea to feed the sharks. Zhu Yang's face was cold, and his eyes were burning with anger. This is simply what the devil is doing. Zhang Yi walked out of the kitchen, and when he saw Zhu Yang and Sun Wanchi, he realized that Yamada Jingnan's pig-killing screams just now were too loud, attracting other people. However, he didn't care. Zhang Yi's careless look annoyed Zhu Yang and Sun Wanchi. Sun Wanchi cried and pointed at Zhang Yi and scolded Zhang Yi. You are too cruel. Teacher Yamada has been helping us cook, and he helped us prepare food on Ganlu Island. And he is like my father, caring for me in every possible way. How could you be so cruel to him without asking any questions? You are simply not a human being. You are a beast. Chapter 827. You don't understand the cruelty of the last days. Sun Wanchi was furious. She couldn't tolerate Zhang Yi treating someone she admired like this. Zhang Yi glanced at her. Palm mouth. He has no unnecessary nonsense with this kind of woman. After receiving the order, a crew member immediately walked over and slapped Sun Wanchi hard on the face. The direct hit made half of her delicate little face bulge, and several teeth fell out. Zhu Yang's expression changed, and he raised his voice and said, Mr. Zhang, you have gone too far. She stared at Zhang Yi, clenched her fists, and took a deep breath. I can understand your feelings. Even if he is a neon man, you shouldn't treat him like this. Every injustice has its owner, and every debt has its owner. Not every neon person is a bad person. What's the difference between you and those vicious rogues? The commotion here was so loud that it quickly attracted other people on the ship. Among them are the Rockflow group in the middle level, and the Huashu Chinese and expatriates in the lower cabin. They didn't know what happened, but they saw Yamada Masanami being beaten like a dead dog, covered in blood, and his face was bruised and bruised. The petite and pitiful Sun Wanchi was knocked to the ground, crying miserably. Suddenly everyone stared at Zhang Yi with a strange look, although they are afraid of Zhang Yi's power and the gun in his hand. But as residents of the middle and lower classes of the cabin, they instinctively believed that Zhang Yi was a bad guy. Peoples, but has always determined their head. Zhang Yi hadn't had time to talk to Zhu Yang yet. Li Zhongyu, the leader of the Yanlu group, walked over angrily. His expression was as forbearing and restrained as possible, but he couldn't suppress the anger in his eyes. He stood in front of Zhang Yi, blocking the way between Zhang Yi and Sun Wanchi. Mr. Zhang, you promised me that you would protect the lives of everyone in our team. I hope you can give us a reasonable explanation for this matter. With Li Zhongyu taking the lead, middle and lower class residents became bolder. Yes. How can you hit someone casually? You're almost going to beat him to death. Xia Yufan from Yanlu group shouted. White ink crossed her chest. Oh my god. This is so cruel. He is so old. He will die. Hearing this, everyone looked at Yamada Masanori with increasingly compassionate eyes, and at the same time looked at Zhang Yi with even more resentment. Li Zhongyu's girlfriend Zhang Weiwei is a surgeon. She bravely walked over to check Yamada Masanami's injuries. Zhang Yi put his hands in his pockets and looked around. Everyone on the ship, from Zhu Yang down, actually showed some vague hostility towards him. This made Zhang Yi feel a little funny. I just want to throw him into the sea. What's the problem? Zhang Yi asked everyone openly. Li Zhongyu was a little unbelievable and asked. Just because he is a neon person, you treat him like this? Mr. Zhang, how can you still have such racist thoughts in this age? This is terrible. Zhou Qier walked next to Zhang Yi and silently supported him. For Zhang Yi, other attitudes are not important at all. On this ship, he had never cared about anyone other than Zhou Qier. Yes, just because he is a neon man. So today he has to get off my boat. He spread his hands with a smile. Hey. Don't look at me with such strange eyes. Isn't my reason enough? Of course not. Soon Wanchi struggled to get up from the ground, pointing at Zhang Yi and accusing her with tears. Your thoughts are simply terrifying. Killing someone because of their nationality is scarier than the devil. Bayamo and others are also foreign nationals. And there are out-and-out foreigners. Their faces were full of worry. If Zhang Yi uses this excuse to kill Yamada Masanami, what should they do? How should their lives be protected? Zhang Yi pointed at Sun Wanchi's nose, but looked at Li Zhongyu, Zhang Weiwei and others. It seems that you all have had a very happy life on Ganlu Island in the past 6 months. So thoughtful to care about the life and death of others. Really not bad. Zhang Weiwei frowned. She felt that Zhang Yi was acting strangely. So she raised her head and said to Zhang Yi righteously, please don't mock us in this tone. We are not having an easy time. Of course, we thank you for taking us back to Huashu country. But this is no reason for you to kill at will. Others nodded in agreement, supporting Zhang Weiwei's point of view. Zhang Yi smiled. Do you think I'm being sarcastic or kidding you? Zhang Weiwei did not respond, but her silence expressed her attitude. Laugh. Zhang Yi smiled disdainfully. So, you don't know anything at all. Just talk to me right here. He glanced at Lao Tian and suddenly shouted loudly, Lao Tian, tell them what has happened in the Jiangnan region in the past 6 months. Lao Tian loudly said yes. He walked up to the crowd, glanced at the group of dignitaries coldly, and then said loudly, in the past 6 months, the death toll in the entire Jiangnan region has reached 190 million. The death-to-population ratio is 92.79%. Tianhai City has more than 20 million dead and less than 20,000 survivors. These data shocked everyone present. After they boarded the ship, Zhang Yi and the crew did not communicate with them, so no one knows what is going on in the outside world. However, after listening to Lao Tian's words, they felt chills on their backs. The outside world is actually more cruel than Yanlu Island, Xie Yufan argued. But what does death caused by natural disasters have to do with your indiscriminate killing of innocent people? Lao Tian glanced at him coldly, and the killing intent in his eyes made Xie Yufan take 2 steps back. Among these people who died, 20% died indirectly from Doomsday natural disasters or directly from human hands. He took a deep breath. In July this year, the Neon Ronin began to land in Linhai City. In less than 10 days, they slaughtered more than 3,000 residents of Linhai City. Later, they spread across 8 cities including Jiangning, Huazhou, and Weining. As a result, more than 20,000 people died directly and indirectly. As soon as these words came out, the attitude of some Huashi people at the scene suddenly changed. Their eyes burned with rage. The national hatred and family feud with Neon can be said to be a world feud. As history goes by, the memories of the past have long been blurred in the hearts of many people. No one wants to live a lifetime of hatred. But who would have thought that those evil-minded bastards would launch an attack on Huashu Kingdom again? And it led to the tragic death of tens of thousands of compatriots. Damn you damn little Neon. These people are simply beasts. They are all in the end of the world. And everyone is struggling in pain on the verge of death. They actually went to add insult to injury and harm the people of Huashu Kingdom. Chapter 828. There are many things you don't know. After learning the reason why Zhang Yi taught Yamada Masanami a lesson, more than half of the people present immediately changed their minds. The ideas of most Chinese people are simple. They don't want to talk about too many big principles. But they understand in their hearts that there is revenge and grievance. Even Li Zhongyu and Zhang Weiwei couldn't say anything more. It is understandable that a country hates a family. But Li Zhongyu still said to Zhang Yi, I can understand your mood. But Mr. Yamada is innocent. He helped us a lot on Yanlu Island. Can we spare his life? Seeing this, Zhu Yang also stepped forward to persuade Zhang Yidao. Yes, you can't kill a group of people with one shot. This is not good and will make people think you are narrow-minded. She came up to Zhang Yi, took a look at the people in Yanlu group, and said to him, what's more, there are so many foreigners and expatriates on this ship. If you do this, it will make them fearful and not conducive to unity. Sun Wanchi wiped away her tears, touched her bulging cheeks, and glared at Zhang Yi, her eyes filled with hatred and anger. If you dare to do something to Mr. Yamada, I will never agree. Yamada Masanami saw so many people speaking for him, and his face shone with hope. Everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much. Zhang Yi sneered. Let him go. Why should I let him go? He walked over, pointed at Yamada Masanami's head and asked, how much do you know about him? Sun Wanchi couldn't wait to say that Mr. Yamada is a good person. I can vouch for that. And so can everyone in our group. Li Zhongyu also said to Zhang Yi that Mr. Yamada was really good to us when he was on the island. Haha. Not bad. What a good one. Zhang Yi sneered and paced on the deck, looking down at Yamada Masana on the ground with playful eyes. This world is very strange. The more villainous you are, the more you like to pretend to be a kind person in front of others. I guess when you were in Neon, you must often go to temples to donate money, or even donate to charities to help the poor. Right? Soon Wanchi looked at Zhang Yi in surprise, her eyes full of doubts. How do you know this? Mr. Yamada is a well-known philanthropist. But she soon changed her tune. You know he is such a kind person, but you still do such evil things to him. It shows that you are really a heartless person. I advise you to turn back as soon as possible. Apologize to Mr. Yamada, and get him treatment. Soon Wanchi covered her face with one hand and pointed stubbornly at Zhang Yi with the other, like a fighter for justice. Zhang Yi glanced at her coldly and scolded, "You know nothing." This sound scared Sun Wanchi and took several steps back. Zhang Yi continued to say leisurely, "Yamada Zheng'an. I remember that you seem to have a name from Huashu Kingdom. Lu Zheng'an. When I first heard the name, I thought it sounded familiar. 5 years ago, you established Wayman Food Company, Limited in Tianhai City. The main food is prepared dishes. At first, your name was Lu Zheng'an. Because you spoke fluent Mandarin, no one knew that you were actually a Neon person, and your real name was Yamada Zheng'an. Your company's main business is prepared food. Through various channels, you obtain ingredients that are not food safe from overseas. Manufacture food and bring it to the market." Zhang Yi slowly talked about Yamada Masanami's past while pacing, and Yamada Masanami's face was gradually turning pale. Among the crowd, entrepreneur Ma Wenjung couldn't help but frown when he heard these words. As if he had thought of something, Zhang Yi continued to say that in 2047, that is, about 4 years ago, you bought connections and allowed the food of your food company to enter campuses in many cities in the south of the Yangtze River. Later, due to a food poisoning incident, your company's food safety issues were exposed. People discovered that the raw materials used by your company, which were claimed to be high-end imported ingredients, turned out to be junk ingredients that other countries did not want, or even expired ingredients. When people found out, you quickly escaped from the SHL, transferred the company, and then fled back to Neon. In that wave, you made at least several billion, right? Or tens of billions. Sorry, I'm just a small warehouse manager and don't know much about these things, because I work very close to your warehouse. I always know what your company produces. The employees in your warehouse told me personally that even if they were fed to pigs, they would be afraid of affecting their health, and they would never eat it." Zhang Yi glanced down at him, his eyes as disgusting as looking at a dirty pig. Allowing those teenagers to eat your company's shoddy food has damaged their health, and even caused them to be hospitalized due to food poisoning. Does your conscience hurt? I don't think you have a conscience. It's just that. Haha. Zhang Yi deliberately raised the decibel level, and said loudly that those who were harmed were the health of the children of Huashu Kingdom. What does this have to do with you? President Neon. Yamada Masanori's body trembled like chaff, shaking violently. Others around him finally realized why Zhang Yi was so cruel to Yamada Masanami when he saw him. This kind of person is really damnable. I remembered that the food safety issues in Jiangnan were reported on the news, and it turned out that this bitch was responsible. A woman ran over excitedly and kicked Yamada Masanami. It turns out that the culprit is you. My son got food poisoning after eating the food provided by your company. That's a high-end private school, and you've actually infiltrated it. Go to HL. Go to HL. Son of a bitch. At this time, no one at the scene dared to stand up and defend Yamada Masanami. Cha Haichung came over angrily, kicked him several times, pointed at him and cursed. Neon bastard. Shiba old horse. Shake it. Aishi. I have long seen that you are not a good person. You actually pretended to be a good person and deceived us. Fortunately, our wise captain saw through your disguise and exposed your clumsy lies. Dirty and despicable bedbug. Use your life to apologize to the poor children you have harmed. Yamada Masanami raised his head and cried bitterly in defense. I deserve to die. I'm not a human being. But I am also forced. Even if I don't do this business, there are still people who do it. And what I earned was only a small amount. And the big amount was taken by your own people. Please, give me a way to survive. I have changed my ways. I pray to Buddha every day. And I have funded many welfare homes and nursing homes. Yamada Masanami looked at everyone with pleading eyes, and everyone avoided him. This kind of person really deserves to die. Yamada Jingnan's heart went cold. Suddenly he thought of Sunwanchi, that extremely kind little girl. So he crawled to Sunwanchi's feet, hugged her legs and cried, "Miss Sue, I have always treated you as my daughter. You know, my daughter died young. But from the first time I saw you, I have regarded you as my daughter." Chapter 829 Ocean Turtle Milk. Sunwanchi couldn't bear it. She thought of Yamada Masanami's kindness to her on Yinlu Island. "Because I am afraid that she will starve. I will take care of her first if there is any high-quality protein." So Sunwanchi stood in front of Yamada Jingnan, staring at Zhang Yi and said, "Everyone makes mistakes. But there's nothing much that can be done to improve. Why can't we give him a chance? He is a very kind person now. You can't take his life away easily." Zhang Yi looked at her with a stupid look. "Are you sick? The Holy Mother's heart can reach this level. Which is disgusting. I'm not kidding you." Sunwan stamped her feet angrily. "She explained this and I can attest to that. He is really kind. When we were on Gonri Island, we were often hungry at first and couldn't eat. He secretly went to find the returnees and milked the turtle milk for me to drink. My body temperature was very low, so he would hold me to sleep at night to help keep me warm. Do you think such a person is a bad person?" Sunwanchi looked at everyone with her big eyes and a firm expression on her face, making people clearly realize that she was not joking. She very seriously believes that Yamada Masami is a good person. Zhang Yi listened and suddenly felt a little strange. "What is turtle milk? Hey, do turtles have milk?" Zhou Kier frowned. "Whales do have milk. But sea turtles are oviparous animals, so they shouldn't have any." Lao Tian replied firmly, "How can that thing have milk?" Sunwanchi blinked her eyes, snorted, and said proudly, "Don't you have shallow knowledge? There is a kind of ocean sea turtle that uses milk to feed its offspring." She looked at Li Zhongyu. Teacherly, "Haven't you ever caught a turtle? Tell him. Do turtles have milk?" Li Zhongyu's face looked a little ugly. The turtle thing was a secret he didn't want to mention again. Zhu Yang couldn't stand it anymore. "Lisa, turtles don't have milk. No turtle in the world can produce milk." Sunwanchi was angry. "I really drank it." Zhang Yi frowned at first, but then he suddenly figured out something. "I know what she drank." Zhou Kier's eyes became strange next to her. "It can't be that one. Right? But the smell is so obvious. Is it really impossible to detect it? It may work wonders when heated. Besides, she was so hungry that she wanted to eat everything. But it is indeed high in protein." The eyes of the people around him suddenly changed. They looked at Yamada Masanami with disgust. Especially the women who looked at him more like trash. The perversion of the neon man is evident. Sunwanchi still didn't know why, and said proudly that you should all learn more about biology. "Is there really turtle milk?" Zhang Yi had a bad smile on his face, but he was unwilling to expose it in front of so many people, especially so many female compatriots. Anyway, everyone already knows about this matter, and Sunwanchi will naturally figure it out later. Now that the matter has been clarified, let's throw him into the sea. Yamada Masami was so frightened that his eyes widened, and he yelled in horror, "You can't do this. You can't do this to me. I don't want to die. I want to live." Li sang, "You promised to take me back to land. Please save me. Miss Sue, I love you the most. You can't watch me die." Zhang Yi waved his hand, and now it was difficult for anyone to speak. "Stop. I won't let you do this." Sunwanchi opened her arms and blocked the two crew members. "Why can't you understand this? You should learn to love others, instead of just using violence to solve everything." Zhang Yi finally became impatient. "A stupid woman. Even if you don't want to pay attention to her, she will go out of her way to pester you. It's so funny that he came to protect a second-rate dealer who makes poisonous food to harm children. Okay. If you protect him like this, then from now on, I will feed you the food from their company every day." In his different space, there is still some food that he collected from major shopping malls and supermarkets. The quality was no longer good enough, so Zhang Yi was reluctant to throw it away. He originally planned to be charitable and help the victims one day. Now when I met someone with a strong head, I took it out, threw it in the corner of the kitchen for a few nights, and it naturally soaked. The kitchen is warm and humid, which is very suitable for microorganisms to survive. Sunwanchi gritted her teeth, and she mustered up the courage to say that as long as you don't hurt Mr. Yamada, I will eat those things. So what can I do? Anyway, it can't kill anyone. Zhang Yi said that there are some things that cannot be eaten. But, well, isn't your bio great? Do you understand that eating protein is somewhat similar to eating people? Sunwanchi frowned, thought for a moment, and then replied proudly, haha. Do you want to use this kind of question to embarrass me? Of course they are germ cells. Among the surrounding crowd, some people could not help but laugh, covering their mouths with their hands and laughing. They were holding back very uncomfortable. But they did not dare to laugh out loud, because the occasion was very serious. This made Sun Wanqi feel baffled. Why are you laughing? Is it because you lack common sense in biology? Zhu Yang couldn't bear it anymore at this time. She was so sick of stupidity that she couldn't bear to watch this stupid goose continue to make a fool of herself. Just say a few words less. Sun Wanqi begged sister. You must help me. Zhu Yang leaned close to her ear and said in a somewhat unspeakable voice that the turtle milk you ate before was actually. The deck suddenly became quiet. There was only Zhu Yang whispering in Sun Wanqi's ear, and her expression gradually becoming numb and stunned. After listening to Zhu Yang's words, the corners of her eyes twitched. Then he mechanically turned his head to look at Zhu Yang. Alice? You must be kidding me. Right? Really? It's too outrageous. How could I believe it? Zhu Yang gave her a sad expression. Sun Wanqi's pupils narrowed suddenly. Then she rushed to the woman next to her like crazy, shook her shoulders and shouted. This has to be fake. Right? There really is ocean turtle milk. Right. 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 She was sure again and again. But the woman didn't give her the answer she wanted. Perhaps. That is. Maybe bird eggs too. Yes. Seabird egg liquid. The woman explained helplessly. But this statement is simply not true. At that temperature, the eggs will freeze in a short time. Mo couldn't help but come over and said, think of the good, Miss Lisa. At least, that's still very nutritious. Right? Sun Wanqi could no longer deceive herself. She saw the eyes of everyone around her full of ridicule. Don't want! She screamed, covered her face, and rushed into the cabin. Johnny shrugged. I think what the foreigner said makes sense. At least he just let you eat it. Chapter 830 After all, I am not a devil. Sun Wanqi was directly defeated by Yamada Masanami's methods. Li Zhongyu shook his head helplessly. While on the island, he noticed that Yamada Masanami was touching many women in the group. It's just that he is just an old man in his 50s or 60s, and he doesn't have the courage to really do anything. So he could only secretly use some dirty means to satisfy his perverted desires. Zhou Qier covered her mouth and felt a little nauseous. She looked at the neon old pervert with disgust. Zhang Yi disagreed. When people are very hungry, they will eat anything. When he was in Yuelu community before, he even saw a neighbor eating his own excrement. When people are extremely hungry, there is no sense of propriety, justice or shame, and the dark side of their hearts will be completely released, becoming more perverted and terrifying than wild beasts. Zhang Yi signaled the two crew members to take action. The two men immediately helped Yamada Masanami, who was like a dead dog, and dragged him to the railing. This time, no matter how much Yamada Masanami cried and begged for mercy, no one sympathized with him at all. But in the rock flow group, Mo and others who were watching this scene were greatly shocked. Mo's face was pale, and his body was trembling. Looking directly south of Yamada, I seemed to see the miserable appearance of myself being thrown into the sea, and then frozen into ice. For a moment, he was so frightened that he fainted. No. No. Let me go! Yamada Masanami's pleas for mercy had no effect, and he was thrown from a height of dozens of meters. Only a scream and the sound of water splashing were heard. The old pervert flopped in the water for less than a few seconds before he was frozen into an ice pimple by the seawater that was dozens of degrees below zero. Cha Haichung walked to the edge of the ship's side and cursed Yamada Masana loudly. This despicable thing deserves to die. Long live Mr. Zhang. You are the messenger of justice. Thank you very much for discovering this dirty rat shit for us. Che Haichung, swear here to obey any of your orders unconditionally. Che Haichung crazily knelt down and licked Zhang Yi. Not literally. He knelt down directly in front of Zhang Yi, and then kissed Zhang Yi's feet. Zhang Yi frowned and immediately took a few steps back. My shoes are very expensive. What do you want? Ah. It's my fault. I shouldn't have soiled your precious shoes with my dirty saliva. Cha Haichung knelt on the ground and apologized very devoutly. Everyone can see that Cha Haichung is really scared. He is begging for mercy. In this way, he is praying for Zhang Yi's mercy and avoiding becoming the second Yamada Masana. Because Che Haichun itself is not a good thing. What he did in Silla was dozens of times more disgusting than the mere businessman Yamada Masami. Zhang Yi hates this kind of people. But I have to admit, sometimes this kind of garbage is useful. He lowered his head with a smile, and moved his eyes slightly upward, passing over everyone on the boat. This made the passengers wince involuntarily, feeling as if a knife had been slashed across their bodies. If you want to show your loyalty to me, then prove it to me with facts. Tell me, is there any other garbage on this ship? Especially the neon people. Find them all for me. When Che Haichung heard this, his eyes suddenly became fierce. I know there are 2 more neon men out there. He got up from the ground and rushed towards the crowd fiercely. Suddenly a woman and a young man ran back in fright. Che Haichung grabbed the woman and told Zhang Yi, as if she was taking credit for it. She was Yamada Masanami's ex-wife, and she was not a good person. The woman begged and said, I divorced him 3 years ago. I also immigrated there. He has nothing to do with me anymore. Another young man was also caught by the crew and twisted in front of Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi glanced at the woman and said nothing, instead focusing on the panicked young man. What is your name? The young man spoke tremblingly. This opening indeed had a neon smell. Zhang Yi remembered that this guy never spoke when he was present. It's none of my business. I have never harmed anyone from Huashu Kingdom. It has nothing to do with me. Zhu Yonk walked over quickly. Zhang Yi. Enough. That's enough. Right? Zhang Yi looked at her and asked. Zhu Yonk was a little frightened by Zhang Yi's eyes. And for a moment, he didn't know how to reply. Zhang Yi smiled. Lao Tian came over and asked Zhang Yi how to deal with him. Lao Tian's eyes asked Zhang Yi if he wanted to beat them first. Zhang Yi said, Forget it. I'm not a devil. He looked at the woman and the young man and said calmly, Don't worry. I won't kill you. I, Zhang Yi, am not an unreasonable executioner. The 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief and thanked them repeatedly. Zhang Yi said, I won't kill you, but I have no reason to save you. When I knew that my ship would save the lives of 2 neon people, I felt awkward from the bottom of my heart. It's a pity that I am too kind-hearted and unwilling to attack ordinary people. He pointed at the 2 people in front of him. Therefore, I will not kill you. I can send you a lifeboat. You can get off the boat and leave. If you are lucky, you will be able to encounter land after drifting along the ocean currents for about half a year. The expressions of women and young men who originally had some hopes suddenly changed. How is this different from letting them die? Let alone the ocean. Even if they encountered an island, they wouldn't be able to survive for long. As long as you leave the Jinfeng, you will die. The 2 begged. Other passengers were also speechless by Zhang Yi's operation. Xie Yifan whispered, Why are you pretending to be a good person? Isn't this killing someone? This is unnecessary. Others have similar thoughts and feel that Zhang Yi is both responsible and upright. Zhu Yonk expressed his thoughts directly. Why don't you just let them die? Zhang Yi nodded. Yes. Otherwise, what do you think? You? Zhu Yonk and others were speechless. Zhang Yi asked why people must do things meaningfully. Is it possible just to make themselves happy? Zhang Yi has done things all his life. So why do he need to explain to others? The reason why he didn't kill the 2 neon men with his own hands was because he didn't like to attack people who didn't provoke him. But he won't save these 2 people either. Therefore, this matter is left to God to decide. It is as simple as that. And what does the life and death of the 2 of them have to do with Zhang Yi? He is not the father of these 2 people. They should be grateful to me. Because there is still a 1 in 100 million chance of surviving the drifting. If you don't leave, I will really do it. Cha Haichung's excited voice sounded next to him. He raised his hands and shouted, Long live Mr. Zhang! You are so gentle to these 2 neon people. You are really a rare kind person in the world. You are simply a godlike figure. Chapter 831 I don't owe them anything. Zhang Yi waved and asked Lao Tian to prepare a lifeboat for them. Lao Tian came over and said in Zhang Yi's ear that we only prepared 2 lifeboats. If we gave them to them. Zhang Yi glanced at him and gave them a raft. It was cool. Are you really planning to give them a lifeboat? Lao Tian understood and immediately smiled and led people to find the rubber boat. Although Zhu Yonk and others criticized Zhang Yi's actions, after experiencing being thrown into the sea due to the south of the mountain, they were not so difficult to accept what happened to the other 2 neon people. You see? At least Zhang Yi gave them a boat and didn't just throw them into the sea. That's how people are. If you want to put a window in the wall, people will stop you for various reasons. But if you say you want to tear down the wall, people will come and tell you in a compromise way. Why not open a window? After Lao Tian brought the rubber boat over, the 2 neon people cried for a while. But Zhang Yi's eyes were very cold. And he didn't care about the life or death of these 2 people at all. Oh no. In principle, he didn't care much about the life or death of most people on this ship. Out of humanitarianism. When driving them down, Zhang Yi prepared 3 days of dry food for them. In this way, Everyone looked at Zhang Yi and suddenly felt that this person was still very humane. After dealing with these three people, Zhang Yi waved his hand and dismissed them. People on the boat returned to the cabin one after another with their own thoughts in mind. Most people had no sympathy for the plight of a few neon people, and even laughed about it. These little neons are really hidden deep enough. I didn't notice it on weekdays. Hey, they deserve to die. I think Mr. Zhang did the right thing. Why did they board our Huashu Kingdom ship? Speaking of that bunch of dogs, how dare they come to the land of Huashu to do evil? I feel so angry. If I had been here, I would have rushed up and fought with them. Probably only some foreigners in the Yinlu group had some concerns about this matter. Before Che Haicheng left, he ran over to express his loyalty to Zhang Yi. Mr. Zhang, if there is any trouble below in the future, I will definitely report it to you. Please rest assured that as long as I am here, I will never allow anything that displeases you to happen. Cha Haicheng is a good dog. Maybe this dog is not loyal enough, but there is absolutely no problem in letting him bite his companions to protect himself. Zhang Yi stared at him with a smile, reached out and patted his face gently. Very good. Help me keep an eye on them. But remember, don't bite randomly. I don't like clutter on the boat. Otherwise, you will be the first person I deal with. Che Haicheng swallowed his saliva and nodded. Mr. Zhang, be loyal. After they all left, Zhang Yi found Zhu Yonk standing by the railing, looking at the rubber boat going away with a look of compassion. Are there any miracles in this world? Maybe there will be. But few people would think that they could survive when they saw that thin little boat drifting on the vast sea of ice. Zhang Yi didn't intend to ignore her emotions and let her experience more of the cruelty of the world. But Zhu Yonk said to Zhang Yi, Zhang Yi, when you want to deprive them of their right to survive, you actually feel very happy, right? Zhang Yi looked back at her curiously and raised his eyebrows. Zhu Yonk bit her red lips and looked straight at him. Let me ask you, if Yamada Masami is not a bad person, but an ordinary neon person, would you also throw him into the sea? Zhang Yi said, of course, without any hesitation. None of this actually makes much difference to me. I don't owe them anything, whether they are good people or bad people. They have no kindness to me. So as long as I am happy, I can throw them off my boat, he said with a smile. And remember, it was me who allowed them to live a few more days. They should thank me. Zhu Yonk frowned. If they had not boarded the ship, they might still be alive and well now. Zhang Yi raised his neck and laughed. Miss Zhu. Miss Zhu. A playful and cold look flashed across his eyes. You are so naive. From the moment he landed on Ganlu Island, all the people related to Li Zongyu will die if they don't follow him. The secret about the source of God must not be leaked at all. Zhu Yonk realized something and looked at Zhang Yi in shock and horror. Zhang Yi ignored her and went back to the cabin with Zhou Qier. Compared to Zhu Yonk, who is still young, Zhou Qier has been standing beside Zhang Yi with a silent smile. Zhou Qier has long been accustomed to everything that happens here. This side of the rock flow group. Che Haicheng got off the cabin triumphantly, even humming a ditty leisurely. He stole the show today. With his help, Zhang Yisai found the two neon men hiding in the crowd. No matter what, he will be Zhang Yi's eyes and ears from now on. In this way, he will have a special status in the middle cabin where the rock flow group is located. As soon as he came down, he was suddenly held down by several people. Che Haicheng, why did you expose Noto Naoko and Sagawa Akahara? A member of the rock flow group grabbed him by the collar angrily, his eyes almost bursting with fire. What's wrong with him? You want to deprive them of the chance to live. Che Haicheng looked indifferent. Hey, I'm from Silla. Isn't it natural that Silla people hate neon people? And you should be grateful to me for saving you. Everyone knows that Mr. Zhang hates neon people. If we know but don't report it, can you guarantee that you won't be implicated? Can? Cha Haicheng shouted and asked the members of the Yinlu group. This question made everyone hesitate. No one can guarantee what will happen to Zhang Yi. If it really involves themselves, they won't be willing. Che Haicheng broke away from the man's hand with disdain, and then straightened his collar. What you need to consider now is how to live well. He looked at the huge and terrifying ice sea outside the window, and said in a deep voice, no one can guarantee that they will survive until the ship completely docks. Therefore, you must do whatever it takes. Li Zongyu watched silently from the side. He did not make a move against Cha Haicheng. After listening to Cha Haicheng's words, he returned to his room thoughtfully. In the room at this time, Zhang Weiwei, entrepreneur Ma Wensheng, and several moderate members of the Yinlu group were present. Chapter 832 People are panicked. As soon as Li Zongyu entered the room, he said with complicated emotions, Mr. Zhang was too ruthless. Now I don't know whether asking for help from the Jiangnan region was the right thing to do. He sat on the edge of the bed, with a complicated expression. Zhang Weiwei leaned over, hugged his back, and comforted him, and said it was not your fault. If we stayed on that island, we wouldn't survive more than a month. At this time, Ma Wenjing crossed his arms and said calmly, although that person's style of doing things is a bit tougher, I don't think he is a bad person. Everyone in the room heard the spiritual leader speak, and couldn't help but raise their heads and look at him. Ma Wenjing shrugged his shoulders, and gave his analysis to everyone with a serious expression. Now is an extraordinary time. After this period of understanding, I also know something about the outside world. In fact, the outside world is even more cruel than on Yanlu Island, and people have to pay a higher price in order to survive. In such an environment, people who can survive cannot be merciful. As the saying goes, in troubled times, you should use strict rules. So there will be no problem if he manages things more strictly. At least he treated us well in terms of food supply and other living conditions. With Ma Wenjing's analysis, everyone couldn't help but nodded and felt much more relaxed. Zhang Weiwei has a different opinion. She frowned and said, but I always think that elevating personal grievances to the entire group is a bit excessive. Yamada Masami made a big mistake, and he was right to be punished. But the other two men were indeed innocent. Marvin Zheng shook his head helplessly. When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. Everything is a cycle of cause and effect. And retribution is unpleasant. Although I can't do it, I can understand it. Ma Wenjing's meaning is very clear. Those two people were pitiful. But not the billions of people who died in the apocalypse? Wouldn't it be pitiful for the tens of thousands of Washu people who finally survived the apocalypse and were killed by the eclipse? In a chaotic world, the emotion of compassion needs to be backed by strength. The room where Biamo and others are. Most of the people living in this room are foreigners, including several overseas expats. Biamo was frightened by Zhang Yi and fainted, and was carried back by others. After he woke up, he kept muttering, "Oh my God." He was extremely scared, fearing that he would be thrown into the sea and turn into ice lumps like Yamada Masami. It's terrible. It's all terrible. Biamo covered his head and said in pain. Eisenman, who was sleeping opposite him, hurriedly made a silence gesture to him, then looked at the others and pointed at the door. Biamo suddenly woke up. After Cha Haicheng betrayed the two neon men of the rock flow group, he caused fear among the people on the ship, especially the foreigners like them. If you show dissatisfaction with Zhang Yi and other crew members, you will probably be reported to the police. He quickly covered his mouth. And after a long time, he deliberately said loudly, what Mr. Zhang did was absolutely right. In fact, I also hate the neon people very much. They should have died long ago. Eisenman also echoed that he firmly supports all the captain's decisions. As soon as these two people spoke, others in the room also woke up, and each one louder than the last began to express their loyalty. Because this guy Cha Haicheng might be eavesdropping outside. Even others in this room may report them. Cha Haicheng opened the door and walked in at this time. When he saw the scene in front of him, his face was full of ridicule. Oh, when did your ideological consciousness become so high? It's a pity that he closed the door with his backhand. They are not here, and they can't hear your words. There was a half-smiling expression on his fleshy face, and he glanced at everyone coldly. Everyone. From now on, I will be Mr. Zhang's spokesperson. I hope you will not make inappropriate remarks, especially not talk about his old man and other adults on the ship. A cold current instantly passed through everyone's body, sending shivers down their spines and shrinking subconsciously. After Yamada Masanami and other three neon men were thrown into the sea, Cha Haicheng hurried over to find him the next day. People in the lower cabin who want to come up must obtain permission from the guarding crew. However, Cha Haicheng had reported successfully before, and the guarding crew agreed to help him inform Zhang Yitong. Zhang Yi opened the door and asked the crew member what happened. The crew member said that it was the Scylla guy who came to see you for something. Judging from his appearance, he probably wanted to snitch on you and take credit for it. A sarcastic look appeared on the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. This kind of dog is very good at biting its own people. And that's not all. Since last night, several people have sneaked over to us to report the people around them. Captain, they seem to have a strong opinion of you privately. He often speaks ill of you behind your back. Look, do you want to deal with it? The crew member made a downward gesture. Zhang Yi glanced at him with disdain in his eyes. When I used to work, my colleagues would scold the leader every day and shout that they wanted to leave. But 5 or 6 years have passed, and the same group of people are still at their posts. When I met the leader, I was as happy as if he were his own son. People's mouths are always the worst behind their backs. Even your best friends will say bad things about you. Let alone them. Zhang Yi crossed his arms and said lightly, I hate this kind of trend. Tell them not to bother me if it's not a big deal. The crew member lowered his head thoughtfully and thought about it. What counts as a big deal? Zhang Yi thought about it and couldn't help but laugh. In fact, for him, nothing is really a big deal. Under the premise of possessing absolute strength, all behaviors of ordinary people are nothing more than jokes in his eyes. Judge for yourself. After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he waved his hand at him. The crew member scratched his head and left the door of Zhang Yi's room with a vague understanding. Cha Haicheng, who failed to report, was a little depressed. He originally thought that he could rely on this to gain Zhang Yi's trust and climb up to the level of power step by step on the ship. At least to become a privileged person. He was very skilled at playing this trick among Scylla's senior leaders. It's a pity that this time, the supreme ruler on the Jin Feng didn't like to do this very much. Zhang Yi put an end to this evil trend of reporting each other. Let some people such as Ma Wenzheng and Li Zongyu have a good opinion of him. Regardless of your attitude towards Zhang Yi's previous actions. At least it can be seen from this incident that Zhang Yi is not a person who likes to play with power in people's hearts. Chapter 833 Sun Wanqi's Confession, +2. The next day, it was time for dinner. Sun Wanqi put on a hat to cover her face. After what happened yesterday, she was too embarrassed to see anyone. Although she had never eaten that stuff before, she was tricked by an old man into taking it as a tonic. But it was of a different nature. After arriving at the canteen, Sun Wanqi walked over and lined up, waiting for Lao Xie to get her food. Asked for a standard meal. 5 cents of rice. When everyone saw Sun Wanqi, they immediately laughed and said, Xiao Su, I heard that you cried out of anger again yesterday? Sun Wanqi's face turned pale, and veins appeared on her face. Nonsense. How could I cry? I was snoring. Snoring. Another crew member said loudly, Stop talking nonsense. I saw you crying, and your nose was red? This. Lament. What is happening to everyone? How can it be considered crying? Suddenly everyone in the cafeteria burst into happy laughter. Xie Changming looked at her with amusement, then reached out and took out a standard meal and handed it to her. This is your meal for today. Sun Wanqi didn't take a closer look. She hurriedly took away the food and went back to her room to eat. At this time, she didn't have the courage to stay here any longer. Otherwise she didn't know how the crew would talk about her. After returning to the room, she picked up a spoon and took a mouthful of food and put it in her mouth. But after taking a few bites, I suddenly felt that the taste was not quite right. Sun Wanqi frowned. At first, she thought it was today's special dish. But the more she ate, the more she felt something was wrong. Wow! She spit out the food in one gulp and chewed it for a long time before realizing that the food had spoiled. The rice was fine, but there was definitely something wrong with the fried vegetables. And the frozen chicken was not fresh either, because it is fried in hot water. I didn't feel it at first when I ate it. However, after taking a few more bites, her picky taste buds would naturally notice something was wrong. What happened to today's meal? Sun Wanqi plucked the food a few times, and when she took a closer look, she actually saw mold spots on it. Vomit. She laid down next to an old bucket and vomited profusely. After a while, she angrily ran over to Xie Changming to question her. Lao Xie, why are all the meals you cooked today spoiled? She said angrily. Xie Changming and others were sitting at the table eating at this time. But he looked at her with a playful smile. No one was surprised by her arrival. And the tacit understanding on everyone's faces made Sun Wanqi very uncomfortable. What is your expression like this? I ate bad food. Xie Changming pointed at her dinner plate with his chopsticks. Have you forgotten? As you said yesterday, those problematic foods cannot kill people anyway. So the captain asked me to feed you this stuff for the next week. Presumably Miss Su keeps her word and won't have any objections. Sun Wanqi was stunned for a moment, then stamped her feet angrily and cried. But this thing is not for people to eat. It is obviously pig food. It is so unpalatable that I can't eat it at all. Lao Tian pointed out the error in her words. You are wrong. When we feed pigs in our hometown, we use high-quality feed. Who would feed spoiled food? You? Aren't you bullying people? Sun Wan's angry little pearls fell one by one. The crew did not sympathize with her at all, but laughed. Isn't this what you asked for yesterday? There is nothing we can do. You will have this standard of food for the next week. You said it yourself. You can't kill anyone if you eat it. When Sun Wanqi thought about having to eat this kind of food for the next week, She couldn't help but cover her mouth and retched. But no one sympathized with her. Everyone was just watching the fun and treating her as a delicious dish to go with wine. Of course, everyone would just go on like this without her. When Sun Wanqi saw that no one was paying attention to her, she screamed at little Pearl and ran to Zhu Yonk to complain. But at this time, Zhu Yonk was also very upset. Tommy was crying there again, which made her upset, and she couldn't be coaxed. This made Zhu Yonk almost collapse. And sometimes she even quietly put her hands on his neck. I'm really crazy. Why did I take on this burden in the first place? She thought angrily. At this time, Sun Wanqi came to find her. And of course she was not angry. Didn't you choose this yourself? Very troublesome for yourself. Just bear with it. It's only for a week anyway. But I'm afraid of eating it bad. Didn't you say yesterday that you can't kill people if you eat them? Zhu Yonk was angry and spoke harshly. Sun Wanqi felt extremely wrong. But she didn't dare to really fall out with Zhu Yonk. After returning to the room, she huddled in the corner and hugged her knees tightly. It feels like the whole world is isolating her. But the hunger in the stomach is very obvious. If this problem cannot be solved, she will not have normal food to eat for the next 7 days. So after thinking about it and hesitating for a few hours, she decided to go over and have a good talk with Zhang Yi. So she came to the door of Zhang Yi's room and knocked on Zhang Yi's door. Who? It's me. Sun Wanqi. Mr. Zhang. I have something to talk to you about. Zhang Yi opened the door and saw Sun Wanqi standing in front of the door with red eyes, tightly pursed lips, and her hands tangled together uneasily. A narrow smile appeared on the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. What are you doing here? Sun Wanqi sobbed twice, and the little pearls had already fallen off. Hello, Mr. Zhang. My name is Sun Wanqi, and I want to say sorry to you. Here, first of all, I sincerely apologize to you for my attitude yesterday. In the time since this happened, I have been thinking and reflecting. When I truly, objectively, and deeply understood the truth you told me, I really blamed myself, felt ashamed, hated myself, and didn't understand why I was so ignorant and paranoid. I accept your criticism, and at the same time give you a direct and clear explanation that I really know I was wrong. As she spoke, she covered her mouth and whimpered. Can you please stop giving me expired food? Woohoo! Zhang Yi nodded with satisfaction. If you can change your past, there is no greater good. It's okay if you know you're wrong. Sun Wanqi covered her face with her hands and carefully exposed her eyes to observe Zhang Yi's expression. So, you are willing to forgive me, right? Do I no longer have to eat expired food? Zhang Yi smiled. He shook his head. Can't. Tears are worthless to me. You'd better eat a few more of those meals to make your memory last longer. Sun Wanqi said anxiously that I will die. Even pigs won't eat that kind of food. What if I eat it, and my body is damaged? Zhang Yi smiled confidently and said, You can rest assured on this. We have the best doctors. Sun Wanqi. Chapter 834 The Turmoil in the Lower Cabin. Sun Wanqi had a stomachache that night and was in terrible pain. But this problem is quite easy to solve. With Zhou Qir here, this kind of minor problem won't kill anyone anyway. The most it would do is make her suffer. Zhang Yi hated her saintly character, so he asked Zhou Qir to treat her illness. She was cured, but not all of her. She has to suffer a little bit. Zhou Qir said with a smile that this is easy to handle. If a doctor wants to make a patient suffer, she will do it in 100 ways. After saying that, she put down the ordinary painless needle in her hand and took out a large glass needle. Usually that is used to inject sows. In short, in the next period of time, Sun Wanqi truly tasted what it meant to be miserable. She was struggling to stay alive, and there was no way she could cause any more trouble to Zhang Yi. But as the old saying goes, where there are people, there will be rivers and lakes and disputes. This kind of calm could not be maintained. And soon the people in the bottom cabin made a huge noise again. One night a few days later, Zhang Yi strolled on the deck as usual and observed the sea surface. Beware of danger. Suddenly, there was a loud sound in his ears, as if there was a poor country band playing fiercely in the cabin. It was accompanied by noisy shouts. What's the situation? Zhang Yi frowned, realizing that the source of the sound was the living cabin on the bottom floor. The people living there are expatriates and Chinese brought back from Yanlu Island. The living standard of this group of people on the Jin Feng is the worst. But that's only relative. Zhang Yi will not let them lack food and clothing. Compared with being on Yanlu Island, they are at least infinitely better. If it weren't for Zhu Young's request and Zhang Yi's consideration of the need to go to Tianhai City to replenish the population, he might not have brought these people back. At this moment, Lao Tian and several crew members walked over from the control room with weapons in their hands. Cursing. They saw Zhang Yi when they were passing by on the deck. Lao Tian quickly came over to greet Zhang Yi. "The captain! Those guys down there are causing trouble. I'll go take a look." Zhang Yi glanced at the ice sea under the night. And there seemed to be something secret and dangerous lurking in the deep sea. According to the habits of marine life, giant beasts generally live in the deep sea and do not easily come to the surface of the sea. So it's not easy to encounter a huge sea monster. Zhang Yi had nothing to do and wanted to see what those guys were doing. So he said, "Let me go over with you and have a look." He, Lao Tian and others went to the bottom cabin to check the situation. The living area is divided into 3 levels. If you want to go to the bottom cabin, you have to pass through the middle cabin, which is the area where the Rockflow group lives. By this time, the trouble had spread to the middle layer. Many residents of the lower cabin climbed to the middle deck with pots, pans, and anything that could make noise, banging and shouting. "We don't have enough to eat. Give us something to eat. Why can the people above you eat so much? But we can't even get enough to eat rice? Give us something to eat. Give us something to eat." The door on the middle floor is usually locked, and they are not allowed to enter or exit at will. The door from the lower level to the middle level has been broken by some residents of the lower level. Zhang Yi asked someone to point the gun down. "Once those guys want to riot, just shoot," Zhang Yi said without mercy. "Yes," the crew member said in unison with sneers on their lips. "None of them are murderous, and they will never pay attention to such small movements." A crew member walked over and opened the cabin door. I saw that the aisle below was densely packed with people. These are the inhabitants of the bottom cabin. Those in the Yanlu group were hiding in their rooms and did not dare to come out. Seeing Zhang Yi and Lao Tian appear, the voices of those people suddenly became quieter. Zhang Yi and Lao Tian's pressure is still there. They don't dare to act recklessly. The most important thing is that Zhang Yi and the others have guns. This is more effective than 1,000 words. However, a few people at the front still plucked up the courage to step forward and said loudly to Zhang Yi, "Mr. Zhang, we asked for enough food. You promised us that we would have enough to eat. Now everyone is starving to death. You can't keep your word." Several people behind him also shouted, "Yes! Why can the people above eat so much? And we can't even eat porridge? This is not fair. We also need to live, and we need to eat." Zhang Yi slowly raised a finger and put it in front of his mouth. He didn't yell. He just said something calmly and coldly. "Shut your mouths." The terrifying murderous look in Zhang Yi's eyes made the leading guys shut their mouths in fear. Lao Tian. "What's going on? Didn't I say that everyone's food should be supplied regularly and rationed?" Lao Tian immediately shouted to one of his subordinates. "Call Lao Xia over here. Ask him what's going on." Seeing Zhang Yi's attitude of dealing with the problem, the people below stopped making trouble and just waited there quietly. Zhang Yi said to them, "Don't stay here all the time. It's quite cold when the cold wind blows in. Let's change places and have a good chat about this issue." Zhang Yi never gives too much when it comes to food, but he also never skimps on it. The supplies in other dimensions are very abundant, and these refugees are complaining that they don't have enough to eat. There must be something fishy about it. Zhang Yi must figure it out. If someone really deducts their food, Zhang Yi will deal with it impartially. But if they are greedy and think their food is not delicious, they deliberately throw it away. Or they simply want to improve their living standards and get the same food as those in the middle and upper class cabins. Zhang Yi will not tolerate them. This is the first large-scale turmoil since leaving Ganlu Island 10 days ago. Zhang Yi directly called everyone on the ship to a warehouse room on the upper deck, where a temporary investigation meeting was held. In less than 20 minutes, everyone was here except for a few crew members who stayed in the control room. Everyone is clearly divided, and people in different cabins occupy different positions. There were not that many chairs in the room, and most people sat on the floor or stood against the wall. Zhu Yung frowned and asked Zhang Yi what happened. Zhang Yi glanced at her and said lightly, "You will know later." He called over the guy who had led the trouble. It was a fisherman named Lu Dahai who went to Yanlu Island on a fishing boat after the end of the world. He also has 2 brothers, one named Rongi and the other named Yu Gang. All 3 were business partners on a ship. Chapter 835 Stowaways on the boat. Lu Dahai stood up and confidently stated the fact that there was a lack of food in the bottom cabin. "Our food supply is always in short supply, and everyone is hungry and full every day. Mr. Zhang, we have nothing to say at the beginning. Your kindness in taking us away is already a life-saving grace. So even if we don't have anything to eat, we just endure it. The worst we can do is get hungry. Zhang Yi frowned. Everyone's food supply is rationed, so no one is left behind. Unless one of you has a big appetite, then you need to reflect on your reasons. You should eat less. When you are hungry, there is only one worry. But after eating enough, there will be countless worries. Lu Dehai hurriedly said that we don't have much to eat. Adults can only eat half full, while children can eat 70% full. Although there are fishermen among us who work hard and have a lot of food, we can't be so different. Xie Changming was unhappy at this time. He walked forward, pointed at Lu Dehai's nose and cursed. Damn it. Don't you dare give me bad advice. What do you mean? Can I still deprive you of food? Lu Dehai lowered his head and stared at Xie Changming and Zhang Yi silently. Although he did not answer, the meaning was self-evident. Zhang Yi was not angry and continued to call for inquiries. In this case, why do you suddenly think of making trouble? Could it be that people were starving to death? At this time, the expressions of several crew members became uncomfortable. Even Zhu Yonk, who was sitting next to Zhang Yi, frowned quietly, as if there was something difficult to say. In this weird atmosphere, Zhang Yi certainly understood that something must have happened that he didn't know about. But he couldn't understand why there was a shortage of food. It was impossible for Xie Changming to withhold food, because there was no point in keeping it. The crew had much better food than that. Lao Tian. Zhang Yi gave Lao Tian a wink, his eyes full of questioning. Zhang Yi's meaning is self-evident. Things on the ship are usually handled by Lao Tian. Zhang Yi may not know about these things, but if Lao Tian doesn't know about them, it would be a dereliction of duty on his part. Lao Tian smiled awkwardly. Mr. Zhang, this is actually what happened. Lao Tian eloquently told Zhang Yi and others, and this made everyone basically understand the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that the problem of lack of food in the bottom cabin had existed from the beginning. The reason is unknown, and Lao Tian and the others are too lazy to take care of this kind of thing. After all, the food in the bottom cabin is a big pot of rice. As long as they carry the bucket over every day, it is up to them to eat and drink how they want. There is no problem with the materials distributed by Zhang Yi. They are indeed supplied according to the quantity per person, which is theoretically enough. But then something went wrong. If it were just like this, it wouldn't make them feel resentful. Not full, but not hungry either. But it's still the same old problem. The crew members will naturally become lonely after being at sea for a long time. And they will also need spiritual and physical comfort. Therefore, they often run down to look for women in the rock flow group or the bottom cabin, and a small number of men. There are fewer people in the rock flow group, and there are relatively more women in the bottom cabin, and their lack of food gave the crew a bargaining chip to exchange. Later, this contact became more frequent, and people in the lower cabins could often come to the upper and middle cabins to see the food they were eating. People are not afraid of darkness, but if they see the light, the desires in their hearts will be aroused. Those in the lower cabin, who had never had enough to eat, gradually learned how luxurious the lives of those on the upper two floors were. I listened to some people vividly describe the sailors' meals, which were full of meat and fish. Even those in the middle cabin above them can often get rich protein. This caused the people in the bottom cabin to lose control of their emotions, which eventually turned into the riot today. It's not something that comes out of the blue, but it's something that has been building up for a long time. Lu Dehai looked at Zhang Yi, his dark skin reflecting a dazzling light under the light. Mr. Zhang, it's not that we don't know how to be grateful. I don't want to go against you either. But we are compatriots after all. Why should we starve when these foreigners can have enough to eat? At worst, we can work in exchange for food. He pointed at the foreigners in the Yenlu group and said, this shocked by Mo and others. Don't talk nonsense. What's wrong with foreigners? I can also work, and I can also love Washu country. Zhang Yi rubbed his hands. I have figured out the cause and effect of the matter. The root of the problem is still not enough food. Right? Everyone in the lower cabin nodded. Zhang Yi glanced at Xie Changming. Lao Xie. What's going on? Xie Changming hurriedly explained, Mr. Zhang, even if you give me 100 courages, I would not dare to disobey your order and deprive them of food. Besides, what's the point of having so much food? Zhang Yi nodded. I know. When his gaze passed over Zhu Yonk, there was an obvious expression of discomfort on her face. But Zhang Yi smiled strangely. He stood up from the sofa and walked to the middle of the warehouse. In terms of food, there is actually not much. But everyone still doesn't have enough to eat. What's the reason? Big guys don't understand either. Zhang Yi raised a finger for a simple reason. It was just a basic arithmetic problem. Even elementary school students understand it. As he spoke, he walked up to a little boy in the bottom cabin and reached out to touch his head. Children, Uncle will test you. If the total amount of food remains the same, under what circumstances will the average amount of food shared by each person decrease? The little boy answered without hesitation that as long as there were more people, that would be enough. Zhang Yi smiled and touched his head. He was so smart. There is only one truth to the matter, and that is that there are stowaways in the bottom cabin, Zhang Yi said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, the whole warehouse suddenly became chaotic, and everyone was talking. What? There are stowaways? Impossible? The security was so tight at that time. How could they let people go? Lao Tian hurriedly said to Zhang Yi, Mr. Zhang, we have strictly screened the people who board the ship, and no one will take advantage of it. Zhang Yi thought of the guys he saw using hook locks to sneak onto the ship at that time. Some countries in Southeast Asia have many people who are good at climbing. Some may even work part-time as pirates. Normally, this is an unlikely situation. But if someone is acting in a coordinated manner, there's no telling. Zhang Yi's eyes fell on Zhu Yonk, with a teasing smile in his eyes. But this look made Zhu Yonk feel like he had fallen into an ice cave, and he subconsciously looked away, feeling uncomfortable all over. Chapter 836 Fulfillment. On the G phone. Zhu Yonk's authority is theoretically second only to Zhang Yi. After all, everyone knows that she is the niece of the commander-in-chief of Jiangnan region. Zhang Yi would also take care of her in small matters, not to mention Lao Tian and others. At that time, there were only 2 people on the ship who could provide cover for the stowaways and allow them to move into the bottom cabin smoothly. Either Zhu Yonk or Zhou Qier. But Zhou Qier is not that stupid. Everything about her is centered on Zhang Yi. Then the only possibility left is Zhu Yonk. After seeing Zhu Yonk's evasive gaze, Zhang Yi was completely convinced of this. Zhu Yonk felt uncomfortable all over and was ready to be scolded by Zhang Yi. The truth of the matter was as Zhang Yi suspected. It was indeed Zhu Yonk who opened the back door for a group of stowaways. There were about 20 people. In order to survive, they desperately climbed onto the ship. There were at least hundreds of people who did this, and most of them were shot into the sea by Lao Tian and his men. When Zhu Yonk saw the tragic situation of corpses falling into the sea of ice like dumplings, he couldn't bear it. So he covered them and took them into the bottom cabin. The people on the boat all have similar faces, and the languages they speak on weekdays are also very complicated. So there is not much communication. As long as you reduce your contact with outsiders, you will not be easily exposed. Zhu Yonk's idea was to bring these people on board first to create an established fact. Even if Zhang Yi was discovered by then, he wouldn't be able to throw all 20 people into the sea cruelly. Right? Zhu Yonk bit her lip and thought to herself that at worst, they would lower my food level and ground me. I'll just endure it. But Zhang Yi didn't pay any attention to her. Zhang Yi could guess almost everything Zhu Yonk was thinking. She thinks she's great. Right? Want to sacrifice yourself in exchange for the survival of the stowaways? Okay. Great. Zhang Yi has always liked the beauty of adults, so I can give her such an opportunity. Zhang Yi glanced at the group of people in front of him. Among them were some stowaways who had evasive eyes, and were extremely nervous. They were terribly frightened. Zhang Yi only needs to ask Lao Tian to count the number of people, and then investigate them one by one to find them all. But what's the point of doing that? It seemed like it could do nothing but come across as a demon. It would also make Zhu Yonk have a very bad impression of him. But she herself would not reflect on it at all. Therefore, Zhang Yi had a more interesting idea in his mind. When he thought about the fun of that plan, the corners of his mouth almost touched the back of his ears. Miss Zhu and Sun Wanqi, what do you think we should do with these stowaways? Zhang Yi suddenly asked Zhu Yonk and Sun Wanqi behind him. Everyone looked at the 2 women without knowing why, especially the stowaways, who stared at them with uneasy eyes, as if a drowning person was holding on to a straw. Zhu Yonk couldn't understand Zhang Yi's thoughts, and thought he was humiliating himself. But she still bit her lip and insisted that they were all lives. And since they had survived, they could not be abandoned. I think we should take them back to Huashu country and find a way out for them. The stowaways looked at Zhu Yonk, their eyes filled with gratitude. Sun Wanqi looked at Zhang Yi with strange eyes. But after some hesitation, her holy mother's nature broke out. Of course I choose to forgive them. They just want to live. What's wrong with them? Lao Tian and some people in the Yanlu group either sneered or shook their heads helplessly. They still don't understand Mr. Zhang very well. With Mr. Zhang's character, how could he tolerate the existence of these stowaways? After listening to what the 2 said, Zhang Yi nodded approvingly. Well, I forgive them. Now that you're on board, just stay. Everyone, even Lao Tian and Zhu Yonk, were looking at Zhang Yi as if they were strangers. That feeling seems to be asking you if you have been taken away from you? Only Jokir glanced at Zhang-Yi in slight surprise, then tilted his head and showed a knowing smile. Zhang-Yi must be causing trouble again. The hearts of those stowaways dropped, and they were full of gratitude to Zhang-Yi. Zhang-Yi stood in the crowd and said loudly that in the end of the world, human life is worth less than grass. Who of us has not tried our best to stay alive? In times like this, we must unite and help each other and cling together tightly like a family. I know that many people may have some misunderstandings about me, think I'm a cold-blooded bad guy. But what I did before was just forced by conditions. In fact, I am a kind person most of the time. Some people lowered their heads in shame, blushing because they had suspected Zhang-Yi before. Therefore, with a wave of Zhang-Yi's hand, I decided to keep them and let them live a good life with us and tide over the difficulties. Does everyone agree? Inspired by Zhang-Yi's speech, the mood in the entire cabin became high. Good. 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 Everyone shouted happily in unison. Zhang-Yi nodded with satisfaction. Well, in that case, I won't hold anyone responsible for this incident. It's getting late. Everyone, go back and rest quickly. The stowaways in the lower cabin were relieved and hurriedly turned around and left the cabin. Most people had finished watching the excitement and were still reminiscing about Zhang-Yi's kindness. The members of the Yanlu group, who had nothing to do with them, all left one after another. Lu Dehai and others were in the inner part of the cabin, so they lined up at the back when they went out. He always felt like something was wrong. Although the atmosphere at the scene was very good, there was a sense of great harmony. But I always feel that something seems to have been forgotten. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly woke up. It's not right. This is wrong. In the beginning, they started trouble because there was not enough food. What's going on now is quite lively and touching. But the fundamental problem has not been solved at all. He slapped his forehead and hurried over to talk to Zhang-Yi. However, he was stopped by the crew because Zhang-Yi was chatting with Zhu Yonk at this time. Zhu Yonk looked at Zhang-Yi with surprise and emotion in his eyes. You? Don't you blame me? With your brain. You should know that I made the decision on this matter without authorization. I thought you would punish me severely. She bit her lip, lowered her head and said. Zhang-Yi-san said, You have so many beautiful thoughts. I don't have time to punish you every day. I'm afraid it's because I played too many tricks abroad. He smiled, gently and lovingly replied, No. I don't blame you. What are you doing wrong? You just want everyone to live well. Chapter 837 After Zhu Yonk heard Zhang-Yi's words, he smiled very happily. Mr. Zhang, I didn't expect you to be so reasonable. She tilted her head and looked at Zhang-Yi with bright eyes. My view of you has changed a lot now. Even, I started to like you a little bit. Sun Wanqi also said beside her. Although you often did some annoying things in the past. But this time, I have to take a high look at you. Well done. Zhang-Yi smiled and did not answer, but changed the topic. It's getting late. Let's go back and rest. He turned and walked away. When Lu Dehai saw this, he hurriedly shouted to Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, I have something to do. I have something to ask you for. A deep light flashed across Zhang-Yi's eyes. Come and talk about anything. Lu Dehai followed Zhang-Yi to the door. There were still some people in the bottom cabin outside, including Lu Dehai's two brothers, Rong Lei and Yu Gang. They all looked back and found that the matter had not been resolved at all. So they stayed to ask Zhang-Yi for an explanation. Mr. Zhang! Mr. Zhang! Zhang-Yi walked over and asked everyone calmly. Why don't you go back? It's quite cold outside. Can you bear it? The low temperature of dozens of degrees below zero is indeed a bit torture. They are not like Zhang-Yi, who wears the most advanced cold-proof clothing. But in order to have enough to eat, they still had to bite the bullet and stay here. Lu Dehai said. Mr. Zhang, this matter has not been resolved yet. Those stowaways have stayed. Can we increase our food supply? Otherwise there will still not be enough to eat. A group of people nodded repeatedly, expressing their agreement with Lu Dehai's statement. Zhang-Yi glanced at him and said with a smile. How much food reserves do you think the ship can have? We came here from Huaxu Kingdom and traveled 2 months along the way. We didn't get any supplies at Ganlu Island, so we had to rush back immediately. You seem to be a fisherman, so you should know how much supplies are left on the boat in this situation. When Lu Dehai heard this, his expression immediately changed, because according to his experience at sea, there will not be much supplies left on the ship at this time. Zhang-Yi sighed. I am just barely maintaining the supplies on the ship. I didn't plan to take you with me, but who made me kind-hearted? I'll take you all back. Food must also be strictly controlled. Otherwise everyone will starve to death in the end. Can you understand? At this moment, these passengers in the bottom cabin understood how difficult it was for Zhang Yi. A few fishermen, in particular, know better than anyone how difficult it is to sail across the ocean. Sorry, Mr. Zhang. We have caused you trouble. However, I saw what other people on the boat were eating. Not bad, Yu Gang muttered, then raised his head and looked at Zhang Yi's expression carefully. Zhang Yi said that they are all sailors. And of course, they must give priority to ensuring their food. In short, there is nothing I can do about this matter. The food you have below is rationed. He paused, then emphasized again. It is the amount of food given in the most reasonable way according to the number of people on board at the beginning. Now that there are more than 20 stowaways, let's just grit our teeth and work hard and show our spirit. It is better for everyone to starve together than to let them die. When Lu Dahai heard Zhang Yi's words, a light suddenly flashed in his mind. Zhang Yi smiled and patted his shoulder. Lu Dahai. Right? You are a very nice person, and I believe you can understand what I am doing. Food is limited. But with a few extra people, no one can handle it. Speaking of this, Zhang Yi sighed. If he had known this, he would have controlled the number of people on board. If there are only a few people here, won't there be enough food? After saying that, Zhang Yi turned around and left, disappearing into the night. Lu Dahai was left there, lowering his head and thinking for a long time. Rongi and Yu Gang came over and asked Brother Delu. What did Mr. Zhang mean? Did he help us solve the food problem? Lu Dahai raised his head and glanced at his two brothers. Then he slowly said the answer. Rongi and Yu Ganga? So is it resolved or not? Lu Dahai let out a long sigh. You taste it. You taste it carefully. There was a sinister expression in his eyes. Subconsciously, he looked towards the vast dark sea of ice. This ship is like an isolated island, and they are all survivors on the island. But because of food issues, conflicts will break out sooner or later. He vaguely realized that Zhang Yi was telling him what to do, but he wasn't sure. If he makes the wrong move, he could put himself in danger. Go back first. It's freezing cold outside. Rongi folded his arms and shivered. Lu Dahai nodded, hugged his two brothers and walked down to the cabin. On the other side, as soon as Zhang Yi returned, he was blocked by Zhu Yong. Mr. Zhang, are you leaving in a hurry? Zhu Yong folded his arms and looked at Zhang Yi calmly, with a bit of weirdness in his eyes. What's wrong? Is there any problem that hasn't been solved? Zhang Yi blinked and asked with a smile. Zhu Yong put down his arm. Come here with me. I think we need to have a good chat about how to deal with the problem of this batch of passengers who are coming on the ship. She called the stowaways the last passengers on board. It's my fault for not saying low to you before. But now that you have accepted them, you have to find a way to place them properly. So I hope you can solve their dietary problem. After all, it's not appropriate to keep the passengers on the bottom cabin starved of food. Zhang Yi looked surprised and pointed at his nose in astonishment. Forehead. No. Miss Xu. You must never make such a joke with me. Zhang Yi waved his hands repeatedly. Don't you ever tell me that you brought people on board but didn't know how to solve their dietary problems? Zhang Yi shook his head decisively. This is impossible. It is impossible for a smart woman like you, Miss Xu, to make such a stupid mistake. You must be kidding me. This is no fun for you. Zhu Yong froze on the spot. Her expression was a little flustered. In fact, when she helped the stowaways board the ship out of kindness, she really didn't consider how those people would eat and drink. Just stuff them into the cabin and let them live with the people in the lower cabin. She, the eldest daughter of the Zhu family, had she ever worried about food, rice, oil and salt? Chapter 838. This matter has nothing to do with me. Zhang Yi pointed at Zhu Yong. Please don't make such a joke with me. I believe you have already made plans. Right? Zhu Yong coughed twice softly. Ahem. Of course. She looked up at Zhang Yi and said with a smile. Don't I have you here? You are the dignified captain of the investigation team. And I know your abilities. With the space system, you can carry many things with you. I believe you can easily handle just enough food for 20 people. Zhang Yi sneered in his heart. I will work with you to be a good person. And let me take care of all the trouble. It's a good thing you're not my leader. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to make you angry to death. On the surface, Zhang Yi showed a helpless expression. No, Miss Xu. It's really boring if you play like this. My space is only the size of a small warehouse. With everything in it. Just the weapons, ammunition, fuel and other supplies needed by the Gene Feng took up more than half of the space. As for food, I did bring a lot. But you also know that our voyage will take 4 months to go back and forth. There were no supplies along the way. And now there were more than 100 people on the ship. Don't you ever think about it? Why do I plan carefully on everyone's food? And even provide it according to everyone's status? It's because there's not much left in stock. How much? Not much. Zhang Yi shook his head. So I really can't help you this time. It's not that I don't want to. It's that I'm too willing but not strong enough. Zhu Yong's eyes widened at you. Are you really lying? She started to get a little anxious. Because the best way she could think of was to rely on Zhang Yi. Otherwise, where would she go to find food for those 20 people on this vast sea of ice? It's still close to 2 months before I can go back. Even if we calculated based on 1 pound of grain per person per day, it would be 6,000 to 7,000 pounds. Zhang Yi said calmly that I am not a kind-hearted person. As long as there is a way, I would like to save the entire Yanlu Island people. But do you really have no idea how much our supplies are consumed every day? Zhu Yong's face was full of embarrassment. It was her first mission to travel so far, so she had no experience. So what should we do? We can't let them go hungry every day. Right? Zhang Yi took 2 steps back and waved his hand. You should not say what should we do. But what should I do? You brought the person here, and you will have full authority to solve the next problem. To avoid suspicion, I will not participate. Zhang Yi raised his hands to indicate that he would not interfere, and then slowly left with a smile. As soon as he turned around, the smile on Zhang Yi's face turned into a sneer. In fact, there are still a lot of supplies in his different dimension. After all, that is enough to supply the entire shelter for 200 years. But why should he use his own things to favor this stupid woman like Zhu Yong? Let her solve the troubles caused by her overflowing Holy Mother heart. Zhu Zheng also said that this time Zhu Yong was asked to come over to practice. As long as Zhang Yi doesn't take action, there will be chaos in the bottom cabin sooner or later. By that time, there will definitely be a very interesting ending. When Zhang Yi thought of that scene, his smile became even brighter. He hummed a song and walked slowly to his room. Opposite the darkness is light, and behind the light is shadow. Who has the right to define justice and evil? Zhang Yi became the hands-off shopkeeper, and was too lazy to get involved in Zhu Yong's mess. This immediately gave her a hard time. For the first time in her life, the eldest daughter of the Zhu family began to worry about what she was eating. But in the vast sea, where else could she get food besides relying on Zhang Yi? But Zhang Yi clearly refused. At the beginning, she was the one who let people on the boat without Zhang Yi's permission. And she ignored him. Zhu Yong frowned and had to go back to the room to slowly think of a solution. After returning, she told her temporary best friend Sun Wanqi about the matter. After Sun Wanqi heard this, she immediately said angrily that the man named Zhang had gone too far. Isn't this embarrassing for you? How can you, the eldest daughter of the Tangdang Zhu family, have the heart to deal with their messy affairs of eating, drinking, and defecating? I saw that he didn't clearly understand his position at all. You are just too good to him. Otherwise you would rely on your uncle's relationship. Zhu Yong interrupted her. Okay. I'm not someone who likes to bully others. She was too embarrassed to tell Sun Wanqi that she couldn't control Zhang Yi at all. After all, coming from an official family, one still needs face. But now without his nod, how could I get so much food for the 20-odd people in the bottom cabin? Sun Wanqi counted on her fingers and thought there was more to come. In addition to food, there will be shortages of other daily necessities. Ant towel, brown sugar, medicated toilet paper, fresh water. Not enough. Zhu Yong's head ached more and more as he thought about it, and he let out a long sigh. Suddenly, Sun Wanqi had an idea and thought of a good idea. There you have it. I've got a great idea. Zhu Yong immediately looked at her. What can you do? Sun Wanqi smiled. I have a way to solve the food problem first. Under Zhu Yong's questioning, she did not hold back and expressed her thoughts. It's hard to talk to the person named Zhang, but the other people on the ship have to give you face. Right? Humph. I see that the crew members are eating a lot of food all day long, and they have to throw the unfinished meals into the sea. What a waste. It is better to call on them to save some food. Each person only needs to take out 1/3 of the food and donate it to the people in the bottom cabin, which will definitely satisfy their food and clothing. Zhu Yong rolled his eyes, and couldn't help but secretly thought that this was indeed a good idea. Zhang Yi has always been very generous to the people around him. The crew's drinking standards are very high. Not only is the food abundant, but everyone is provided with the same portion as an ordinary person for a day and a half. This also results in their living standard being extremely luxurious compared to the people in the middle and lower cabins. And there are a lot of leftovers that need to be thrown away every day. Zhu Yong's eyes flashed with pride. She had thought about it, and would go to Lao Tian tomorrow to make this request. Thinking about her status, she just went to ask for some food. So those people had to give her some face. Although this amount is not much, it can still maintain the basic survival of the more than 20 people in the bottom cabin. This can be regarded as solving the most important contradiction at present. Zhang Yi, let me let you see if I can solve the problem on the ship. Zhu Yong snorted softly, and his heart felt temporarily relieved. Suddenly, the sound of a baby crying came to my ears again. Sun Wanqi said hurriedly. He peed again. The two women were busy changing his diaper, but they didn't notice that the child's buttocks were already red. Chapter 839, Brilliant Plan. Early the next morning, Zhu Yong took advantage of the meal time to find Lao Tian. Mei Tian, can you come over and have a chat? There is something I want to discuss with you. Zhu Yong called Lao Tian over with a smile. Lao Tian held a chicken drumstick in his hand and looked puzzled. Zhu Yong usually has a coldness in his bones, and even when he smiles at them, he is instinctively distant. But today, she seemed a little deliberately close to him. Showing courtesy for nothing is either cheating or stealing. Lao Tian murmured in his heart, but still walked over with a smile. Miss Zhu, what's the matter? Is the morning meal not to your liking? Lao Tian followed Zhu Yong to the corner of the cafeteria and asked with a smile. He still had to be careful to please the eldest lady of the Zhu family. Zhu Yong shook his head. It was not the problem. Although the taste of the food was average, it could still be swallowed. I came to you to ask you to do me a favor. How about it? You won't refuse to give me this face, right? Facing Zhu Yong's questioning look, Lao Tian laughed. Look at what you said. What do you want us to do? Can't we just tell the ship? Wouldn't it be beneath our status to find our subordinates? Zhu Yong coughed softly. This matter is not a big deal, and there is no need to go through Mr. Zhang. Lao Tian frowned slightly. Then come and let me listen, Zhu Yong said. I want to ask you to help me do a good deed. She made her purpose clear. It requires the dozen or so crew members on the ship to save part of their meals every day and then provide it to the stowaways in the bottom cabin. Your daily meals are so rich that you can't finish them all. Last time, I saw you throwing uneaten rice into the sea. You see, throwing it away is a waste anyway. So why not take it out and do something good? I will also appreciate your kindness. Zhu Yong looked at Lao Tian with a smile. She felt that Lao Tian would definitely agree to her request. After all, this thing is not difficult to do, and it can please the niece of the regional commander. So why wouldn't he do it? But who knew that things would not develop as she imagined? After Lao Tian listened silently, he did not give an answer, but asked instead, Have you discussed this matter with our captain? Zhu Yong's expression changed slightly. If Zhang Yi found out, wouldn't she be ridiculed by Zhang Yi? That's why she decided to kill it first and tell it later, and went directly to Lao Tian to settle the matter. There is no need to disturb Mr. Zhang with this kind of thing, Zhu Yong said uncomfortably. When Lao Tian heard what she said, his eyes became playful and his waist straightened. In this case, it would be a bit difficult for me to handle. He let out a long sigh. Looking troubled, Zhu Yong's eyes widened. Why is this so difficult? Just share out the food you can't finish. The worst thing is, pick the things you don't like to eat. What's so hard about this? Lao Tian explained that the drinking standards for each crew member were specially set by our captain. Ocean sailing itself is a very test of will. The captain was very considerate for us and satisfied us to the maximum extent in terms of food. Only when they are full can the crew work with full energy. Haha. As for the problem of throwing away the food before finishing it, you can't say anything like this. There is no guarantee that anyone who has a bad appetite will eat less than 2 bites. If you encounter heavy work, you will have a big appetite and eat a lot. If I did what you said, it would be difficult to coordinate the amount of food. Everyone is not eating well and has no energy to work. It is easy for something to happen on this vast sea. Zhu Yong was about to open his mouth to argue. Lao Tian didn't give her a chance and said first that the standard meal portions were set by the captain after careful consideration. Otherwise, you can discuss it carefully with the captain. I can only change it if he gives the order. Otherwise, I can't make the decision on this kind of thing. Zhu Yong never imagined that he could not even command Lao Tian. She was surprised that what Lao Tian said was plausible, but she didn't know how to refute it. Is there really no good solution? Zhu Yong's tone was almost pleading. When Lao Tian heard this, he didn't dare to really offend Zhu Yong to death. He's not Zhang Yi. He doesn't have that much courage. Lao Tian stroked his beard and thought carefully before coming up with a solution. Let's do this. After we finish eating every day, no matter how much leftover food we have, we can collect it and send it to them. This way, a few people can have a few bites. Zhu Yonk rejected this proposal without hesitation. This is absolutely not possible. They are all humans, not animals. How can you let them eat your saliva? Lao Tian smiled and said to Miss Zhu, at this time, human life is worth less than grass. When I suffered in Tianhai City, let alone swill, I ate sour water. Zhu Yonk kept shaking his head, unable to accept this approach. This is impossible. There are more than 100 people in the bottom cabin. If some people are given normal food and some are given swill, there will definitely be trouble. Lao Tian sneered and dismissed those stowaways. Maybe they will rush to eat our swill. What's wrong with the swill? Their crew's food standards are first rate. The leftover rice also contains fat meat and chicken bones, which is better than the food in the lower cabin. Didn't you know that in the last century, the people of Silla still like to pick up the garbage thrown by the Colombian soldiers and cook it? It is also euphemistically called the army pot. Refugees can no longer be treated according to ordinary people's standards. Being able to give them something to eat and keep them alive is a great gift. Zhu Yonk kept shaking his head. No matter how much Lao Tian persuaded him, he would not agree to do this. Lao Tian was helpless. Then I have nothing to do. You can figure it out yourself. Zhu Yonk gritted his teeth and said, wait a minute. If this method doesn't work, I have another way. She thought about it all night yesterday, and she also came up with a clever plan. Lao Tian was all ears. Zhu Yonk pointed to the vast ocean. We are on the sea. In fact, there are many fish in the sea, which are very good ingredients. I want to mobilize everyone to go fishing together and replenish our food storehouse. In this way, it may not only solve the problem of food shortage, but also expand storage. Zhu Yonk is very proud of his intelligence, because the voyage had been going for so long. Zhang Yi never thought about supplementing food through sea fishing. However, Lao Tian rejected her proposal without hesitation. Miss Zhu, this idea is very good, but it cannot be realized at all. Zhu Yonk was unhappy. So why didn't he just let it go? Lao Tian, I am also a person who often goes to sea, and I have also gone fishing on a cruise ship. There are many big fish in the sea, and one fish can feed several people. Why not? You answer me. Chapter 840 Hitting the Wall +1. Lao Tian unceremoniously shattered her beautiful fantasy. You spent a lot of money to go out and have fun. Can it be the same as now? For sea fishing, sea areas rich in aquatic products are selected, and the best bait is used for fishing. But now, look where we are. There are not fish everywhere in the sea. If you don't choose a special place, it is normal for you to fish for a whole day without seeing anything. Besides, fishing requires bait. Do you want us to bring out food for you to use? Lao Tian pointed outside. The Jin phone was advancing rapidly. The speed of the ship was so fast, and the wind and waves were so strong that no one could stay outside all the time. If you don't believe it, you can go out with a fishing rod and try it. If you can stand firm on the deck, you are considered good. Zhu Yonk's face turned blue and red when Lao Tian said it. The clever plan she came up with was a complete joke in the eyes of the old sailor. This won't work, and that won't work either. What should we do to solve the food problem? Zhu Yonk said angrily. Lao Tian put his hand in front of his mouth and coughed several times. If not, he would have laughed on the spot. Difficult? Then don't do it. Who asked you to bring yourself into trouble and meddle in other people's business? Who do you blame now? I really thought the food fell from the sky. I still say the same thing. If you really want to solve this problem, you can only go to the captain to discuss it. Lao Tian and Zhu Yonk said goodbye and went back to eat. He came to the dining table where the sailors were sitting and picked up a large bowl of rice. There were large basins of chicken, duck, and fish on the table. Although they are all frozen food, they are still very delicious after being cooked by Xie Changming. The skylark became more and more angry as he watched. She didn't even want to eat at this time. At this time, Sun Wanqi also came over, holding an iron bowl of food in her hand. She asked Zhu Yonk, Senior, how are things going? Did the people on the ship agree to distribute the food to the people in the lower cabin? Zhu Yonk shook his head. No. Sun Wanqi glanced at them angrily. The crew members over there were laughing, eating and drinking, and chatting. They were living a very leisurely and happy life. There is really no sympathy at all. Senior sister, let's go and give our meals to those poor people who can't afford to eat. Her meals are all specially made and are hard to swallow, so it doesn't hurt to give them away. At most, we can just eat and drink with Zhu Yonk at noon. Zhu Yonk was also furious at this time, and had no appetite at all. She felt that Lao Tian and others, like Zhang Yi, were too cold-blooded. But she is different. She is a high-quality talent who has received higher education from the West, and knows how to respect others. The more she is in such an environment, the more glorious and great she must be. Only in this way can she highlight her superiority, and set off the insignificance of Zhang Yi and others. Thinking of this, she felt that the food in her hands became sacred. It was like a liturgical Eucharist. Wait a minute. I'll go find Joku. Zhu Yonk felt that the food for 2 people was too little. But Zhou Qir gave her the impression that she was a person she could communicate with. So she wanted Zhou Qir to join them in their charity. Soon, the 2 of them arrived outside Zhang Yi and Zhou Qir's room with firm steps. Boom, boom, boom. Zhou Qir. Boom, boom, boom. Zhou Qir. Boom, boom, boom. Zhou Qir. After knocking 3 times in a row, the door opened. Zhou Qir was wearing a black nightgown, half of her body exposed from the crack in the door. Her silky hair fell along her shoulders and fell on her tall chest, which was indescribably charming. It's early in the morning. If you don't have a good meal, why do you want to come to me? Zhu Yonk glanced inside the room through the crack in the door, and did not see Zhang Yi. But she knew that Zhang Yi was inside. Zhu Yonk deliberately loudly said that Lisa and I plan to rescue those poor refugees and share our food with them. Do you want to come along? Ah? Zhou Qir looked at the rice bowls they were holding with an expression of laughter on her face, feeling a little speechless. Do you really want to go there? Yes. Do you want to come along? I believe you are a caring person, Zhu Yonk said deliberately. She came to Zhou Qir with another idea. The food that Zhou Qir and Zhang Yi ate was different from everyone else's. It was brought by Zhang Yi himself. So when Zhou Qir gave the food away, it was equivalent to Zhang Yi giving it away. This could open a hole for Zhang Yi to lower his guard against stowaways. Zhou Qir smiled and said, I just finished eating. Ah? That's it. Zhu Yonk and Sun Wanqi both looked regretful. Zhou Qir pointed to the stainless steel rice bowl in their hands. But I'm curious. How many people can you share with this meal? Sun Wanqi snorted lightly. No matter how little it is still a piece of heart. Shows our kindness and humanity. Zhou Qir nodded, smiling. The idea is very good. I'm just a little worried. When the time comes, there will be more of them, and they will only have so little to eat. So they will easily start fighting. As soon as these words came out, Zhu Yonk and Sun Wanqi looked at each other. Yes. Why didn't they consider this issue? But soon, Zhu Yonk found an excuse for himself. There was Zhang Yi in the room, and she wouldn't give Zhang Yi a chance to laugh at her. No. The people on Yinlu Island are of high quality, and will not engage in looting. Zhou Qir nodded. Okay then. I wish you complete success. Zhu Yonk and Sun Wanqi turned around and left, heading towards the bottom cabin. Zhou Qir closed the door, walked to Zhang Yi and sat down. At this time, Zhang Yi was sitting on a sofa seat, using a satellite phone to chat with people in the shelter. But Zhu Yonk's voice was so loud that it was hard not to hear it. 2 stupid women are going to do stupid things again. Zhou Qir smiled slightly. Charming and charming. There is no way. They are all the kind of women who have never experienced the hardships of life. So it is inevitable to be naive. Zhang Yi said lightly that whether they are naive or not has nothing to do with me. It's just that I don't like 2 self-proclaimed flies buzzing in my ears all the time. He raised his head and showed a playful smile towards Zhou Qir. Then take this opportunity to teach them a lesson. Here, Zhu Yonk and Sun Wanqi have arrived below. They found the crew to open the door for them, and went to deliver food to the poor refugees in the lower cabin. Seeing this, the crew member kindly reminded the 2 ladies that you'd better be careful. The situation below is not good now. Zhu Yonk said it's okay. We are here to give them food, and they will only be grateful to us. Chapter 841 Fight. Seeing Zhu Yonk's persistence, the crew had no choice but to open the hatch. The space on the bottom cabin is not small, but is a warehouse. Each room is relatively large. Usually dozens of people live in one room. The light is not very sufficient. The lights are turned on at night, and during the day there is only a faint light coming from the high windows. As soon as the hatch opened, the sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. Since the last disturbance in the bottom cabin, Lao Tian has strengthened his management here. Usually the door is never opened unless it is time to put out food. So as soon as the door opened, people from all the rooms popped their heads out to check. Zhu Yonk and Sun Wanqi walked down the stairs, saying as they walked, "Don't be afraid. We are here to bring you food. Anyone who hasn't eaten today Come here quickly. With gentle smiles on their faces. They looked like the Virgin Mary. But as soon as they finished speaking, a large number of people rushed over from their respective rooms and hurriedly grabbed the food in their hands. Too many people, even though they didn't push each other intentionally. The people in the lower cabin still fought hard for the 2 portions of food. As a result, Ju Yunk and Sun Wanchi were knocked to the ground. Others couldn't take care of them. Because if they were a step too late, not a grain of rice would be left. There were more and more people. And Ju Yunk and Sun Wanchi were pushed to the ground. Many feet stepped on them, causing them to scream in pain. Fortunately, the crew member who opened the door did not leave at this time. When you see the scene, you should just yell, "Hack me! Stop it! Or I'll beat you to death!" He clicked the bolt. This familiar voice was like clockwork on everyone, causing them to immediately stop what they were doing and then raise their hands. However, a few children took advantage of their small size and squeezed into the crowd. They threw themselves on the ground and desperately put the rice that fell on the ground into their mouths. A bunch of bastards. You want to rebel? Get out of here. The crew member came down fiercely with a gun, and then quickly helped Ju Yunk and Sun Wanchi up. I told you. It's dangerous here. They are so hungry now that they want to eat people. You two are both distinguished people. So try to come to places like this as little as possible in the future. There was a hint of playfulness on the crew members' lips. Ju Yunk and Sun Wanchi were so frightened by what just happened that their faces turned pale. Although it was only a short 10 seconds, they were stepped on by countless feet. If it had been a little longer at night, they might have been trampled to death. The two of them didn't care about talking about the situation anymore, and fled from the bottom cabin in a panic. The crew member showed a ferocious expression again, pointed his gun at them, and said, "You are a bunch of bastards. You are ungrateful for bringing you food. You deserve to starve to death." The people in the cabin did not dare to reply and lowered their heads to express fear. The crew member snorted coldly, left along the stairs, and then locked the hatch with a huge chain. The moment the cabin door closed, the fighting and yelling in the cabin started again. Ju Yunk and Sun Wanchi left in a very embarrassed state. They did not dare to raise their heads and look around for fear of being seen in their embarrassment. The two had no choice but to return to Ju Yunk's room in a hurry. As soon as she entered the room, Sun Wanchi couldn't help but burst into tears. The temperature in the room activated the nerve function of Ju Yunk's skin, and she felt severe pain in many places on her body. If you look closely, you can see that there are bruises everywhere, and there are many shoe marks on the clothes. How could they do this? Ju Yunk gasped in pain, and said with a mixture of grief and anger. Sun Wanchi burst into tears, crying and saying that they were really miserable. They were still good people when they were on the island. Now, for a little bit of food, he has become like a beast. If they had enough food, they wouldn't be like this. Ju Yunk glanced at her angrily, feeling angry in his heart. Even though he was almost trampled to death, he still had the mood to care about others. But after thinking about it, Sun Wanchi's logic did make some sense. What? Did you have enough food when you were on the island? Ju Yunk asked breathlessly. Sun Wanchi nodded slowly. Usually men go out to look for food, and we girls don't go out. And there are. Her voice stopped suddenly, and her face suddenly became extremely ugly. Needless to say, she must have been thinking of Yamada Masanami. But what should we do next? This is the biggest problem right now. Ju Yunk sat on the bed. She found painkillers and bandages from the medicine box. She simply applied medicine to herself and then bandaged it. On the other hand, they are worrying about solving the food problem for the people in the bottom cabin. Sun Wanchi hesitated and couldn't explain why. Where did she come from? At this moment, Tommy was woken up by the voices of two people and started crying again. The two of them had headaches, and Sun Wanchi hurried over to comfort the child. Tommy doesn't know what's going on lately. He likes to cry very much, and his sleep quality is very poor. He wakes up frequently. Hey, maybe all children are like this. The two of them focused on taking care of Tommy again, and this matter consumed them almost all their energy. As for the food issue for the passengers in the lower cabin, they temporarily forgot about it. In fact, in Ju Yunk's subconscious mind, he felt that even if he ignored it for the time being, nothing serious would happen. Anyway, people won't really starve to death if they skip a few meals. At this time, on the bottom cabin side, a fierce battle just broke out over those two boxes of lunch. At first, it was just the collision and friction caused by snatching. But when they bumped into each other, the anger grew, and it turned into a fight. Many people were beaten until their noses were bruised and their faces were swollen. And some even bled. But when they asked the crew outside for help, They turned a deaf ear. Just kidding. They were all injured by themselves trying to commit suicide. How could they ask Dr. Zhou to treat them? Just leave them to their own devices. Everyone returned to their rooms dejectedly, licking each other's wounds. However, many people unanimously looked at the deepest room inside. The last people to board the ship, the stowaways, lived there. At the beginning, they did not know that there was someone stowaway on the boat. So I just blamed the harshness of Zhang Yi and other people on board for the problem of not having enough to eat every day. But now the truth came out, and they realized that their food had been stolen by the thief. They couldn't eat enough because parasites appeared in the cabin. The resentment was suddenly ignited, especially when it's time to put away the meal. This emotion becomes particularly intense. This was not the first time they fought today. They started fighting at breakfast and again at lunch. Chapter 842, Grouped Together. In the lower cabin, restlessness is slowly spreading. When everyone was hungry, they happened to find parasites that had stolen their food around. The emotion could not be described in any other way than hatred. It's all those damn stowaways. If it weren't for them, we would be doing fine. Where can I be like now? Not having enough to eat, and being beaten severely. If only they hadn't come on board. Speaking of which, it seems that the woman named Zhu put them there intentionally. Damn. That's a bitch too. It's all her fault for causing us so much suffering. Hush. Keep your voice down. After all, we still have to watch their faces to eat. Don't be overheard, and you'll be thrown into the sea to feed the sharks. Although people were angry in their hearts, they did not dare to take any further action. After all, there are armed forces such as Zhang Yi in charge. If they dare to start a large-scale fight again, they may be thrown into the sea to feed the sharks. But can you just endure it like this? They were frustrated and panicked. On the fisherman's gang side, Lu Dehai, Rongli, and Yu Gang were sitting in a corner, hiding themselves in the darkness. Lu Dehai's fierce eyes shone as sharp as a knife in the shadows. After the end of the world, they had already killed people, and their ferocious aura made ordinary people afraid to approach them. Lu Dehai looked in the direction of the stowaway guest room with gloomy eyes. We must find a way to deal with these bullies. Otherwise we will never get the food we deserve, Lu Dehai said coldly. Rongyi and Yu Gang looked at him. Brother, this matter is not easy to handle. This is on a ship. If we do whatever we want, we may be punished by the people above. Lu Dehai took a deep breath and punched the bedboard angrily. I know it too. No need for you to remind me. Lu Dehai was filled with anger. If possible, he really wanted to have a serious fight with those people. However, it is very difficult to achieve this goal. Relations between other passengers on board were average. The stowaways seemed to realize that something was wrong with their situation. So they gathered together and became the most powerful force in the bottom cabin. They are like male elephants without tusks. But they are the most aggressive. Dissatisfaction spread throughout the lower cabin. But no one resented Zhang Yi and the crew. They have a better target. And that is the stowaways. At this time, in the room where the stowaways were, the hatch was locked tightly and blocked with debris from the inside. Among this group of people, there are people from many countries, but most of them can speak fluent British, and some are proficient in Chinese. There were 22 people in total. The atmosphere in the room was extremely solemn at this time, and everyone gathered near a bed in the middle, and among them were 3 men. It can be seen from their positions that the leader is a man in his 50s with long gray hair sitting on the bed. He comes from the country of Marais and is a real estate tycoon who started out in a gang named Zaku. And next to him were 2 other people. A man with a slim figure, dark skin, and a height of over 1.9 meters is a Sanda athlete named Alode. There is another person who is only about 1.7 meters tall, has wild hair, and brown skin. He is a Muay Thai boxer named Yamit. These 3 people are now the 3 leaders of the stowaway gang. From the very beginning when they boarded the ship, such a force was secretly formed. The purpose is to have the power to resist if someone discovers it one day in the future. The room was dimly lit, and Zaka held a grass root pulled from a mat in his mouth. He was a heavy smoker. But before boarding the ship, everyone was strictly inspected, and weapons, communication equipment, and even tobacco were confiscated. This is the only way he can satisfy his addiction to cigarettes. Mr. Zaku, the atmosphere on this ship is very wrong now. I think those pigs want to attack us. What should we do? Alode frowned and asked Sakuta worriedly. There are more than 100 people in the bottom cabin, and their number is less than 1/5. Now that the identity of the stowaways has been exposed, others must resent them for taking away the food that belongs to them. Once this emotion breaks out and a fight breaks out, they will be outnumbered. The other stowaways in the cabin also looked worried, fearing that they would follow in the footsteps of those neon people. Unexpectedly, after Zaku heard this, he glanced at Hoarded with a raised brow, and then laughed. "What? Are you scared?" Zaku asked with a smile, his face full of calmness and calmness. As a famous gang leader in Mirai, he has seen all kinds of big scenes. He had kept a low profile before because he didn't want to attract the attention of Zhang Yi and others. But now his identity has been exposed. And Zhang Yi also made it clear that he didn't want to care about what happened in the cabin below. Then, he will no longer restrain himself. Upon seeing this, Hoarded quickly complimented Mr. Zaku. "What are your plans? We all listen to you." A group of wallflowers had no idea of their own, so they had no choice but to follow Zaku. "Yes, Mr. Zaku. Tell us what we should do. As long as we survive, we will listen to you." Zaku narrowed his eyes. "Well, from today on, I will let them know who is the real king in this cabin. Wait until it's time to put on the meal in the evening." Xie Changming came over carrying a rice pail as usual. Although the living conditions in the bottom cabin were the worst, Zhang Yi did not let anyone treat them like livestock. Food is still provided based on the number of people. The food in each room is strictly separated, more or less according to the number of people. Xie Changming came down, put the food in buckets, and then shouted that it was time to eat. In each room, people responsible for collecting food came over and wanted to take away the food in their respective rooms. But at this moment, everyone heard footsteps coming from the back of the cabin. Crash. Everyone in the aisle looked over subconsciously. Then, they saw a burst of dark clouds walking quickly towards this side. Zaku put his hands in his pockets and walked at the front with an expressionless face. His left and right hands, Hoarded and Yamet, followed with fierce expressions on both sides. At this time, the stowaways completely disguised themselves in private, especially the terrifying aura from Zaku's gang, which immediately made many people retreat in fear. Lu Dahai was responsible for fetching meals in their room. Seeing the appearance of Zaku and others, he had a premonition that something was not good. "Why do you bring so many people here to get a meal?" he asked cautiously. Chapter 843, Trapped Beast Fight. Lu Dahai just asked a question. Unexpectedly, what was waiting for him was a fierce knee kick from Muay Thai fighter Yamet. Although Lu Dahai's physical fitness was good, he was hit so hard by a professional Muay Thai boxer that he straightened up like a shrimp and fell to the ground groaning in pain. Zaku came over, picked up a stack of dinner plates, and then aimed at Lu Dahai's head and smashed it down. Boom! Bang! 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 Lu Dahai's head was smashed and bleeding. His eyes were filled with stars. His ears were ringing, and he was already fainting. Zaku didn't stop, but continued to hit his head hard. He didn't hold back at all. He looked like he wanted to kill someone. That kind of ruthless action made everyone present so scared that they dared not speak. Ron Lei and Yu Gang heard the noise and ran out. When they saw Lu Dahai being beaten, they cursed and rushed forward. As a result, Hoarded and Yamet came over and fought with them directly. Although the two fishermen have good physical fitness, they are still far behind professional fighters. What's more, the stowaways also had other helpers, and fists and feet rained down on them. Soon the three brothers were beaten so badly that they fell to the ground like dead dogs. "You? Stop fighting." Some people couldn't stand it anymore and came over to try to dissuade them. "If you continue to fight, the people above will be alerted." After hearing this, Zaku stopped. He threw the dinner plate in his hand on the ground and spat on Lu Dahai's head. Then he put his hands on his waist and said to everyone with great arrogance, "Starting today, the order in this cabin will be re-established. From now on, I have the final say. Every day when the food is delivered, we have to eat it first. Remember? These are the rules." Everyone was frightened by the atrocities committed by the stowaways just now. Although he was very angry inside, no one wanted to stand out and be the leader at this time. Zaku signaled to his two men, and they immediately walked over greedily, selected 2 barrels of the best food, and took them away. Some people were very excited when they saw how powerful Zaku was, feeling as if they had huge power and could control other people in the cabin at will. So he walked over and wanted to get more food. However, Zaku gave him a cold look, indicating that he should not do this. The man stepped back angrily. But today, they have harvested twice as much food as usual and can finally have a full meal. Zaku stepped over Lu Dahai and walked to their room arrogantly. There were more than 100 people in other rooms around, but no one dared to stand up and say a word. It wasn't until the stowaways disappeared into the corridor that anyone looked at the remaining buckets of food. The food that was not much was already taken away by the stowaways. In other words, the remaining food was even less edible. In the past, they had some kind of tacit agreement not to snatch these foods. But this time the situation has changed. There are quick hands and slow hands. And no one dares to gamble. Not knowing who started it, almost everyone in the room rushed towards the remaining food. Roaring, wailing, and violence spread wantonly throughout the corridor. Lu Dahai and the other two were beaten until they were almost unconscious. In the end, several of their fishermen friends tried their best to drag them out of the crowd, preventing them from being trampled to death. People in other rooms did not dare to take action against the ferocious Zaku and others. Instead, they started fighting among themselves over the food. Stowaway gang. No one expected that today would go so smoothly. There were more than 20 of them, and they suppressed more than 100 other people. I watched helplessly as they picked out the best food and beat people. But they didn't even dare to fart. Zaku sat on the bed and ate a big meal. And the others also had a full meal for the first time. Their trust in Zaku became deeper and deeper. And they strengthened their belief in following Zaku. Alode held his jaw and walked over to Zaku and complimented him. Mr. Zaku, you are really amazing. Just by relying on his momentum, he scared others into not wanting to move. Hearing this, Jagu sneered proudly. Those people are all sheep. As long as you are cruel enough, they won't have the guts to resist. He said that he raised his fists and came out to fight, relying on his momentum and brains. No matter how big the flock is, they don't dare to resist when they encounter lions. They will just scatter and run away. Then they wait for the lion to finish hunting. And they are thankful that they are not the one being preyed upon. Then forget the danger and continue eating grass happily. Everyone agreed. Maybe they can figure it out. But how many people can do it? The younger brother, who had planned to take more food, asked in confusion. Now that we've scared them, why not take all the food away? Some were left for them. Zaku looked at the others. Some of them were thoughtful and seemed to understand what Zaku was doing. But most people held their stomachs. Obviously this meal could not make up for the long-term hunger. Hunger made them all want more food. Zaku explains not to corner those at the bottom. Even people in our gang usually leave a way for others to fall back on. Otherwise, even a sheep would not know what it would do after being forced into a desperate situation. However, he smiled insidiously. As long as I left them a little hope of survival, they would not have the courage to resist me. The people around him looked enlightened. Mr. Zaku, you are really amazing. With you here, we won't have to worry about having enough to eat in the future. Fortunately, we have a big man like you to lead us. Zaku sat cross-legged on the bed, enjoying the compliments of the people around him. Don't be too careless. At least there are still unstable factors. His eyes slowly looked upward. As if through the deck, he could see the middle cabin and upper cabin above. The armed forces above are currently something we cannot afford to offend. Try not to make things too big. And don't kill people if you can. In this way, we can reach the other side safely and get a chance to survive. Everything he did was actually a gamble. The bet is that Zhang Yi will not care about the little fights below. Zaku is pretty accurate when it comes to judging people. Zhang Yi maintained a sense of indifference towards these people on the ship from beginning to end. Unless things got serious and made Zhang Yi feel upset, he didn't care about the life or death of the people in the bottom cabin. It all depends on fate. What we can do now is to give it a try. Only by showing enough ferocious power will others be afraid. Chapter 844, Change Your Way of Life. Lu Dahai, Ronglei, and Yu Gang were beaten to death, and their heads were bleeding. The people on the ship saw that they were pitiful and planned to ask for help and let the doctors on the ship treat them. But he was quickly stopped by others. Are you crazy? If the people above know that there is such a mess here, who will be responsible if something goes wrong? But it was obvious that those who came here smuggled and made the first move. So we are taking advantage of it. Reasonable? Uh-huh. Do you think those people care about our life and death? From the very beginning, the captain named Zhang knew that we were running short of food, so he had no intention of taking care of it. We're lucky if someone can give us a ride. So don't cause trouble. What if we all get thrown off the boat if we offend someone? The people on the ship, in the spirit of doing more than doing less, firmly disagreed with finding a doctor for Lu Dahai and the three of them. In addition to the stowaways, most of the people on board were Huaxi nationals and overseas Chinese. In their bones, they have the fine qualities that have been passed down from Huaxi Kingdom for 5,000 years. They care about things that have nothing to do with themselves. And they do not die for their Taoist friends. After the persuasion of these people, the fishermen who originally planned to help Lu Dahai and the others find a doctor also hesitated. They also knew that the doctor was Zhang Yi's woman. How could such a noble person come to this dirty place to treat a few fishermen? Brothers, it's not that we don't want to help you. We also have difficulties. So please wish yourselves the best. Alas. Fisherman Huang Deshang sighed helplessly. There were a few people in their room who knew a little about emergency treatment, and they simply bandaged them with cloth. And the rest is up to God to arrange it. Maybe it was God who was pitiful. Or maybe it was because the 3 people were dying. But they all showed signs of improvement after lying there all night. In fact, this is not because they are lucky, but Zaku was measured when he took action. And veteran gang members all had their own unique skills. It looks like the attack is extremely fierce, as if it can kill others, but in fact it avoids the vital point. Zaku didn't dare to make a big deal out of things. He just wanted to establish his authority. But even so, Lu Dehai suffered a slight concussion, and had a headache that made him unable to get out of bed. Rongi and Yu Gang were slightly better than him, but they still hurt all over. Seeing that they were still alive, the people around them expressed some concern and no other expressions. Everyone is hungrier, too busy taking care of themselves, and not in the mood to care about others. But at this time, the flame of revenge in Lu Dehai's heart had burned fiercely, engulfing him whole. I don't even know how long I can live. So why should I let you bully me? Seeing the arrogant and domineering gang of stowaways in the bottom cabin, Lu Dehai felt an evil fire rising in his heart. This evil fire is not just directed at them. It was directed at the surrounding group of passengers, who were extremely cowardly, and did not know how to unite. Damn it. I stepped forward to help you seek justice, but you just hid behind and acted like a coward. You bastards. I can't spare you. But he can't resist now, because his injury was still serious, and he was very hungry. He had to eat first. Therefore, he pretended to be scared, and did not dare to continue to go against Zaku. That night, it was already deep, and the sound of waves lapping against the hull outside was so loud that it even covered up the snoring one after another in the cabin. Lu Dehai secretly woke up the 2 brothers. Come here. I have something to discuss with you. Rongi and Yu Gang have been brothers with Lu Dehai for many years. They knew what he wanted to do just by seeing Lu Dehai's scary eyes without Lu Dehai saying a word. The 3 people secretly got up from the bed and ran to the toilet. Brother, if you have anything to do, just say it directly. Are you going to kill those smugglers? Rongi has a bald head, a messy beard, and a fierce expression on his face. They had all killed people on Yanlu Island, and were very courageous. They had been beaten up by stowaways before, and they couldn't bear it. Lu Dehai said coldly, these tides have made us unable to eat enough. And now they are sitting on our heads to shit. I can't stand them anymore. I must kill them. Rongi was so happy that he almost couldn't hold back his voice. Hey, I've wanted to hack him for a long time. Damn it. If I don't kill him, the fire in my heart won't go away. I decided to change my way of life. Yu Gang asked how to hack him. He has so many people in his hands that just a few of us can't defeat them. Do we have to rely on those weaklings on the ship? Lu Dehai's eyes became fierce. Uh-huh. Them? Whoever wins will be helped. It's totally unreliable. The 2 of them looked confused. What should they do? Lu Dehai's sinister eyes were like a poisonous snake. The people he hated were Zaku's group of stowaways, and even the passengers who he stood up for but abandoned him. I have an idea. Listen. He lowered his voice and told the 2 of them his plan. After hearing this, the 2 of them had a look of astonishment on their faces. This? Can it be done? Do we really have to go to this point? Will something happen? Lu Dehai snorted coldly and said, if you are not ruthless, your footing will be unstable. They forced me to do this. Damn it. They didn't even dare to fart when we were being beaten. And now they are so polite to them. The 3 of them were not good friends. When Lu Dehai said this, the other 2 people immediately made up their minds. MD. Done it. A good death is better than a bad life. At noon the next day, it was time to distribute meals again. The cabins in the middle and upper decks are also calm and enjoy their high-quality meals. Ju Yunk and Sun Wanchi, on the other hand, were busy taking care of their children and had forgotten about the matters in the lower cabin. When the 2 saw Tommy crying, they realized that the child might be sick. So they had to find Joe Kier for help. Joe Kier checked Tommy and just took a look at his hygienic conditions to understand what was going on. Diapers should be changed frequently and washed frequently. Baby's skin is very delicate and can be susceptible to bacterial infection if not careful. Ju Yunk and Sun Wanchi looked at each other. After taking care of their children for more than 10 days, they have gradually lost their patience. At first, I could hardly control my child's good temper. People who have never raised children will not understand the pain. He will always want to be held, and will cry when he is hungry, pees, or has a bowel movement. And no matter how much he is persuaded, he will not get better. I often wake up in the middle of the night when I fall asleep, in order to take care of my children. It is difficult to get a good sleep. Ju Yunk and Sun Wenchi took turns, and both got dark circles under their eyes. The two of them were so exhausted that they wished they could just ignore everything, and just let go of everything. But the trouble was brought on board by Ju Yunk. Unless the eldest lady, who claimed to be a kind-hearted woman, strangled the child to death, she could only endure all this until landing more than a month later. Chapter 845 Fighting Bravely. It's time to put away the meal. This time, the stowaway gang came out a little later, but no one else dared to take action, but quietly looked at the end of the corridor. After a while, Zaku walked slowly towards this side, with a coat draped over his shoulders, and the roots of the straw mat in his mouth. Behind him, as usual, were a large group of people from the stowaway gang. Seeing everyone's docile appearance, Zaku was very satisfied. As before, his men stepped forward and picked out the two best portions of food. Others didn't even have the courage to approach them, but waited for them to leave before grabbing the biggest bucket of food. Nowadays, the distribution system has completely turned into snatching. With the first person who disrupts order, everyone else loses their collective morality. This is the broken window effect. Once someone can benefit from breaking the rules, the rules will only restrict the weak and incompetent. The weak follow the rules. The strong create new rules. After Zaku left with the smuggling gang, Lu Dahai winked at the two brothers. They took out a long and thin object from their arms. It was a dagger made by grinding the tip of a toothbrush. Cleaning items like toothbrushes were not searched strictly at first. After all, if you really want to kill someone, even a pair of socks can be used as a murder weapon. Lu Dahai once served in a prison cell, so he knew very well how powerful this thing was. The three people took the lead and walked towards the remaining rice pails. Seeing this, other people around them rushed over and tried to snatch it from them. Lu Dahai grabbed a man in his 40s and inserted a toothbrush into his cheek with his backhand. Poof! A sound. The sharp end of the toothbrush pierced his mouth. Although this thing was sharp, it was not as good as a knife. Because of this, Lu Dahai had to use more force. It also caused greater harm to the middle-aged man. He screamed in pain. Lu Dahai, however, had a murderous look on his face. He grabbed his neck and punched him twice in the throat. The middle-aged man's neck immediately turned red, and he fell to the ground. When other people around him saw this, their first reaction was astonishment, because in the past, the fishermen like Lu Dahai got along pretty well with them. It even makes people feel that this big and thick man is very righteous. Even before everyone decided to seek justice from Zhang Yi, it was Lu Dahai who was the leader. It was such a person who suddenly became vicious and attacked other people, which caught everyone by surprise. Lu Dahai, what are you doing? You are crazy. A businessman in the same room saw this and angrily accused him. Lu Dahai turned his head. The toothbrush in his hand was wet and dripping with blood. The blood was all over his arms and cheeks, making him look particularly ferocious. From now on, after their group of people take the food will be under my control. Lu Dahai slowly swept the crowd with a bloody toothbrush in his hand. His two brothers Rongli and Yu Gang were also holding toothbrushes, although the tip didn't have much edge. But no one would doubt that if it penetrated the neck, it could still take away a person's life. Lu Dahai, what are you doing? We are all compatriots. What is the difference between what you do and those who smuggle into the country? A man shouted heartbrokenly. Lu Dahai cursed rudely. You hack! Do this to me! You guys are just scoundrels and need to be dealt with. When I was being beaten, you would just watch. But now I understand. I can't treat you like a human being. If anyone disobeys me, I will kill him first. The toothbrush tips in the hands of the three people were pointed at one angry person after another. But these guys didn't dare to fight against Zaku and others when Lu Dahai took the lead. How could he have the courage to go against Lu Dahai and the others at this time? Everyone subconsciously stepped back. They secretly looked around, eager in their hearts for a hero to step forward and help them defeat the three of Lu Dahai. However, no one stood up to be a hero. They all chose to be turtles. These people all have a certain identity. There are experts in a certain scientific field, bosses of large companies, professors in universities, and the royal family of a small country. They have a noble status and feel that their lives are worth more than ordinary people. They are very smart and never stand out. But if people like this get together, The end result will just be that everyone swallows their anger. At the beginning, the only people who could stand up to help them take the lead were 3 fishermen, with low levels of education, and only passionate people. Lu Dehai couldn't help laughing when he saw how cowardly these grandsons were. Did you see that? These idiots are all cowards. Humph. Then just listen to me. From now on, I have to choose first when eating. In the stowaway gang's room, Zaku was eating, and heard the noise outside. He just smiled mockingly. So soon they started fighting among themselves? But this is okay. It would be better if I could kill a few more people. Anyway, Zhang Yi doesn't care who lives or dies among these people. He is only responsible for providing ration food. The more people die by then, the easier it will be to solve the food supply problem. Seeing that these cowards did not dare to resist at all, Lu Dehai felt extremely proud. And at the same time, he also felt a strong sense of sadness. There were only 3 of them. As long as these people swarmed up, they would stab at most 2 people to death. And they would definitely be finished. But these people are so smart that no one is willing to take risks. In this way, Lu Dehai and the others were treated obediently. And they chose to be the silent lambs without even resisting. Lu Dehai curled his lips disdainfully, then walked over and picked up the 2 largest buckets among the remaining rice buckets. He planned to leave just like that. But he still felt uncomfortable. So he turned around again and spat fiercely into the other food buckets. This move made everyone's hair stand on end and their faces turn green. If you eat this meal, wouldn't it be the same as eating the saliva of Lu Dehai? A stinky fisherman? Regardless of what they thought, Lu Dehai carried 2 large buckets of rice and returned to their cabin with his 2 brothers with their heads held high. But now, the food in the entire bottom cabin was completely insufficient. There were originally 8 cabins in total, but now half of the food was suddenly reduced. But there were still about 100 people who had not eaten. The worst thing is that all the remaining buckets of rice were drunk by Lu Dehai, who deliberately retaliated against them. Hesitation leads to defeat. Some people were still hesitating whether to eat Lu Dehai's dirty saliva. But some people had already rushed over decisively to grab the food. So what if there is saliva? That's also rice. People have to eat to survive. Otherwise they will starve to death. Between survival and misophobia, they decisively chose the former. Chapter 846 Recruiting Troops. There was commotion again in the lower cabin. However, the 3 Lu Dehai brothers carried 2 large rice pails back to the cabin with smiles on their faces and returned to their berths. There were other people in the cabin as well. Seeing Lu Dehai and the others monopolizing so much food, some people snorted, expressing their disdain for the bandits. Some people were gulping down their saliva, and their hunger made them want to rush over and grab a bite of food. However, the very sharp toothbrushes in the hands of the 3 brothers were still there, and blood was still dripping from Lu Dehai's toothbrush. This made those people calm down. It is really difficult to snatch food from their hands. Others don't have the courage. Lu Dehai looked at them and knew what these people were thinking. He sneered again and again. Yesterday, he stood up for others, but was beaten so badly that he almost died. At that time, he had never seen these temporary neighbors helping him. Now of course, he would not give food to these people. Lu Dehai picked up the toothbrush, put it on his tongue and licked it. Scarlet blood flowed onto the tongue coating and then slid down the tip of his tongue. It looks weird and bloody, making people shudder. Lao Huang, come over and eat some together. Lu Dehai looked at the fisherman Huang Desheng not far away and took the initiative to say Lo to him. After they were beaten by Jiagu and others yesterday, it was Huang Desheng who dragged them back to the cabin. When Huang Desheng saw this, he hurried over and said, I won't be polite. Lu Dehai stuffed Huang Desheng with a white-faced steamed bun. Huang Desheng sat on the edge of the bed and started to eat it. Although there was only steamed bun porridge with green pepper and potato shreds for lunch, they tasted more delicious than abalone and lobster. Slowly, the stomachs of other people in the cabin began to growl. They didn't eat well yesterday, and it was even worse today, with half the food missing. Many people in the cabin did not grab anything, which made them miserable. The 2 fishermen next to him were friends of Huang Desheng, and they were also acquaintances with Lu Dehai and the others. They looked at each other, made a decision, and came to Lu Dehai together. Brother Lu, can you give us some food as well? We will follow you from now on. Lu Dehai raised his head and looked at the flattering smiles on their faces. Without saying anything, he took out 4 steaming white flour buns from the rice bucket and stuffed 2 into each hand. From now on, we will be our own people. Come, let's eat together. The 2 were overjoyed, and after thanking them profusely, they gathered around the rice pail and wolfed down the food. With the two people's precedent, other people in the cabin began to slowly gather here. Lu Dehai. Look, can you give us some food too? Said an entrepreneur in his 60s with gray hair. Snort. The corner of Lu Dehai's mouth curled up, and he looked at him coldly and said, Who do you think you are? It's also worthy of eating my food. What can you do? If I ask you to fight? Can you fight? You were there watching me while I was being beaten. And now you want to come over and ask for food. Are you dreaming? The old entrepreneur trembled. But when he was about to say something more, he saw Lu Dehai's murderous eyes. He was suddenly too frightened to speak any more and hid behind him in fear. But there are also bold ones. Several young people were very clever. They saw what Huang Desheng's two friends did. So they also came to Lu Dehai. Brother Lu, we want to follow you in the future. These people have been getting along with Lu Dehai for a while, and they know everything about them. Lu Dehai glanced at them and dared to fight. The two said decisively, Dare you! Snort. Lu Dehai dismissed it. These two guys are the second generation of rich people. They are very clever and agree readily. In fact, when it comes to employing people, they don't know what to do. But Lu Dehai didn't expose them. Instead, he threw a steamed bun to each of them and allowed them to come and eat together. In this way, gradually, 7 or 8 adult men in the cabin gathered and joined Lu Dehai's team. This is what Lu Dehai wants. Others can be robbers and steal food with their fists. So he can do the same. Most of the people in the cabin are useless sheep anyway. Wouldn't it be a shame for him to become a sheepdog instead of a wolf? Soon, through this method, the number of people under Lu Dehai increased rapidly. Slowly, 2 big forces formed in the cabin. One is a stowaway gang led by Zaku, and the other is a fisherman gang led by Lu Dehai. They say they are gangs, but they are actually 2 groups of refugees who rack their brains every day for food and drink. As for the others, those who did not join these 2 teams could only pick up some leftovers when eating, and even had nothing to eat. And do the people above know all this? Of course they know, but they didn't care. Zhang Yi just told Lao Tian that if those people dared to make things worse, they would directly use firepower to clear the ground. So, how can we make a big fuss? Lao Tian asked. Zhang Yi laughed casually and said it would be a big deal if it disturbed me while sleeping. Lao Tian immediately understood. Zhang Yi's words were a joke, but they also meant that he didn't care about the people in the bottom cabin at all. In other words, Lao Tian can make his own judgment, and Zhang Yi doesn't care whether those people are dead or alive. As for Zhu Yonk and Sun Wanqi, what are these 2 kind-hearted young ladies, angels comparable to the Virgin Mary, doing? They were being tortured to death by Tommy. Because of their negligence, Tommy suffered from fever and skin infection. After seeking Zhang Yi's opinion, Zhou Qier gave the child medicine. But the only way to eliminate this kind of problem is to take better care of Zhu Yonk and Sun Wanqi in the future, so as not to make the same mistake again. The 2 of them were educated by Zhou Qier and felt very guilty. But at the same time, I felt tired. Child. What a troublesome thing. Both women made up their minds at almost the same time that they would never have children again. But they can't get rid of the burden of choosing the next step. So they still have to continue taking care of their children. As for the situation in the bottom cabin, they had no time to pay attention to it. They did not know that it was precisely because of what they did that a large number of casualties occurred in the bottom cabin, leading to a horrific tragedy. 3 days passed quickly. On the sea, such a small amount of time is nothing. Zhang Yi just strolls on the boat every day, paying attention to whether there are any signs of sea beasts nearby. The rest of the time he was in the room, studying calligraphy with Zhou Qier. But in the bottom cabin, every minute and every second is fatal suffering for many people. Chapter 847 Don't be impulsive. The establishment of the group led to the rapid deterioration of the living environment in the bottom cabin. Originally, there was just a shortage of food for everyone, and we couldn't have enough to eat every day. But at least we could make ends meet. Later, when they broke up, everyone no longer restrained themselves and began to use force to snatch food. This naturally leads to survival of the fittest. Older people, women with less physical strength, and younger children were the first to be eliminated from this group of people. Some people even went 3 days without getting any food. Gangs of stowaways and fishermen control most of the food. However, there is still a clear line between them. People in stowaway gangs distrust outsiders and stick to their own group. But Lu Dehai actively recruits new members. As long as he thinks that the force is enough and can be used in a fight, he will absorb it into his gang. Slowly, his men began to outnumber the stowaway gang. This also gave Zaku a certain sense of crisis. What he fears most is that in the bottom cabin, the Huashi people unite. So he changed his style of play and decided to have a try with people like Lu Dahai. On the fourth day, it was time to distribute meals again. Zaku and others only sent a few men over to collect food this time. The leader was Muay Thai fighter Yemet, followed by two young guys. People in other cabins looked at them through the cracks in the doors. Some people have been hungry for several days. Their faces are haggard. Their skin is yellow. And even their eyes are glowing green. They stared at these three people. Fearful. But also had an inexplicable emotion surging. But when the two came to the food, they did not take away the best 2 buckets of food as before. Yemet spoke very poor Britannia and asked his 2 younger brothers to guard the food and not allow anyone to come near. Then he walked to the cabin where the fisherman gang was. The people from the fisherman's gang blocked the door and stared at him unkindly. Yemet shouted to ask your boss to come out. Mr. Zaku wants to see him. In the room. After Lu Dahai heard this, a cold smile appeared on his lips. Rongi's face is not kind. You just want to see him? Lu Dahai stopped him. Ah, Rong. Don't always be so impulsive. He sat on the bed, looked at Yemet, suddenly smiled and said, Tell Mr. Zaku. I will be there later. Then hurry up. After Yemet finished speaking, he turned around and left. But his 2 younger brothers guarded the food and did not allow anyone to approach. This attitude suddenly made many people anxious. What do they mean? Won't let us eat? This is establishing authority. Are they really going to push everyone over the edge? Even the most cowardly person will become angry out of despair in the face of life and death. Lu Dahai took out the sharpened toothbrush from under the bed, and then secretly stuffed it into his sleeve. The rest of the fisherman gang gathered around Brother Dahai. That Zaku must have bad intentions. You can't go there. Yes. The worst case scenario is that you have to fight with them. Lu Dahai did not speak. How could he still not know the fighting power of the people around him? They screamed loudly. But when the fight actually started, most of them would be so frightened that they would kneel down and beg for mercy. Zaku is a true gang member. And he has several very capable characters under his command. If we go head to head, just relying on these few of them will definitely not be enough. It's okay. I'll go talk to him and see what he wants. Lu Dahai walked out of the crowd. And others naturally followed him. Now that Lu Dahai is here, they can gather together and have a full meal. If something happens to Lu Dahai, they may have to return to their previous state of not having enough to eat. So naturally, they have to follow Lu Dahai now, not wanting anything to happen to him. A large group of people came to the cabin of the stowaway gang. When the stowaways saw this scene, they immediately blocked the door. Mr. Jagu said that only Lu Dahai would be allowed in. When Rongi and others heard this, they immediately became anxious. If Lu Dahai goes in, he will be alone and facing a gang of more than 20 stowaways. It only takes a moment to kill him. This can't be done. What are your intentions? Rongi pointed at that person and yelled angrily. Lu Dahai raised his hand disapprovingly. It's okay. Since Mr. Zaku wants to see me, I will go there alone. Don't worry. They won't touch me. Deep in Lu Dahai's eyes, there was a dark tide surging. Lu Dahai has said this, so it is naturally not easy for others to stop him. The gatekeeper opened the door a crack and let Lu Dahai walk in alone. Then the door clicked shut. As soon as Lu Dahai entered the door, before he could see clearly what was going on inside, someone kicked his legs hard. The whole person fell to his knees with a thud. 2 big hands came over, grabbed his hair, cut his hands behind his back, and pinned him to the ground. Lu Dahai's nose bled from hitting the ground so hard. But he struggled and shouted that you can't kill me. You can't kill me, Mr. Zaku. If you make a big mess, you won't get any good results. Are you really not afraid of those people above? Don't forget that you came here smuggled in. He is from Huashu country like us. Kill us and cause a big mess. Guess whether he will turn toward you or us. In the cabin, Zaku was sitting on a bench, surrounded by his younger brothers. He looked down coldly at the tan fisherman in front of him, as indifferently as a lion staring at its prey. Jagu stood up from the stool, then took off the belt on his trousers, walked up to Lu Dahai, and tied a knot around his neck with the belt. Then the belt tightened, dragging him along the ground. Lu Dahai soon fell into the dilemma of suffocation, and his facial expression turned red due to congestion. Ferocious and terrifying. No. Don't want. Zaku turned a deaf ear and dragged him back and forth on the ground for a long time. Only when Lu Dahai was about to die finally did he let go. Ahem. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Dahai rolled his eyes and coughed desperately. Jagu stared at him and said coldly, You guy has been in a lot of limelight recently. With so many people around me. Are you planning to go against me? Xiaogu's expression seemed to be a smile, but not a smile. He looked at Lu Dehai with murderous intent. If it weren't for Lu Dehai mentioning Zhang Yi and others, he would really have planned to kill this thorn today. Prevent your gang from being destroyed by this guy in the future. Ahem. Cough cough cough. We just want to live. Mr. Zaku. The food is completely enough for the two of us to survive. Now I can eat enough every day. So there is no need to fight against you. No matter who it is. Maintaining the status quo is the best course of action. Even if you kill me, someone else will show up. So it's useless for you to kill me. On the contrary, it would be in your best interest to keep me and cooperate with you. Chapter 848, Heartburn. Xiaogu narrowed his eyes, hesitating whether to kill Lu Dehai or not. But as Lu Dehai said, now, they are the bosses in this bottom cabin and have enough food. There is no need to take unnecessary risks. But once the killing started, it attracted the attention of the superiors. Even the captain named Zhang doesn't care about the life and death of the people at the bottom. But in the final analysis, he has a closer relationship with these Huaxi people. If there was a conflict between the two gangs, the Stowaway gang killed the Huaxi people. Even if it is just due to human considerations, it is almost self-evident who he will turn to. When people have nothing, they can have nothing to worry about. But after eating a full meal, it is not so easy to risk one's life. Xiaogu stares at Lu Dehai to cooperate. That's interesting. Come and tell me, what kind of cooperation method do you plan to use? Lu Dehai took a few deep breaths with difficulty to calm himself down. From now on, the two groups of us will take charge of the food distribution in the bottom cabin. You first. We will follow. As long as we stick together, no one else can make any waves. By then everyone will be able to eat and drink well. Isn't it better than being wary of each other now? In order to dispel Xiaogu's doubts, Lu Dehai continued to say that we are all here to eat. Who wants to risk his life? Xiaogu stared into Lu Dehai's eyes. Silence. He did not respond to Lu Dehai's proposal. This kind of silence brings great pressure to people. Lu Dehai's heart was also beating fast. But he must pass this level. After a while, the cabin door was opened, and Lu Dehai walked out of the room with a calm expression. Rongi, Yu Gang and others quickly gathered around and saw Lu Dehai had injuries on his face, and quickly asked him if he was okay. I'm fine. This level is over. Everyone, go back. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at this time. In other cabins, those watching the excitement felt extremely disappointed. They were all eager to let Lu Dehai and his group fight to the death with the stowaways. It would be best if they all died. In this way, the people who bullied them will disappear, and there will be enough food. When Lu Dehai passed by other cabins, he could naturally see the expressions of those people. He could guess what these people were thinking, and he couldn't help but have a sarcastic sneer on his lips. After returning, Lu Dehai said to Rongi and Yu Gang, I knew that those people didn't dare to touch me. They now have no shortage of food and drink. And what they fear most is that they will die. I can see that Captain John has his principles. As long as we don't seek death, he won't interfere with our affairs. But if anyone touches his bottom line and causes him trouble, he will kill us like a chicken. Zaku doesn't have the guts to kill anyone here. One person happily said that things are better now. As long as we live in harmony with the group of stowaways, we won't have to worry about food and drink. Lu Dehai glanced at him coldly and said nothing. He, Rongi, and Yu Gang had an unusual taste in their eyes. Keeping things quiet is not their way of doing things. They were beaten up by Zaku and others that day, and almost beat them to death. They would never forget this grudge. They have spent their whole lives killing fish at sea, and their hearts have long been colder than the knives used to kill them. In the next 2 days, the relationship between the stowaways and the fisherman gang was very harmonious as promised. The stowaways were given first priority in picking out the food, while the fisherman gang just took 2 portions later. But this makes food even more scarce for the already hungry passengers in other cabins. God knows how they survived these 2 days. Some even didn't eat a grain of rice for 3 days. The struggle and despair make some people unable to bear it anymore. Some people suppressed the fear in their hearts and ran to Lu Dehai, begging him to give them some food. Boss Lu, we didn't help you in the past because we had no conscience. We already know that we are wrong. So just show your noble hand and give us a way to survive. A group of people gathered outside Lu Dehai and their cabin, kneeling on the ground and begging bitterly. Lu Dehai sneered and asked why you didn't go begging those stowaways, but came to beg me? Several people looked at each other and said that we are compatriots and they are outsiders. Lu Dehai laughed. So his compatriots are easier to bully, right? He suddenly pointed at those people and his expression changed. You are just a bunch of cowards. If you don't have the guts to be aggressive with them, just kneel down and beg me to have mercy on you. But it's too late. I have no sympathy for you at all. Get out of here. Lu Dahai gave the order, and a group of thugs immediately came over to chase him away. The group of people cried for their fathers and mothers because they didn't have enough to eat. They were beaten very miserably, and their blood flowed all over the floor. When the people in other cabins saw this, they were all furious. They hated Lu Dahai very much. In contrast, it was Zaku and others who were the instigators, and they did not hate it so much, because outsiders bully them. They think it is natural. But Lu Dahai was from Huashu country like them, so they thought Lu Dahai was a scumbag. These people have probably forgotten that when they were in the country, most of the miscellaneous people they encountered were their own compatriots, and most of the wealth in their own hands was obtained by squeezing and deceiving their compatriots. It is simply ridiculous to think about blood ties now. This side of the stowaway cabin, when Jagu saw Lu Dahai letting people beat his compatriots, a sarcastic smile appeared on his lips. They just like to fight in the nest. Fight. Fight. The deeper the conflict between Lu Dahai and the people in other cabins, the more at ease Zaku felt. In this way, the fisherman gang poses much less threat to them. That night, Lu Dahai's cabin was pitch black, with some light shining through the portholes, making it difficult to see the real person. Just vaguely, there were many people gathering in the cabin. In the middle of several beds, there were 7 or 8 people sitting on the ground. These people are representatives from each cabin. The 3 brothers Lu Dahai were also sitting in the middle. Lu Dahai glanced at the face that everyone could not see clearly, and a pair of sinister eyes exuded a frightening murderous aura. How are your cabins doing now? Lu Dahai's voice was extremely low. But after he asked this question, the others couldn't bear it anymore and began to complain. Brother Lu, the people in our cabin are starving to death. There are a few women who are only 1 step away from the Lord of Hell. If this continues, at least half of the people in this cabin will die. We really can't hold on any longer. Otherwise we wouldn't come here to beg you. We also know that what we did was not authentic at the beginning. Please give me a way to survive. After Lu Dahai heard what they said, he said coldly that I am not the one who doesn't give you a way to survive. Have you forgotten who is the reason why we don't have enough to eat? Chapter 849 The Edge of Death. Lu Dahai's words reminded everyone. At first, Zhang Yi provided them with enough food. It was because Zhu Yonk secretly let in more than 20 stowaways that everyone could not eat enough. It was also Zaku's group who took the lead in using violence to occupy a large amount of food. Although Lu Dahai is hated, he is not the culprit. You mean? Those people? But they are too powerful. Us. Don't dare to provoke me. A bald man sighed helplessly. Lu Dahai sneered and said if he couldn't offend them, he would just wait to starve to death. There was a young man next to him who was so angry that he couldn't live any longer and was afraid of a bird. If they hadn't taken over our food, everyone would have been able to live well. Some people are timid, but it won't be good if things get serious. People will die. Besides, there are still people taking care of it. So I'm afraid something might happen. It is better to be more prudent. It is better to do less than to do more. Someone else cursed. How can I endure it now? If you endure it any longer, your life will be gone. Lu Dahai didn't say a word. Just watched them talking. Finally, someone thought of Lu Dahai. Brother Lu, can you give us an idea? You are the most capable. As long as you can keep us alive, we will listen to whatever you say. Yes. Yes. We listen to Brother Lu. What Lu Dahai was waiting for was their words. He glanced at everyone and said slowly that this matter could not be resolved peacefully. Everyone knows in their hearts that if there are too many monks and too little food, some people will starve to death. If you want to live, you have to make it impossible for them to live. He leaned forward slightly, so that he could see the expressions on everyone's faces more carefully. At least we are compatriots, and we still have brotherhood. But those people won't be polite to you. It's as if I can still discuss it with you now. Do you dare to go find Zaku? A group of people looked at each other. How could they have the courage? A bold man said gloomily. You mean? Give them all. He gestured with his hand on his neck. Everyone else's heartbeats were beating much faster. Kill! This kind of thing is not unfamiliar to them. And many of them have blood on their hands. This is a common occurrence on Yenlu Island. But now they are on the Jin Feng. And they have many concerns in their hearts. If things get serious, the people above won't let us live. Lu Dahai raised the corner of his mouth and said something. The law does not blame the public. If it was one person, 2 people, they would throw us into the sea. But what if we unite and do it together? In this way, Even if the people above want to take action, they will still have concerns. Lu Dahai's words were just to appease everyone and pull them into the water together. He is very courageous, and he must avenge Zaku for beating him. Therefore, even if he has to risk being killed by Zhang Yi, he will do this. You decide whether to do it or not. Lu Dahai crossed his arms and waited for the others' answers. His old spirit was there, looking indifferent. Anyway, even if this group of people chickens out, he still has the say in food. On the contrary, the people in other cabins were starving to death, and they couldn't afford to wait. A bunch of people looked at me, and I looked at you, and finally someone took the lead to express his stance. Hack you. A man patted his thigh and said fiercely that I don't want to live a day like this in fear. There is still a long way to go back, and we can't always be shy. The more tolerant we are, the less we will have enough to eat. They have food and drink every day. The longer it takes, the more we will suffer. Is it possible that we really have to put our lives at the mercy of others? His words woke up many people. Nowadays, Jagu and others are still wary, so they only took away 2 buckets of food. But if things go on like this, they will definitely grab more and more. They understand the greed of human nature better than anyone else. And everyone here is smart. Of course, when thinking about this issue, everyone subconsciously glanced at Lu Dahai. Jagu is this kind of person, so why not Lu Dahai? But so far, Zaku is the person they have the most hope of dealing with, because they can win over Lu Dahai to deal with Zaku. And because of position issues, they were unable to win over Zaku to deal with Lu Dahai. Then do it. Anyway, if you continue to delay, you will die. A group of people got bloody and decided to fight the stowaway gang. Brother Lu, when shall we take action? The main force is naturally the fisherman gang headed by Lu Dahai. Lu Dahai raised his eyelids. Tomorrow, Sunday, is the day to eat meat. Zaku will definitely bring people over to protect the food. Go back and prepare whatever you want. Wait until I give the signal. Everyone come together. Speaking of this, Lu Dahai's eyes suddenly turned sinister. At that time, anyone who dares to leak the news will be regarded as a traitor, or he may be too reckless during the fight. Hey, Lu Dahai, will stab him to death before I die, Lu Dahai said, raising the toothbrush in his hand that was polished every day. There was still black blood on it, which made people feel fearful. No, we are not that kind of people. When the time comes, whoever doesn't fall in love will be the grandson. Yes, if anyone dares to be a traitor or hide to pick fruits, I will be the first to let him go. After the meeting, everyone quietly returned to their cabins. In the darkness, they woke up the people in the cabin one by one and informed them of tomorrow's actions. Be quiet and don't make any noise. Going to fight? But how to fight? There isn't even a stick to be found here. Wrap clothes in your hands and twist socks into ropes. When the time comes, you will kill me. Use any means that can kill people. At night, in the thick darkness, each cabin began to use their imagination to create all kinds of weapons that could be used to kill people. Lu Dahai was leaning against the wall, holding his toothbrush in his hand, his eyes open and not sleepy at all. He huddled himself in the corner. This position was very safe. Even if he suddenly got into a fight with someone, he could guarantee that he would not be attacked from behind. He fought many times and killed people for food on Yinlu Island. But essentially, he doesn't think he's a bad person. He was just trying to live, and there was nothing wrong with him. From the heart, if he can live a stable life, he is also willing to help others to stand out. This is the innate narrow sense of Ludong people. He hates evil as much as he hates it and kills with pleasure. He even experienced the passion and emotion of his ancestors. The night was as dark as ink, and he was like a quiet bat, waiting quietly in the darkness. Chapter 858 Bet Ad 1. The night passes and the day comes. The morning light on the sea was faint and not very bright. The cabin on the bottom was still dim, but I could barely see. Zhang Yi and Zhou Qier finished breakfast, and then they went for a walk on the deck. It had been more than 10 days since the voyage, and everything was calm. But Zhang Yi's intuition told him that the fin dragon must be there. There is always the calm before the storm. The terrifying and huge deep-sea monster was smart and did not attack rashly. Maybe it's waiting for the right opportunity. For example, a snowstorm is coming. This is a little troublesome for Zhang Yi. However, he has full confidence in his own strength. In a head-to-head confrontation, the fin dragon is no match for him. Otherwise, how can he be called the top master in the Jiangnan region? Lao Tian came over with his people and greeted Zhang Yi. Good morning, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Yi glanced at Lao Tian, smiled and said, "How are you on the boat lately? Is there any unusual movement?" Lao Tian thought for a while, and shook his head. They are all quite honest. That is, the few foreigners in the Yenlu group, who often chatter. It doesn't matter. After they land, send them to your base, and let them step on the generator, Zhang Yi said lightly. Lao Tian smiled and nodded yes. Oh, right. Have someone prepare the mop. We have to clean the cabin today. Lao Tian was stunned for a moment. We clean it every day. And the cabin is not dirty. A meaningful smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. He lay on the railing and looked at the end of the sea and sky in the distance. It will be useful. Lao Tian didn't know what Zhang Yi wanted to do, but he did as he was told. Zhang Yi and Zhou Qier circled the boat and planned to go back. By the way, how is the baby Zhu Yonk raised recently? Zhang Yi asked casually. Zhou Qier burst out laughing when he heard this. She shook her head helplessly. Those two people really regret it and want to die now. They are all the eldest ladies of official families, and they are used to being pampered and pampered. Others have always taken care of them. How can they take care of others? Not to mention the two eldest ladies. Even an ordinary person would have a headache with a 1-year-old child like that. The last time I went to see a doctor named Tommy, 2 people took care of him, which was terrible. Soon Wanqi washed his diapers while crying. Zhang Yi had a happy expression on his face. Although he is a man, he still likes to hear this kind of gossip occasionally. It is really interesting. Respect other people's fate, and give up the need to help others. Let's wait and see. It's at least a month and a half before we go back. Guess how long they can hold on. Zhou Qier understood that Zhang Yi would not help the two of them. Nor will I allow others to help. She thought about it, and sighed helplessly. I think it will take another half a month at most. They will collapse. Zhang Yi smiled, and said it won't take that long. I bet they will collapse within a week at most. Zhou Qier opened his eyes wide. Right? I think they haven't reached that level yet. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. And you will naturally know when the time comes. He turned to look at Zhou Qier and said playfully. How about we make a bet? See who guesses more accurately. Zhou Qier's big and smart eyes rolled around. And she said with confidence that I still stick to my opinion. What to bet on? Tell me. Zhang Yi smiled evilly. If I win, you will. He leaned into Zhou Qier's ear and said something. Zhou Qier's eyes widened. That kind of thing. It's impossible. Right? You have to try everything, and you have to believe in your potential. Zhou Qier analyzed it in his mind and felt that he had a greater chance of winning. Just bet. But if I win, you get it. The specific bet between the two is revealed in the book. In short, the two of them settled on it. On the way back, they bumped into Zhu Yonk and Sun Wanqi, who looked haggard. The two of them looked less refined now than before. You know, when you come, no matter how cold the weather is, Zhu Yonk must insist on wearing light makeup every day to maintain his image and temperament. But recently, in order to take care of the child, they couldn't sleep well all night long. So he always looks like he is mentally exhausted. Not to mention makeup. I'm afraid I haven't even changed my underwear for a long time. But if Fatty Sue was here, he would probably be more excited. Good morning, Miss Zhu. Miss Sue. Zhou Qier smiled and raised her hand to greet them. The two of them responded politely when they saw Zhou Qier. But when they looked at Zhang Yi, they were a little unhappy. As the captain, Zhang Yi can help them solve all the current problems with just a little help. But Zhang Yi deliberately didn't help them, as if watching a good show. Can the two eldest ladies give him a good look? Zhang Yi didn't care either, seeing them finishing their meal and going back to their rooms to eat. I suddenly asked, by the way, have you visited the lower cabin recently? Zhu Yonk and Sun Wanqi were slightly startled. There was a hint of confusion in their eyes. When had Zhang Yi ever cared about other people's affairs? Zhu Yonk frowned slightly. And then she remembered that there was something else. The last time, they kindly went to deliver food. They were completely frightened by the crazy hungry people. From then on, the two of them never dared to show their love again. And because of Tommy's illness, they had no time to take care of him. However, I think those people wouldn't starve to death, so it shouldn't be a big problem. I haven't been there in the past few days. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Zhu Yonk asked curiously. It doesn't matter if Zhang Yi spreads his hands. Speaking of which, this matter has nothing to do with me. After all, you are the one who brought it on board. Seeing as you are so leisurely, you must have solved their food problem. Don't worry. I'm too talkative. Zhu Yonk rolled his eyes at Zhang Yi. If you don't help me, you'll be mocking me in a weird way. Mr. Zhang, can't you be more generous? Zhang Yi raised his hands in surrender and said with a smile. Okay. Okay. I shouldn't ask. After he finished speaking, he took Zhou Qi and left. Zhu Yonk looked at his back, but vaguely felt that something was wrong. Could it be that something happened to them? Zhu Yonk went to the crew and asked about the situation below. The crew shrugged. What could happen to them? That is to say, fighting for a bite to eat. Are there any dead people? Zhu Yonk was a little worried. There should be no deaths. The crew member replied casually. If a person is dead, he will definitely not be able to hide in that closed environment. The smell was too obvious. Zhu Yonk felt relieved and said, Well, that's good. Chapter 851 Outbreak. Zhu Yonk and Sun Wanqi were on their way back. Sun Wanqi also asked Zhu Yonk, Sister, those people in the bottom cabin are so pitiful. Have you thought of how to help them? Zhu Yonk's mood became a little irritable. If she had a way, wouldn't she have used it long ago? Let's go back and discuss it with Mr. Zhang. If it doesn't work, I'll beg my uncle and ask him to come forward and talk to Mr. Zhang. She didn't want to go to Zhu Zheng for this kind of thing. She mentioned this kind of thing when she reported work to Zhu Zheng before. But Zhu Zheng showed complete indifference, and instead criticized Zhu Yonk for taking matters into his own hands. After all, that was the ruthless person who decided to exclude more than 10 million people from Blizzard City with a wave of his hand. He doesn't take human life seriously at all. But Zhu Yonk can't help it. She has no ability herself, and can only ask for help. If neither of them paid attention to her, she would probably hide under the quilt and make a bunch of little pearls. At noon, it's time to put out the meal. Everyone in the bottom cabin has been waiting for this moment. On the weekend, there is stew in the rice today. The fatty meat that they would never eat in peacetime is now the most delicious thing that everyone desires. The crewman guarding the door opened the chain, and a beam of light shot into the cabin from above. Xie Changming came out of the light and put bucket after bucket of food on the floor of the cabin. Since the last Yamada Masanami incident, he has lost his helpers and can only do it himself every time. Freshly prepared meals. The newly steamed rice is steaming with white smoke. The aroma of stewed meat instantly filled the entire dark and humid lower cabin due to the power of technology and hard work. The sound of swallowing saliva suddenly filled the air. I don't know how many pairs of eyes were staring at the food, and their eyes almost glowed green, like hungry wild dogs. But no one dared to run over and fight for it. They seemed to be waiting for something. Soon, the door to the last room in the cabin opened. Zaku, the leader of the stowaway gang, was also attracted by the smell of meat and walked out of the room. Behind him were 4 or 5 younger brothers. The long-term obedience to him in the cabin and Lu Dahai's show of weakness made him relax his guard. If a lion passes by a flock of sheep, will it consider that the sheep dare to attack it? When Zaku saw the bucket of stew, he couldn't help but swallowed several times. His pace quickened, and he hurried to the rice pail. His big black hairy hands didn't care about the heat, and he grabbed a large piece of stew and stuffed it into his mouth. The feeling of the hot fat filling his mouth almost made him tremble with happiness. This sense of happiness made him unaware of the murderous intentions around him. Lu Dahai and others appeared in front of the cabin door. He took out the toothbrush from his sleeve and quickly rushed to Zaku. Without shouting or warning, he just threw himself in front of Zaku and used all his strength to plunge the tip of his toothbrush into Zaku's neck. Things happened so fast that both Zaku and the younger brother behind him were distracted by the stew. Poof! The toothbrush pierced Zaku's neck directly, and blood spurted out. Zaku's mouth was filled with oil. The sudden pain made his eyes widen, and he suddenly fell to the ground. But this weapon was not a knife after all. It only penetrated a third of the way, which was not enough to be fatal. Without any hesitation, Lu Dahai sat directly on Zaku's body, pulled out the toothbrush and thrust it in again. Zaku's mouth was full of fat, and he didn't even scream. After struggling for a few times, there was no movement. When he died, his eyes were full of astonishment. He didn't expect that these cowardly sheep would actually dare to resist and have the guts to kill him. Not only was Zaku dumbfounded, the situation of the others was not much better. Even the other people who agreed to cooperate in overthrowing the stowaway gang looked blankly at Lu Dahai, who had blood on his face. They help whoever wins. If Lu Dahai hadn't eliminated Zaku cleanly, they might not have had the courage to rush forward at the critical moment. As for Zaku's younger brothers, they weren't much better. They were all frightened. After they woke up, their first reaction was to run back and scream. Ha ha! Ha ha! Lu Dahai laughed, and then roared violently. His eyes looked fiercely at the people watching in the cabin. At this time, everyone realized that Zaku was dead. although they cannot provide help in times of need. They have the traditional virtue of icing on the cake. The fisherman gang took out their own weapons one after another. Some used sharpened toothbrushes. Some used dismantled toilet seats. And some even dismantled a section of bed legs. As long as something could be used to kill people, they used their richest imagination to create the most vicious and cruel weapons in their minds. Kill! Romy roared and took the lead in charging. Dozens of them swarmed forward. But the few members of the stowaway gang couldn't resist at all, and they were all quickly thrown to the ground. Then all kinds of weapons came up. Blood spurted out as if it was free of charge. Blood inspires people's most instinctive ferocity. Those few minions were beaten to pieces on the spot, and their heads were not human-shaped. Lu Dahai walked to the front and shouted, "Kill all those vampires and get our food back." The people from the fisherman's gang rushed forward, and the others followed behind with red eyes. After being bullied for days, the emotions squeezed inside suddenly burst out. On the stowaway gang's side, someone had noticed something was wrong and quickly closed the door. "Mr. Zaku is dead. They want to kill us." "Block the door quickly." "Block it." They quickly threw everything that could stop them. But in the bottom cabin, Johnny had cleared away most of the dangerous things in order to prevent them from causing trouble. Apart from the bed, there wasn't even a detachable table inside. How could a single bolt stop so many people trying to kill them? The iron door was knocked open only twice before the latch broke. Lu Dahai held a bloody toothbrush in his hand and just glanced at the stowaways in the room. "Kill!" He didn't have any unnecessary nonsense. He just roared angrily. The two sides started a bloody melee. The people who are red-eyed about killing have only one thought in their minds at this time, which is to kill all these guys in front of them. After enduring hunger for more than 10 days, the suppressed hatred in their hearts was released in an instant, making them more terrifying than jackals. The members of the stowaway gang were not willing to wait for death, so they tried to find ways to fight back. But regardless of whether they were calculating or not, it was the fisherman's gang and the people in other cabins who were more prepared for this battle. They all had killing tools and wore thick clothes. Chapter 852 Panic. In the bottom cabin, the killing began. Toothbrushes were stabbed into the necks and eyes of one person after another, and wooden sticks were hit on the head and body. They don't have very good killing weapons, so their efficiency is very low. Even when people are fighting together, they can only choose to use clothes as weapons to strangle each other. This kind of close quarters fighting, a scene where a group of people are tightly entangled and rolling on the floor, is full of the most primitive blood. The people who were red-eyed by the killing were also shrouded in the fear of death deep in their hearts. At this time, many people can no longer even figure out who is the enemy and who is their comrade in arms. Their relationship was not very close to each other, and accidental injuries often occurred due to unfamiliarity with each other. Wails and screams filled the entire lower cabin. Above them, the people from the Yenlu group noticed something was wrong immediately. The shrill screams, like demons from H.L., kept coming from under the floor. The ferocious cry woke up some people who were still sleeping. What happened? Where did the sound come from? Below. Is the shouting below? Is there a fight? Many people quickly laid down on the floor to listen to the sounds below. Soon, their eyes widened. Killing below. The people in the Yenlu group were trembling with fear. Compared with the people in the bottom cabin, their living environment is very superior. There are plenty of food and heating supplies every day. Over time, they have long lost their understanding of death and chaos. It was only now that they recalled the horror on Rock Current Island. Che Haichung quickly got up from the floor. In order to claim credit, he rushed out of the door immediately, then came to the cabin door and smashed it with all his strength. Killing. There's killing below. At this time, most of the crew were still eating, and only a few crew members were patrolling. They have not yet discovered the tragic situation in the lower cabin. However, Che Haichung's cry attracted their attention. When a crew member heard the words, "killed," he frowned and walked over. Through the gap in the cabin door, he raised his gun and asked what was going on. "What were you shouting for?" Che Haichung stared and said with some horror, "There are murderers in the cabin below." At this time, the crew member listened carefully, and sure enough, he vaguely heard bursts of shrill shouts from below. He looked solemn and immediately returned to the control room. In the control room, the crew member responsible for monitoring was eating while leisurely crossing his legs and watching everything happening in the cabin. "A fight started?" asked the crew member who came over. As he spoke, he moved closer and looked at the scene on the surveillance screen. However, there was no look of panic or fear on his face. Instead, he slowly showed a weird smile, and then slowly sat down and watched it with a crew member who was watching the surveillance. Who were the people fighting? Were they the previous group of stowaways and the fishermen? Is not that right? I have long said that sooner or later they will have to fight. Sure enough. Hey. It looks like the fisherman gang has the upper hand. Not bad for being solid. As expected of a man from Ludong. At first, I was worried that he would get killed by those smugglers. Hey. That's so interesting. I thought those Nanyang guys who smuggled themselves in were quite capable. Unexpectedly, it was a group of frogs in the well. Croak. 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 Do you want to tell Boss Tion? Boss Tion is eating. Call him later. It looks like we have to fight for a while longer. Why are you anxious? The two of them didn't look anxious at all. They just sat in front of the surveillance video and quietly admired everything. In order to save face for Li Zhongyu and others. The middle cabin where the Yenlu group is located only has surveillance cameras installed in public areas such as corridors. But the bottom cabin was previously a storage area. So every space was monitored. It can be said that in recent times, everything that happened here has been completely controlled by the people on the ship. Maybe in the dark night. The details of their plan were not very clear. But every crew member on this ship is an experienced sailor and warrior. Just through some micro details, you can feel that there will be such a large-scale fight sooner or later. No one cared about the fight. Because everything was within their expectations. We can even say, except for Sun Wanshi, the most innocent and unafraid of the apocalypse. Everyone else had already expected what would happen today. On the top floor, Zhang Yi and Zhou Qir were wearing pajamas, enjoying breakfast leisurely, and watching programs on the big screen TV. Zhu Young Sun Wanshi was woken up by the child, and had already started her daily work of coaxing the child. Lao Tian and the other sailors were having breakfast, chatting about gossip to relieve their boredom. Occasionally, a live actor would come and perform a talk show. On the bottom cabin, the shouts of fighting were heartbreaking and terrifying. Killing like crazy. Everyone is killing like crazy. At the beginning, you can still clearly identify your own people and the stowaways. But after the fight, everyone was covered in blood. And there were no obvious signs. So accidental injuries abounded. There are also people who take advantage of the chaos to launch sneak attacks on people they usually dislike. A man picked up a bed leg and hit his boss on the back of the head. The boss never imagined that he would not die at the hands of a stowaway. But by the driver, he had always trusted. I'm sorry. Your wife and I have been together for a long time. The driver looked at his body lying on the ground and said coldly. In order to fear that his death was not thorough enough. The driver did not forget to stab him in the head more than 10 times. And he refused to stop until the beating was bloody and bloody. There are also people who simply made a wrong call. Because they are afraid of being discovered by others and being punished in the future. So they just kill their companions without stopping. Later, many people began to have mental breakdowns and would kill people they saw. The people of the Yenlu group felt this tragic situation most deeply. Many lay on the floor listening to the sounds. Some people covered themselves in quilts and shivered out of excessive fear. Don't come here. Haven't the people on the ship taken action to suppress it? They have guns. So they can surely put an end to the chaos. Right? But after fighting for so long, no gunfire was heard. Why haven't the people at the top taken action yet? In the rooms of Li Zhongyu and Zhang Weiwei, they and some children they were protecting on the island lived. Those were the students who were led by Li Zhongyu to Yanlu Island for vacation. Faced with such HL, Zhang Weiwei gently comforted the children and asked them to cover their ears and stop listening. She told Li Zhongyu that they had been beaten for so long, and they didn't know what the chaos was like. Why haven't Captain Zhang and the others taken action yet? At this time, the entrepreneur Marvin, who was on the bed opposite, was moving his legs to the window, taking his time to put on his sneakers. Perhaps this is the result they want. Chapter 853 The Secret. When Li Zhongyu and Zhang Weiwei heard what Ma Wenzheng was saying, they both looked at him. Li Zhongyu lowered his eyes and thought for a moment. He agreed with Ma Wenjing's words. Zhang Weiwei asked Mr. Ma in confusion. What do you mean by this? Are they just watching the people below doing whatever they want? Marvin was closing his eyes. And when he opened them again, his eyes were full of compassion. Our ship is like an isolated island with limited supplies. If I read it correctly, Mr. Zhang is a very rational person. He initially controlled the number of people on the ship to maintain balance on the ship, so as not to cause a shortage of survival supplies. However, he did not expect that the young lady surnamed Zhu took the decision without authorization, and added the burden of more than 20 people to him. He held up a finger, and it was about 12% over the limit. The proportion is very important. If we don't find a solution, maybe all of us on the boat will not be able to survive. Zhang Weiwei was not stupid. She immediately understood the meaning of Ma Wenjing's words. So, they deliberately allowed the following to kill to reduce the number of people on the ship. Ma Wenjing smiled slightly and said to be precise. This is called personnel optimization. Zhang Weiwei frowned. She felt this was a little cruel. It's just that she also experienced the crisis on Yinlu Island. And it was not so innocent and ridiculous. I also understand in my heart that there is no other choice. It was just that there was such panic in her heart. But, at first, the people in the bottom cabin were cleared. If something happens again later, will it be our turn too? She looked at Li Zongyu worriedly. This concern is not without reason. Zhang Yi gives people the impression that he is a ruthless person who can do such a thing. Li Zongyu came over, held her slightly cold catkins, and comforted her by saying, Don't worry. It won't happen like that. We still have great value to him. At this point, he paused slightly. Even if something happens, it won't be our turn. In other words, even if you perform population optimization, you must start with other people in the rockflow group. Zhang Weiwei sighed. But the worry on her brow could not completely disappear. Ma Wenjing also lowered his head and thought for a moment, and finally shook his head helplessly. He didn't say much, because at this time, he could only choose to let fate happen. Even a big entrepreneur who is busy in the shopping mall cannot predict what accidents will happen on this voyage. Peace is the best in the world. But who can predict God's will? The worst outcome is that none of them can survive. It's not just them who have such concerns. In other cabins of the Yinlu group, everyone was also frightened out of their wits by the shrill screams below. Some people said in horror that it was over. They were going to carry out a big purge. It starts with the bottom cabin, and it will be our turn soon. Bayamo covered himself in the quilt and said shiveringly, Oh, my God. I knew this day would come. First it's Mr. Yamada, then the passengers below. Isn't it our turn soon? Damn it. If I had known, I shouldn't have gotten on the ship in the first place. Xie Yufan, who was on the upper bunk above him, was sweating coldly on his forehead and murmuring, I knew it would be like this. They are not so kind to take us back. They must be afraid that we will reveal the secret and will kill us all on the way. Damn, damn, damn. He pounded the bed hard, gritted his teeth, and his expression was extremely ferocious. I have said before that the people of Huaxu State cannot be trusted. If we believe that the Colombian ship will come to rescue us, we can just keep waiting. Jia Haicheng was sitting on the bed with a solemn and worried look on his face. They have experienced an apocalyptic crisis for half a year. Although the situation on Yinlu Island was not as tragic as Tianhai City, it still left a huge psychological shadow on them. In addition, they were on the ship and wandering at sea for more than 10 days, which further intensified their fear. Because on the island, they can still choose to escape when they encounter danger. But for them, the Jin phone can be a shelter. But it can also become an inescapable prison. In this world without legal constraints, as long as Zhang Yi has a slight thought, they can all die without burial. But after hearing Xie Yufan's words, he suddenly noticed something was wrong. Che Haicheng stood up, walked to Xie Yufan, and looked up at him. What were you talking about just now? What secret? Xie Yufan was covering his head and going crazy. Cha Haicheng had to grab his sleeve and question loudly before he came back to his senses. Xie Yufan smiled coldly. I don't know. But if you think about it carefully, Yinlu Island is thousands of kilometers away from Huaxu Kingdom. And now we are in such a difficult situation. Even Colombia, which has the strongest navy in the world, has no time to come to the rescue. How could they risk crossing the ocean to save us? I know those Huaxu people very well. If it wasn't profitable, they wouldn't do such a thing. Xie Yufan said this as if he was not from Huaxu Kingdom. However, although everyone present had sarcastic smiles on their lips, they were not surprised in their hearts. Because basically everyone who comes from Huaxu Kingdom will spare no effort to discredit that country. If not, how can their choice be justified? Xie Yunfan's eyes widened, bloodshot eyes filling his pupils. So, they must be planning something. There must be a big secret among us. Especially Li Zongyu. These words made everyone in the cabin start to think. The secret? You are right. The secret must be with Li Zongyu and the others. Otherwise, the captain would not be so polite to them, and would even be willing to take us foreigners back home for their sake. Che Haicheng's eyes became a little excited. As long as we can master this secret, wouldn't we have a bargaining chip to survive? What's the secret? After staying on Yinlu Island for half a year, are we still unclear about Li Zongyu and his wife? Think about it quickly. Think about it carefully. This might be our trump card to save our lives in the future. Jae Haichun looked at everyone and asked them to use their minds as much as possible to recall everything that happened on Yanlu Island. At that time, everyone was busy surviving, and even fell into desperate situations several times. In that kind of environment, any secret is worthless, and they can't help but reveal it. But at the beginning, things that no one cared about may now become the key to their survival. Chapter 854. Ask Miss Yu to make peace. The killing in the lower cabin lasted for more than 2 hours. I don't know how many people died, but every cabin was dripping with blood, and corpses were hung everywhere in the cabin. It wasn't until the movement almost disappeared that the crew member responsible for watching the surveillance told Lao Tian what had happened. After Lao Tian heard this, he knocked on Zhang Yi's door. Mr. Zhang, the following is now ready. Lao Tian said a few words in Zhang Yi's ear. There was no expression on Zhang Yi's face, and I knew it. He glanced at Zhu Yong's house next to him. Go notify Miss Yu and let her handle it. She was the one who put the stowaways on board, so of course she had to deal with this problem. Zhang Yi has already said this. Even if it was earlier, if it weren't for Zhu Yong's words, Zhang Yi wouldn't have planned to take everyone in the bottom cabin with him. Lao Tian nodded knowingly. Zhang Yi returned to the room and showed a strange smile to Zhou Qier, who was wearing a silk nightgown. Put on your clothes, and I'll take you to see the fun. Zhou Qier opened her beautiful eyes wide and watched the fun. On the other side, Lao Tian had already knocked on Zhu Yong's door. At this time, Zhu Yong looked a little tired. She and Sun Wanqi had just coaxed Tommy and let him fall asleep on the simple crib. Seeing Lao Tian early in the morning gave Zhu Yong a suspicious expression on his face. Lao Tian, what's the matter with you coming here so early in the morning? Lao Tian's face was full of solemnity. Miss Zhu, something happened in the lower cabin. The people who got on the boat first started fighting with those who got on the boat later. Zhu Yong suddenly frowned. Why are they fighting? It would really cause trouble. You can just handle this little thing yourself. There's no need to come to me, Lao Tian said. But this time things were a bit big, and many people died. Zhu Yong was startled. What? Many people died? How so? Lao Tian said casually that it seemed that there was not enough food, and the identities of the stowaways were exposed, which caused dissatisfaction among others. This kind of thing happens often at sea, and it's not uncommon. Zhu Yong's little face suddenly turned pale, and his face, which was originally tired due to poor rest, now looked even more weathered. She couldn't help but take a few steps back, and almost fainted when her vision went dark. Miss Zhu, are you okay? Zhu Yong couldn't believe that people in the bottom cabin died because of lack of food. How could someone kill someone just for a little food? She couldn't understand. And what was most difficult for her to accept was that this incident might have happened because of her. If someone died, wouldn't she be the culprit? No, you can't say that yet. Maybe they weren't fighting over this issue. Or maybe they had conflicts for a long time. Zhu Yong murmured to herself that she was unwilling to accept the fact that she had made such a big mistake. Lao Tian said reluctantly that there is a lot of chaos over there right now. You have to come with me to come up with an idea. Zhu Yong held his forehead. I couldn't go. You'd better go to Mr. Zhang and let him handle this matter. She didn't want to face such a bad situation. Lao Tian smiled slightly, and the captain said, You agreed to board those people, so their problems must be solved by you. The captain won't care. Zhu Yong couldn't believe his ears. Did he really say that? He is the captain. How can he be so irresponsible? Even Lao Tian, who has a lot of social experience, couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Zhu Yong's words. With more than 20 years of skill in this punch, he really couldn't handle it. At this moment, Zhang Yi and Zhou Qier changed their clothes and came out of the room. I happened to hear the conversation between Lao Tian and Zhu Yong. Zhang Yi sarcastically asked, Did Miss Yu forget what she had done and put all the responsibilities on others? Lao Tian still had to give Zhu Yong some face, and he didn't dare to speak too frankly. But Zhang Yi would not spoil her at all. Zhu Yong became angry when he heard Zhang Yi's ridicule. I didn't say I didn't care. It's just that I haven't been feeling well these past 2 days because I've been taking care of my children. She didn't want to see blood. Zhang Yi did not let her go at all. It's like you're taking care of my child. No one begged you to do this. If you can only use words and boast, and if you can't actually do what you say, just admit it. I can deal with this matter. But it's just a wash. But, in that case, when something happens in the future, you can just shut your mouth quietly. Zhang Yi looked at Zhu Yong with a smile. His eyes were meaningful, full of sarcasm and contempt. This is what Zhu Yong can't stand the most. She was so angry that her blood suddenly surged up. Who said I didn't dare to go? Just go. No matter who you are afraid of. She closed the door with a bang. Then pulled Sun Wanchi and asked her to change clothes and go over with her to take a look. Sun Wanchi had already heard the general idea and asked with some fear. Wouldn't a lot of people die? Zhu Yonk said it was okay. It was just a small conflict over the fight for food. How could anyone in this world risk their lives just for a little food? I think they have had conflicts for a long time. The guy named Zhang wants to laugh at me all day long. And I can't let him look down on me. Zhu Yonk did not realize the seriousness of the problem at this time. Compared to her, Sun Wanchi had experienced some complicated things on Yinlu Island. But Zhu Yonk said so at this time. And she couldn't refuse. After all, she was now Zhu Yonk's little follower. The two changed their clothes and walked out of the room. Zhang Yi and Zhou Qian Lao Tian had already arrived outside the cabin, chatting leisurely and waiting for them to come over. Zhu Yonk and Sun Wanchi walked to the door and saw Zhang Yi and Zhou Qian. Zhu Yonk's expression was a little unhappy. She felt that Zhang Yi came here to see her laugh. But in fact it is indeed the case. Lao Tian led them in front. And on the way, they encountered crew members holding rifles on guard. Lao Tian walked over and deliberately asked a crew member how the fighting was going down there. The crew member glanced at Zhang Yi and Zhu Yonk and said that many people had died. Their flesh and blood were so bloody that they couldn't even see them. Zhu Yonk and Sun Wanchi's heart suddenly thumped. Is it so exaggerated? Zhu Yonk subconsciously touched her arm. The development of the situation had exceeded her expectations. She had been busy taking care of Tommy these past few days, and thought nothing big would happen down there. It's only been a few days. How could it develop like this? Chapter 855. You don't want your uncle to know about this, right? Zhang Yi said to take us there to have a look. In addition, let everyone prepare their weapons. If the situation goes wrong, clear the area directly. Those who have been hungry for too long risk allowing themselves to be swallowed up by darkness once they begin to unleash their inner demons. Just like a wolf cub who has tasted blood. After going crazy, he will not recognize anyone. Zhang Yi is not afraid. But he doesn't need to take action personally to deal with ordinary people. Zhu Yonk's face turned pale. And Sun Wanchi shrank back, not daring to move forward. But Zhang Yi was urging them from behind. Come on. Don't you like walking? Do you want to rest for a while before going there? Zhu Yonk had no way out at this time. So he had no choice but to bite the bullet and say go. There is nothing to be afraid of. A group of people crossed the level of the rock flow group and walked towards the bottom cabin with loaded guns. When the people in the Yinlu group saw the scene, they couldn't help but start talking. Many people came, all with guns. Oops. I don't know how many people died down there. I can smell the strong smell of blood. How cruel. Bayamo and others were worried in the room. And everyone was trying to recall everything that had happened in the past. They hoped to find the secret. The secret that made Zhang Yi and others come to take them back even though they were traveling across the ocean. Zhang Yi and the others arrived at the bottom cabin. At this time, the cabin door was still tightly locked with an iron lock. But the strong smell of blood could be smelled from a long distance away. Zhang Yi and the others have long been used to it, so they don't have any expressions yet. But Zhu Yonk and Sun Wanchi almost wanted to vomit. When they came to the tight iron door, they saw a stream of oozing black blood seeping out from the crack in the door, flowing all the way to Zhu Yonk's feet. Ah! Zhu Yonk's little face became even paler, and she couldn't help but scream and jump back. Her body began to tremble. And at this moment, she already realized that things were developing beyond her expectations. Zhang Yi said coldly, "Open the door." A crew member walked over with the key, opened the heavy iron lock, and then removed the iron chain in circles. All the crew members raised their guns expressionlessly and pointed them at the door. Crunch! The iron door was pushed open cautiously by two crew members, and a stronger smell of blood instantly hit their faces. Zhou Qian was already prepared and covered her nose with a wet handkerchief. Zhu Yonk and Sun Wanchi closed their eyes tightly, not having the courage to look at the scene in the cabin. Zhang Yi will not let them go. Are you very holy at first? Are you trying to save people even though you don't have the ability? Come! Come! Take a good look at your masterpiece. Use your eyes to remember that this is the tragedy caused by your incompetent Holy Mother heart. Don't hide behind. Miss Zhu, you are the person in charge here. I think you should appreciate it. You still have to make up your mind. Open your eyes. Zhang Yi scolded. And Zhu Yonk and Sun Wanchi were so frightened that they opened their eyes. Then they saw a sight they would never forget. In the long and narrow corridor, there was blood everywhere. The ground was covered with the bodies of refugees. Blood spattered. and the walls and ceiling were covered with broken snowflakes. Some people's bodies had been smashed to pieces, and it was unclear what their faces looked like. Some people are still squirming on the ground, but they can only breathe in and have no air left. In such a sheer field, there were actually several people, covered in blood, taking big mouthfuls of rice and stewed meat in front of the rice bucket, regardless of the blood on their hands. Now nearly half of the people in the entire bottom cabin were dead, and there was no one left to compete with them for food. They can eat to their fullest at every meal. When they found Ju Yunk and others, they just glanced at them numbly, and then showed a knowing smile. The spirits of these people have collapsed. Even if they were asked to die now, they would not feel anything. Ah! Ju Yunk covered his head, suddenly fell into collapse, and screamed loudly. Obviously a few days ago, these people were alive and well, and they had a meeting together in the warehouse above. But now, many people have turned into cold corpses on the ground. Is it because of her? The more Ju Yunk thought about it, the more he collapsed. If she hadn't insisted on going against Zhang Yi and secretly put the extra people on the boat, maybe none of this would have happened. If she pays more attention to her subordinates in the past few days and works hard to think of a way, she may be able to resolve their conflicts. Can Zhang Yi be blamed for this? She really wanted to blame Zhang Yi and put all the responsibility on Zhang Yi, so that she could feel better inside. But it is easy for people to deceive others. But the most difficult thing is to deceive themselves. She knows. What does all this have to do with Zhang Yi? Zhang Yi was just a little colder, but she made all the decisions. It was her stubbornness and self-righteousness that killed these people. Vomit. Vomit. Ju Yunk bit over and vomited loudly. She felt extremely sick. So disgusting that she even hated herself. She quickly lost strength and fell to her knees, vomiting non-stop. She vomited out all the food she had eaten in the morning, and then vomited acidic water. As for Sun Wanqi, she was even more unbearable because the moment she saw the Shura hell, she fainted. Zhang Yi was completely unaware, and the crew members didn't feel much either. They were just complaining about it. It was so dirty, and they had to spend time cleaning it again. I won't do it. There are still people here who are not dead. Let them deal with it themselves. Zhou Kura was considered someone who had seen big scenes. He just frowned slightly, and then regained his composure. She knelt down and gently patted Ju Yunk on the back. So there were only 2 people at the scene who were extremely embarrassed. Zhang Yi looked at Ju Yunk, who was kneeling on the ground and was vomiting. But he had no sympathy for her at all. He put his hands behind his back and sighed. Oh! How could it be like this? So many people died? Miss Ju, you don't need to be too sad. I can't blame you for this. They just don't have food to eat. They can obviously starve to death. Why do you have to compete with others for food? Don't worry. I will explain this matter to Zhu Shuai, and I will never let him blame you for this matter. Zhu Yunk felt even more uncomfortable after being told by Zhang Yi. When she heard that Zhang Yi was going to report to Zhu Zheng, she really panicked. With Zhu Zheng's character, if he knew that she had done such a stupid thing, he would definitely be extremely disappointed in her. When the time comes, if she loses this uncle's favor, her status in the Zhu family will plummet, let alone being promoted to the center. Zhang Yi. Ugh! Don't tell my uncle about this. In desperation, she forgot about their agreement and went directly to grab Zhang Yi's trouser leg, her eyes full of pleading. A sneer appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. Oops. This thing. Aren't you making things difficult for me? No matter what. Zhu Shuai is also my nominal leader. I went to sea to perform a mission under his order. If I didn't tell him such a big thing, wouldn't it make it difficult for me to do it? Chapter 856 Good Best Friends. Everything that happened in the cabin on the bottom floor completely shattered Zhu Yunk's worthless self-confidence. What Zhu Zhen said when Zhang Yi Tathagata came helped Zhu Yunk realize the cruelty of the last days. He looked at the bloody cabin in front of him, and was a little surprised. He knew there would be a brutal fight here, but he didn't expect it to be so tragic. Don't worry. I'm not bored enough to report to the boss. I won't tell Zhu Shuai about this matter. He smiled and leaned over to look at Zhu Yunk. This is a little secret between the two of us. Zhu Yunk's heart skipped a beat. She seemed to hear the subtext of Zhang Yi's words, I will keep your secret for the rest of my life. But now she has no choice. Who let this be the consequence of her own doing? Zhang Yi didn't go inside to check. There was blood on the floor, and he didn't want to get it all over himself. The follow-up issues will be handled by Miss Zhu herself. Zhang Yi said lazily. He and Zhou Qir left here, not intending to get involved in the slightest. Let Zhu Yunk take a closer look at what human nature is in the apocalypse, so that she can have less worthless pity and sympathy in the future. Lao Tian thought to himself that no wonder Mr. Zhang asked us to prepare cleaning tools in advance. It turned out to be for this purpose. He glanced at Zhu Yong, who was kneeling on the ground, already limp and unable to get up. Miss Zhu, would you like to go in and take a look? Zhu Yong shook his head repeatedly. No. 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 Me. I won't watch it anymore. But Mr. Zhang said, the issue here is still waiting for you to make up your mind. He lowered his voice and asked that there were many people alive in the cabin. Although they were survivors, they must have participated in the murder. Do you want to deal with them or not? He gestured with his hand on his neck. As long as Zhu Yong speaks at this time, he will report to Zhang Yi without hesitation. After all, there are still so many living people, and they will all be precious resources to be brought back to Tianhai City to work as laborers. It would be a pity to kill them casually. The reason why Lao Tian said this was because he knew that Zhu Yong did not have such courage, and was just teasing her deliberately. Zhu Yong shook his head violently. No! 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 Don't kill them! They must also have some compelling reasons. As she was talking, she suddenly burst into tears and covered her face, tears flowing down her fingers. Seeing Zhu Yong's appearance, everyone had expressions of disdain and impatience on their faces. It was obviously the path you chose. But as a result, things turned out like this, and all you could do was cry here and pretend to be pitiful. Every survivor in Tianhai City has gone through many life and death tests, and their hearts are harder than iron. I can't get used to Zhu Yong's weak and incompetent behavior. Lao Tian asked Zhu Yong a few more questions, but received no reply from her, only making her cry louder. This kind of arrogant and self-righteous woman will only choose to cry to avoid responsibility when she encounters problems. If it weren't for her status, Lao Tian would have cursed her a long time ago. But her appearance makes people feel helpless. There was no other way. So Lao Tian had to go to Zhang Yi and ask Zhang Yi for instructions on what to do. Hearing that Zhu Yong would just collapse and cry, Zhang Yi rubbed his forehead. It's more fragile than I thought. I also thought that after this blow, she would become more mature. Zhou smiled on the side and said, I think she must have grown up. It's just that for a girl like her to not go insane after such a huge change for the first time, it's already remarkable. It seems like you stimulated her a little too much. Does Zhang Yi look big to her? Why do I feel like it's not enough? When Zhou first submitted his certificate, what he did was much more terrifying than what Zhu Yong had seen. Zhou said helplessly. You forgot. I am a clinician, and I often work with corpses. Zhang Yi suddenly realized that it was true. Putting this thing off all the time is not an option. After all, there are so many corpses down there, and it would be too unpleasant to put them in the cabin. Over time, the entire ship will smell of corpses. How will it affect the quality of life? Zhang Yi told Lao Tian to count how many people were still alive. The people from Huashu Kingdom stayed and took them back to Tianhai City. The foreigners were thrown directly into the sea. Zhu Yong didn't want to let her go, so he kept her there and let her take a good look at it so that she could remember it for a long time. Lao Tian asked with a smile. Those people's ferocious nature has been aroused now, and it may be a disaster to keep them. Zhang Yi said that when people are in desperate situations, sometimes they have to make some choices in order to survive. He looked at Lao Tian. Are there less blood on your hands? Lao Tian smiled awkwardly. Which one of them on the ship doesn't have 2 or 3 digits of lives on their hands? Let's do this for now, and pay more attention to their situation later. If you find someone with evil intentions, kill them again. After all, in the last days, population is also a very precious resource. Just keep some if you can. In fact, Zhang Yi's surveillance was everywhere on the entire ship. Zhang Yi knew better than anyone what happened in the cabin below. He even admired a few people in Ludahai. Courageous and ruthless. If you take them back to Tianhai City, they might become useful people in the future. Lao Tian took the people down. Of course they don't clean the dirty cabin themselves. The smell inside was terrible. And it wasn't just the smell of blood. When a person is dying, feces and urine flow freely, and various yellow and white substances are mixed with thick black blood. Anyone who smells it will become confused. They had to put on masks and rubber coats to go in and call out those who were still alive first. As for Zhu Yong, she thought that she would be completely embarrassed and run away quickly. But Lao Tian said that you are in charge. If you leave, we won't know what to do. So I have to ask you to stay and direct our work. Zhu Yong wanted to refuse, but Lao Tian didn't give her a chance. He brought her a chair and invited her to rest. If Zhu Yong insists on leaving at this time, he will really lose his last bit of face. She had no choice but to ask someone to wake Sun Wanqi up first. That's right. instead of sending Sun Wanqi back after she fainted. She woke her up. Best friends walk together throughout their lives. Although they cannot share joys and sorrows, they must share hardships. This problem was easy to solve. He stuffed the cold gun butt into her neck and woke her up from the cold. Soon Wanqi opened her eyes with excitement. Who I am? Where am I? Zhu Yonk didn't care about her state and pulled her to his side to help him be brave. Soon Wanqi came to her senses and was so frightened that her face turned green. At the same time, she secretly blamed Zhu Yonk for dragging her into the water. But at this time, Zhu Yonk naturally couldn't let her go. Chapter 857 The Restless Heart, +1. Lao Tian asked people to clear out all the living people. According to what Zhang Yi said, all the Huaxu citizens stayed. As for the stowaways, it was natural to help them ascend to heaven. There was a battle, and there were countless casualties in the entire bottom cabin. 75 people were still alive, of whom 28 were seriously injured, and the others were slightly injured. Lao Tian thought of Zhang Yi's instructions and asked people to gather these injured people into a dry warehouse and wait for Zhang Yi to speak. Whether to throw it away or treat it will be decided later. As for the stowaways, forget them if they are dead, and just do some last-ditch damage to those who are not dead. Then he called the Huaxu people who were slightly injured and asked them to serve as laborers. They threw the dead bodies into the sea and cleaned the entire cabin. Even though these people are very tired, they still have to do a lot of labor. But their hearts have never been more relaxed, because many people died in the cabin. From now on, they no longer need to worry about insufficient food. As a result, the cabin on the bottom floor began to buzz with activity. There was an endless stream of people carrying the injured, carrying corpses, and cleaning the cabin. These people all have to pass through the middle cabin, which is where the members of the Rockflow group live. The people in the Yenlu group were treated fairly well, compared with the people in the bottom cabin. They still have a certain degree of freedom. For example, the door is open during the day, and after permission, you can go to the deck to breathe. This was mainly a back door opened by Zhang Yi to Li Zongyu to show his friendliness. At this time, so many people began to carry out the wounded and corpses in large numbers. The blood flowed endlessly along the way. Such a scene was seen by many people in the Yenlu group. They were already uneasy, fearing that they would be implicated in this matter. Now seeing a large number of dead bodies in the bottom cabin, and the crew members all wearing rubber coats and holding guns in their hands. Some people were frightened and suspected that Zhang Yi had people start cleaning the bottom cabin. Once the seeds of doubt are planted, they begin to take root quickly. After people's exaggeration and wanton speculation, it will become out of control. Soon, nervous and frightening discussions began in the multiple cabins of the entire Rockflow group. Many people died, at least 70 or 80. It's also possible that everyone in the bottom cabin is dead. God, why is this happening? Maybe it's because of the competition for food. They have had this conflict for a long time. Who can bear to suffer from hunger every day? But there shouldn't be so many people dying. Right? Will it? Is it the purging of those above? They had no intention of taking so many people back. Then will we end up like them? Panic began to fill the air. Bayamo huddled in the corner, his lips trembling with fear. I am a foreigner. I will definitely die. He will not let me go. He had long been scared out of his wits. Xie Yifan frowned and said silently, Actually, I am from Huaxu country, and I think I should talk to him. Che Haicheng scolded sarcastically. Hey Shiba Leilma! Now you are from Huaxu country again. Didn't you always mock Huaxu country before, saying that everything about that place is bad? If you dare to abandon us, be careful that I tell them everything you have said during this time. When the time comes, I will throw you into the sea and feed it to the sharks. Xie Yunfan's face changed drastically. He jumped out of bed angrily and grabbed Che Haicheng's collar. You damn scum. If you dare to report me, I will tell you that you are scolding that person named Jean every day. Let's die together. Rudolph, the big and powerful pickpocket, laughed loudly and clapped his hands to applaud them. Report it. Report it together. No one will live. In the cabin, Eisenman, the engineer who had always been the calmest and silent one, couldn't help it. Is there any use in doing this? Meaningless. The most important thing now is to think about how to ensure that you can survive successfully. Bayamo looked at Eisenman. Eisenman, is there anything you can do? Eisenman looked hesitant and fell silent. Seeing this, other people looked at him. They always felt that this engineer was extraordinary. He is very smart and a genius in the computer field. It is said that at the age of 21, he joined Colombia's largest company, Yugo Company, as a software engineer. Che Haicheng and Xia Yufan were panting from the fight, and they let go of their hands in a tacit understanding. Xia Yufan straightened his tie and asked Eisenman, "What are you thinking about? Please tell us." "We all want to live. We are a group, right?" Eisenman glanced at him and asked slowly, "Aren't you from Huashu country now?" Xia Yufan smiled disapprovingly and said that my nationality is like Schrodinger's cat, can be changed at any time when needed. The people around him looked at him with disdain, but Che Haicheng laughed loudly. "I saw you right. You are indeed an authentic scumbag." Xia Yufan sneered at each other. Eisenman remained silent. Others asked again and again, "If you have anything to say, just say it. We can swear that it will never be leaked." Eisenman sneered. He didn't believe anyone. He was especially worried about Cha Haicheng, the two-faced scum who often reported on the people around him. Cha Haicheng also knew that Eisenman was suspicious of him. He walked over, glanced at everyone in the room, and then coughed. "I think it's better for us not to fight among ourselves now. After all, the man named Zhang has never regarded us as one of his own. He can take our lives at any time if necessary. Nowadays, we can only rely on ourselves." Che Haicheng wanted to be Zhang Yi's licking dog, or even an undercover agent. As long as he could survive, he would give everything he had, whether it's reporting the members of the Rockflow group around him, or offering his still somewhat pretty wife. As long as it keeps him alive, there's nothing he can't do. However, Zhang Yi didn't give him any response, which made Che Haicheng feel uneasy. "Well, in order to show solidarity, each of us will curse Zhang here, so everyone has no way out. How about that?" Che Haicheng still has an idea. At this time, anyone who dares to insult the captain of this ship will definitely be severely punished or even executed. This is the name-dropping certificate, which prevents each other from betraying each other. When everyone heard this proposal, they all thought it was feasible. Moreover, they were not from the Huashu Kingdom, and most of them were originally opposed to going to the Huashu Kingdom with Li Zhongyu. After everyone discussed it, they held a "okay" ceremony to scold Zhang Yi on the spot to express their determination. Chapter 858 Suspicion. Everyone handed in a letter of declaration and stated that they would not inform Zhang Yi. Che Haicheng asked Eisenman, "Mr. Eisenman, can you tell me now? What have you discovered?" Eisenman crossed his arms and said very coldly that it was actually not too complicated. "It's just that you were all about to starve to death, so you didn't have the heart to care about other things. During our 3rd month on the island, there was a time when we couldn't find any food and everyone huddled in the camp all day long waiting to die. As a result, many people revealed their innermost secrets and shared interesting things. At that time, Li Zhongyu once told how he obtained that special power. These words immediately made everyone fall into memories. But at that time, most people didn't have much energy to listen to the interesting stories Li Zhongyu told. Not everyone remembers it clearly. He once got a yellow stone somewhere on Star Island, and it was that stone that gave him special powers. If you think about it carefully, what is the biggest difference between Li Zhongyu and us? That's the power he has. So I suspect that that kind of power is the real purpose of the force to which the owner of this ship belongs." These words were like an enlightenment, making everyone suddenly realize the crux of the problem. In other words, except for Li Zhongyu, others have no value at all to them. Right? The captain doesn't care whether we live or die. Maybe when the boat reaches the middle of the ocean, he will throw us all overboard if he gets upset? Everyone has realized that this is the explanation closest to the truth. However, even after figuring out the truth, they couldn't leave the ship, surrounded by a vast sea of ice. Leaving here means death, and they have no way to escape. Then don't we still have to wait for death? Who knows, that guy will go crazy one day and kill us all. Biamo covered his head and said in pain. Che Haicheng and others looked gloomy, and after knowing the truth, they felt even more desperate, because they have been with Li Zhongyu for half a year. Zhang Yi will definitely not let them leave. Even if they go to Huashu country, they will definitely be put under house arrest. By then, they are all strangers, and will definitely become slaves. Whether he lives or dies, it really depends on the mood of the owner. Thinking about this ending makes their hair stand on end. What should we do? Do we have to face a sad ending? Che Haicheng said with difficulty. Xia Yunfan regretted a little now. He shouldn't have gotten involved with this group of people just now. He could rely on his bloodline from Huashu Kingdom to lick Zhang Yi and treat him as his dog. Even after landing, life will be slightly better. Now, there is no going back. The pickpocket Rudolph was very open-minded and laughed in bed. He's going to die anyway. Hey, that old guy. Why don't you ask your wife to come over and keep me company? Che Hai-chung was in no mood to pay attention to him. Mo was talking to himself in fear, his face full of panic. Only Eisenman still looked expressionless. He is such a person. He seems to have no interest in anything. Perhaps because the end of the world is approaching. He has long realized that if he wants to survive, he will inevitably encounter this kind of encounter. Mr. Eisenman, since you have thought of this a long time ago, there must be a way to solve the problem. Right? Eisenman glanced at him and said there was nothing he could do. There will definitely be one. You will definitely find a way. Mr. Eisenman. Che Hai-chung suddenly grabbed Eisenman's arm and shook it so hard that his eyes turned red. No matter how great the hope is, as long as there is a possible way, we must try it. Eisenman was a little annoyed by Che Hai-chung. Or maybe he really didn't want to be a dog in a foreign country. He stared at Che Hai-chung and said impatiently that if you could give me a communication device, then we might still have a way to get out of here. He briefly stated his thoughts. Going from Yenlu Island to Huashu Kingdom, you will pass through the waters of Neon Kingdom. Nearby, the Colombian Ocean Fleet was stationed and patrolling. So if you can get a communication device and then modify it through Eisenman's hands, you may have a chance to contact them. You mean, we pass this information to the Ocean Fleet and let them rescue us? Xie Yunfan's eyes slowly lit up. Mo said sadly that it was useless. Those guys were just a bunch of shit. I had sent them countless distress signals, but they simply ignored our existence. After hearing this, Eisenman said calmly, but the situation is different now. I think something that can make the people of Huashu Kingdom move will definitely be of interest to the Ocean Fleet. Mo was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then slowly raised his head and looked at him. The other people in the room looked at each other, their eyes gradually becoming gleaming with excitement. This is indeed a method you can try. That's all I can tell you. But our communication equipment has been confiscated a long time ago. Where can you get it? Even if he could steal it, if someone discovered it, I believe he might face the risk of the death penalty. After Eisenman finished speaking, he lay on the bed and stopped talking. He is smart and can think of ways, but he is not an executioner. But his method at least gave everyone a hope. There will be a way. There will be a way. Che Hai-chung murmured. On the other side of the Yinlu group, there is another room, which is the room where Li Zhongyu, Zhang Weiwei, and Ma Wenjing are. They were also completely shocked by the killings in the lower cabin. The bodies were carried out one after another. The method of disposal is also very simple. That is, throwing it directly into the sea from the deck. And people in the cabin could hear the popping sound like dumplings being dropped. This can't help but make people feel a little frightened, because the sound almost kept ringing from the beginning to the end. From this you can imagine how many people died. There were also some students in the cabin. All junior high school students. Not very old. They followed Li Zhongyu to Ganlu Island for a break from school. Seeing this scene at this time, they huddled together in fear, their faces bloodless. Zhang Weiwei also had a worried look on her face and murmured in a low voice that it was too scary. All of this was simply too scary. Marvin, who was on the bed opposite, smiled faintly when he heard the words. Although he was a little shocked by the scene outside the window, he didn't look too excited. This situation is something that can be encountered, but I didn't expect. He took a deep breath. That so many people would die. I thought that Mr. Zhang would take care of it. Chapter 859 Questioning. Li Zhongyu leaned against the iron frame of the bed, folding his arms, with a worried look on his face. What happened on the ship made him very uneasy. I have to talk to Mr. Zhang. Zhang Weiwei held his arm, her eyes filled with worry. Don't piss him off. Don't get too excited. Now we still need to rely on him to survive. She was worried that Li Zhongyu would do something stupid. After all, her husband is a man with a very sense of justice. Li Zhongyu said. Don't worry. I know it well. At least I need to know if he is killing innocent people indiscriminately. Marvin was looking at him and said, I don't think you need to worry too much about this. Li Zhongyu and Zhang Weiwei looked at Ma Wenjing. They still respect this entrepreneur very much, and his character and wisdom have been recognized by everyone on Yinlu Island. Mr. Ma, what do you think of this matter? Ma Wenjing said unhurriedly. As the saying goes, in troubled times, the most important thing is to use caution. But the biggest contradiction on the ship now is actually concentrated in the bottom cabin. I think Mr. Zhang's approach is understandable. That is, it is a bit cruel, and it is up to them to resolve it internally. But he is not a murderous person either. Marvin was thinking about everything that had happened that day. Through the conversation between Zhu Yonk and Zhang Yi, he could vaguely understand the unfolding of the matter. Maybe it has something to do with their internal conflicts. Li Zhongyu thought about this, and thought that what Ma Wenjing said made sense. But you have to confirm it yourself before you can rest assured. Because all of their lives depend on Zhang Yi. So Li Zongyu planned to go up there to talk to Zhang Yi. The people on the boat were relatively polite to Li Zongyu. This was Zhang Yi's order, which gave Li Zongyu a certain degree of freedom. Li Zongyu just told the patrol crew that he wanted to see Zhang Yi, and someone immediately reported to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was not surprised at all when he heard the report. He knew that everyone in the Yanlu group was scared to death. Although he didn't have any thoughts about the Rockflow group, he still needed to be reassured in order to avoid any trouble in the future. So Zhang Yi asked someone to bring Li Zongyu to him. When Li Zongyu met Zhang Yi, he was careful and polite. After a few official greetings, he asked in a pretentious manner, "Something seems to have happened in the cabin below today. Can I take the liberty of asking? What's going on? Don't think too much about it. It's just that we guys are scared when we see so many people dead. First of all, I absolutely trust you personally and firmly support the organization's decision. I just want to understand what happened so that I can give you an explanation and make them feel more at ease." Li Zongyu's cautious look made Zhang Yi feel familiar. But this is also where he admires Li Zongyu. If this man hadn't been so cautious, it would have been difficult for him to survive on Yanlu Island for half a year with so many people in the Yanlu group. He explained calmly that it was nothing. It was because of the shortage of food that they started killing each other. He looked at Li Zongyu, raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked with a half smile, "Do you think it was me who ordered people to clean the bottom cabin?" Li Zongyu's expression was a little embarrassed. He waved his hands and smiled. No. How could we have such an idea?" However, Zhang Yi's explanation still made him feel relieved. Judging based on what happened before, Li Zongyu felt that what Zhang Yi said was basically true. With their abilities, if they wanted to destroy those people, there was no need to wait until now. Zhang Yi came over and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't think about it all day long. I will take you back to your homeland safely. But the premise is that you guys, must cooperate well with my work." He stretched out his index finger and waved it in front of Li Zongyu's eyes. "After returning home, I will comfort them and comfort them. I don't want unnecessary emotions to spread on the ship." Li Zongyu swallowed secretly and nodded in agreement. While the two were talking, someone passed by carrying a body. Li Zongyu suddenly heard a faint cry for help. "Save! Help me!" He subconsciously looked to the side and saw two people in the bottom cabin carrying a man covered in blood and leaning against the railing. Seeing that the man was still alive, the two people carrying him looked disgusted. "MD, this is not dead. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Let's go!" However, the two of them had no intention of rescuing him. They just pretended not to hear anything. In front of Zhang Yi and Li Zongyu, they made a few preparatory moves and threw him into the vast sea of ice. Zhang Yi glanced at the dumbfounded Li Zongyu and explained calmly that he was the culprit who caused the riot. "Damn it. Don't you think so?" Li Zongyu nodded quickly. Yes. Damn. He deserves to die." But the man's face was covered in blood. And Zhang Yi didn't even look at him. Why did he decide that he was the culprit of the riot? Maybe that doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that he is dead. Li Zongyu returned to the cabin. After thinking about it, he still followed what Zhang Yi said and called everyone in the Yanlu group together. Everyone's faces were full of anxiety, fearing that they would be the next person to be killed. Someone immediately asked Li Zongyu a question. "Teacher Li, is there a massacre happening down there? Why did so many people die? I can still smell the blood. It's so scary. From now on, I won't be able to sleep peacefully at night because I think of so many dead souls under my feet." "Shut up. Stop talking." Che Haichum came out, stared at Li Zongyu and said, "Teacher Li, you were the one who found me. Now that something like this has happened, should you give everyone an explanation?" Li Zongyu explained that I had already asked Mr. Zhang. The following matter had nothing to do with them. It was because someone came here smuggled in, and there was not enough food. Hence the violence. Everyone has seen this kind of situation on Ganlu Island. So don't worry too much. Mr. Zhang promised me that he would take them to the other side successfully. You should stop thinking wildly. And you should control your mouth and don't talk randomly. When the time comes, let the people above hear it and cause conflicts, which will be bad for everyone. At this time, Bayamo, who was pale and wrapped in a blanket, questioned with a trembling voice. Of course he said that, but who can guarantee that what he said is true? Li Zongyu took a deep breath as he listened to the nagging doubts in his ears. We have no other choice but to trust him now, rather than just adding to your troubles. It is better to believe first and then question. Chapter 860 The Self-Rescue Plan of the Rockflow Group. Li Zongyu's speech failed to dispel everyone's doubts. But it did make their nervousness dissipate a bit. Everyone returned to their rooms. As soon as Bayemo returned to the room, he huddled on the bed and murmured to himself. Liars are all liars. They will definitely kill us. They will. Xia Yufan was sitting on the white ink bed on the lower bunk. The gold-rimmed glasses with one corner of the lens broken reflected a sinister light. We must find a way to save ourselves. I don't want to live such a precarious life. Li Zongyu has probably become an accomplice of Zhang. He has the value of living for Zhang. But we do not. I will not place my life on the kindness of others. Shut up. Che Haicheng suddenly cursed and stared at Xia Yufan sternly. He cautiously walked over and took a look outside the door. Then locked the door from the inside. Then walked over and gave everyone a stern warning. If anyone else hears this, you'll kill us all. Xia Yufan realized that he was a little excited when he spoke, but did not refute. So what do you want to do? Che Haicheng lowered his voice and glanced at everyone. All of us here are geniuses in our respective fields. I think as long as we work together, we will definitely be able to find a way to break the situation. Now, please abandon all distracting thoughts and think about this issue. His voice became even deeper, and he said, we would talk again in the evening. The lights in the middle cabin were turned off at night, and Eisenman checked that there was no monitoring equipment in the room. At this time, detailed discussion is the safest approach. Everyone also recognized Che Haicheng's sophistication and went back, silently thinking about how to contact the Columbian Ocean Fleet thousands of miles away on the vast sea. Zhang Yi didn't feel much about so many people dying in the bottom cabin. On the contrary, the number of people is smaller, and it will be easier to manage in the future. He will only take into account the feelings of his compatriots. And at least from now on, he will provide guarantee for everyone's daily necessities. In fact, he had witnessed this chaos from the beginning. He knew better than anyone else what was happening in the lower cabin. As for Lu Dehai, Ronglei, Yu Gang and others who caused this chaos, Zhang Yi does not intend to hold them accountable. In one day, the bottom cabin was almost cleaned. However, there was too much blood, and it could not be completely removed. Even after scrubbing it dozens of times, there was still a faint smell of blood and traces of blood. But for the survivors in the bottom cabin, they felt that it was no longer dark and damp, but became brighter and warmer. As for Zhu Yonk and Sun Wanqi, one was so frightened that he could not speak clearly, fainted several times, and his whole body was limp and weak. The other one was deeply shocked and made Zhang Yi feel weak. From now on, he may not dare to act opposite Zhang Yi. This made Zhang Yi feel very good. Next, if there are no accidents on the Jin Feng, it should stabilize, and then return to the Jiangnan region. Even if there are some small waves on the road, it won't cause much trouble. However, the ideal is too full, and the reality is often extremely skinny. Zhang Yi believes that everyone still alive on the ship is well-fed and well-fed. Especially the people in the Yinlu group have not suffered any injustice so far, and their food and warmth are guaranteed. They are much happier than the people fighting in the bottom cabin. Therefore, everyone will stay calmly, and there is no reason to want to fight against themselves. But the human heart is often elusive. Using absolutely rational thinking to analyze may not necessarily lead to the best answer. For example, people like Che Haicheng and Bayemo. They initially asked the Colombian Navy for help, but received no response. Zhang Yi took them on board and gave them food and a warm living environment. But they were always afraid and suspicious, and never believed Zhang Yi. That night, there was a rare thunder outside, which was a sign of the coming blizzard. Except for Zhang Yi and the crew's room, as well as the working cabin, the lights in other places were basically turned off. On the side of Yinlu group, Che Haicheng and others opened their eyes, and got up from the bed one by one. They came to Eisenman's bed, and the cautious Che Haicheng picked up the sheet and blocked the gap in the cabin door to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. After preparations were completed, a group of people gathered together and began to discuss a plan to escape from the Jin Feng. Everyone, after thinking about it for a day, I wonder what clever ideas you have come up with. Che Haicheng was the first to ask. Eisenman crossed his arms and remained as silent as before. The methods he can provide have been mentioned before, but the specific implementation level is beyond what he, a computer engineer, can do. Pickpocket Rudolph said that if he wanted to obtain communication equipment, the only way was to steal it from the crew. This is not a problem for me. I can definitely steal the communication equipment without letting them find out. But this is on board. He shrugged helplessly. I thought he would soon find that the communicator was missing, and I couldn't slip away as quickly as I did on the Champs-Élysées. Eisenman rubbed his fingers and said that if he wanted to use communication equipment to contact Columbia's ocean fleet, I would need at least half an hour to operate. You have to by this time for me. Xie Yufan pushed up his glasses. In other words, we not only have to steal the communicator back, but we also have to prevent the other party from discovering it within half an hour. Eisenman reminded him that the communicator must be returned in time and must not attract their attention. Cha Haicheng frowned. So we need to think of a way to delay the stay for more than 40 minutes. Right? Eisenman nodded. In theory. That's exactly what happened. Bayamo shook his head. This is impossible. Our daily contact with the crew members is always during meals, when someone brings food to them. But they hardly stay here and don't want to have much contact with us. After delivering the food, they will leave. Even if we steal the communicator, how to return it is another problem. A group of people frowned and thought hard. There is hope for things, but that doesn't mean it's feasible in practice. Everyone knows that it is more difficult to put a crew member on the Jin Feng into a state of downtime for 40 minutes than to reach the sky. They are too cautious and don't have much favorable impressions of the people in the Yinlu group, especially foreigners like them. Boom! A blast of thunder pierced the night sky outside the window and crashed into the sea from the sky. The cold and huge ocean reflected in it was even more mysterious and terrifying. Che Haicheng suddenly raised his head and said seriously to everyone, I have thought of a way. Chapter 861 Stealing the Communicator. Che Haicheng's words successfully focused everyone's attention on him. Mr. Che, what do you have in mind? Xie Yufan asked eagerly. Rudolph also asked curiously, do you have a way to prevent them from discovering that the communicator was stolen within 40 minutes? Che Haicheng smiled. I have a way. Although the risk is a bit high, but it is worth a try. As the saying goes, wealth can be found in danger, Bayamo said. Don't whet our appetites. Tell us what you plan to do. Che Haicheng slowly expressed his idea. This matter requires another person's help. It was none other than Cha Hae-sung's wife Kim Kimmi. Mentioning Jean Kimmi, Rudolph and others had strange lights in their eyes. The former member of the Scylla girl group can be said to have nothing but beauty and coquettishness. When he was on Yenlu Island, Che Haicheng used her to exchange for a lot of daily necessities. It can even be said that even when Cha Haicheng went out to pee, she would meet 10 old customers who had done business with her. Kim Kimmi is a woman with a low IQ. After marrying Cha Hae-sung, she has been living the life of a rich wife. Even at the end of the world, she had no personal opinion and always followed Cha Haicheng's orders. She would listen to whatever Cha Haicheng asked her to do, except to tell her to die. As for after boarding the ship, Jean Kimmi also had some incidents with the people on the ship, especially the crew members. They are all her patrons. Cha Haicheng doesn't mind cuckolding himself. As a shrewd Scylla politician, he has no etiquette or shame at all. As long as he can maximize his own interests, he will not blink an eye even if the whole ship of men cuckolds him. We can find a good opportunity. The old man in the kitchen, Xia, is a pervert. He and my wife have not been together for a day or two. The next time he comes to deliver food, I will ask Kim to seduce him. When the time comes, it will be up to her to do the procrastination task. And you must seize the time and complete our plan. Everyone was very moved when they heard that Cha Haicheng was so dedicated. Rudolph even said that Mr. Che, since you are so generous, you have contributed your wife. It's better to let me do it. Che Haicheng sneered. As long as you work hard, I can let her accompany you. Rudolph was happy and relieved that this was just a minor problem for me. Xie Yufan raised questions. This method is indeed very good. But the problem is 40 minutes too long? Is that cook okay? Che Haicheng is full of confidence in this. Don't forget, my wife is a professional. When we were still in Scylla, she was the famous god of war. Everyone couldn't help laughing. To be able to say it with such pride after being cuckolded. There is probably no one else besides Cha Haicheng. Cha Haicheng didn't take it seriously at all, because that's how I knew her in the first place. So I knew it very well. The members of the so-called girl group are just the playthings of certain people. Che Haicheng married her to facilitate his career. Anyway, when she gets old and loses her beauty, the last sum of money will be spent. Several people completed the division of tasks. Cha Haicheng's wife Kim is responsible for seducing Xie Changming. Then pickpocket Rudolph takes the opportunity to steal his communication device. Then leave it to Eisenman to operate and contact Columbia's ocean fleet. Others are responsible for providing ventilation to avoid accidents. Once an unexpected situation occurs, they will pretend that Xie Changming accidentally dropped the communicator to the ground, and they will return it. However, Xie Changming's attention was all on Jean Jime at the time. so he might not have noticed this. However, if they fail this time, it may make Xie Changming wary, and it will be extremely difficult to repeat the same trick next time. Therefore, they don't have many opportunities. Maybe only once. The weather on the sea suddenly started to get worse. Zhang Yi and the others had been out to sea for 2 or 3 months. And this was the first time they encountered such bad weather. The storm blew mercilessly on the sea, whistling like a monster. Wave after wave rolled in, and the waves undulated like mountains. The huge Jin Feng was like a small boat in the huge waves, as if it would be overturned at any time. Many people on board were frightened, and some had begun to pray to God. In Zhu Yong's room, Tommy was crying loudly, restless because of fear, and couldn't stop no matter what. Zhu Yong and Sun Wenqi, on the other hand, held onto the legs of the bed to prevent themselves from being thrown out. When they heard the annoying crying in their ears, their eyes no longer had the usual charity. Instead, he stared at the crying baby with some disgust. It annoys me to death, Zhu Yong said secretly in his heart. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have taken you on board in the first place. One thing she never dared to mention was that several times, she even had the urge to throw him into the sea. Zhang Yi felt a little uncomfortable, although he was not seasick. Such violent shaking made him feel uneasy. Fortunately, the furniture and other items in the cabin are fixed, so there is no need to worry about hurting anyone. Kur, please stay here for now, while I go to the control room to take a look. Zhang Yi was a little worried. He didn't know why, but he always had a subtle premonition in his heart. There must be something hidden in the depths of the sea, spying on the Jin Feng in the dark. Spying on him? Zhang Yi could not forget the look in Fin Dragon's leading eyes before he was seriously injured by him, like a vicious human being. So on the way back, he went to the control room to check every day and ordered the crew to pay attention to the sonar and radar. If you notice anything unusual, you must report it to him immediately. Zhang Yi shuttled through space and arrived in the control room in an instant. Things are slightly better here. The crew had seen such strong winds and waves many times. There was not much fear on their faces, and they were even in the mood to chat. After all, judging from the tonnage and mass of the Jin Feng, it can completely withstand a storm of this magnitude. For Zhang Yi, looking at the vast and terrifying scene outside through the window glass, the shock in his heart was indescribable. It won't capsize, right? Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask this question. The ship suddenly became quiet, and all the crew members looked at him with extremely strange eyes. Lao Tian came over and said to Zhang Yi, Mr. Zhang, you can't say that word on the boat. It's too unlucky. Which word? Lao Tian said Buddha's peace. Zhang Yi smiled. There was still such a taboo. Don't worry, Lao Tian Dao. With us here and with this world-class Jin Feng, we won't be afraid of winds and waves of this magnitude. Zhang Yi nodded. This is the benefit of having an experienced sailor. He knows how to deal with danger. But suddenly, a long and distant sound suddenly came from Zhang Yi's ears. The sound was very strange, distant and long, as if it came from across endless years. But it gave people goosebumps all over their bodies. Zhang Yi's brow suddenly furrowed like a sharp sword, filled with murderous intent. That guy is here. I knew it was there. At the same time, the sonar operator also issued a warning to Zhang Yi. Mr. Zhang, the sea monster has appeared. A huge object is rapidly approaching us from the depths of the ocean floor. Chapter 862 The Fin Dragon Attacks. The Fin Dragon is coming. It's finally here. Zhang Yi waited for it for more than half a month, knowing that such a day would definitely come. The overlord of the sea will not tolerate being injured without fighting back, because the world of the ocean itself is dominated by the weak and the strong, which is more cruel than the human world. Zhang Yi's eyes slowly opened. He had already prepared for this day. The Jin Feng shook violently. The surrounding seawater began to surge wildly, and the waves were already more than 10 meters high than the hull of the ship. Looking around, there was actually a circular wave surrounding the entire Jin Feng. Oops. The hull is out of control. A crew member suddenly shouted. The Jin Feng was shaking violently, and was difficult to control, like a small boat being played with by the waves at will. This was an experience they had never had before after going to sea, and everyone felt a little uneasy in their hearts. Zhang Yi was not in a hurry at this time, and had already expertly put on the captain-level combat uniform specially created for him by Ding's technology. In order to go to sea this time, an additional function of compressed oxygen has been added, so that even if it accidentally falls into the ocean, it will not be drowned. However, such a situation should be avoided as much as possible. After all, the ocean is not Zhang Yi's home court. It's that thing causing trouble down there. Don't panic. I'll deal with it. You guys hold the ship steady. Zhang Yi's power blessed the entire Jin Feng, causing it to break away from the water and not be affected by waves and storms. Soon the Jin Feng was suspended in midair and stabilized. Zhang Yi flew into the air and looked down at everything under his feet. Viewed from a high altitude, the scene in front of you is indeed extremely shocking. The giant fin dragon was over 100 meters long. It showed a long body in the dark and deep water. Hundreds of sharp and rough black dorsal fins on its back cut through the waves and swam quickly in the water. It was it that created the huge vortex, which affected the operation of the Jin Feng. But this time, it did not take the initiative to attack the Jin Feng. Perhaps the last experience taught it a lesson and made it realize that it was not safe to directly attack the hull. Therefore, using the power of the ocean to overturn the ship is its best choice. Zhang Yi looked down at it from a high position. It also felt the amazing pressure and raised its head to look at the sky. The huge eyes are ice blue, and its eyeballs are much bigger than Zhang Yi. But when it looked at this tiny human being in front of it, in addition to deep hatred, there was also strong fear in its eyes. In the first fight, if it weren't for the cover of the sea, it might have been seriously injured and would have been cut into 2 pieces by Zhang Yi. But this time, it obviously recovered from its injuries. Squeak! It suddenly opened its mouth and let out a sharp roar. And then the huge tentacles suddenly shot out a purple-white beam of light, hitting Zhang Yi in the air. Time echoes. Zhang Yi's ability allowed Zhang Yi to predict the trajectory of its attack in advance. So before it took action, Zhang Yi dodged in advance in the air and avoided the attack. It's my turn. He pulled out the holy seal with his right hand, and the black void fire filled the blade. The fin dragon understood how powerful this power was, and quickly submerged into the deep sea with a flick of its tail, escaping as fast as it could. But it didn't escape. It just used the seawater to hide its body and prevent Zhang Yi from attacking it. A moment later, a huge wave broke out under the Jin Feng. The turbulent seawater surged towards the Jin Feng. This wave was very terrifying. Thousands of tons of seawater would hit the Jin Feng, which would definitely cause huge damage to the Jin Feng. Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed, and he arrived on the Jin Feng in an instant. The 2 worlds are bound together. The 2-dimensional gates twisted to form a spherical defense that instantly enveloped the entire golden front. The huge wave all entered Zhang Yi's different space. What a cunning guy. He knew he couldn't do anything to me. So he chose to attack the people on the boat? Zhang Yi realized that this fin dragon had very high intelligence. It knows how to use its own advantages to fight Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi sneered, but didn't take it seriously at all. No matter how much seawater was absorbed, it was quickly discharged from the different space. He gave Lao Tian an order to fight back. Lao Tian, release depth charges. When he came, he had a lot of weapons and equipment prepared, especially for the situation that may arise at this time. He will certainly not be negligent. After Lao Tian received Zhang Yi's order, he immediately loudly arranged for his crew to get on deck. Drop depth charges. The crew showed extremely high combat qualities. They were ready and rushed to the deck immediately when Lao Tian gave the order. The Jin Feng has no launch port, so it uses drop depth charges. This weapon was originally developed to deal with submarines hidden on the seabed, but it's also very useful against this giant sea monster. Still, the same sentence: thermal weapons are not useless in a world where aliens and beasts are rampant, as long as the yield is large enough. Depth bombs were dropped into the deep sea one after another. Zhang Yi attracted the attention of the fin dragon in midair. Therefore, the fin dragon did not notice the bomb, which was as big as a pea compared to its size. But after dozens of depth bombs were dropped at the depth where the fin dragon was, a violent explosion immediately occurred. Boom! 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 A dull and violent explosion sounded in the depths of the ocean, and violent shock waves wreaked havoc around the long body of the fin dragon. Its body is too huge, so it cannot avoid the impact of the explosion. Soon, scars appeared one after another on its steel-like body. Fin dragon himself may not have thought that this kind of civilian ship, which seemed to have no weapons and equipment, could actually exert the power of a warship. Squeak! It screamed in pain. A white-purple beam of light soared into the sky from the sea, reaching an altitude of more than 1,000 meters. Then, like a big sword, it quickly slashed down towards the Jin Feng. Zhang Yi was suspended in front of the golden Feng. He opened his right hand, and an invisible wave appeared at the dimensional gate, completely absorbing the power of the atomic breath. Through this attack, Zhang Yi could feel the approximate level of the fin dragon's power, converted into a foreigner's ability index. It's about 9,200 points. It's just that at this level, it can't threaten Zhang Yi. However, because it occupies the terrain advantage of the sea. It can even tangle with Zhang Yi, who has a power index of 9,600 points. Zhang Yi couldn't kill it, but it couldn't kill Zhang Yi, so it could only launch an attack on the Jin Feng to complete its revenge. Sea water can weaken the impact, whether it is divine power or void attack. It will be weakened too much by millions of tons of sea water. If you want to kill it, it is still difficult to do it with ordinary methods. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. The sea is not his main battlefield, which is quite frustrating. Chapter 863 40 minutes. The wave of attacks by the Fin Dragon did not cause any trouble to the Golden Edge. Instead, it was attacked by a depth charge and suffered serious injuries. In addition, its own ability, Atomic Breath, was completely restrained by Zhang Yi, and it realized that there would be no results if it continued to fight. So it dived into the deep seabed again, and soon the huge and terrifying shadow under the Jin Feng ship disappeared. Zhang Yi spread his hands. That's fair enough. His performance at sea will be limited. But once the Fin Dragon comes ashore, this creature will be destroyed no matter how strong it is. Unless it's like Canute's ability, Blue Shark. In that way, it has the ability to move in solid media. You're lucky. If I come in a warship this time, I will definitely kill you. After all, the Jin Feng is just a civilian ship, and its attack and defense capabilities are far inferior to those of a warship. Otherwise, with the current level of Huaxu Kingdom's warships, and the use of more powerful high-speed torpedoes, even such a powerful monster would have no choice but to escape. The Fin Dragon is very cunning, and will come and fight once it finds an opportunity. Once it realizes that the situation is not good, it will run away as soon as possible. It also knows that the little man in the sky cannot go deep into the sea to fight it. Zhang Yi returned to the Jin Feng, and this matter was finally over for the time being. However, he once again reminded Lao Tian and other crew members to be more vigilant. This kind of sea monster is very vindictive, and it is unknown when it will attack again. Lao Tian repeatedly said yes. The attack he just experienced seemed to be handled lightly by Zhang Yi, but to others on the ship, it was no less than experiencing a magnitude 10 earthquake. That kind of giant sea beast can easily destroy a 10,000-ton ship and bury them in the sea. After the Fin Dragon escaped, Zhang Yi returned the boat to the sea. The blizzard continued, and the wind and waves were very strong. But after being unaffected by the eddy, the boat could be controlled. But it was impossible to move forward for the time being. The anchor had been lowered, and we had to wait until the storm passed before we could set off. In this way, the Jin Feng was still swaying. Zhang Yi sat on the chair in the control room, and did not leave in a hurry. He also needs to be on guard against the sudden return of the Fin Dragon. On the Jin Feng, due to the lack of sight, many people still didn't know what was going on. For some people, this is a huge regret, because if they knew the power Zhang Yi had, they wouldn't have any ridiculous ideas. After a day and a night passed, the snowstorm slowly stopped. A thick layer of snow accumulated on the Jin Feng. Fragments of ice and snow were scattered on the sea, and large ice floes were floating in the sea. Zhang Yi had been watching in the control room all day and was feeling a little sleepy at this time. He told Lao Tian to arrange for someone to clean it up, and then he could be on his way. I'll go back and rest for a while. I feel sleepy. If you encounter a Fin Dragon or other problems, just wake me up. Yes, Mr. Zhang, Lao Tian said. Zhang Yi yawned and went back to his room to rest. Lao Tian immediately ordered a few people to be called from the bottom cabin to clean the snow on the ship. Soon, the Jin Feng weighed anchor and continued sailing. Only then did the chef Lao Xie come to the kitchen and start preparing the food. It was supposed to be lunch, but today the meal wasn't served until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. As usual, he pushed the dining cart and delivered the food from the Rockflow group to the cabin door, and then looked at the cabin door and called for people to come and eat. Cha Hae-sung walked out of the room, and his wife Kim Kim-mi walked out of the room facing her. Cha Hae-sung gave her a look. Jean Kim-mi understood immediately, and walked towards Xie Changming with enchanting steps. Xie Changming originally planned to leave after delivering the meal, but when he saw the pitiful and charming look on Jean Jimei's face, he immediately changed his mind. Appa, Salong Hei. Jean Kim-mi came to Xie Changming, and the other people receiving the meal hurriedly left in a sensible manner, looking at them with ambiguous eyes as they left. Then he looked at Cha Hai-chung with a playful expression. Jean Jimei hugged Xie Changming's arm and said pitifully, Appa, I want to eat some good food to replenish myself recently. Can you help me? Xie Changming chuckled, not caring that anyone was watching here, and started moving his hands around her body. You want to eat something good, right? This is easy to handle. Appa will satisfy you today. He pulled Jean Jime and hurried to the bathroom. There is no surveillance in the bathroom, and he doesn't want his colleagues to see his live broadcast. Xia Changming has a fiery face, and Kim Kimmy is indeed a former ace member of the girl group, and is very good at seducing men. All of Xia Changming's attention was attracted by her. He didn't even notice the bearded Rudolph at the door, as he passed by the sea of cars and entered their cabin. As a first-class pickpocket, stealing a communicator is not an easy task for him. In addition, he can make perfect use of blind spots to avoid being discovered by surveillance. The two of them are just standing side by side. If you look through the surveillance camera, you won't find anything strange about him. After a brief brushing, Rudolph had already stuffed Xia Changming's communication equipment into his pocket. Then he turned quickly and entered the cabin. Che Haicheng closed the door. And then Rudolph sent the communication equipment to Eisenman, who was already ready. Must be as soon as possible. Otherwise we don't know what will happen, Che Haicheng reminded. Eisenman took over the communication device, and his expression immediately became extremely focused. He did not talk to Che Haicheng, but turned on the communication device. As he expected, a password was required to unlock it. But this was not a problem for a top engineer from the Ligua group. The copy has already been edited. It was done by Cha Haicheng himself. This Silla official knew very well how to use the power of words. He described the matter in an exaggerated way, trying to catch the heart of the person in charge of the Colombian Ocean Fleet. Only in this way will the other party send troops to take them away. As time passed, the person in charge of wind protection cautiously leaned against the wall and listened carefully to the movements nearby. In the bathroom, Jean Jime also used what she had learned throughout her life and tried her best to hold off Xia Changming. To everyone else on board, the day was just another ordinary day at sea. But for them, it was extremely tense and exciting, with unstoppable anticipation and fear every minute and every second. They dare not imagine the cost of this failure. After all, Johnny gave them the impression that he was not an easy person to talk to. Eisenman concentrated on cracking the communicator. The first step was not difficult for him. However, next, we have to find a way to contact the Colombian fleet. Fortunately, in 2051, technology has already reached a level that enables global communications. Whether it is Washu State's Nebula satellite system or Colombia's Starlink system, this can be done. After nearly half an hour of tossing, Eisenman finally solved the problem of the signal channel. Quick! Send out the distress letter. Although Eisenman was shocked on the surface, he was actually exhausted and sweating profusely, and was close to collapse. He hurriedly handed the communicator to Cha Haicheng and asked him to complete the last step. Chapter 864 Signal. Che Haicheng took the communicator and swallowed uncontrollably. His hands were still shaking, but time waited for no one. So he quickly entered the prepared copy. The last step is to click send. Because he was too nervous, Cha Haicheng moved his finger on the screen several times. In the end, Xia Yufan couldn't stand it anymore and pressed the send button for him. Goodoo! Several people swallowed at the same time, finally letting go of the huge stone in their hearts. But the good times didn't last long, and they found that circles began to spin on the screen. Che Haicheng panicked and quickly asked Eisenman, Mr. Eisenman, what's going on? Eisenman took a look and said helplessly, This is at sea, and we are only using an ordinary personal communication device. It is normal for the signal transmission to be slow. Che Haicheng asked nervously, Will the delivery fail? Eisenman was silent for a moment and shook his head. Several people relaxed and thought that everything was safe. Eisenman didn't want to dampen their emotions, but this couldn't be hidden. I don't know either. Che Haicheng and the others were in a frenzy again. They were scared to death every minute and every second. Fortunately, in the end, the circle was finally completed in their wide-eyed gazes. The green check mark indicates that the message has been successfully sent. Eisenman also took a long breath. Let's see if it works now. If they believe what we say, they may send a ship to take us away. He looked out the window. As long as we don't enter the inner sea of Washu, Colombia's fleet will definitely be able to find us and take us back. As a Colombian citizen, he is extremely confident in this. Others didn't have time to hear his sigh. Clear all information quickly. Don't leave any traces, Che Haicheng said to him quickly. Eisenman picked up the phone and performed a clearing operation. At this time, Jean Jime in the bathroom could no longer hold on. It's not that she doesn't work hard. It's because Lao Xia's ability is indeed a bit stretched. The Eisens cleared the traces of operation on the communicator and then handed it over to Rudolph. Rudolph cautiously came outside with the communicator, and then coughed twice hard. After getting a signal, Kim was relieved. 2 minutes later, Xie Changming walked out of the bathroom with Jean Jimei, who was wiping his mouth with a handkerchief while getting dressed. Rudolph pretended to go to the bathroom and hurried over, holding his stomach with one hand. Then quietly, he stuffed the communicator back into Xie Changming's body. Professional pickpockets. Their proficiency in stealing is outrageous. Xie Changming's communicator was stuffed into the pocket of his pants. His pants were not loose. Generally, someone would be able to feel the communicator if it was taken away. But Rudolph naturally has his own way of doing it without being noticed. Xie Changming was very satisfied with Jean Jimei's service today and left the middle cabin with satisfaction. He had no idea what Cha Hai-chung and others had done today. Zhang Yi had just finished squatting for the whole night and was fast asleep in the room. The news quickly reached the Colombian Ocean Fleet located on Rokefly Island via satellite. Investigation Department. The soldier who received the communication signal glanced casually as usual. Recently, less and less information has been received. Seeing that it was this kind of privately sent information, they didn't bother to read it in the past, because there's no need to guess. It's 100% a signal for help. But now there are fewer and fewer survivors. Or perhaps they have lost hope and no longer ask for help from the Navy. Perhaps it was a coincidence that the soldiers on duty today took a brief glance at the content of the message. This look made him discover something different. Stones with magical power can give people extremely powerful strength. Huaxu State even sent a large number of soldiers to sea specifically for this purpose. This distress call was very different. All the messages I received in the past were either pleading, angry curses and despair, or offering to donate all my wealth. And few people would give such a description of an alien. As a professional soldier, although he thought this statement was funny, he still thought it was different and looked at it carefully again, out of professional sensitivity. Although he did not know whether what the other party said was true or false, he still reported the information to his superior. As a soldier, of course, he didn't know the existence of such a thing as the source of God. Well, among their higher-ups, the literal translation of the name of this kind of thing is Holy Origin Substance, or Human Completion Plan Essence. After the news was passed to the superiors, it quickly attracted the attention of the Chief of Investigation, Bamit Helison, because as the head of the intelligence department, he certainly knew about the existence of this sacred substance. One of his main tasks is to search for information about this substance. The magical yellow stone. Huaxu Kingdom sent a large number of soldiers to get it. It's very suspicious. Very suspicious. Suddenly, Harrison thought of something. About 3 months ago, an icebreaker from Huaxu State sailed to the southeastern part of the ocean. At first, they thought it was strange, but after judging that it was just a civilian icebreaker, they did not pay special attention to it. But combined with this letter asking for help, it suddenly gave people an unusual feeling. Helison did not dare to delay, and out of caution, he reported the matter to Douglas, the commander of the Ocean Fleet. As soon as possible, the information passed from the investigation department had a very high priority, and soon this information was delivered to Douglas's desk. After reading the information, Douglas took 2 puffs on his pipe and immediately summoned Helison to his office. Harrison, what is the source of this information? When the two met, Douglas asked straight to the point. Helison replied, it came from the sea, and the message sent was an ordinary personal communicator. Douglas frowned slightly. This was not the first time he had encountered this situation. Due to the importance of the sacred source of matter, the Navy once had an order to give very high rewards to anyone who found this substance. Therefore, in order to obtain rewards, various departments often send back various news about it. But it has been proven that most of it is useless information. People in some small places who have never seen strangers, or even find that someone has mutated, will regard it as the function of the sacred source. Okay, I understand. You can go out. After Douglas asked Helison to go back, he thought about it and handed the information to his assistant. Give it to Major Christian Connor of the Copernicus. His ship is responsible for patrolling the area of the sea, and ask him to go over and check it out. Chapter 865 Colombian Navy. After the Fin Dragon was scared off by Zhang Yi, the G phone continued to move towards Tianhai City in Huaxu Kingdom. When eating the next morning, Zhang Yi saw Zhu Yum holding the child and coming to find Zhou Kier with a haggard look on his face. At this time, she was much more haggard than when she first went to sea, like an eggplant beaten by frost, and the arrogance and confidence on her face were gone, especially after experiencing the massacre in the bottom cabin. It can be said that she has completely lost the qualification to be arrogant. Now when she sees Zhang Yi, she looks scared. Johnny was curious about what she was doing here, so he walked towards the two of them. When Ju Young saw Johnny, his expression suddenly changed, and he said to Glacier, "I'm going back first. You can give me an answer later." Then, he hurried back to his room and closed the door from the inside. Johnny looked playfully, thinking that this woman must be in trouble again. I wanted to ask him for help, but I was too embarrassed to ask. So I settled for the next best thing and turned to Glacier. He walked up to Glacier and asked with a smile, "What is she doing here?" Glacier smiled. Her pure white catkins hugged Zhang Yi's arm, and she smiled softly. "What else can I do? It's because of the child." She was very excited at first, and wanted to imitate others in being a mother and taking care of her children. But it wasn't long before she was almost driven crazy by the baby. It was two people taking care of her together. If she was alone, she would have collapsed a long time ago. Zhang Yi smiled faintly. She made her own choice. What does it matter to her? I have promised you not to interfere in her mess. Let her swallow the bitter pill of her choice. Glacier smiled and nodded. Don't worry. I won't agree to anything without your approval. Feeling Glacier's soft and elastic body, Zhang Yi's heart moved, and he leaned close to her neck and whispered, "Remember the bet the two of us made before? Now I've won." Glacier's face suddenly turned red. That bet? The content really frightened her. But she also had a hint of expectation. She had never tried that kind of thing. I'm willing to admit defeat, and I'll just accept it. She glanced at Zhang Yi charmingly, then took the initiative to hold Zhang Yi's hand and walked into the bedroom. This afternoon, the Jin phone cut through the water on the calm ice sea and sailed home quickly. Lao Tian sat in the control room, smoking a cigarette and chatting with the crew. Halfway through the voyage, they cleared away many troubles on the way, including pirates and the navies of some small countries. So the problems on the return trip will be reduced a lot. However, Zhang Yi made everyone be more vigilant, because they didn't bring anything with them when they came. They didn't have to worry even if they encountered the navies of some big countries. But on the way back, there was very important information on the ship. There is no room for error. However, people are always afraid of what will happen. Just when Lao Tian and the crew were chatting about pornographic jokes to relieve their boredom, suddenly, the Jin Feng's radio received a mellow warning. The meaning obtained through machine translation is, "Please pay attention to the suspicious ships ahead. We are the Colombian Navy and are about to board and inspect your ship. Please stop traveling immediately and cooperate with us. I'm warning you. Don't try to resist or escape. Otherwise we will attack directly." The sudden warning put all crew members on alert. Lao Tian jumped up from his chair and ran to the console. The other party repeated this passage. Lao Tian's pupils shrank. "Colombia's Navy. Things are really bad now." When sailing on the sea, the most fearful thing is meeting them. Lao Tian himself had no idea and hurriedly informed Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's expression became solemn when he heard the news. The Colombian Navy was in existence that he was unwilling to come into contact with now. Even now, Zhang Yi is already a top-notch alien. But meeting those guys on the sea will still bring huge pressure to Zhang Yi. Before leaving, Zhu Xin once specially reminded Zhang Yi, the most important thing to pay attention to is Colombia's ocean fleet. Because this fleet is the ace card of the Colombian Navy. It even has the strength to compete with the East China Sea region, the strongest navy in the Huashu Kingdom. Among the 6 major regions of Huashu Kingdom, in terms of pure force, the Donghai region may be second only to the Shengjing region. This shows how powerful the Colombian Navy's ocean fleet is. Not only do they possess a variety of world-class ships, they also possess many powerful aliens. The last thing Zhang Yi wanted to meet was them. What happened? Did they say why they came? Zhang Yi was changing clothes and communicating with Lao Tian very quickly. The presence of the Colombian Navy was particularly unusual. They were not intercepted when they came. Why were they intercepted on their return? The Jin Feng is only a civilian ship in name. Easy interception and inspection can easily cause unnecessary disputes with Huashu Kingdom. The larger the power, the more cautious one should be. Zhang Yi even had some doubts. Had they already gotten some news? Lao Tian replied. They just said that we are a suspicious ship and need to be inspected routinely. Routine inspection? Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. This place is still located on the high seas, so there is no routine inspection. How far away is the other party from us? According to the radar, there are still more than 20 nautical miles. Don't make any moves. Just stop and move forward as they say. Yes. Zhang Yi changed his clothes and began to make secret calculations in his mind. Seeing Zhang Yi's serious look, Glacier couldn't help but ask what happened. We have encountered the Colombian Navy. We may be in big trouble now. Them? Jokir was also a little nervous. What did they come for? Zhang Yi did not tell Jokir about the source of God. So until now, Zhang Yi didn't know what the purpose of Zhang Yi's trip was. She was still guessing whether it was simply to rescue someone of high status. Zhang Yi changed into his combat uniform and kissed her on the face. He gave Jokir a reassuring smile. Don't think too much about anything. There won't be any danger. Even if there was a fight, the worst he could do was abandon the ship and escape with Jokir. But when the time comes, he will have to abandon a dozen crew members. It was the only thing he would regret. As for Zhu Yong and the other people on the boat, Zhang Yi could only say that there was nothing he could do to help. Although space shuttle can quickly cross the kilometer limit, but after each use, there will still be a stagnation in the middle instead of continuous movement. Therefore, he can only take one person with him at most as a trade-based alien. He is only equivalent to a well-trained soldier in terms of physical strength. Chapter 866. Shit the blame first. Zhang Yi put on his combat uniform, and then reached out to move the wardrobe. He reached out and groped the wall, and then opened a dark room with ease. Kerr, please go in and stay for a while. This dark room is a special place on the Gene phone. It was originally prepared to deal with pirates. Zhang Yi specially asked Chen Jingwan to reinforce it. As long as he hides here, it will be difficult to be discovered, and it will be difficult to break through. Zhang Yi only cared about Jokir's safety. So facing the upcoming crisis, he asked Jokir to hide inside. Zhang Yi, you have to be careful too. Jokir felt the change in the atmosphere, and walked into the dark room without saying anything, leaving him with a trusting look. It won't be long. I'll have everything sorted out soon, Zhang Yi said to her with a smile. After hiding Jokir, Zhang Yi immediately chose to contact the Jiangnan region headquarters. When you encounter a big problem, of course you should seek advice from your leader. In this way, no matter what goes wrong, you won't take the blame anyway. But before that, he went to the next door and knocked on Zhu Yong's door. Although Zhu Yong's mission was more for gold plating, it had no practical effect. But she is Zhu Zheng's biological niece, so taking her with her to find Zhu Zheng will make it easier to share responsibilities. The Colombian Navy ship arrived soon. After Zhang Yi knocked on the door, he saw Zhu Yong with a haggard look on his face, and he could hear Tommy crying, "Wow!" inside. If you encounter trouble, you must contact Zhu Shuai immediately. After Zhang Yi said to Zhu Yong, he said to Sun Wanqi, who was taking care of Tommy in the room, "Take the child out immediately and go to other rooms." Sun Wanqi heard this and argued, "Didn't you see Tommy crying so hard?" Zhang Yi walked over and slapped her directly in the face. "Get out!" This immediately made Sun Wanqi blush. She was full of tears and just wanted to accuse Zhang Yi. But when she met Zhang Yi's murderous eyes, she felt like a bucket of cold water was poured down on her. She didn't dare to say a word, and she quickly left the room with Tommy, as if to escape. Zhu Yong was a little unhappy, but she didn't dare to show it at this time. Just asked, "What's the trouble?" "The Colombian Navy is coming to inspect our ship." Zhu Yong immediately frowned upon hearing this. Although she was not deeply involved in the world, she also knew that this mission was of great importance, especially that other countries could not obtain the information. "The most important thing for us is to block Li Zongyu's mouth," Zhang Yi sneered. "Can you guarantee that he did not tell anyone else the information during the half-year on Yanlu Island? Everyone on the ship cannot make any mistakes today. Otherwise, I cannot afford such a huge risk." With that said, Zhang Yi pointed at her. "Of course, after contacting Zhu Shuai later, you can take on this responsibility in your own name." Zhu Yong's face froze. Why should I?" she complained. But she was still very honest and quickly took out the communication base station and skillfully communicated with the Jiangnan region headquarters. Soon, Zhu Zheng's communicator was connected here, and Zhu Zheng's majestic and square face appeared on the transparent blue screen. "Skylark, what happened?" Zhu Zheng crossed his hands on the table and asked in a majestic voice. Zhu Yong glanced at Zhang Yi next to him. Zhang Yi leaned his head over and said, "Shuai Zhu is me." In just a moment, Zhu Yong discovered that her uncle actually had the unique skill of changing faces. When he saw Zhang Yi, the majesty and solemnity on his face suddenly melted away like ice and snow meeting the sun. Instead, his face was full of smiles, like a kind old man. "Zhang Yi! What's wrong? What happened?" Zhang Yi said. "The worst happened. On the way back, we encountered an inspection by the Colombian Navy." When Zhu Zheng heard this, his eyes became sharp. He crossed his hands under his chin. "Colombia's Navy, the last thing I want to encounter is them. What's the current situation? Tell me in detail? Zhang Yi will make a long story short. Their ship has given us a warning and is approaching soon. The specific reason is unclear. And I can't tell whether they were just doing a general inspection or discovered our mission. What should we do next? Please give instructions from the leader. Zhang Yi is very smart. According to his character, he would kill people accidentally. If he killed someone from the Colombian Navy and the ship sank, it would definitely be a major accident. When the time comes to hold people accountable, whose fault is it? So now he throws the question to Zhu Zheng. Anyway, I will do whatever you ask me to do. As a subordinate, the most taboo thing is to act based on guessing the leader's intentions when encountering a problem that you are not sure of. Explaining things clearly will not only prevent you from showing that you have no opinion, but will also make your boss think that you are cautious. To put it simply, dump the blame and that's it. In the workplace, the most important thing is to protect yourself first. Zhu Zheng also fell into silence. Nothing is clear about the situation now, and no one knows how to best handle it. The most important thing at the moment is to figure out their purpose, and to ensure that the information about that thing will not be leaked. Zhu Zheng said deeply. Zhang Yi nodded. You are right. I think so too. But if there is a conflict, or I find that the mission is at risk of being exposed, can I be allowed to do it easily? For example, destroy them? The smile on Zhang Yi's lips became thicker. It was this matter that concerned him most. If the Colombian Navy's warships were really destroyed, it would be impossible unless he had the power of the region to back him up. Otherwise Zhang Yi would not be asking for trouble. To put it bluntly, if there was no one to support him, even if he handed over the information about the source of God to others, he would not be stupid enough to fight against the entire Colombian Navy ocean fleet alone on the ocean. That is tantamount to seeking death. Zhu Zheng's eyes became profound. He said without any hesitation, No, the information on such things is top secret, and it is related to the interests of our entire Jiangnan region, and even the entire Huashu kingdom. Zhang Yi, you must ensure that the information will not be leaked, no matter what means are used. Do you understand? Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. No matter what means are used. That is, at any cost. I can do anything. Right. His eyes glanced at Zhu Yang vaguely. In other words, it won't matter even if you abandon the ship and leave by then. Right? Of course. In order to ensure the absolute security of the information. As he leaves, he kills everyone on the ship. Yes. At any cost. Even if it means going to war with Colombia's navy. Zhu Zheng has a firm attitude towards this. Don't worry. If something happens, someone from us will go over to help you. And I will communicate with the East China Sea region and ask their people to contain the Colombian naval fleet. And you must bring the information about that thing back. At this time, if there was no way to obtain the information about the source of God alone, Zhu Zheng would rather share it with the East China Sea region. After all, that would be better than the news leaking to Colombia. With your words, I know what to do. Well, go ahead and do it boldly. Remember, there is a strong motherland behind you. Zhang Yi raised his right hand to his temple. Loyalty. After ending the call, he put down his hands. He had already filmed the entire conversation with the video equipment in his combat uniform. In case something goes wrong, Lao Zhu will take the blame. Chapter 867 Prepare to fight. After reporting to Zhu Zheng, Zhang Yi knew what to do. He turned and left. Zhu Yang quickly grabbed his sleeve. Zhang Yi, what should we do next? Is there anything I can do to help? Zhang Yi looked back at her and said, Don't cause trouble. That's the greatest help to me. Zhu Yang's face froze, and he silently let go of his hand in shame. However, this matter cannot be said clearly. Zhang Yi suddenly said, If I encounter special circumstances, I do need your help. It's just that the sacrifice may be a little bigger for you. Are you willing? Zhu Yang thought for a while, and she really didn't do much useful things along the way. Sacrifice or something like that. With Zhang Yi here, it's impossible for anything to really happen to her. After all, she is Zhu Zheng's niece. So she nodded. Yes, I do. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yi's mouth. She probably didn't know that that kind of sacrifice meant that she would become an outcast and be silenced by Zhang Yi. In short, I will try my best to avoid this situation. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, and then disappeared directly. The next moment, he appeared in the middle cabin. There was someone here in the aisle, and he was startled when he saw Zhang Yi suddenly appeared. Zhang Yi ignored their shocked looks and went directly to the room where Li Zhongyu was. Then opened the door and walked in. Li Zhongyu, come with me. Regardless of everyone's surprised looks, Zhang Yi took Li Zhongyu's arm and led him out of the room. When the two of them arrived outside, Zhang Yi said straight to the point. Now, you have to tell me everything about that yellow stone. Because now we're in big trouble. And I have to make sure the information doesn't get leaked. Li Zongyu quickly understood what happened through Zhang Yi's explanation. His face was full of surprise and worry. But after a moment, he nodded and said, I understand. I will tell you everything I know. When things got to this point, he had no choice but to trust Zhang Yi. I found that stone in a place called Foggy Valley on Star Island. Li Zongyu told everything about the mysterious yellow stone. Foggy Valley is located in the southeast of Star Island country, and is a valley covering a large area. Because the scene there is shrouded in fog and the terrain is difficult, it has always been a popular place for adventure enthusiasts to explore. Li Zongyu took his girlfriend on a camping trip before, and accidentally discovered a mysterious yellow light source in the mountain stream deep in the Foggy Valley. At midnight, the projected light turns the entire stream a crystal clear yellow. He went deep into the valley out of curiosity, and found a terrifying and deep crack below, which seemed to lead to the ground. Because it was night, he did not dare to go and check. However, when he went to see it again during the day the next day, everything from last night disappeared in an instant. And even the deep ravine seemed to have never appeared. Just when he thought everything was a dream, he saw a small piece of fluorescent stone emitting yellow light in the stream. At that time, Li Zongyu didn't know what the use of this thing was. I picked it up just out of curiosity, and put it in the box where I collect gadgets. I didn't know at the time that it would have such a big effect. If not, Li Zongyu's face was full of regret. At that time, the end of the world had not yet come. How could he know how powerful the source of God was? Just a small stone stained with energy allowed him to awaken his powers. If he completely obtains the complete source of God, no one knows to what extent he will reach. It was also the first time that Zhang Yi heard someone describe the characteristics of the source of God in detail. It's a pity that Li Zongyu didn't really see the appearance of the source of God clearly. Where did that thing appear from? The only thing that is certain is that it appears underground. Since the end of the world, many incredible things have happened in this world. The emergence of the source of God even caused some changes in Zhang Yi's worldview. It even feels like the arrival of the end of the world is not an accident. Star Island, Foggy Valley. Zhang Yi remembered this place. Just stay on board. You don't need to ask about other things. Zhang Yi asked Li Zongyu to return to the cabin. As for warning Li Zongyu not to talk too much when the Colombian Navy appears, it is meaningless. There must be people on the ship who know about this. So Zhang Yi will not give them a chance. Or, everyone leaves together. Either. Zhang Yi looked at Li Zongyu's back and said silently in his heart, just bury yourself in this endless ice ocean. Zhang Yi came to the control room. Lao Tian and other crew members were already ready for battle. Everyone put on body armor and carried submachine guns. Seeing Zhang Yi coming, everyone immediately shouted, Mr. Zhang, how long until the ship arrives? About 3 minutes. Very good. You don't need to be too nervous. Just perform your duties. I will settle this matter. Facing Colombia's warships, these Muggle soldiers could not play much role. At this time, on the warship Copernicus, the captain is Navy Lieutenant Commander Christian Connor. After receiving the order from the headquarters, he immediately asked the Copernicus to move towards the Jean Feng. Connor stood in the command room with his hands behind his back. Seeing that the Jean Feng had stopped, he nodded with satisfaction. It is indeed very suspicious for an icebreaker from Huashu State to sail alone on the sea. I can't imagine that private power is enough to support such a long-distance sea voyage. There must be something wrong with them, and they are ready to fight. Connor's sense of smell is very keen. And judging from experience, there must be something wrong with this ship. The torpedo room of the Copernicus has been opened, and they will immediately launch high-speed torpedoes as soon as they find that something is wrong. In the sea, this kind of weapon is very powerful, and it is difficult for humans to compete, even if there are strangers on the ship. Once the ship is destroyed, it will most likely lose its combat effectiveness, except for aliens with marine attributes. But even so, Connor did not let anyone open the cover of the missile launch bay, because in his opinion, there is no need to waste precious missile resources unless you encounter a particularly powerful enemy. Things are different now. After the Ice Age, even Colombia's military manufacturing industry was greatly affected. Cutting-edge weaponry is slow to produce and difficult to transport across oceans to the neon rope flies. Therefore, if you use one or less of these gadgets, you must know how to economize. Kulim, please bring someone on board to inspect, Connor said to a man wearing a thick military uniform next to him. The man had a hooked nose, blue eyes that were pale, and his skin was pale in color. making him look a little oozing. He is Lieutenant Commander Balak Kulim. Chapter 868 Rain Man. Connor was very cautious. In this era of great mutation, no one knows what kind of enemy they will encounter one day. So he just locked the Gene phone with torpedoes from a distance, but did not directly let the Copernicus get closer. Instead, Balak Kulim was allowed to board the ship for inspection. Yes, Captain. Giovanna took the order and left. Connor also asked the soldiers to warn the Gene phone. Please note that the ships in front of us are from the Colombian Navy's Ocean Fleet, and we will conduct a boarding inspection on you next. Please actively cooperate and do not try to escape or resist. Otherwise, we have the right to attack your ship. After Jean heard the voice from the other party, he frowned slightly, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Boarding inspection? Lao Tian had a sullen face. Mr. Zhang, should we prepare to attack their ship? Forget it. With the few weapons and equipment we have, we can fight against Colombia's most advanced cruiser. Everyone performs their duties. You don't have to worry about anything. Just wait for my instructions. Zhang Yi turned around and walked toward the deck. But after walking out of the hatch, he was suddenly surprised to find that the sky above his head had changed color. The gloomy clouds gradually turned from gray-white to complete gray, hovering and entangled above their heads. Pattering. A voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar to Zhang Yi suddenly appeared in his ears. For a moment, Zhang Yi's thoughts were in a trance. He shouldn't be unfamiliar with this voice. But it was indeed a long time since he heard it. Tick-tock. Something suddenly fell on his shoulder. Zhang Yi looked down and found that it was a drop of rain. At this time, the outside temperature is between 30 and 40 degrees below zero. It actually rained under such circumstances, which made Zhang Yi almost think he was hallucinating. But soon, more and more rain really fell from the clouds and fell on the Gene phone. Is it really raining? Zhang Yi was a little surprised. But he immediately realized that this was definitely not ordinary rain. But others don't know. They had been depressed on the boat for too long. And now they saw you, whom they had not seen for a long time. They all happily ran out of the cabin to watch the fun. People in the bottom cabin cannot get out. But the Rockflow group is free to move around during the day. So they rushed out. It's raining. It's really raining. Great. Has the Ice Age passed? Are we going back to our old lives? Zhu Yunk and Su Nuanqi were also attracted by the rain. The two of them were leaning against the window, looking intoxicated. What a beautiful rain! Let's go out and have a look. Let's go together. The two women ran out holding hands and smiling. At this time, the people on the deck cheered happily. However, this sound did not last long, and soon the crowd screamed. The rain fell on their heads, and their hair immediately became bald, and bursts of white smoke appeared. The thick cotton clothes were also corroded and had big holes. Ah! Their skin began to show hideous red spots. Everyone stopped cheering and rushed to the cabin. However, some people noticed the Colombian warship parked on the sea. Che Haicheng, Xia Yufan and others looked at each other with excitement in their eyes. Their plan succeeded, and the Colombian warship really came to rescue them. Su Nuanqi and Zhu Yunk stood in front of the cabin door. Su Nuanqi looked into the distance curiously. Huh? Is that a Colombian warship? She actually said to Zhu Yunk with some joy. Look! Colombia's warship is so handsome. Zhu Yunk frowned and glanced at her coldly, fearing that the visitor was evil. How could be? Su Nuanqi tilted her head in confusion. Colombia is a country that loves to maintain peace. They must be here to protect us. Zhu Yunk took a deep breath helplessly, and was too lazy to pay attention to Su Nuanqi. But her eyes looked uneasily at the warship on the sea level. Everyone go back to the cabin. This is very corrosive acid rain, Zhang Yi said to everyone calmly. In fact, the intelligence system of his combat uniform had already analyzed the composition of the rainwater immediately. If it didn't contain special ingredients, it would just be hail. But these did not do any damage to his combat uniform. But the Gene phone didn't have such good luck. The highly corrosive acid rain fell on the ship, causing the paint on the ship to begin to fade. And the corrosion scratches were as ugly as tears. The whole ship seemed to have been baptized by time and became gray. Zhang Yi stood on the deck and did not return to the cabin. His eyes looked forward. If you look at it from a high altitude at this time, you will find that this acid rain only covers the area around the Gene phone. The Copernicus did not approach. But someone has already arrived. Zhang Yi is a top space alien. He is very sensitive to fluctuations in space. The rain kept falling. On the deck in front of me, such a strange scene suddenly appeared. The rain stopped in midair, sliding down to both sides as if it encountered some obstacle. When you look closely, It slowly turns into a group of humanoid beings. In the void, their appearance slowly appeared. That was 10 heavily armed Colombian Marines. When Zhang Yi saw them, he subconsciously compared them with the Malay Navy that he had encountered before, just from the analysis of weapons and equipment and the momentum of the soldiers. The Colombian Navy is more than 2 or 3 levels ahead of them. It can be said that they are covered in equipment and armed to the teeth. The person standing in front of them gave people a cold and terrifying feeling. He was wearing a thick dark green raincoat, a black mask on his face, and his hands behind his back. Those who can. Zhang Yi made a judgment immediately. As a top-level alien who has been on the battlefield for a long time, most of the time, instinct is enough to judge who is an alien and who is not. This acid rain seems to be his masterpiece. He looked at the sea again. No ships were seen approaching, and the Copernicus was at least 5 nautical miles away. Therefore, the opponent's abilities may also include the ability to be invisible and sneak. After seeing those Colombian Navy, Che Haicheng and others could no longer contain their excitement. Bayamo swallowed his saliva and immediately wanted to go over and ask for help. Che Haicheng quickly stopped him. Don't worry. Let's see the situation first. If they make a mistake, wouldn't they just expose themselves? Zhang Yi will definitely not be able to spare them by then. Only then did Bayamo suppress his inner excitement and stared over there. Lao Tian and other crew members also came out with guns in hand and looked at the soldiers coldly. But in the eyes of those soldiers, what they did was particularly funny. The gap in weapons and equipment is not a small one. What's more, there is a top-notch Copernicus cruiser behind them. This is the ship of Huashu Kingdom, and we are citizens of Huashu Kingdom. It is wrong for you to intercept our ships on the high seas without authorization. Zhang Yi talked nonsense nonchalantly. Some situations are like this. Even if it is useless, you still have to say it before determining the other party's purpose. Necessary communication is still indispensable. Kulim's voice came from under the raincoat. Are you the captain of this ship? Zhang Yi nodded. Yes, it's me. Kulim continued. We are the Colombian Navy. We have received information that your ship has forcibly detained several of our Colombian citizens, and inhumane killings also occurred. Therefore, we are taking you back to cooperate with the investigation. Chapter 869 Dilemma. As soon as Kulim finished speaking, Bayamo and others were ecstatic. They finally determined that these people were here to pick them up and leave. For more than half a month, they have been living in panic. I was afraid that Zhang Yi would kill them one day. Now, their savior has arrived. They believed in their hearts that the Colombian Navy was invincible. As long as they showed up, Zhang Yi would have to let them go. Bayamo raised his hands and cheered. Oh, my God. You are finally here. Praise God. Praise the great Colombian Navy. He covered his head with his clothes, and regardless of the acid rain outside, he excitedly rushed towards the sailors. At this time, he just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, and then return to his hometown to find the whereabouts of his wife and children. Seeing Bayamo taking action, several foreigners from the Yinlu group also ran over there. They cheered happily as they ran, as if they were Andy escaping from Shawshank. I think I have escaped from the dangerous prison and returned to the embrace of civilization. Cha Haicheng raised his hands in excitement. Long live Colombia! Long live! When they passed by Zhang Yi, Lao Tian and others, in order to vent their emotions over the past few days, they deliberately twisted their buttocks in a playful manner, their faces full of ridicule. That expression is clearly saying that we are now covered by the Colombian Navy. So just get angry. Sun Wanqi was also very excited. Her eyes were rippling. Suddenly she said to Zhu Yonk, Senior, I want to go with him. After all, I am also a Colombian citizen. I feel like I'd rather go back to Colombia than go back with you. Zhu Yonk is really angry. Are you crazy? Are you so dull that you can't feel that they are coming with bad intentions? Sun Wanqi sighed and looked at her resentfully. Senior sister, please don't always have persecution delusions. Okay. Colombia is a beautiful and free country, and we will not be forced to do anything. Anyway, I've had enough of this ship. That man named Zhang has been treating me very badly. I want to leave with him. Sun Wanqi said, and wanted to leave together. But Zhu Yonk held her tightly. Idiot! Take a good look at the situation first. Sun Wanqi took a closer look and realized that something was obviously wrong. There was a tense situation on the deck. Lao Tian and other crew members had turned on the safety, and there might be a firefight at any time. Her face turned pale, and she quickly took 2 steps back, decided to wait and see for a while before talking. On the deck, Zhang Yi looked at Che Haicheng, Bayamo and Xie Yufan. with an unexpected look in his eyes. Only then did he realize that it was these guys who had secretly contacted the Colombian Navy. But there were two things he didn't understand. The first point is how they contacted the Colombian Navy. They obviously had all the communication equipment confiscated. The second point is also the most important point. Why did they contact the Colombian Navy? On the Gene phone. Zhang Yi has always been very good to the people in the Yinlu group. They have never been short of food or warmth. And he also learned from Li Zhongyu and others that Colombian officials would not rescue Colombians overseas at all. Baimo and the others' previous calls for help came to nothing. Even so, they still chose to betray Zhang Yi and betrayed Zhang Yi into the arms of the Colombian Navy. Zhang Yi is a rational person, and he cannot analyze this matter logically. But soon, he figured it out. There are still too many stupid people in this world. And there is no need to think about what is going on in a pig's head. In just an instant, Zhang Yi wanted to understand many things. It is impossible for the Colombian Navy to come to rescue people for no reason. There must be some conspiracy. And what allows them to dispatch warships must be very important information. Therefore, at this time, the information about the source of God may have been passed to the Colombian Navy by Cha Haicheng and others. Although they only heard some information from Li Zhongyu. But the top forces all attach great importance to the existence of the source of God. Therefore, even if they did not confirm the authenticity of the intelligence, they would still send people over to take Baimoche back. Same thing. Zhang Yi can't let them leave. Zhang Yi waved to Lao Tian and others. They understood and immediately stopped Che Haicheng and several others, who wanted to run over with their guns. The expressions of those people suddenly changed. What do you mean? I am a Colombian citizen, and you cannot stop us from leaving. This is illegal detention. Sir, help us leave quickly. We have endured inhuman torture here, and I demand protection. Several people were extremely excited at this time. And they eagerly wanted to leave. Moreover, with Colombia's navy already appearing, they were confident and dared to roar at Zhang Yi. Even Cha Haicheng, who had knelt in front of Zhang Yi like a dog and licked the soles of his shoes, looked arrogant. Colin looked at Zhang Yi. These people are citizens of Colombia. We want to take them away. His voice was full of arrogance. Moreover, your actions are very suspicious. We need to conduct a thorough inspection of the entire ship. From now on, your ship will be taken over by the Colombian Navy. No one should make dangerous moves. Otherwise it will be regarded as an attack on the Colombian Navy. And we will kill you on the spot. Since we have already boarded the ship for inspection, there is no need to be secretive about this matter. Since you are pursuing excitement, then follow through to the end and simply take away the boat. By the way, the people on the ship can also be used as laborers in their army. When Che Haicheng heard this, he pointed at Zhang Yi and shouted to Kalim, Sir, I want to report that person. He comes from the officialdom of Huashu Kingdom. And he is a high official. There is a woman beside him, who is also a relative of a high-ranking official in Huashu Kingdom. These people have ulterior motives for going to sea. And they hide very big secrets. We must not let them go. They were confident that facing the powerful Colombian Navy, people like Zhang Yi could only surrender obediently. Soon Wanshi couldn't stand it. She stood up and said righteously that although he had done something wrong before, he was the one who took us away from the island. I think everyone should not cling to past grudges. Those who are willing to go to Colombia go to Colombia. And those who are willing to go to Huashu Kingdom go to Huashu Kingdom. Wouldn't that be nice? Soon Wanshi looked at Kalim. Sir, we citizens of Colombia would like to leave with you. Please don't embarrass other people on board. Thank you. Her smiling and innocent look made many people look at her, with a weird look on her face. Kalim glanced at her coldly, then ignored her. Zhang Yi looked at the faces of Che Haicheng and others and narrowed his eyes slightly. There were only two choices before him now. First, kill everyone on the boat, and then escape with Zhou Kier. Second, destroy the Colombian Navy in front of you. However, there is a great escape at sea. No matter which choice you make, it will have huge negative consequences. If you choose the first option, all crew members including Zhu Yunk will die, which may cause some minor problems on Zhu Jing's side. Choose the second option. On this blue sea, on the high seas, completely breaking up with the Colombian Navy will lead to unimaginable revenge. Obviously, it will be more convenient to choose the first option. But Zhang Yi didn't want to do this. He doesn't care about other people's lives. But because he was oppressed by the Colombian Navy, he turned to kill his own crew and compatriots, which would make Zhang Yi feel physiologically uncomfortable. Soon, Zhang Yi made his choice. He was thinking silently in his mind. The Copernicus had been aiming its torpedoes at the Golden Front. The distance between the two ships is 5 nautical miles. If you use space shuttle, It will take about 9 seconds. There are Colombian soldiers on the ship, so the other party may not launch a torpedo attack immediately. But it does not rule out that the other party is ruthless and does not care about the life and death of his men. First of all, in order to ensure the secrecy of the mission, there are no advanced combat capabilities other than him on the ship. In other words, it would be inappropriate to abandon the few people in front of us and capture the Copernicus first. In that case, all the people on the Gene phone would be controlled by the Rain Man leaders in front of him. Secondly, Zhang Yi could not quickly kill the Colombian soldiers in front of him. Once its strength is exposed, the Copernicus will definitely launch torpedoes directly. This is a dilemma. However, time is not on Zhang Yi's side. Rain Man, Balaculin has prepared for the resistance of Zhang Yi and others. He took a step back, and his whole person disappeared into the rain. Chapter 870 Surrender. Che Haicheng and others were still arrogantly provoking Zhang Yi and other crew members. They wiggled their butts unscrupulously, raised their middle fingers, and laughed wildly, venting their anger over the past half-month. Even if Zhang Yi provided them with enough food, they would not starve to death on Yanlu Island. But they still hate Zhang Yi, because they felt that Zhang Yi and the crew were too arrogant towards them, like herders raising livestock. This is probably what it means to win favor with rice and fight against rice with hatred. They will look forward to the beauty they imagine in their hearts in the distance. But they are picky about the people in front of them who give them benefits. But none of this matters anymore. The moment Kaleem disappeared into the rain, Zhang Yi also made his decision. Wait a minute. I want to talk to your commander. I can give him what he wants. Zhang Yi shouted loudly. As soon as Zhang Yi said these words, Kaleem's figure appeared again. Do you understand? Zhang Yi took a deep breath. We are just an icebreaker and cannot be an enemy to the Colombian Navy. Since I have no choice, it is better to confess proactively in exchange for better treatment, he said very frankly. Everyone on the boat had a look of astonishment on their faces. Maybe they didn't expect that Zhang Yi would surrender directly without resisting? Zhu Yonk looked at Zhang Yi. His eyes widened, and said angrily, Zhang Yi, how could you do this? Is this worthy of my uncle? Zhang Yi secretly cursed the damn woman for not having any eyesight. Fortunately, Kaleem had never heard of Zhang Yi's name. There was no surprise on the faces of Che Haicheng and others. They looked at each other triumphantly, and both felt that the situation in front of them was expected. After all, who would dare to confront the mighty Colombian Navy on the sea? That's right. He who knows the current affairs is a hero, Cha Haicheng said with a smile. Xie Yifan raised his glasses and teased, your Chinese idioms are getting better and better. Che Haicheng glared and said, nonsense. This is our 6,000-year-old traditional culture of Silla. What does it have to do with you? Zhang Yi ignored Zhu Young's cannibalistic eyes and calmly said to Kaleem, I won't make any unnecessary resistance. That's what you came here for. Right? I already have a lot of information in my hands. But I can't tell you directly. The information has been leaked, so it's better to use it as bait. He said to Kaleem that I want to discuss this matter with your commander personally. Everything that happened here naturally fell into the eyes of the captain of the Copernicus. Christian Connor. Is he talking about the Holy Sephiroth? There was a hint of eagerness in Christian Connor's eyes. He thought for a while, and told Kaleem through the communicator that he could agree to his request. Disarm all his weapons, and bring him over. In their eyes, the entire Gene Feng is just a big fish waiting to be slaughtered, and they can cut it however they want. In addition, Zhang Yi voluntarily surrendered and asked for valuable information about the source of God. Of course, Connor couldn't resist this temptation. After all, once the information is obtained this time, he will gain a huge military merit. After receiving the order, Kaleem asked Zhang Yi to hand over all the weapons in his hands and follow them back to the Copernicus. Zhang Yi was secretly cautious, but he put down the 2 pistols as they asked. 2 soldiers came forward and carefully inspected Zhang Yi's body. After confirming that there was no problem, they cuffed Zhang Yi's hands. When Lao Tian and others saw this, they naturally threw all the guns in their hands onto the deck. Seeing such a scene, everyone on the boat had different expressions. Zhu Yonk was angry and puzzled, thinking secretly in his heart that the Jiangnan war god was so useless. She was greatly disappointed. But for a moment she lost her backbone. If her identity is exposed and taken away by the Colombian Navy, it will be a huge shame for the Jiangnan region. By that time, she only had one chance to die. She could only hope that Zhang Yi would not expose her identity. The expressions of the people in the Yanlu group varied. Some were deep in thought, some looked worried, and some showed joy. After all, the entire Yanlu group is filled with all kinds of people, and everyone has different ideas. Che Haicheng and the others couldn't help but laugh. Only Lao Tian and the others looked calm. The reason why these people doubt Zhang Yi is simply because they don't understand what kind of person Zhang Yi is. After such a long time, are there still not many people who have been tricked to death by Zhang Yi in various ways? He is a man who has no dignity at all as a strong man. And he goes to the extreme. But he was also ruthless to the extreme. If anyone really lets down their guard against him, what will happen? Hee. Don't touch the people on my ship for now. If you want to get information from me, Zhang Yi said to Kaleem. Kaleem snorted coldly. We are the Colombian Navy. The Colombian Navy is known as the strongest in the world. And it goes without saying that they have strict military discipline. Besides, now that they need to obtain information from Zhang Yi, they will naturally not take action against Lao Tian and the others. At this moment, Zhang Yi had to take this step in order to save the lives of the entire ship and protect the information about the source of the gods. Kaleem grabbed Zhang Yi's arm with his strong hands, and he ordered a few soldiers to stay on the ship to guard the others, and he himself took Zhang Yi back to the Copernicus. At this time, Zhang Yi also discovered the magic of Kaleem's ability. As he moved, the rain moved with him, and he was able to shuttle by himself in the rain. No wonder Zhang Yi didn't see any ships approaching. So Kaleem led people to the Jin Feng. After Kaleem left with Zhang Yi, the ship fell into an eerie silence for a while. No one knows what will happen next. Only a few Colombian soldiers held guns in their hands and looked at everyone with indifferent expressions. Even the unconvinced attitude of Lao Tian and the sailors were ignored by them. Absolute strength gives them absolute confidence. This is the confidence of the world's #1 navy. Zhang Yi followed Kaleem and quickly passed through the rain curtain and arrived on the Copernicus. This cruiser is very advanced, equipped with a variety of cannons, and even carries conventional missiles. On the sea, the destructive power it can create is comparable to a top Delta-level alien. But as a dead thing, it still has flaws after all. For example, its internal defense is not that strong. The threat from the Copernicus is the greatest. This is also the reason why Zhang Yi made this choice. Chapter 871 I am the investigation captain of Jiangnan region. After boarding the ship, Zhang Yi was carefully inspected again before being taken to the cabin. The shackles on his hands were specially made of jet black metal with a red light shining on them. It's a miniature bomb. Once Zhang Yi tries to break away or resist, he will be detonated immediately. Captain Christian Connor couldn't wait and asked him to bring Zhang Yi to him as soon as possible. Looking at the ordinary-looking yellow man in front of him, a smile appeared on his face. Tell me, what's your name? What position do you hold in Huashu country? Zhang Yi raised his head and looked at him, and said lightly, My name is Zhang Yi, captain of the Jiangnan region investigation team. When Connor heard these words, his head didn't come back to reality for a while. After all, they rarely interact with Jiangnan region on weekdays, and they don't know what the investigation captain means. It's just that the name Zhang Yi is slightly familiar to him. Yi Zhang. I seem to have heard this name somewhere. However, the next moment, he saw a cruel smile on the lips of the yellow-skinned young man. Connor's brain speed suddenly increased. He thought of an incident that attracted many people's attention internationally some time ago. The Neon Ronin landed in the Jiangnan area of Huashu Kingdom, and then a captain-level figure in Jiangnan rebelled. The person who then turned the tide and calmed the crisis was Zhang Yi. FK. Connor's pupils narrowed, and he cursed loudly. But a black flame-like substance appeared in Zhang Yi's hands, which directly melted away the strong handcuffs. If you don't do one thing, you won't stop doing the other thing. Anyway, in order to protect the secret of the source of God, we must break up with the Colombian Navy. Then, there is no need to worry. Everyone on this boat must die today. The raging power of the void erupted directly in the cabin of the Copernicus. No one on the entire ship could imagine that there was an inconspicuous civilian ship on this vast sea of ice. They will actually encounter the most advanced combat power in the Jiangnan region. Connor was less than 3 meters away from Zhang Yi. Between life and death, he used his superpower immediately. Dragon Beast transformation. A layer of cyan scales adhered to his body, and his figure surged to more than 3 meters tall. The hands turned into a pair of huge and terrifying sharp claws that were more than 1 meter long. The captain of the Copernicus, Lieutenant Colonel Christian Connor, has a power index of 6,500 points. Looking at the entire Colombian Ocean Fleet, he is also a top-notch alien. But at this time, Zhang Yi was racing against time. Therefore, he will not retain any combat power. The flames of the void wrapped around Zhang Yi's body and burned fiercely, then spread crazily in all directions. Zhang Yi himself holds the Holy Judge and directly attacks Christian Connor himself. Connor's pair of indestructible dragon claws were cut open like tofu, the moment they touched the Holy Inquisitor burning the black flames of the void. The Holy Judge cut off a pair of huge dragon claws from him, and slashed them directly along his head, without any obstruction. His whole body was chopped vertically from the top of his head to the soles of his feet, and was directly cut in half. Ah! Johnny let out an angry roar, waved the horizontal knife in his hand without stopping, and began to wreak havoc on the entire ship. What he wants to do is to break the communication system of the Copernicus to prevent it from communicating with the Ocean Fleet headquarters on Ropefly Island. Although if you do this, the other party will definitely notice the abnormality immediately. However, at least it can make the other party misjudge his strength, as long as the other party does not know that he, who represents the highest combat power in the Jiangnan region, has come to the Yang. The other party's response will not be timely and accurate, and the time gap gained is Zhang Yi's chance to escape. Boom! Zhang Yi exploded with the strongest combat power. Just like dismantling a Gundam with his bare hands. He wanted to dismantle the entire ship and kill every soldier. Faced with such a top-notch stranger whose combat skills exceeded his standards, the mere soldiers on the Copernicus were unable to resist. Even the soldiers of the Colombian Navy, who were armed to the teeth and were proud of being the strongest navy in the world, were as if they were made of paper when they met Zhang Yi. The flames of the void are burning, but the way it kills is not to burn, but to directly erase. From this point of view, Zhang Yi's way of killing is very humane. They didn't even have time to feel the pain before they were swallowed up by the void. On the G-phone, Che Haicheng and others were still mocking Zhang Yi. Lao Tian and others. They saw Zhang Yi being handcuffed. Lao Tian and others dropped their weapons and said nothing. So they began to vent their emotions over the past few days. Hey, weren't you guys very arrogant in the past? You can't be arrogant now. I am a citizen of Colombia, and you are only qualified to be slaves and serve us from now on. Lao Tian and others just looked at them coldly without any response. They trusted Zhang Yi very much, so they didn't bother to pay attention to these clowns. However, this approach made Che Haicheng and others feel that they were scared. But at this moment, a deafening explosion suddenly came from the Copernicus in the distance. Everyone's eyes were attracted. The Copernicus, 5 nautical miles away, was actually emitting wisps of black smoke, which didn't look right. But it was too far away, and no one could see clearly what was happening there. Several Colombian soldiers were stunned for a moment. They were dumbfounded and didn't understand why the advanced Copernicus was acting abnormally. A soldier quickly took out his walkie-talkie and tried to contact the other side. But the next moment, a person jumped out of thin air on the deck. Zhang Yi's eyes were extremely terrifying. It was the extremely cold murderous intention after killing many people. Swish. Swish. The Holy Judge waved twice casually in the air, passing through several elegant arcs. The 6 Colombian sailors on board did not realize what was going on, and their bodies were cut into 7 or 8 pieces. The head was split in 2, and the arms and legs were also broken into 2 pieces. They died instantly, without any sense of death, and even their eyes did not have any gleam of fear. Silence. An extremely oppressive silence. Everyone in the Yenlu group was shocked by Zhang Yi's sudden appearance and sudden killing of all the Navy soldiers. Zhang Yi handsomely held a sword and swung it hard, causing a large pool of blood to splash onto the deck. He didn't even look at Che Haicheng and others next to him. Instead, he told Lao Tian to leave here at full speed and shut down all radars and communication systems. No matter how powerful the Colombian Navy's reconnaissance capabilities are, as long as they turn off all communication devices, the other party will not be able to find them. But doing so also comes at a huge cost. The other party cannot find them, and they will lose their direction in the vast sea, just like a person walking in the dark. If you turn off the light in your hand, it will be difficult for others to spot you, but you yourself have to enter the darkness. But now, Zhang Yi can only choose to do this. Otherwise, when the large forces of the Colombian Navy and top aliens arrived, even he would not be able to guarantee safety. Chapter 872 Lord of the Ocean. Lao Tian received Zhang Yi's order and immediately arranged for someone to carry out the operation without saying a word. As an old sailor, he naturally understood the danger of doing so. But right now, this is their only choice. Turn off the lights and let everyone wander in the dark forest. Only the weak will have a chance to survive. Otherwise, they will only be killed by the strong. The members of the Yenlu group stared at Zhang Yi in astonishment. They still didn't know what happened. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions sounded in the distance, setting off waves of terrifying waves, all the way to the Jean Fong. Everyone looked over and saw that the powerful Colombian warship Copernicus was burning with flames. And then the hull tilted rapidly and began to sink into the sea. That warship. It was sunk. Li Zhongyu couldn't believe it. People like them have no idea what the outside world has become. It is also impossible to understand the destructive power of a stranger of Zhang Yi's level. But now, the real Copernicus is finished. Zhang Yi appeared on the Jin Feng intact. The answer is self-evident. Zhang Yi single-handedly destroyed a powerful Colombian warship. Everyone looked at Zhang Yi as if they were looking at a monster. More like they were looking at a god. Even Sun Wanqi, who talked the most, suppressed the words she wanted to accuse Zhang Yi at this time. She was completely stunned. But at this moment, the expressions on some people's faces are as gray as death. Fear and despair. It was Che Haicheng and his gang who were still ridiculing Zhang Yi, Lao Tian and others just a few seconds ago. They originally thought that the overall situation was settled, and they used their ingenuity to destroy Zhang Yi and other people on the Jin Feng. He also received the blessing of the Colombian Navy, and could live a happy life from now on. But the disillusionment of the dream came unexpectedly. The Colombian Navy, which they thought was invincible, and so powerful that it was hard to find an opponent, was actually sunk by Zhang Yi single-handedly. A Sichuan Pu-class cruiser. He's not a human. He's a monster. The traitors already feel the approach of death. However, Zhang Yi didn't even look at them. And the pressure was overwhelming. Che Haicheng made a growl in his throat. He raised his hand and forced a flattering smile. That, Mr. Zhang, please listen to my explanation. Zhang Yi didn't even look at him, but walked to the cabin on his own. He wanted to call Zhou Kuer. In addition, we need to explain the situation here to Zhu Zheng and ask him to arrange for people to come to assist. Zhu Zheng will definitely find a way, unless he is willing to give up important information about the source of God. Zhu Yonk walked up to Zhang Yi with an embarrassed look on his face. Sorry. I just thought that. Contact Zhu Shuai. This is the last time. After the contact is made, your communication equipment will basically not be used again in the short term. Zhu Yonk was already very frightened at this time. The pressure brought by the Colombian Navy just now was too strong. The stronger sense of oppression came from Zhang Yi, who sank the Copernicus alone. But don't we become headless flies? There is no other way now but to take one step at a time. Things happened so suddenly that Zhang Yi didn't think about what would happen next. But at least now, they have to leave this dangerous place and call for help. Zhang Yi and Zhu Yonk came to Zhu Yonk's room. Tommy's wails made Zhang Yi frown, and made Zhu Yonk close his eyes forcefully, trying to calm down his anger. She regretted her decision more than once. There is no point in bringing this child along except causing a huge burden. She called Sun Wanqi over and asked her to take the children elsewhere quickly so as not to delay their business. Then she closed the door and took out her communication device to contact Zhu Zheng. Zhang Yi quickly informed Zhu Zheng of the incident. Zhu Zheng's face turned extremely serious as expected, because a head-on collision with the Colombian Navy was the last thing they wanted to see. But it has already happened, and there is no point in avoiding it. Have you obtained the information about the source of God? Zhu Zheng asked. Zhang Yi smiled slightly, and then pointed to his head. Zhu Zheng was silent for a moment. He rubbed the back of his hand with his hand. Zhang Yi could see his hesitation, but after a few seconds, Zhu Zheng still said, Zhang Yi, your ability is enough to support the ship drifting on the sea. What you did is correct. Temporarily cut off all contact with the outside world and be sure not to be discovered by them. I will use all means to support you. Zhang Yi said yes. I will do as you said. I was at sea waiting for reinforcements to arrive. He didn't ask for much. The current situation looks dangerous, but in fact it is not safe at all. But that was not the case for Zhang Yi. As a last resort, he had the last resort, which was to abandon the entire ship and leave with only Zhou Kuer. It depends on how important Zhu Yonk is in Zhu Zheng's mind. Anyway, nothing will happen to him and Zhou Kuer. Zhu Zheng continued, next. You must change your course and no longer pass through the waters around Neon. It's best to take a detour from the southwest area. If you get there, I will ask Team Rose to meet you. They happen to be performing a mission in the Southwest Sea. Remember? There was a warning in Zhu Zheng's eyes. Never have a head-on conflict with the Colombian Navy. Because according to the information obtained so far, there is a strange person in their ocean fleet with a superpower index of up to 18,000 points. His codename is Lord of the Sea. It is precisely because of the existence of this person that the expansion of the East China Sea region into the ocean region will be very difficult. Therefore, you must not rely on your own strength to confront them head-on. Zhu Yonk didn't have much reaction to this, because she didn't understand what a power index of 18,000 points meant. But Zhang Yi felt a chill coming down his back. That was a powerful alien with an ability index nearly twice his. A powerful being at the Epsilon level. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. I understand. I'll head toward the Southwest Sea. Zhu Sheng comforted him, and said that you don't need to worry too much. In the vast sea, they want to find your location like finding a needle in a haystack. Not that easy. And I will also think of ways to get reinforcements for you. Delay the strength of the ocean fleet. Zhu Sheng's so-called reinforcements can only be one. The only East China Sea region in the ocean region that can compete with the Colombian Ocean Fleet. Among the 6 regions of Huashu Kingdom, Dahai region has the most powerful navy. And its strength is even close to that of Shengjing region, which has the strongest overall strength. Zhang Yi curiously asked if there are Epsilon-level aliens in the East China Sea region? Dahai region has never acknowledged Zhu Zheng's faint gaze. But I think it's very possible. Chapter 873 Escape into Darkness. After listening to Zhu Zheng's words, Zhang Yi felt relieved. But after ending the call, they could only drift blindly at sea. Without the guidance of an advanced navigation system, they could only rely on the navigation experience of Lao Tian and other veteran crew members to fumble their way to the Southwest Sea in order to avoid the pursuit of the Colombian Ocean Fleet. Zhu Yang also wanted to say something to Zhu Sheng, but Zhu Sheng just told her lightly that she would follow Zhang Yi's instructions and everything else. Zhu Yang nodded in agreement. The communication ended quickly, and Zhang Yi confiscated the communication device directly to prevent Zhu Yang from having a brain attack in the future and contacting the outside world privately. I'll return your things to you when I get back to shore, Zhang Yi said. Zhu Yang curled his lips. You just don't trust me. Zhang Yi nodded. You still have some self-awareness. Zhu Yang was fuming, but he could only clench his fists and go sulking alone. Zhang Yi ignored her and went back to the room first, taking Zhou Qier out of the darkroom. Then he simply explained the current situation to her and took her to the control room in front. You will be drifting on the sea next. But don't worry too much. As long as I am here, no one can hurt you at all, Zhang Yi said and took a deep look at Zhou Qier. But you should also be careful not to develop feelings for anyone on board, because we have to abandon them at any time and leave on our own. Zhou Qier pursed her lips and said with a bright smile, Don't worry. I'm not a fool like Zhu Yang. We have been through so many life and death crises together, and I know what choice to make. Zhang Yi nodded with satisfaction. Girls who have gone through the cruel baptism of the Doomsday are sensible. The two came to the control room. At this time, the entire ship had completely shut down all communication equipment, and even the communicators in everyone's hands were confiscated by Lao Tian. Anything that might send a signal to the outside world must be excluded. Otherwise, they may be attacked by intercontinental missiles in a few minutes. Zhang Yi has never tried to use the dimensional gate to absorb intercontinental missiles, but according to his speculation, with his current strength, if he wanted to absorb that kind of terrifying power, he might be in danger of collapsing in another dimension. This is the power of the top weapons and equipment of human science and technology, which still cannot be underestimated. Zhang Yi looked at the cabin where all electronic instruments had been closed. Lao Tian handed over a navigation chart. We have followed your instructions and headed west at full speed. But if you want to return to Huashu Kingdom, you have to sail at least 5,000 nautical miles. That is more than 9,000 kilometers of routes. In addition, there is no navigation system, and we must rely on human experience to find the route. It is unknown how long we will drift at sea. Even. Lao Tian licked his dry lips, his tone hesitant. Zhang Yi said, Speak directly if you have something to say. Now is not the time to say nice things. Lao Tian said that it is not surprising that we have been drifting at sea for half a year. Zhang Yi frowned slightly. But this situation was within his expectation. Don't worry about so much now. Just go west. We are not short of supplies. It's okay to spend more time. The key is to avoid the ocean fleet. He reached over the map and nodded. If you go all the way west and further north, you will reach the Nanyang Islands area. After I get here, I will find a way. Zhang Yi's tone was very determined. This surprised Lao Tian and others. But if our ship appears near here, it will definitely be discovered by the surrounding countries. There is no guarantee that they will not inform the Colombian Navy on Ropefly Island. Zhang Yi said calmly. Of course I have a way. You don't have to worry. Just do as I say. He was not unprepared for going to sea this time. Although the current situation is very troublesome, it is also within his plan. This is not because of his clever calculations, but because he is used to considering the worst aspects of things in order to make the best preparations. When Lao Tian and others heard what Zhang Yi said, they felt a little more secure in their originally unconfident hearts. Everyone quickly performed their duties, controlled the Jin Feng at full speed, and headed towards the Western Sea. And Zhang Yi doesn't know what will happen next. He can only take one step at a time. The biggest expectation may still depend on Zhu Jing's arrangements. Mr. Zhang, what should we do with those guys? Lao Tian winked outside. Mentioning them, Zhang Yi's eyes immediately narrowed, and his undisguised murderous intent made Lao Tian swallow his saliva. He had rarely seen such an angry Zhang Yi. At this time, blood must be used to slightly alleviate the anger in his heart. If it weren't for the informant from Che Haicheng and those dogs, they would have been able to pass through the patrol area of the Colombian Navy in no time. As long as they enter the territorial waters of Washu State, they will be completely safe. But I didn't expect that it would fail because of those dogs. Go ahead and talk to them. Zhang Yi had a smile on his face, and his smile was extremely bright. Lao Tian and the crew also had murderous intent in their eyes. There is no one who doesn't hate those dog days. They came out of the cabin. At this time, 2 crew members were guarding them on the deck with guns in their hands. The sea of cars became white. Mo Xieyufan, Eisenman and Rudolph. The 5 people knelt on the deck, shivering. Not far away, the people from the Yenlu group were also there. But their eyes were full of worry, and they didn't care much about the lives of these people. They are here to wait for Zhang Yi to come over and tell them the situation at hand. Sun Wanqi hid behind Zhu Yong. Her face turned pale. When the Colombian soldiers came just now, she wanted to follow them. She was afraid that Zhang Yi would also liquidate them. But Zhang Yi just gave her a cold look. He knew that Sun Wanqi did not participate in this event. She was usually with Zhu Yong, and she didn't have such conditions. The point is, for someone like her, it is impossible for guys like Cha Haicheng and others to play with her. She's either bad or just plain stupid. But stupid people are often more disgusting than bad people. Zhang Yi walked to the deck. As soon as Che Haicheng saw Zhang Yi, he immediately started to kneel on the ground and kowtow vigorously, shouting, Mr. Zhang, I am innocent. They forced me to do that. Please forgive me this time. I will be your dog, and I can do whatever you ask me to do. Bai Mo's face turned pale as he looked at Zhang Yi's constant pleading. Don't kill me. I know I was wrong. Please no. Please. Zhang Yi's expression calmed down. He knelt down and glanced at everyone's face. Che Haicheng and the others felt as if a knife had cut across their faces. A few people even peed their pants. Tell me how you did it. Zhang Yi asked lightly. Chapter 874 Chuangxiang. Soon, the few people who wanted to survive revealed the entire plan. Xie Changming, who was watching the show, suddenly turned dark. Mr. Zhang. Me. I definitely did not conspire with them. Zhang Yi glanced at Xie Changming and said lightly. I know. You are not to blame for this matter. If there is really any blame, as the captain, I should be the first person responsible. When Xie Changming heard this, his heart suddenly felt relieved, and his eyes couldn't help but become moist. It's really rare to meet such a good leader who doesn't blame others. Drag that woman over too. Zhang Yi stretched out his hand and pointed at Jin Jimei in the crowd. When Cha Hae-sung and others were about to run away, Kim Kim-mi was completely stupid, because from the beginning to the end, Cha Hae kept a secret and did not tell Kim Kim-mi the purpose of letting her do that. She is just a puppet on strings. After staying in the Silla entertainment industry for a long time, she has also learned not to ask too many questions that should not be asked. In order to express himself, Xie Changming walked over, grabbed Jin Jimei's hair, dragged her to the ground and threw her to the deck. Jin Jimei shed tears of pain and kept begging Zhang Yi for mercy. Mr. Zhang, I have no knowledge of this matter. It was all Cha Hae-sung. He was the one who asked me to do that. Cha Haicheng angrily cursed. Damn bitch. What does this matter have to do with me? Don't slander me randomly. I was also coerced. Kim Kim-mi couldn't help but become angry when she saw Cha Hae-sung blaming the blame. She pointed at him and yelled at the top of her lungs. You are a hateful scum. You planned to escape, but you didn't even take me with you when you left. In your eyes, am I just a tool? Cha Hae-sung scolded her. You're a dirty bitch. How dare you talk back to me? If it weren't for me, you would still be in Silla, taking turns to accompany those chaebols every day. I gave you the honor of being the prosecutor's wife, and you have to pay the price for it and obey me completely. Zhang Yi just watched silently as they fought each other, biting each other in the face of a life and death crisis, trying to drag each other down even if he died. When the Colombian Navy arrived, Kim Kim-mi also looked at a loss. Obviously, she was unaware of the matter, so Zhang Yi can spare her life because she still has some value. Lao Xie, are you interested in this woman? Zhang Yi asked Xie Changming. Xie Changming was stunned for a moment and quickly shook his head no. No. No, Mr. Zhang. Please do whatever you want with her. I don't have any objections. Zhang Yi waved his hand and left it to you. Of course Zhang Yi knew what Jean Jimei had been doing on the ship for half a month. She is just a silly woman with some looks but no brains. She has been used as a tool by Che Haicheng. It is said that in order to win the favor of a certain plutocrat, she even did not hesitate to perform alternative dance performances. Instead of killing her, it would be better to use it as a favor to Xie Changming. Winning people's hearts is also something you need to do as a boss. Xie Changming couldn't help but feel touched when he heard that Zhang Yi treated him so favorably. Although there are some women in Chaoyu base, the decent-looking ones have long been picked away by the base's upper management. Of course, he would be happy to have someone like Kim Kim be his mother-in-law. Xie Changming walked over, pulled Jean Jimei aside, and first gave her a fierce warning. From now on, you are my woman. You must listen to Mr. Zhang and me honestly, and don't have other thoughts. Jean Kimmy had experienced a huge fright at this time. Her face turned pale, and she was naturally willing to do anything to survive. She nodded in agreement. Cha Haicheng saw that she could survive, and he quickly cried out that as long as he could make me survive, he would do whatever he asked me to do. Anything is fine. Please have mercy. Zhang Yi walked over slowly and looked at them all with a smile. Now, I can have a good chat with you. I'm very surprised. Why would you let go of your good life and choose to betray me? Several people had pale faces, and no one dared to speak. The smile on Zhang Yi's face became even thicker. If I tell him, I can make him die quickly. If you don't say it, you will definitely regret it. Several people's faces became increasingly ugly, and they kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. We're not trying to hurt you. We just want to go to Colombia. Bayamo cried. For the sake of God, please spare me. Please. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Sorry. I don't believe in religion. Anything else to say? Engineer Eisenman tried to calm down. You can't kill us. You have sunk a Colombian warship. And now your hold on us has been exposed. If you massacre Colombian citizens again, it will be an additional crime. Keep us alive, so that at least you still have a bargaining chip to negotiate with the Colombian Navy. Zhang Yi couldn't help laughing. Smiling, his eyes became cold and full of contempt. You think too highly of yourselves. If you had any value at all, they would have come and taken you away. However, in fact, you are insignificant and worthless. You actually think that you are valuable enough to make them take action? Stop dreaming. You know absolutely nothing about the end of the world. He stood up. Well, it seems that you all have tough mouths, and I don't have that much time to play with you. Since you have chosen the most painful way to die, of course, I will make it happen for you. Hearing what Zhang Yi said, several people kneeling on the ground began to wail desperately. You can't do this to us. We just want to live well. What's wrong with us? Zhang Yi didn't want to continue talking to them. But after hearing these words, I couldn't help but turn around and ask. Then let me ask you. Have I abused you since you got on the ship? Have you ever been short of food? Several people asked this question were speechless. Xie Yufan argued. But you killed Yamada Masanami and several other neon people, which will inevitably make people think too much. You can't blame us. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. You see, you always have so many reasons. And my opinion is, add more oil. No one understood what Zhang Yi meant in the second half of his sentence. But they soon understood. Zhang Yi asked with a smile. Have you ever eaten chuan chuan xiang? This kind of food is rare abroad. As an ethnic Chinese, Xie Yufan often returns to China and knows that this is a special food of Washu country. I ate before. Zhang Yi nodded. That's good. He turned around and said to Lao Tian and others. Chop them all into pieces. Make them into skewers. And bake them on the bow of the boat. Unless these traitors are cut into pieces, it will be difficult to relieve the hatred in Zhang Yi's heart. Chapter 875 John Cardeals. Zhang Yi took Zhou Qir back to the cabin. However, he told Lao Tian that everyone on the ship must be present to see with their own eyes the fate of the betrayers. Everyone, including those in the lower cabins, was brought on deck. Zhu Yonk and Sun Wanqi are no exception. There was no excuse to make. They had to witness the execution of the betrayer with their own eyes. However, because the scene was too cruel, Zhang Yi was a kind-hearted person and couldn't bear to see it with his own eyes. So he took Zhou Qir away. Soon, the screams outside began to sound heartbreaking. Lao Tian asked Xie Changming to do the cooking. After all, as a cook, he was a good knife player. According to the standards of chuan chuan xiang, each person must bear a penalty of at least several hundred knives. Then use sharpened wooden sticks or iron drills to string them together and stand on the bow of the boat. This punishment was still fresh in the memory of everyone on the ship, and it also allowed them to see Zhang Yi's cruel treatment of traitors. Even if they closed their eyes and didn't dare to look, the heart-rending howl could still be heard in their ears. Lu Dehai looked at the executed guys with a calm expression, a mocking smile on his lips. I've known for a long time that you bastards are unreliable. Li Zhongyu, Zhang Weiwei, Ma Wenzheng and others were thankful in their hearts. They did not misjudge the situation and make the wrong decision. At the same time, they were also deeply shocked by Zhang Yi's strength. Even though he is also a stranger, compared with Zhang Yi, Li Zhongyu is simply weak and pitiful. They no longer dare to have any bad thoughts in their hearts. Zhu Yonk and Sun Wanqi couldn't stand the scene and vomited countless times. Both of them vomited out their gastric juices. And while crying, they cursed Zhang Yi for being so cruel and inhumane. Forget about the execution. They were forced to watch the entire process, which was an extremely cruel torture for the onlookers. But complaining is complaining. Few people sympathize with the fate of these betrayers, because originally they would be able to successfully reach the other shore soon and live a stable life. But now, they have to continue drifting on the sea for unknown years, and it could be sunk by Colombian missiles at any time. All this is because of these hundreds of selfish guys in front of us. Zhang Yi performed the most brutal execution on a group of traitors such as Che Haicheng. If he did not do this, he would not be able to vent his inner anger. But the matter has come to this, and the next voyage must continue. In order to avoid being caught by the Colombian Navy, he had to turn off all communication equipment on the ship, including sonar and radar. Everyone's communication equipment was confiscated. At the same time, turn on the military-grade shielding equipment on the ship. This also means that they will become blind at sea and can only rely on the instinctive judgment of sailors to navigate. However, he also knew how much trouble the leakage of God's source intelligence would cause. Next, it depends on how Zhu Zheng coordinates. Ropely Island, Colombian Ocean Fleet Headquarters. Before the blizzard came, the ships in the port had already been sent to the deep sea area. Therefore, only some small ships near the port were completely frozen, becoming a beautiful scenery on the coastline. However, on the outer edge of the ice, there are hundreds of ships surrounding the Ropely Island naval base like stars over the moon. The gray-white steel battleship stands tall like a steel city wall. The huge main gun on the battleship extends for more than 10 meters and can easily destroy a ship of several thousand tons. But deeper in the ocean, the core of the fleet, the deep-sea monster aircraft carrier that can carry dozens of fighter planes, fell silent. During the Ice Age, super-large aircraft carriers have gradually become unable to adapt to the marine environment. An overly large and clumsy body consumes exponentially more energy. Nowadays, transportation energy itself is a huge problem. Even if fuel is transported from Colombia, which is rich in oil resources, the consumption during the journey will be several times higher. No matter how you look at it, the cost performance of aircraft carriers has been greatly reduced. And because its goal is too obvious, it is very easy to become the target of the deep-sea overlord. Coupled with extremely cold temperatures, the functions of fighter aircraft are also greatly affected. Therefore, the existence of aircraft carriers began to be slowly replaced by small boats during the Ice Age. However, even if it loses the advantage of aircraft carriers, the Colombian Ocean Fleet, as one of the most powerful naval forces in Colombia, still has the strong strength to dominate a sea area. Everything is in order at the naval base, and the freezing cold temperatures force the soldiers to wear special cold-proof clothing. Navy soldiers armed with guns guarded the area around the base. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from a distance. The sound attracted the Navy's attention. They looked towards the sea, and saw a white wave suddenly appeared on the sea level, which was composed of seawater and ice and snow fragments. It was more than 10 meters above the sea level and headed towards the coast at high speed. The roar became louder and louder, and the sound could be heard clearly throughout the Ropely Island Naval Base. Sitting in the Navy commander's office, General Douglas, a 5-star admiral with a pipe in his mouth, looked out the window and said lightly that Cartier's is back. Bring him to me. Next to him, Captain Punca Bolcado saluted with a military salute, then turned and walked out of the office. The expression on his face was a little gloomy. This bastard Cardiles was getting more and more arrogant. The huge movement and wonders on the sea attracted more and more people to watch. The entire naval base was alarmed. From the looks of it, Lieutenant Colonel Cardiles must be back. He always likes to make such a big noise. But this is what he deserves. If I were like him, with such extraordinary abilities, I would be much more arrogant than him. Hey, You don't want to think that you should be the commander of the Navy, right? It may not be impossible. The sailors joke easily, but when they looked at the sea, they were full of envy. It wasn't until the huge white wave reached 2 kilometers outside the naval base that people could clearly see what it was. School of fish. Huge schools of fish. Dozens of mutated whales as huge as hills cleared the way, followed by all kinds of mutated sea creatures, rushing towards the Ropefly Island naval base. There are so many mutated creatures that it's impossible to identify their species. Perhaps the entire ocean's biological chain is gathered here. Standing on the head of the largest whale, which is more than 200 meters long, is a man wearing a blue and white combat uniform and a sea blue helmet, with only his lower jaw exposed. The most powerful stranger at the Columbia Naval Base. One of the biggest trump cards, with a deterrent power comparable to the Strategic H submarine. The strongest individual soldier. Lord of the Sea. John Cardiles. Chapter 876 Controlling All Spirits +1. He came riding on all the spirits of the ocean, standing proudly on the head of a giant whale like a sea god, with all the spirits of the ocean under his feet surrendering to him. This shocking scene caused deafening cheers to ring out from the Navy headquarters, just to welcome the arrival of Cardiles. The female soldiers even took out their underwear excitedly, regardless of the severe cold, and trembled in the wind. The male soldiers whistled constantly. Cardiles liked this scene very much. He waved his arms forward and smiled. When the tide approached the port, he jumped off the head of the giant whale, and then a wave formed by seawater and broken ice naturally formed under his feet, carrying him forward gracefully. Those terrifying sea creatures stayed in place obediently, and did not move forward. Cardiles crossed the battleships one after another, and came to the coast gracefully and calmly. The female soldiers immediately threw the clothes in their hands towards him, with colorful butterflies flying in the air. Cardiles reached out and grabbed a sexy 3-point bra, with a wicked smile on his lips. Wow, that's an amazing size. The laughter and cheers on the shore became even louder. The female soldier blew a kiss and shouted loudly, "Hey, Cardiles, do you want to come to my place to have a rest tonight?" Cardiles laughed. "I will consider it." At this time, Navy Captain Bolcado had just arrived at the shore with a team of Navy. Seeing this farce-like scene, he took a few deep breaths to suppress his inner restlessness. As a senior admiral of the Navy, he hated this kind of grandstanding behavior. However, as the strongest combat force in the ocean fleet, Cartiers has always been Commander Douglas's pet peeve. Even though Bolcado, as his superior officer, could not restrain Cartier's behavior. A low-level non-commissioned officer is a low-level non-commissioned officer. Even if he gains power, he cannot change his vulgar nature. Bolcado whispered. Cardiles was just an ordinary corporal before. If it hadn't been for the advent of the apocalypse that made him stand out from the Navy's experiments, he would not have become the Navy's darling at all. Bolcado thought he was just a lucky guy. But just such a complaint from him attracted the attention of Cardiles from afar. "Hey Bolcado, don't bite my ears behind my back. You are also a naval captain after all. Doing so will only make you look cowardly." Cardiles pointed at Bolcado and said unceremoniously, while walking towards him. Bolcado didn't expect that Cardiles could hear his whispers from such a distance. However, he raised his head and said, "Lieutenant Colonel Cardiles, in the military, you should call someone with a higher position than you." "Sir!" Hearing this, Cardiles suddenly laughed, showing his white teeth. He walked up to Bolcado step by step. Several officers next to Bolcado looked at them with some worry, because Cartiers is a famous lunatic among the Navy. Cardiles walked up to Bolcado and looked down at the naval captain, who was 5 centimeters shorter than him in a joking manner. The smile on Cardiles' face was bright, but his eyes were cold. In the entire naval base, there is only one person I admire. General Douglas. Who do you think you are? Bolcado was furious. What qualifications do you have to say such a thing? You are just a brat who got lucky and got great power. But my medals were obtained through military exploits again and again. Cardiles smiled and spread his hands. "Oh, my Colonel Bolcado. You're right. But that's in the past." He suddenly reached out and held Bolcado's shoulders, staring at him coldly. "But now, you are just a muggle, and I am the big boss." From the ice-blue eyes of Cardiles, an extremely frightening emotion was released. The strong sense of oppression made Bolcado can only widen his eyes and stare at Cartiers. Fortunately, 2 officers nearby came to the rescue. "Lieutenant Colonel Cardiles, General Douglas wants you to see him immediately. He has something very important to tell you." Hearing Douglas's name, Cartiers put down the Bolcado in his hand. The naval captain collapsed to the ground as if he had collapsed. Cordelis didn't even look at him. Since it's the general's call, I'll go there. After he finished speaking, he crossed Bolcado's body and strode towards the naval base with high strides. If it weren't for the fact that he was at the Ocean Fleet headquarters, he might have actually killed Bolcado and then casually blamed it on his surrounding country. But here, he can't kill a colonel at will. After Cordelis left, Bolcado stared at his back with a look of resentment, and then angrily threw off the hat on his head. The colleague next to him advised him to forget it. Bolcado. We need him now. Bolcado took a deep breath and said in a curse-like tone, let's let him be arrogant for a while, as the military's experimental subject. His fate in the future will be no better. The colleague shrugged. At least for now. We can't afford to offend him. Chapter 877 Douglas, +1. Cordelis came to Douglas's office and met the naval commander, who liked to smoke old-fashioned pipes. As the commander of Columbia's naval ace, Douglas's prestige in the Navy was extremely high. Even Cordelis, who is an Epsilon-level alien, is willing to obey the orders of this one. All of this also stems from the screening of the God-making plan after the end of Columbia. All soldiers participating in the experiment must guarantee their loyalty to Columbia and must not be crazy careerists. For example, Cordelis. His favorite things are women, money and slot machines. Therefore, even if he possesses powerful power, he may be arrogant and domineering at best. But he will never have the idea of subverting the top brass of the Navy, because that would be very troublesome for him. But it would not be as beneficial as it is now. Cordelis met Douglas. The first thing Douglas did was to look at the clock on the wall and say, "You're 2 hours late." Cordelis smiled and sat across from Douglas. You know, I'm always very busy. If I hadn't been keeping an eye on the East China Sea, Washu Kingdom's fleet would have come out long ago. They have always wanted to occupy a place in the ocean area. Douglas took a puff from his pipe and blew out white smoke. There are more important tasks for you to do right now than that. He pushed a document on the table in front of Cordelis. Yesterday afternoon, one of our cruisers was destroyed and the entire crew was killed. The other party is just an icebreaker. So we conclude that there is a top alien from Washu Kingdom. Cordelis flipped through the information on it. The Copernicus carries 24 heavy missiles and hundreds of high-speed torpedoes. It was sunk by others. As he spoke, he touched his chin. But if the other person was a stranger, this seemed reasonable. After all, you know, it's not that difficult for me, Cordelis said with a smile. Douglas had long been accustomed to Cartier's character. The problem now is that losing a warship and dozens of soldiers is a huge loss for us. He knocked on the table and said seriously that we must respond. We must catch the murderer. If we don't do this, others will think that we have lost our ability to dominate the ocean area. Seeing Douglas's serious expression, Cordelis also suppressed his frivolous smile. Is the other party strong? There is no critical information yet. But according to our intelligence, the ship came from the Jiangnan region of Washu Kingdom, and there are no Epsilon-level aliens in the Jiangnan region. Cordelis smiled easily. If that's the case, there's no need for me to take action. Right, Douglas said. But I don't want a dead man. I want to live. There is very important information on him. If you want to capture him alive, you must take action. Cordelis' face was filled with a relaxed expression. Although it's a bit troublesome to catch people, the opponent doesn't even reach the Epsilon level. Moreover, the main battlefield is at sea. For him, this task may waste some time, but there is no risk at all. So he spread his hands. Since you have personally made the request, I will definitely agree. General Douglas nodded. The other party is very cunning and has probably stopped all activities that can send information to the outside world. The Navy's reconnaissance equipment can't find him, so you have to use your own abilities to find him. I knew it was a troublesome job. All right. Who told me to be a member of the Navy? Anyway, just wait for my good news. After hearing this, Cordelis stood up and walked out. By the way, General, I have a suggestion for you. He turned back, pointed at Douglas and said that Bortoka was a fool, and you'd better transfer him out of the headquarters as soon as possible. I think it would be great to have him go to the fisheries department and be responsible for catching fish. After saying that, he left Douglas's office with a smile. Douglas took 2 puffs of his pipe, looked at his arrogant look, smiled and shook his head. Although Cartier's has an arrogant character, it must be said that he is still a very useful soldier. At least the tasks he was asked to do could be completed very well. Whatever Cordelis likes, Douglas can give it to him. The vanity of money and power women admired by thousands of people. As long as he is willing to obey Douglas's management. All this is easy to say. Cordelis walked out of Douglas's office. He put his hands on his hips and exhaled a breath, complaining that it was really troublesome. I'm the king of the ocean, and they asked me to be an investigator. Don't let me catch that damn boy, or I'll stuff you into octopus slime and stay there all day. Just as he was complaining, a beautiful woman with blonde hair, wearing a military uniform, walked over gracefully on high heels and holding a stack of documents. Chapter 878 Rose Team. Cardiel's eyes lit up. The girl in front of him was beautiful, and she was his type. But in fact, his tastes are very complex, especially when he has power. It can even be described as accepting everyone. He walked over and blocked the blonde's path. Hello, beautiful lady. What is your name? When the blonde beauty saw Cartier's, the legend about him suddenly came to mind, and her heart beat rapidly, nervous and excited. My name is Jelena. Sir. Jelena? A beautiful name. As beautiful as your person. Cardiel smiled and took her hand, and put his other hand around her shoulder. I'm going on a mission soon. So before I leave, could you please comfort my tired body? Sir, I still want it. No, 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 no. Don't talk. It's your obligation. So you can't refuse. Jelena had no choice but to swallow the matter of sending important documents to Douglas. Because Douglas once told everyone around him verbally, if Cartier falls in love with any woman, she must satisfy him unconditionally, even if she's the general's wife. Of course, Douglas's wife is not at risk in this regard, because she is already an old woman in her 50s. Cardiel's has not yet had such perverted interests, because Zhang-Yi sank the Copernicus, and because the news about the source of God was leaked. The consequences were undoubtedly huge. Zhu Zheng and Douglas are both taking active actions, and must get the information about the source of God. Although the Jiangnan region is far from comparable to the Colombian Ocean Fleet in the naval field, it also has its own methods. Immediately, he arranged for Zhang-Yi to escape in the southwest direction, because there is an investigation team that he sent out to perform tasks before. In the Southwest Sea, where an island is located, raging black smoke spreads into the sky. The freezing ice sea was temporarily warmed by the burning of the flames. Hundreds of ships, large and small, were almost destroyed at this time. Babu, captain of the 6th Division of the Tianlong Pirates, was in an extremely embarrassed state at this time. His face was severely stepped on by a high-heeled shoe, and there were horrific wounds all over his body. The deck beneath him was soaked with blood. Babu, let me ask you one last time. Where is the lair of the Heavenly Dragon King? The cold voice came from a cold woman. She was wearing a blue and white combat uniform and a white military cap. She had chestnut-colored natural curls that reached her back. She had a resolute face and a pair of ice-blue eyes that were particularly eye-catching. Especially the pair of eyebrows as sharp as swords give people a chilling feeling. She is the captain of Team Rose. Tian Star Lord. Very Guanhan. Linghu Feishue. Babu was covered in wounds. He had been tortured to the point of being out of shape, and his body was horribly bloated. But facing Linghu Feishue's torture, he still sneered. I won't tell you. Bitch. You will never find tea on Long Island. Linghu Feishue looked at him coldly, then used her foot directly to pierce his eyeball. Babu let out a scream like a killing pig. At this time, a member of Team Rose came over and said to Linghu Feishue, Captain, urgent call from headquarters. Hearing this, Linghu Feishue said to Babu that it would be enough for today. I have had enough fun. She turned around and left calmly. In the air, huge colorful bubbles suddenly appeared one after another, as bright and charming as a dream. Those blisters gathered around Babu's body and even penetrated into his body from his 7 orifices. Woohoo! Babu soon fell into suffocation and had no strength to even struggle. But a moment later, his body exploded violently, turning into pieces of flesh all over the sky. Linghu Feishue returned to the ship and took the call from Zhu Zheng. Commander, I am Linghu Feishue. Linghu Feishue sat on a chair with her legs crossed. When talking to Zhu Zheng, she was as indifferent as ever. However, Zhu Zheng seemed to be used to it and did not pursue her in politeness. He just asked how the mission in the South China Sea was completed. Linghu Feishue said that the people of the Tianlong Pirates are very cunning and their lairs are always changing. It's very difficult to pinpoint their location. I just wiped out their 6th Division. But with the speed at which this group of pirates is expanding in the South China Sea, this may not help. Soon they will use the refugees from all sides to expand their power. Zhu Zheng said that he would put aside this task for the time being. There is another important thing that you need to complete. Oh! Linghu Feishue's eyes showed a strange luster. Change tasks midway? This is the first time this has happened. Zhu Sheng would not have made this choice if he had not encountered a particularly important emergency. Because any task requires a long time of preparation before action. Zhu Sheng said seriously. Chaos. He went to sea to perform a mission, and now had friction with the Colombian Navy. I asked him to flee in the direction where you are. You immediately went to pick him up. Be sure to bring him back safely. Ling Hufeishua heard. Chaos. 2 words. Showing a curious expression for the first time. Chaos? Is he the one who defeated Gao Chongkong? The mission that allows that person to go out is very important. Ling Hufeishua didn't ask any more questions. I understand. I will pick him up. Zhu Sheng continued that in order to avoid being discovered by the Colombian Navy, they were unable to communicate with the outside world. You have to find your own way to find them in the vast ocean. I have already transmitted information about them to you. Ling Hufeishua smiled. Okay. I understand. After ending the call, Ling Hufeishua checked some information about Jin Feng and Zhang Yi. She smiled lightly and immediately gave orders to all the team members. Kill all the pirates here. And then we turn around and head to the south. Gu Yufei. A female team member with long hair came to Ling Hufeishua. Team leader. Ling Hufeishua told her about finding someone. Ask your friends to help you find the Washu Kingdom's ship. After Gu Yufei received the order, she immediately came to the boat. She put her hands on her chest, lightly opened her lips, and made a beautiful and magical sound. Aria. This ability allows for dialogue with all living creatures. 10 minutes later, a group of dolphins passed through the layers of broken ice and responded to Gu Yufei with a sharp cry. Gu Yufei smiled softly, lowered her head to look at them, and asked them to find the boat. The dolphins responded happily to Gu Yufei, then dived into the water and swam in all directions. Chapter 879 Regional Cooperation. After Zhu Sheng finished contacting Team Rose, he felt a little relieved. However, he knew very well in his heart that the Rose Squadron alone could not compete with the Colombian Navy. There must be a powerful naval force that can hold back the Colombian Navy and buy Zhang Yi and the Rose team time to escape. Otherwise, even if Zhang Yi and the others fled to the ends of the earth, they would not be able to find a way back to the Jiangnan area on the sea. We have to talk to Lao Li. Zhu Sheng sighed. Not long ago, the Colombian Navy had contacted him. It's just an official document expressing the justice of their actions. Of course, they did not mention their attempt to seize the ship by force, but only mentioned Zhang Yi's sinking of the Copernicus. When major countries act, they still need a reason to act. This is the basic tacit understanding between them. As for Zhu Sheng's explanation, Douglas would not pay attention to it at all. Therefore, Zhu Sheng planned to contact the Donghai district and ask them to help him gain space for Zhang Yi. But to do that, you have to pay a sufficient price. Zhu Sheng turned on the computer, thought for a while, and sent a picture to Li Guangxiu. Then he sat at his desk, silently waiting for Li Guangxiu's response. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Li Guangxiu's message came over. Zhu Sheng answered the video call. At the other end of the video, Li Guangxiu's face was full of smiles, with a hint of eagerness at the same time. Lao Zhu, have you found the source of God? They all have information about the source of God, which was given to them by the Shengjing district. Although Shengjing district will not share the source of God, it will share information with them. After all, the 6 districts are one family and are interdependent on each other. So Zhu Sheng and Li Guangxiu have all seen pictures of the source of God. Because of this, Li Guangxiu became excited the first time he saw the picture. Zhu Sheng said with a smile. Lao Li, don't be anxious. Listen to me slowly. He explained the cause and effect of the incident to Li Guangxiu, but hid a lot of key information. It just means going to sea to rescue a person who knows the information about the source of God. He kept all information about Li Zhongyu confidential. After Li Guangxiu listened to Zhu Sheng's words, he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. That kid under your command is really ruthless. He actually dared to directly sink a Colombian cruiser in the ocean. If this kind of behavior were carried out in the past, it would have been a major accident that could trigger a national war. Zhu Sheng snorted coldly. What time of year is this? It's not a peaceful era. Besides, if they hadn't struck first, how could my people have fought back? Li Guangxiu stretched his voice. If it is for the source of God, this is also very reasonable. Not to mention sinking a cruiser. Even fighting them is worth it. Nowadays, many top international powers have learned about the existence of the source of God. I don't know when this mysterious thing appeared, but its power is extremely amazing. And it can promote a top Delta level alien to become an Epsilon. Everyone knows how strong the Epsilon level aliens are. The higher the level, the greater the strategic significance of this alien. With the advent of the era of great mutation, there will be more and more aliens. There may even be a day in the future when ordinary soldiers will be replaced by aliens. By that time, the presence of thermal weapons will become weaker and weaker. If countries want to maintain their own power, they must make arrangements in advance. The power of weapons is limited. The alien's power has yet to reach its upper limit. Li Guangxi said to Zhu Zheng, "You want my people to help you, right?" Zhu Zheng smiled and said, "I have exactly this idea." Li Guangxi chuckled. And the old fox had already begun to think about the cost-effectiveness of doing so. They are now confronting Colombia in the East China Sea. But no one dares to act rashly. Strictly speaking, the Navy of the East China Sea region and the Colombian Ocean Fleet are about equal in strength. But they have local advantages and can launch missiles from land to directly attack the Colombian fleet or even the headquarters. It's not impossible for us to help you. But the most we can do is hold them back without actually breaking out into a large-scale naval battle with them. In addition, you must share the information about the source of God with me when the time comes. Li Guangxia made his request directly. Zhu Zheng and Li Guangxia are also old friends. And they are both soldiers, so they will not be sloppy. The conditions proposed by Li Guangxia were not excessive. And Zhu Zheng really needed their help. So he agreed. Okay. When the time comes to obtain the source of God, we can join forces. Well, I will send people to the East China Sea immediately to put pressure on them. The two did not discuss how to distribute the source of God. It's not that they don't want to talk. But so far, except for some people in Shengjing, no other area has been exposed to this kind of thing. They don't even know what form the source of God is, and whether it can be divided. But one thing is clear to both of them. When there are foreign enemies, they must join forces to resolve external conflicts first. Lao Li, you must try your best. After all, the person I sent out is very important to Jiangnan region. If you can't withstand the pressure, maybe I'll have to ask Sheng Jing. Zhu Jing, he said seriously. No matter what Zhang Yi's attitude is. Now, he is indeed the highest combat power in the Jiangnan region. No matter what, Zhu Zheng must protect Zhang Yi. Jiangnan region has experienced successive blows, and can no longer afford to lose another top combatant. Li Guangxi really felt the pressure. If Sheng Jing interferes in this matter, I'm afraid they will all have nothing to do but drink soup. Because Sheng Jing's behavior has always been domineering. And that person, guillotine in hell, the terror of ability owners. Once they take action, both Jiangnan and Donghai will become mere foils. Lao Zhu, what are you talking about? Our Donghai region is not that unbearable. Li Guangxi said angrily. Just show it to me. Why is the world's #1 playing Doomsday? What I am fighting is the elite. Zhu Zheng smiled and nodded. Okay, then I'll rely on you. I will not let your efforts go in vain. The military rations for this operation will be supplied by our Jiangnan region. Jiangnan is prosperous and occupies one of the 2 largest granaries in the Central Plains. Now, after the apocalypse, things are slowly coming back, and we are beginning to use technological capabilities to restore productivity. In terms of combat power, it may not be as good as Donghai and Shengjing, but in terms of supplies, it makes other regions jealous. Okay, let's make it a deal. After the two discussed, Li Guangxi immediately ordered to monitor all movements of the Colombian Navy. Moreover, in order to show sufficient deterrence, he directly dispatched the 4 most powerful naval formations in the East China Sea region and headed towards the Neon Ropefly Island. Chapter 880 Zhuyu. Because Zhang Yi sank the Copernicus, undercurrents surged throughout the East China Sea, on the Colombian Ocean Fleet side. In order to obtain information about the source of God, they did not hesitate to dispatch the highest combat power. Car deals. The Huaxu Kingdom's Jiangnan region and Donghai region also sent sufficient manpower. Their goals are exactly the same, which is Zhang Yi, who has blocked all news and walked in the dark on the vast sea. Like the butterfly effect, the actions of the 2 major powers also set off huge ripples in the surrounding area, involving many small countries. As for the confrontation between the 2 navies, no one outside knows what the reason is. The only information obtained on the surface was due to the sinking of a Colombian warship. But everyone knows that it's such an emergency moment. It is impossible for the 2 superpowers to start the war lightly. If there is, then it must be because of some huge interests or conflicts. However, neither Jiangnan nor Donghai nor the Colombian Ocean Fleet could leak any information about this, even to the highest levels of Shengjing region or Colombia. They all chose to hide it tacitly. After all, they all want to keep good things like the source of God themselves, rather than share them with others. Although the 6 major regions of Huaxu Kingdom are connected by the same spirit, They each have the power of local governance. The same is true in Colombia, where the states are united against one another, and likewise divided into groups. Externally they can unite. But when there is no external pressure, they will also compete with each other for the right to speak. In short, the situation in the East China Sea quickly turned into a mess. Li Guanxiao, the supreme commander of the East China Sea region, directly ordered his 4 most powerful formations to go to the East China Sea to scare Douglas. These 4 formations are commanded by the 4 top strangers in the East China Sea region. Due to official confidentiality, their personal information is not available to the outside world. I only know that in the official announcement, they were named after the 4 ancient spirits of Huashu Kingdom. They are Qinglong, White Tiger, Suzaku Xuanwu. It is said that it was not easy for the 4 captains of the East China Sea region to obtain these 4 titles. Because these 4 titles are so popular, many top aliens in the region hoped to use them as titles. However, the contenders eventually gave up the competition. There is only one reason aware of the gap in strength. The 4 spirits fleet dispatched, approaching the headquarters of the Colombian Ocean Fleet, looking across the sea at several large harbors on Rokefly Island. This forced Douglas to mobilize a large number of ships to confront him. And this also relieved Zhang Yi from great pressure. Blizzard City. Zhu Zheng was busy for 2 days in a row about Zhang Yi's affairs. His calls were basically one after another. When it comes to the game between major powers, no detail can be overlooked, especially since this matter has become a big deal. Other regions in Huashu Kingdom are paying attention. The first was the inquiries from the Shenjing district, and Zhu Zheng had to find a way to explain them. They must control the conflict within the threshold, and cannot expand the war because of Zhang Yi or a source of God. After all the busy work, Zhu Zheng was also physically and mentally exhausted. But he thinks it's all worth it. Because Li Lingxue once said, Zhang Yi's upper limit is definitely more than Delta level. He is that extremely rare person who has the talent of Epsilon or more. That is the existence of one person among hundreds of millions of people. The strongest one currently known in Huashu Kingdom is the one from Shenjing district. Guillotine in Hell. Ability owner. Codename. Hoodoo. The transcendent existence is this kind of natural Epsilon. If Zhang Yi can obtain the source of God, he may be able to possess no less than Hoodoo. The power of. By then, our Jiangnan region will also get rid of the hat of having the weakest combat power among the 6 regions. Zhu Zheng took a deep breath and said lightly to himself, Zhang Yi's loyalty is unquestionable. Gao Changkong almost killed him, but Zhang Yi rescued him. The most important thing is that he is a person who has no desire for power. Zhu Zheng is most at ease with this kind of person. If even Zhang Yi cannot be trusted, then no one in the entire Blizzard City will be able to gain his trust. But at this time, he couldn't help but think of Gao Changkong, and sighed. If Zhang Yi has the talent of Epsilon, Gao Changkong may also have the same talent. It's just that the past is hard to look back on. And now the 2 sides are locked in a fight to the death, making it difficult to argue about right or wrong. Just as Zhu Zheng was sighing and sighing, Lan Xinchen came to report that Li Lingxue from the Scientific Research Department came to see him. She also brought a little girl with her. When Lan Xinchen said this, he glanced at Li Lingxue next to him, and the little girl behind her, who was timidly hiding behind Li Lingxue's legs. She was only 5 or 6 years old, with big eyes, but with a strange ethereal look, naive and ignorant, like an angel who has just descended into the world. There is a sense of beauty that is ignorant of the world. Lan Xinchen didn't understand why Li Lingxue would bring such a child here. However, Li Lingxue had a bad reputation. People who knew her thought she was a Frankenstein, and would often do things that others could not understand. When Zhu Zheng heard this, a strange look appeared in his eyes. Let them come. Yes. Lan Xinchen allowed Li Lingxue and the little girl to see Zhu Zheng. Since the Gao Changkong incident, the security level around Zhu Zheng has been increased. If you want to see him, you must go through layers of verification. Except for a very few people such as Zhang Yi, no one else could see Zhu Zheng directly. And the guard Sun Luxuan even ate and lived with Zhu Zheng, never leaving his side for a moment. It is said that Zhu Zheng's wife was a little dissatisfied because of this incident. But as a mature woman, she could overcome such trivial matters by herself. Li Lingxue brought the angelic little girl to Zhu Zheng's office. She is? Zhu Zheng looked at the little girl, pointed at her curiously, and asked Li Ling what the sequence of snow was. Li Lingxue wore thick black-rimmed glasses with deep dark circles under her eyes. She always looked like she was awake. Test item number 486. She is the most special one, and the only one who has successfully escaped from her SH. L. Zhu Zheng's expression suddenly became excited. He stood up from the chair and walked up to the girl, who looked as ignorant as a newly hatched chick. The girl hid behind Li Lingxue with some fear. Li Lingxue said to herself that she has integrated our latest technology and materials, and the comprehensive index of data in all aspects is extremely high. It can be said that she is the most perfect experimental product we have obtained since the end of the world. Zhu Zheng stretched out his hand to stop Li Lingxue from continuing to speak. No, don't call her that. She should have her own name. Zhu Zheng knelt down and stared at the little girl with a kind face. From now on, you just call Zhu Yu? I know from afar that when my brothers climbed to a high place, there was only one less person planting dogwood trees. The girl blinked her big eyes and whispered Zhu. Cornelian Cherry. Chapter 881 on the way to escape. Because of Zhu Zheng's order, Blizzard City was in full swing. Although it is unlikely, we still have to be prepared for the Colombian Navy to attack the southeastern coastal cities of the Jiangnan region. As the chief of operations, Tu Yulai had a lot to worry about. In addition to coordinating the various urban alien organizations of the Jiangnan Superpower Federation, some manpower must also be assigned to assist in defense. On this day, he was about to leave the command center when he was suddenly stopped by an old acquaintance. Minister Tu, please stay. Can I take a few minutes of your time? Tu Yulai raised his head and saw that the person coming turned out to be Deng Shentong, the captain of the Tianshan team. This proud man who once had great fame in Blizzard City and was once considered to be Zhu Zheng's successor has lost a lot of his arrogance. The overall situation set by Gao Changkong caused him to lose twice in a row. This caused Deng Shentong's prestige in Blizzard City to plummet, and it also dealt a huge blow to his heart. But at this moment, Tu Yulai stared at Deng Shentong and felt that he had become more mature than before. The impetuousness and arrogance disappeared, and there was restrained humility in his eyes. Is there a problem? Captain Deng. A chaotic and dull voice came from under the collar of the thick military uniform. Deng Shentong smiled faintly, stared and said, I want to join your Yan'an Guard for training, and I expect you to train me to the strictest standards. After his previous failed battle with Gao Changkong, he realized his shortcomings. Although he is extremely high talent, he also has the full support of Deng's technology. These things made him strong, but they also became his dependents. So much so that his basic combat qualities are hard to compare with those of warriors who have emerged from the battlefield of life and death. When a person is young, it is not a good thing if he walks too smoothly, because once you fall, you may never get up again. Deng Shentong thought about it, and finally decided to participate in the Yan'an Guard training, which is known as the most rigorous training in Jiangnan. As an ordinary soldier, in the apocalypse, Yan Yunwei will only select the most powerful warriors. The intensity of the training is more than 3 times stronger than the training of special forces before the end of the world. There is even a 10% mortality rate during training. When Tu Yulai heard Deng Shentong's request, he decisively refused. If you just want to strengthen your own strength, Deng's technology has plenty of ways to do it. Even with professional physical training, he is not weaker than Yan Yunwei. My soldiers are all ordinary people, but you are the son of the Deng family. Can it be the same? Although Tu Yulai was dull, he was not stupid at all to be able to sit in this position. If something happened to Deng Shentong during Yan Yui's training, how would he explain it to the Deng family and Zhu Zheng? Don't look at Deng Shentong as a captain-level alien, but without using his powers. To put it bluntly, some of Tu Yulai's elite men could abuse him casually. Life and death training is no child's play. Of course Deng Shentong could hear Tu Yulai's concerns. He said solemnly, training with Deng's technology can only strengthen my body and abilities, but it cannot temper my will to fight. I can sign paperwork, and if anything happens to me during training, I won't blame anyone. Minister 2. As the captain of the Tianshan team, I can become stronger, which is of great significance to the defense of the entire Jiangnan region. Please look at this and agree to my request. He lowered his head, looked at his strong white palms, and clenched his fists hard. I lived too comfortably in the past. If I continue like this, even without the emergence of Gao Changkong, Zhang Yi and others, I will be surpassed by other rising stars sooner or later. I cannot tolerate this happening. I can't tolerate myself losing again. Tu Yulai silently listened to Deng Shentong's self-report. He admitted that he was moved by Deng Shentong's words. Deng Shentong is very talented. It's just that the journey has been too smooth, and the Deng family's intention to create gods has made him immersed in his false power and unable to extricate himself. Maybe the blow Gao Changkong and Zhang Yi gave him was a good thing. So he said that as long as you are willing to sign the disclaimer, I don't mind having one more soldier in the Yan'an training camp. But remember, once you go there, You will no longer have any identity, and will not receive any special care. Even if there is an accident, you will still die. There was a smile in Deng Shentong's eyes, but his expression was extremely firm. I see. And now on the other side of the sea. In order to avoid being pursued by the Colombian Navy, the Jin Feng began to turn around and head toward the southwest as Zhu Jun said. As a result, they will be farther and farther away from the mainland of Huashu Kingdom. Next, they could only make a large circle in the sea and rely on the judgment of the sailors to head to the southwest waters of Huashu Kingdom. It is very dangerous to completely shut down the sonar radar and other corresponding equipment. And the ship cannot be too fast. Otherwise, the ship will easily sink if it encounters a reef or iceberg. Zhang Yi didn't dare to have the slightest carelessness in his heart. He was always thinking about the person Zhu Zheng had mentioned. The Epsilon-class alien from the Colombian Ocean Fleet with a power index of 18,000 points. With Zhang Yi's current strength, if he encountered him, I'm afraid no one on the ship would survive. Even if he wants to survive, it depends on the other party's ability. His ability index at this time reached 9,600 points, which was the comprehensive rating given by Jiangnan region. However, in fact, his current attack ability is only equivalent to 9,300 points of Deng Shentong. But what you sacrifice in exchange for attack strength is a defense capability of about 12,000 points. Space aliens are extremely rare and abnormal beings. If not for this, Zhang Yi would not have been able to block multiple rounds of attacks from Yuan Kongya, who had just been promoted to Epsilon, when his power index was only over 7,000 points. However, the one from the Colombian Navy had an ability index that was almost twice as high as his. If his ability had a release power like divine power, he could easily destroy my alien space. Then it won't be a problem to kill me instantly. However, if he is an enhanced alien with super close combat capabilities, then my life will basically not be in danger. Zhang Yi touched his chin and said, how big a threat he poses to me. Does it still depend on his specific abilities? The ability index only represents the intensity of the ability, not the level of strength. In a real duel, there will be an unequal strength gap due to environmental restrictions and ability constraints. For example, if an alien with ice attributes fights in the magma layer, he may lose more than 90% of his strength. This is also why, so far, there has been no outstanding fire attribute alien. Therefore, even if the Colombian Navy man is an Epsilon alien with a power index of 18,000 points, Zhang Yi may not be completely abused by him. It's just that now, he has no idea what John Cardiel's real ability is. This is his biggest worry. There is still too little information. Lao Zhu, you are not doing your best. Zhang Yi leaned on Zhou Qir's thigh and complained with his eyes closed. Chapter 882, Soothing People. In the ice ocean, undercurrents surged. The atmosphere on the ship became depressed again because of the previous incident. Whether it was the sense of oppression brought by the Colombian Navy or the way Zhang Yi executed traitors such as Cha Haesung, it made other members on the ship feel heavy. Even the crew members were worried about this blind voyage. Losing their heading meant that they had to use a sextant to judge their route as they had done centuries ago. Unfortunately, the sunlight is not obvious now. The white sun has no temperature and can only be seen for a few hours a day. It happened that at this time, the fin dragon that had been lurking in the deep sea showed its figure again. It appeared in the sea several kilometers away from the Jin Feng, and its huge body hundreds of meters long was looming in the waves. The cold and terrifying eyes were like a big light in the deep sea at night, making the crew members on duty scream in fear. Zhang Yi suddenly opened his eyes from his sleep, and then arrived on the deck in an instant. But when he appeared, the fin dragon immediately sensed it, and dived into the seabed without looking back. Zhang Yi frowned. This thing was too annoying. Zhang Yi didn't have the ability or equipment to dive into the deep sea, so there was really nothing he could do with it. But now, they are on the road to escape and cannot turn on the sonar. It is impossible to detect it in the deep sea in advance. This beast is very smart. It is aware of the situation of the Jin Feng, so it has begun to act unscrupulously recently. It is very patient, waiting for something to happen to the Jin Feng or for the people on it to be in poor condition before taking action. Zhang Yi returned to the deck and shouted to Lao Tian. He didn't get a response from Lao Tian. When he turned around, he saw that Lao Tian was leading several crew members who had just gotten up to comfort the frightened crew member on duty. Without sonar feedback, he had no warning about the sudden appearance of the fin dragon. Who wouldn't be frightened to suddenly see this titan-like monster on the sea in the middle of the night? Zhang Yi walked into the control room. The crew member had been taking deep breaths and even put on an oxygen mask. It took a long time to calm down. Lao Tian. Zhang Yi shouted again. Only then did Lao Tian hear Zhang Yi calling him. And he quickly stood up and walked over. Mr. Zhang. Lao Tian also had a worried look on his face. In recent days, he had a few more wrinkles on his face. He was obviously not yet 50 years old. But the sea breeze blowing all year round made him look like an old man in his 60s. Check weapons. Especially depth charges. To make sure they can be released immediately. Yes. Mr. Zhang. Zhang Yi thought for a while, and raised his voice a little. Also tell them that the district has sent people to pick us up. There is a calm smile on his face. Don't worry too much. The Navy of the East China Sea region has been dispatched. And the Navy of Colombia does not dare to confront us head-on in this territory. We just need to get through this for a while, and we can go home. If Zhang Yi had followed his previous temperament, he would not have explained so much to them. But right now, morale on the ship was low, and they needed encouragement. Sure enough, after everyone heard Zhang Yi's words, their eyes showed hope. When can they come over? As we sail aimlessly like this, it is easy for us to deviate in direction. Actually, it's hard to say which day I'll be able to sail to the designated location. The crew members couldn't help but express their doubts. It won't take long. Even if you stay on the ship, with me protecting your safety, I still have supplies in my hand that you can't use up in your lifetime. What do you have to worry about? We are all veteran crew members. So don't put any psychological burden on yourself all day long. It was obviously not a big problem. But it was his heart that collapsed first. In that case, it would be meaningless. After Zhang Yi's guidance, the crew's mentality improved a lot. Although they were all veteran sailors. They had been sailing at sea for more than 3 months, and only landed on Ganlu Island for half a day. Anyone who often sails knows that this is a test of one's will. After Zhang Yi appeased everyone, he called Lao Tian aside alone. Is it possible to determine where we are currently? Hearing this, Lao Tian looked a little embarrassed. Although there are navigation charts, we can only determine the approximate location. And there is no guarantee that it will be correct. This is no longer the age of discovery. Even veteran sailors are highly dependent on electronic devices. It is really difficult to deal with the sudden loss of navigation instruments and rely only on naked eyes, sextant and experience. It's okay. If we make a mistake, we'll try more. At least make sure not to get involved in the Colombian Navy. Lao Tian quickly said that you can rest assured that they currently want to find us. But they are also looking for a needle in a haystack. If it were so easy to find a ship with all electronic communications turned off, there wouldn't be so many undiscoverable shipwrecks every year. That is. Lao Tian hesitated to speak. Zhang Yi glanced at him and said what he wanted directly. Lao Tian smiled bitterly and said that the mood of the crew members has been really low recently. It won't be good if this continues. I know this. Is there any way to solve it? Zhang Yi asked. Lao Tian thought for a while and said that in fact, the best ways to relieve sorrow are nothing more than those. Women smoke, drink, and gamble. Alcohol has always been prohibited on board the ship. Zhang Yi personally issued the order. Zhang Yi smiled and said, Okay. From today on, I will allow you to drink on the ship. I'll provide the drinks. But you have to promise me that the staff on duty will never drink. The ship was in a semi-adrift state anyway, so it wouldn't make much difference to let the crew relax. As for other aspects, it's up to you, woman. Or about the young master. People from the Yenlu group should not touch it. There are some cabins on the ground floor. You can use supplies in exchange. But don't force them like pigs or dogs. Lao Tian hurriedly said that with your order, we must act according to the rules. Also, I have one more request. The area we are in now should be close to the southern sea. So there must be some islands around it. It's been a long time since we all went ashore. If we can let them go ashore to rest, it might be more beneficial for the rest of the voyage. Lao Tian carefully observed the changes in Zhang Yi's expression. After Zhang Yi heard the suggestion, he was indeed a little moved. After all, humans are land animals. After staying at sea for a long time, they will inevitably want to return to land. The feeling of having your feet on solid ground will give you a sense of solid psychological comfort. If you can find a safer land, you can consider landing to rest. Zhang Yi nodded and agreed to Lao Tian's proposal. Chapter 883 The Uncharted Sea. The Jin Feng continued to sail forward. But in the following time, the fin dragon appeared around the Jin Feng many times to test. After many contacts, this smart sea monster has captured the movement patterns of the Jin Feng and the powerful human being. Although that powerful human had terrifying fighting power, it seemed that the others on the ship were extremely weak. Moreover, That powerful human being did not have the ability to dive into the deep sea. Therefore, the Fin Dragon chose another way, which was to constantly harass the surroundings. And every time at this time, Zhang Yi had to appear and drive the Fin Dragon away. Time and time again. It made him a little annoyed. Because the sonar was turned off, the Jin Feng was unable to capture the position of the Fin Dragon in advance. Fortunately, Zhang Yi's time echoes. The ability can predict the attack of the Fin Dragon in advance. Otherwise, the Jin Feng might have been overturned by the Fin Dragon's sneak attack. Because of this, Zhang Yi's sleep quality also began to deteriorate. He couldn't sleep deeply. Otherwise, the Golden Edge might be destroyed by the Fin Dragon in his sleep. The other people on the ship can only choose to believe that Zhang Yi can protect them. Many crew members began to use large amounts of alcohol to anesthetize themselves. And the ship was often in a drunken state. It wasn't until 3 days later that a turning point came. That evening, Lao Tian excitedly found Zhang Yi with a pair of dark circles under his eyes, and said excitedly, "Mr. Zhang, we seem to have found land." Zhang Yi, like Lao Tian, has not slept well these past few days. Hearing that land had been found, Zhang Yi's eyes flashed with surprise. "Where? Can you tell where we are?" "This cannot be determined for the time being, because the sea area ahead is shrouded in large ice fog. But if you can see some islands and reefs, there must be land nearby." Hearing this, Zhang Yi smiled and said that things are getting better now. Finding land means leaving the deep sea area. Then the threat posed to them by the Fin Dragon can be easily eliminated. After all, the Fin Dragon's biggest reliance is actually the deep sea. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes, and he and Lao Tian hurriedly came to the deck. Sure enough, I saw a hazy fog appearing more than 10 nautical miles ahead. The mist was very thick, deep white, with bits of cold ice. In the fog, some small islands and reefs can be vaguely seen. Encountering islands and reefs means the appearance of land. If you continue forward, you may encounter large islands where you can land and rest. Zhang Yi couldn't help but look back at the sea. In the deep seabed, the huge sea snake was hiding, waiting for an opportunity to attack the Jin Feng. A sharp light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. He never likes to leave trouble, and any safety risks will be solved on the spot. Next, they need to evade the pursuit of the Colombian Navy. If they also need to face a sneak attack from a sea monster with a power index of up to 9,200 points, they will be overwhelmed. So Zhang Yi decided to make a break with the Fin Dragon in this area. However, this beast is very smart and will not take action without being sure. Zhang Yi told Lao Tian to sail the boat into the ice fog. First find a piece of land and let everyone stop and take a rest. Lao Tian nodded in agreement upon hearing this, and immediately returned to the control room to order the crew to sail into the ice mist. In the deep sea, the Fin Dragon watched the Jin Feng slowly leave from the deep sea water. There was a gloomy look in its huge pupils, because as you move forward, the depth of the water begins to decrease. With its huge size, it will be directly exposed in front of Zhang Yi. As a behemoth of the deep sea, once it reaches the shallows, its combat effectiveness will drop sharply. And without the buffer of seawater, the terrifying void skills released by that powerful human can directly kill most of its life. Squeak! It twisted uneasily in the seawater, venting its anger like a maggot. There were no large fish around it, but some small fish swimming freely. It decided to continue lurking, as long as the opponent does not leave the ocean. Sooner or later, he will leave the shallow water area in front of him. When the time comes, it will continue to block it. The Jin Feng sailed into the hazy ice fog, and its speed immediately slowed down because there might be invisible rocks below. Once this thing comes into contact, it will easily cause the Jin Feng to break down. Zhang Yi knew that after the ship sailed here, it was impossible for the Fin Dragon to continue to pursue it. This is the disadvantage of a huge body. It is easy to expose yourself in small places. He did not move forward in a hurry, but asked Lao Tian to park the Jin Feng in a body of water first. Take a day off first, and then make plans. Zhang Yi hadn't had a good night's sleep for a long time. He planned to take a good rest here to restore himself to his best condition. After Lao Tian received the order, he immediately docked the Jin Feng near an island. The back here is close to the land, and even if the Fin Dragon suddenly attacks, it may come from the front. I want to have a good sleep. If there is any emergency that needs me to deal with, wake me up immediately. Otherwise, don't bother me, Zhang Yi said to Zhou Qier. Hearing this, Zhou Qier gently said to him, just take a good rest. In order to allow Zhang Yi to sleep more soundly, Zhou Qier adopted Zhang Yi's favorite sleeping position. That is to let Zhang Yi lie on her lap as a beauty neat pillow. There is nothing softer and more fragrant than this pillow. Sure enough, after Johnny lay on the lap pillow, he quickly fell asleep and entered his own dreamland. The other people on the boat screamed in excitement when they saw the island reef not far away, which was less than 10 square meters. Seeing the islands and reefs means that they are not far from the land. They had not seen solid land for so long that they were almost going crazy. For the first time, Lao Tian allowed people from the lower cabin to come to the deck to release the depression of the past few days. Zhu Yonk, Sun Wanqi, and the people from Yanlu group also ran to the deck. Although it was empty, there was free cold air pouring into their lungs. Several fishermen came to find Lao Tian and said excitedly, "Vice Captain Tian, could you give us some fishing gear? We want to go fishing. It would be nice to have some fresh fish for everyone to eat." After getting along for the past few days, the relationship between the crew and the surviving passengers has actually become very good. At least now, everyone is in the same boat, and there is a basis for trust between each other. Lao Tian asked them to go to the warehouse to get the fishing rods. "Take out more and let everyone relax and relax," Lao Tian said with a smile. The passengers on deck cheered with joy, for they were so lacking in leisure. Chapter 884 Strange Fish. On the deck of the Jin Feng, everyone was jubilant at the long-lost relaxing time. They were lying on the railing, regardless of the severe cold which had dropped to more than 40 degrees below zero, greedily breathing the cold and refreshing salty air from the outside world. Zhu Yonk and Sun Wanqi stood in front of the railing. Zhu Yonk held the tightly wrapped Tommy in his arms. Compared to others, the two of them could only force a smile, because during this period, they not only had to worry about the attacks of sea monsters and the pursuit of the Colombian army. The biggest worry does not come from the outside world, but from the baby they take care of together. The 1-year-old child is so noisy that he sleeps and eats irregularly every day. She often wakes up with a loud bang in the middle of the night, and then makes Zhu Yonk and Sun Wanqi unable to sleep all night long. From the beginning, the two were overflowing with maternal love. Then their patience gradually disappeared, and now they are on the verge of collapse. Looking at the cold sea water in front of him, Zhu Yonk suddenly had such an idea in his heart: just throw him away. Anyway, no one is paying attention now. Just throw him away and treat it as if it never happened. Anyway, I was the one who saved him in the first place, and now I don't owe him anything if I throw him away. Such a terrifying thought. When Zhu Yonk came back to his senses, he couldn't help but feel chills running down his back. How could she have such evil thoughts? No, she's not like that. She's a kind person. She's just tired. At this time, Zhu Yonk accidentally saw Zhang Weiwei playing with the students not far away. She and several students from Qingdao were trying to hang frozen fish on hooks and throw them into the sea for fishing. Her husband Li Zongyu stood aside with a smile and taught them the technique of throwing poles. It looked so harmonious. Zhu Yonk came up with an idea. She is a teacher, and she must like children very much. He also knows how to take care of children better than I do. Zhu Yonk didn't think she was passing the blame. She felt like she was just looking for a better nanny for Tommy. So Zhu Yonk held the child and walked towards Zhang Weiwei. Seeing Zhu Yonk, Zhang Weiwei and Li Zongyu both said "Lo" politely. After getting along for a long time, they also knew that Zhu Yonk was a family member of a leader in Jiangnan region. But on this ship, Zhu Yonk didn't seem to have much say. In addition, she had acted in a self-righteous manner several times before, which actually made the passengers on the ship look down on her in their hearts. "Miss Zhang, you seem to like children very much." Zhu Yonk stared at Zhang Weiwei and tried his best to smile. Zhang Weiwei didn't understand what he meant, but she politely said that my husband and I originally planned to get one this year. Who knows what happened next? Zhu Yonk's eyes lit up. If this is the case, would you consider adopting one? Look, how cute this baby is. As long as you are willing to raise him, I can provide you with the food he needs in the future. Zhu Yonk couldn't wait to hand the child over. But Zhang Weiwei and Li Zongyu looked strange. Li Zongyu touched his nose awkwardly, but Zhang Weiwei smiled faintly. She looked at Tommy in Zhu Yonk's hand and first complimented her on what a cute baby she was. But I'm really sorry. In our current situation, it's very difficult to take care of ourselves. There was really no way to support another child. Zhu Yonk's smile froze on his face. The delivery of the baggage failed. I thought, you guys love kids. Zhang Weiwei smiled politely and said, I like it, but it depends on the situation. Right. When the environment is not suitable for reproduction, even animals will stop reproducing. We didn't even want our own children. Not to mention, she took one look at the blue-eyed doll and thought she was raising someone else's child. The two politely apologized to Zhu Yunk. Zhu Yunk's face looked a little gloomy, but he could only hug Tommy tightly and walk away. Zhang Weiwei and Li Zongyu watched her leave. Zhang Weiwei couldn't help but whispered, "Should she be said to be kind or naive?" Li Zongyu sighed. "Probably both. But in the current environment, having these two qualities at the same time is a kind of cruelty." Soon they forgot about the Scarlet Skylark incident and went fishing happily. The fishing rod in a fisherman's hand suddenly sank. He shouted happily, "I hit! I hit!" He pulled hard on the fishing rod, trying to pull the fish up. So much strength. He must be a big guy. I guess 100 pounds. But the harder he exerted force, the heavier the strength in his hands became. Just when he was about to pull up the big guy in the sea with all his strength, a huge force suddenly came from the opposite direction and dragged him directly into the sea. Plop! With a sound, water splashed everywhere. There were sounds of ridicule from all around. But Lao Tian shouted to get people quickly. "It's such a cold day. You are so far away from me. You will freeze to death if you are not careful." The people around realized the seriousness of the problem and hurried to find the rope ladder to save people. But at this moment, there was a sudden violent surge under the water, and black blood gurgled up. The fisherman who was dragged into the water struggled hard for a few times. Only his arms were seen fluttering on the water. And then, he completely lost his movement. The air suddenly became quiet. A fisherman was actually eaten by a fish. But before they could recover, a scream suddenly came from other directions. There was a constant buzzing sound in the air. From all directions of the Jin Feng, black shadows emerged from the seabed one after another, heading straight for the people on the ship. Puff! 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 The bodies of 5 or 6 passengers were pierced by the black shadow and fell directly to the ground. There was a howl on the deck. When Lao Tian took a closer look, he discovered that what penetrated the passenger's body was a ferocious and terrifying fish. It was more than 3 meters long, was as black as oil, had no eyes, and had 2 rows of sharp teeth in its mouth. The most terrifying thing is that there is a barbed horn over 1 meter long on the top of its head. After piercing the passenger's body, it began to gnaw at the internal organs, and soon there was blood everywhere on the deck. Mutated swordfish. Lao Tian quickly realized what this was. He picked up the gun in his hand, and while cleaning the mutated swordfish on the boat, he shouted that the passengers should get back to the cabin. Work! Copycat! The crew members were relatively experienced at sea and did not panic. It's just some mutated swordfish that can be dealt with thermal weapons. For a moment, the passengers ran into the cabin in panic, while Lao Tian led people outside to clean up the flying swordfish. Chapter 885 Shumi 3000 Worlds. The mutated swordfish is so lethal that it can even pierce steel plates. Fortunately, Zhang Yi prepared special body armor for the crew, so being stabbed would not cause penetrating injuries. They used firearms to fight back. After dealing with it for a long time and killing dozens of mutated swordfish, the golden edge returned to calm. Lao Tian wiped the blood from his mask, then turned to Lao Xie and asked Lao Xie to bring a group of people to deal with all the mutated swordfish. They don't dare to eat it for the time being. Who knows if they will get sick after eating this stuff? Zhang Yi was in the room, listening to the gunshots, but unexpectedly slept very soundly. Time Echo did not give any warning, which meant that there was no danger. The melodious sound of gunshots and the cry of the mutated swordfish became a kind of white noise to aid sleep. This time, he slept until night. The Jin Feng sailed out of the thick ice fog, and it was pitch black. Only the lights in the control room were still on. The night was as dark as ink. The sea is as deep as an abyss. The head of the fin dragon slowly emerged from the water, and its huge body gave people a natural sense of terror and oppression. It was dark, and there was no movement on the ship. According to Finasaur's observations over the past few days, the people on the boat must have fallen asleep at this time. There was a cruel and cunning look in its eyes. What it likes to do most is hunt down tired enemies. The fin dragon slowly dived into the water, swinging its huge body towards the deep sea. A few seconds later, it quickly returned, carrying a huge wave with it. Boom! The fin dragon jumped out of the water and set off waves more than 10 meters high, hitting the Jin Feng overwhelmingly. At this moment, Zhang Yi's figure appeared outside the Jin Feng. Dimensional Gate. The huge dimensional gate was like a heavenly gate blocking the golden front, and all the waves were swallowed up. Zhang Yi's eyes were burning with raging anger. Damn beast. I've given you face, haven't you? I must kill you today. He took out the Hangdashingyu, and the black void power flowed like flames, turning into a chain tens of meters long. circling around his body. Zhang Yi took one step forward, and two-dimensional doors opened in front of him, separated by hundreds of meters, in order to achieve the purpose of teleportation. In an instant, he came to the top of the fin dragon's head and slashed it down with a sharp knife. A look of fear appeared in the fin dragon's eyes. It roared angrily, and a powerful force burst out from the sharp horn on its head. The purple beam shot towards Zhang Yi. The black void chain and the purple beam collided in the air. In just a moment, the purple beam was shattered. But the fin dragon is also extremely cunning. When it sees that it can't be defeated, it swims directly into the deep sea. But this time, Zhang Yi didn't plan to let him go anymore. He did not hesitate and dived directly into the bottom of the sea. The helmet of the combat uniform had been put down, and he had turned it into diving mode. The combat suit contains compressed liquid oxygen, which can sustain his breathing for 5 hours. The fin dragon didn't seem to expect that a mere human would dare to enter the ocean and become its enemy. And suddenly its eyes showed a cunning look like humans. It knew that it had successfully angered that powerful yet small human being. Zitsidi. The fin dragon made a mocking sound happily, and at the same time turned around and shot a purple beam of light at Zhang Yi. When humans enter the water, their movements will be severely inconvenient. But after several months of sailing at sea, Zhang Yi finally found a way to solve this problem. The echo of time allowed Zhang Yi to predict the attack of the fin dragon in advance, and he used the thruster to quickly avoid it. Then, he unfolded his abilities in the deep sea. The two worlds are bound together. The absolute tie of two realms. A variant skill of the Gate of Dimensions. When Zhang Yi unfolds the two doors at the same time, they become flexible and turn into a ball, like a dumpling, to resist any attacks from the outside world. Let Zhang Yi be in a strange world that looks like this world, but is actually separated by a door of another dimension. But when the knot between the two realms was opened, seawater poured into it crazily. Time to show off my warehouse manager skills. Faced with the crazy influx of seawater into another space, Zhang Yi did not panic at all and once again used another ability, a space management ability. He can divide different spaces into many independent cubic spaces, which are isolated from each other and have no connection with each other. He named it Sumer 3000 Worlds. Only by absorbing all the seawater into a small world can the balance between the different spaces and the seawater be achieved. The direction of seawater flow can even be manipulated to achieve movement. And all I need to prepare is enough oxygen. That's all. Zhang Yi let the seawater quickly fill the entire independent space. At this time, the water pressure inside and outside reached a balanced state, and he was isolated from the sea by the two worlds, relying on the oxygen in the combat suit to maintain breathing. At this point, he was finally able to move freely in the ocean. The most important thing is that this approach can balance the pressure of the seawater, allowing him to dive into the deep sea without worrying about being crushed. I am afraid that only when you dive into the 20,000-meter ocean, you need to worry that the two worlds will not be able to withstand the too strong water pressure. And now this level is enough for him to hunt down the fin dragon. Now, it's my turn to hunt you down. Zhang Yi stared at the huge fin dragon on the bottom of the sea, with murderous intent surging in his eyes. He must solve this huge trouble in advance, so as to avoid being attacked on both sides when encountering the Colombian Navy. The fin dragon didn't expect that tiny human being could pursue him into the deep sea, when the sea water was no longer an obstacle to Zhang Yi's actions. The last gap between him and the fin dragon was also smoothed. Now, here is a battle between an alien with a power index of 9,600 points and a deep sea beast with a power index of 9,200 points. The Holy Inquisitor erupted in black void flames in his hand and swept forward. The Gate of Dimension. One side can pass through. His attacks can pass through. But the attacks of the Pinosaurus cannot. The powerful force quickly penetrated the seawater, setting off a huge frenzy on the bottom of the sea, and arrived in front of the fin dragon in an instant. Its huge body twisted wildly in an attempt to dodge the blow. But sometimes being too big was not always a good thing. For example, now, its tail is swept to the tail by the black flames of the void. Just a small scratch caused a large number of scales on its skin to fall off, and its flesh and blood flew everywhere. Gigi. The fin dragon let out a painful and angry roar. As the overlord of the deep sea, except for some terrifying existences in the deepest part of the ocean, when has it ever received such treatment in shallow seas? Its body quickly spiraled, stirring up the ocean currents, and soon formed a huge whirlpool. It tried to use its size advantage to make Zhang Yi unbalanced in the sea water. However, all this is of no use to Zhang Yi. The different space exists independently from him, no matter how turbulent the water is. When it passes through the junction of two realms, It is like passing through a door with no thickness. No matter how strong the tide is, it cannot move or damage it at all. This is what Jiang and region defines as absolute defense. The strongest alien strength. Chapter 886. You can't imagine it. From now on, offense and defense will change. The beast can go. So can I. When Zhang Yi fights against others, he always first establishes himself in an invincible position. The two attack methods of the fin dragon rely on its huge size, and the high-energy particle shock waves emitted from the apex of its head. But at this time, both methods lost their effect on Zhang Yi. Then, no matter how Zhang Yi plays, he will win. The only thing he needs to worry about is whether he will win. Kill! Today I want to see how delicious the original power of sea beasts is. Zhang Yi moved forward quickly in the seawater. With the blessing of the propeller, his speed was as fast as flying in the air. The fin dragon roared angrily, while swimming and escaping in the seawater, while constantly looking back to try to fight back. The beast's natural early warning ability allowed it to know that there was a huge danger around Zhang Yi, and that approaching to attack would not work. But the high-energy particle light emitted from its sharp corners was absorbed by the weird space, and then reflected back to attack itself. The fin dragon almost became anxious. This is simply cheating. Why are you playing with this? He chases it. It runs away. It is doomed. Zhang Yi chased after the fin dragon's butt. No matter where it ran, he chased after its butt and slashed wildly. Even if he dives into the deep sea, Zhang Yi is confident. The fin dragon squeaked angrily and almost wanted to curse. Fortunately, it had rough skin and thick flesh, and it had been slashed more than a dozen times, with cuts all over its back. The bloody injuries were shocking, and its scales fell off all the way. But it didn't stop. After chasing for dozens of miles, the fin dragon suddenly swung its tail in the seawater, bypassed Zhang Yi and swam towards the sea. It suddenly figured out what Zhang Yi's weakness was. From the beginning, Zhang Yi himself was not afraid of it. The reason why he held back every time was simply because he couldn't let go of the other people on that ship. The fin dragon figured this out. If I can't control you, why can't I control your weaknesses? Deal with him. Zhang Yi's reaction was slow for a moment. Then he turned around and chased after the fin dragon. The fin dragon felt the urgent pursuit behind him, and his eyes showed a cheerful smile. It knew it had guessed correctly. Hee hee. I can't kill you, but I can kill your companions. It can still make you miserable and desperate. The fin dragon was making such calculations in his heart. The sea surface was getting closer and closer, and the Jin Feng without Zhang Yi's protection just stopped quietly on the sea surface, like a defenseless baby. All it takes is one charge from the fin dragon to split it in half right in the middle. But just when the fin dragon's excited charge was about to touch the Jin Feng, Zhang Yi, who was chasing behind, suddenly stopped. He stopped 1,000 meters away from the Jin Feng and silently pressed a button on his arm. The head of the fin dragon penetrated the solid bottom of the golden edge, like a knife piercing wood. But at this moment, its eyes suddenly became bright. It was a very blazing light, and it suddenly turned into a huge ball of light in front of its eyes, like a sun exploding in front of it. Not only is it as bright as the sun, it is also as hot as the sun. The whole fin dragon was confused, but there was no time for it to be stunned, as a huge shockwave swept directly towards it. Boom! The force of the explosion was centered on the Jin Feng and struck in all directions. The fin dragon at the bottom of the ship bore the brunt and was thrown away like a slutty snake. Zhang Yi quickly retreated, trying to stay away from the explosion area, because he knew how terrifying the explosion on the Jin Feng was. What he arranged on the ship was explosives equivalent to 10 tons of TNT. To put it bluntly, even his alien space would have a hard time absorbing this level of energy explosion at once. No matter how strong the fin dragon's defense is, it cannot be superior to his alien space. In order to set up this trap for fin dragon, Zhang Yi did not hesitate to use an icebreaker as bait. After entering the ice fog area, he had arranged in advance for Lao Tian to take the people away. As for what to do without the boat, this is relatively simple. Who said that he only brought a boat with him when he went out? He had already considered the possibility of shipwrecks at sea and problems, so he already had spare ships in his different dimension. I believe that the fin dragon could not imagine this at all. But now Zhang Yi must make a quick decision. Such a high-energy explosive reaction may attract the attention of the Colombian Navy. He must kill the fin dragon as soon as possible, and then use the ability to travel through space to leave. By then, even if the Colombian Navy arrives, they will not be able to find them hiding deep in the ice fog. Before the shock wave of the explosion completely dissipated, Zhang Yi held the Holy Inquisitor and chased after the fin dragon. At this time, It was like a long worm being blown away, covered in blood and flesh, and extremely miserable. The damage caused to it by the self-destruction of the Jin Feng was more terrifying than the dozens of knives Zhang Yi had done before combined, because it is directly at the center of the explosion. So for a moment, the entire dragon was stunned. Its face was bloody, and its eyes were blind. Zhang Yi quickly chased after him and slashed with his knife. "I'll kill you while you're sick." The thin dragon instinctively felt the strong murderous intention. At this time, he still had no courage to resist. He tried his best and just wanted to escape deeper into the deep sea. But its injuries were too serious, and it couldn't swim faster. Zhang Yi quickly caught up with it and struck it hard with a knife in the back. Buzz! The huge flames of the void spread hundreds of meters, tightly wrapping around its body like a soul-eating chain. The terrifying power of the void corroded its already damaged body, directly exploding the flesh and blood on its huge body. Gigi! The thin dragon couldn't help screaming and ran away into the sea with all its strength. The blood attracted the attention of many sea beasts around, but the coercion of the two top powerhouses intimidated them, making them dare not approach at all. Zhang Yi is unpretentious, like a cook who kills chickens, and has a lot of patience to chase. The thin dragon was so angry that he wanted to resist before dying several times. However, the strength gap between the two sides is too large. It cannot break Zhang Yi's defense, and counterattack will only accelerate its death. Finally, after it dived more than 3,000 meters deep, it was pitifully hacked to death by Zhang Yi. Such a huge body and such a powerful sea beast were the only things Zhang Yi had ever seen in his life. Not wanting to waste anything, he directly took the body of the thin dragon into his own alien space, and then hurriedly surfaced. The entire sea area was dyed red with its blood, and Zhang Yi had to leave quickly, because this may attract other powerful beings in the deep sea. It is more likely that the Colombian Navy was attracted by the previous explosion. Chapter 887 Promotion +1. Deep in the fog, Lao Tian had already driven the new icebreaker Xiaoyao several hundred nautical miles ahead of schedule, in accordance with Zhang Yi's order. The ice and fog here are the best natural barrier, coupled with their active stealth. Even if Colombia's most advanced ships came here, they would not be able to find a trace. Again, without the search capabilities of electronic equipment, human ships would be like headless flies on the vast sea. Although the Xiaoyao is smaller than the Jifeng, it still has no big problem carrying these passengers. At that time, Zhang Yi watched helplessly as he conjured an icebreaker out of thin air. The other passengers on the boat were frightened. They were even more in awe of Zhang Yi. Even though some people had some objections to Zhang Yi before, now they have become devout admirers of Zhang Yi because of his strength. About an hour after Zhang Yi left, he suddenly returned to the ship. His body was spotless, and he still looked calm and composed. But he found Lao Tian immediately and asked him to speed up and hide deep in the ice mist. "What a brilliant plan you have," Lao Tian said to Zhang Yi with a look of admiration. "By detonating the Jin Feng, a heroic feat of breaking one's arms, not only would we be able to eliminate our big troublesome dinosaurs, but it would also give the illusion that we were all dead in the deep sea. This will deceive the Colombian Navy, and buy time for us to escape back. Mr. Zhang, you are really a great strategist." Zhang Yi was slightly startled. "Is that what I thought? I thought I just wanted to kill that thin dragon simply because of lack of sleep." "Ah, you are right. Lao Tian, you have really made progress recently. I didn't expect that you would discover such a secret plan of mine." Zhang Yi patted Lao Tian on the shoulder with approval. "I'm such a talent. I hope I can trick the Colombian Navy. After all, Colombia has not been able to confirm his identity at this time. And the best explanation for the sinking of a huge icebreaker at sea is that everyone on the ship died. Otherwise, he would have been rescued by a ship from Huashu Kingdom. Regardless of the outcome, the Colombian Navy had no reason to continue pursuing it. Hope things will develop as he wants." As he expected, such a high-energy explosion on the sea attracted the attention of the Colombian Navy patrolling nearby. They arrived at the site of the explosion more than an hour later, only to find the Jin Feng burning and sinking to the bottom of the sea. Colombia's Navy was stunned. After repeated confirmations, they concluded that this ship was the Huashu ship that the Copernicus was chasing. But now, it suddenly exploded and sank in a sea area. However, no land was found around here. It is obviously unrealistic to enter the deep and cold seabed for exploration. Searching vessels reported to headquarters. The headquarters is also very confused. A powerful alien who was able to sink the Copernicus by himself. But the whole ship was involved in an accident at sea. This is not impossible, because no matter how powerful human beings are, They are still small compared to the mysterious deep sea. After confirming the situation nearby, the ship responsible for the search immediately returned and decided that the top brass of the Navy would make the decision. The news reached the ears of Greto Douglas, Commander-in-Chief of the Colombian Ocean Fleet. He heard the news, thought for a moment, and decisively gave his order. The search mission cannot be stopped. This matter involves very important information. So don't give up on any possibility. Dispatch a salvage ship and use a diving bell to dive into the deep sea for inspection. Only by seeing the body of the stranger on the ship can it be confirmed that they were killed at sea. The Navy will make arrangements immediately. However, the time they spent in that sea area exceeded 1 day. At this time, Zhang Yi and the others had already run away. After the fin dragon was dealt with, everyone on the boat breathed a sigh of relief. At least now, they don't have to worry all day long. You know, it's not a pleasant feeling to be stared at by a giant beast hundreds of meters long in the middle of the ocean. Zhang Yi came to a vacant warehouse and cut off the head of the fin dragon. Its entire body cannot be removed at all. Otherwise the entire ship will be sunk. But this head alone is 4 to 5 meters long. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. He had never tried to absorb the origin of a strange beast before, so he didn't know if it would work. He put his hand on the head of the Tarragud the human way. The next moment, an extremely huge source of power poured into his body. Sure enough, the mutated creatures are all the same. Zhang Yi could clearly feel that his power had become stronger. But it's not enough. It's still not enough to break through that boundary. But his improvement is also very obvious. And there is no dilemma that Deng Yuanbo mentioned at the beginning. That after a stranger reaches a certain level, it is difficult to improve no matter how he absorbs the source. According to Zhang Yi's estimation, absorbing such a top delta level beast brought his power index to around 9,700 points. This also made Zhang Yi realize that his potential was far higher than that of Deng Shitong and others. Perhaps, it is because they rely too much on technology and hard work to improve their strength. And I'm all natural, Zhang Yi thought secretly in his heart. But one thing is certain. It is easier for him to break through to the Epsilon realm than it is for Deng Shitong and others. Perhaps, even if he does not rely on the source of God. As long as he can absorb more of the origins of these powerful alien beasts or aliens, he can reach the standard of Epsilon's power index. Source of God. What is so magical about that thing? Zhang Yi murmured. If it's just something that allows people to break through genetic limitations, maybe it's not needed for him now. Because he is not an ordinary captain-level existence like Deng Shitong. He is far from reaching his shackles. The further back you go, the more obvious the gap in talent becomes. Be it him, Gao Changkong, or Yuan Kongya. They are all strangers born with higher upper limits. And the one in Xinjiang is said to have received the power of the source of God. However, Zhang Yi knew nothing about his information, and could not make a judgment. Zhang Yi had a new understanding of supernatural powers at this time. He even had the urge to continue hunting powerful beasts in the sea to upgrade. However, this idea was only thought about for a moment, and was quickly dismissed by Zhang Yi, because he passed through such a large sea area along the way. If he hadn't encountered a battle between strange beasts by chance, he might not have encountered a fin dragon. After all, this kind of deep-sea giant snake usually does not move in shallow sea areas. If you really want to hunt more powerful beasts, you can only go deep into the deepest part of the sea. But think about the environment of the deep sea. Both the species and the number of creatures there far exceed those on land. It is almost certain that there are terrifying beasts on the level of Epsilon. The bottom of the sea is too dangerous. So I'd better go find the source of God honestly, Zhang Yi murmured. After all, he already knew the location of the source of God. So there was no need to venture into the deep sea. Chapter 888 Mermaid. Zhang Yi still didn't know how much impact his act of self-destructing the Jin Feng in the ocean had, because they completely closed all communication channels. This caused Jiangnan region and Donghai region to think that they had an accident. Although Zhu Sheng always believed that Zhang Yi was a stable man, and would not be killed at sea. But caring is chaos. Zhang Yi has information about the source of the gods, and his niece Zhu Yonk is also on board. So he urgently contacted Team Rose, and asked Ling Hufeishua to investigate the explosion area, and contacted the East China Sea region to ask them to put pressure on the Colombian Navy. The situation in the East China Sea region suddenly became extremely tense. Both sides have dispatched a large number of ships and aliens, and it is hard to say when the guns will accidentally go off. At this time, what are Zhang Yi and the others doing? They walked aimlessly through the ice and fog area, hoping to find a piece of land to rest as soon as possible. A few days later, they came to a sea area. Zhang Yi was sitting in front of the window reading a book. while Joe Kier was rubbing his shoulders behind him. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's ears moved, and he seemed to hear a faint singing voice. It's like the graceful singing voice of a beautiful lady. Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask who was singing. Joe Kier was stunned for a moment. When? Warm the loneliness? Zhang Yi said that someone was really singing. Did you hear it? When Zhang Yi asked. Joe Karen immediately pricked up his ears. Zhang Yi's hearing is relatively keen, and when she listened carefully, she heard a burst of Misty singing intermittently. It seemed to be coming from afar. Speaking of this, she wondered how strange it was. This was the sea. How could anyone sing? Could it be that we are close to land? The visibility in the ice and fog area is very poor, and the voyage of the Xiaoyao is almost the same as drifting. The visible field of view is only a few dozen meters, and he might be near an island on the sea at some point. Zhang Yi stood up curiously after hearing this. Come on. Let's go out and have a look. He was very cautious, and put on combat uniforms for himself and Joe Kier before walking out of the cabin. At this time, other people on the boat had already been attracted by the singing. The long sea voyage made them too empty and lonely, and the singing of the sea was undoubtedly the best medicine for them to relieve their boredom. A group of people lay on the railings and looked into the depths of the ice mist, trying to see clearly what was coming from the direction of the singing. Is it a fishing boat? It is also possible for fishermen at sea. There are many small islands in the sea, isolated from the world. They may not be greatly affected by the apocalypse. Who is the singer? Sun Wanqi held her heart in her hands and said with hope, I heard that the songs on the sea may be sung by mermaids. Do you think we met a mermaid? Zhang Yi happened to come over, and when he heard this sentence, he said expressionlessly, anything that lives in the water all year round, even if it is really a mermaid, must be covered in fish scales. Are you sure that thing is what you imagined? Sun Wanqi's face suddenly froze, and she couldn't help but turn a little pale when she thought of an animal that was covered in scales, had a wide mouth, and lived by eating fish. Zhu Yung curled up his hair. I have heard of the legend of the siren. They will sing at sea to trick the crew into sailing the ship over. As a result, they all hit the rocks and sank. Lao Tian and other crew members all laughed when they heard this. That's just a fairy tale. However, there are indeed animals at sea that make sounds similar to human babies, such as dolphins and some species of whales. Zhang Yi looked into the distance while listening to Lao Tian talking about his adventures when he went to sea. This was the nth time he repeated it in front of everyone. But as he listened, Zhang Yi's eyes suddenly straightened, because the thick ice fog in front of him slowly dissipated. He actually saw a mermaid on a reef. The body of a human, the lower body of a fish, and the upper body of a beautiful mermaid with a curvy figure and long red hair. And that song came from the mermaid's mouth. Zhang Yi looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. The mermaid seemed to feel Zhang Yi's gaze and looked back. Her face was extremely beautiful, more beautiful than any woman Zhang Yi had ever seen, and almost flawless. The melodious melody in her mouth does not belong to any language that Zhang Yi knows. It is melodious and graceful, as if it comes from the mysterious underwater dragon palace. The moment she saw Zhang Yi, a bright smile appeared on her face, and then she jumped from the reef into the water. It rises and falls briskly on the sea surface, like a dolphin. Soon, she came to Zhang Yi. The wet and smooth arms grabbed the railing and stared at Zhang Yi with a smile. Even Zhang Yi felt haunted by such a scene, as if he had fallen into a fairy tale world. But at this moment, a warning sounded in my heart. Time echoes. Instinctively, his body reacted by retreating. Zhang Yi was shocked. The mermaid in front of him had opened her soft arms, revealing her fair chest, and threw herself into his arms. The scene in front of him changed, and the light and shadow Zhang Yi saw immediately changed. In an instant, from stunning beauty to extremely ugly. Where is the beautiful mermaid? It was clearly a dark and ugly fish, covered in black mucus, and a strange fish with a huge mouth. Hack! Instinctively, Zhang Yi cursed loudly, and cold sweat broke out from behind. A blast of divine power distorted the space and directly exploded that disgusting strange fish into powder. But at this time, there were strange cries on the boat. There was not just one strange fish, but 3 or 4 fish had already rushed onto the boat, pounced on the passengers and started to bite them. They make baby-like sounds from their mouths, and their low melody makes people drowsy. The chests of those passengers who were chewed were empty, but they still had happy smiles on their faces. Zhang Yi felt horrified that this strange fish could use sound to hypnotize him. If he didn't have the ability to echo through time, he might have been accidentally tricked just now. Seeing that everyone on the boat had been attacked, Zhang Yi knew that he could not wake them up. So he directly pulled out the Holy Inquisition. The black void flame turned into a long snake and killed all the strange fish on the boat in an instant. Since this thing uses sound to hypnotize, Johnny plans to use the same method to crack it. He turned on the voice playback system of the combat uniform, turned the volume to the maximum, and yelled to wake me up. The eardrums hurt when listening to the deafening sound. Everyone woke up with a start, only to find that the beautiful illusions in front of them had disappeared. Instead, there were several hideous and terrifying black monster fish corpses on the boat, as well as their companions whose chests had been eaten away. They suddenly screamed in fright. Chapter 889 Strange Death. All cheer me up. Many creatures in the ocean have mutated, and are much more dangerous than on land, Johnny shouted loudly, and at the same time began to clean up the ugly strange fish still pretending to be mermaids on the reef. Fortunately, they only have the ability to confuse people's minds, and their own combat effectiveness is very weak. Lao Tian and other crew members took out their rifles and fired, quickly killing many of the strange fish. The remaining strange fish saw that the situation was not good and immediately got into the sea. But when the Xiaoyao sailed far away, the melodious music sounded again among the rocks. Johnny asked everyone to quickly return to the cabin. No one is allowed to come out again until it is confirmed that it is safe. Don't underestimate the sea. Johnny couldn't help but feel chills running down his back when he thought about everything that had just happened. In an era of great change, there are all kinds of strange abilities. This seemingly weak monster fish has abilities that almost caught him. A top Delta level stranger. Everyone was also frightened. There are so many weird things in the ocean. It's better to be careful. I thought that the powerful sea monster was the scariest thing. But I didn't expect that this little strange fish almost killed me. We have to guard against it. This incident also gave Johnny a wake-up call. Even though he is getting stronger and stronger, he cannot be careless because the world is full of dangers. He must be cautious and cautious. Even lions and tigers can be defeated by tiny mosquitoes. There is something weird about this sea area. Patrols are stepped up every day. No matter what weird things you encounter, you must report to me, Johnny ordered Lao Tian. Yes, Mr. Zhang. Lao Tian ordered the crew members to work in pairs and patrol the ship 24 hours a day from now on. The fifth day deep into the icy fog sea. That night, it was already dark, and the lights on the boat were dim. On the side of the rock flow group, a woman slowly got up from the boat, then glanced at her sleeping companions next to her, then tiptoed, put on her clothes, and got up from the bed. She walked along the corridor to the bathroom at the end. She had her menstrual period in the past few days, and suddenly felt stomach discomfort in the middle of the night. So she had to go to the bathroom. The middle cabin where the rock flow group is located will be broken at night. Fortunately, the corridor only has one long aisle, so you can walk through it in the dark. She stepped lightly on the floor and groped forward, pressing her aching belly with one hand. And moving forward was a little difficult. After arriving in the bathroom, she solved her problem as quickly as possible. But while going to the toilet, a bolt of lightning pierced the night sky outside. The woman's name was Bai Jingyu. She seemed to notice something outside the window and took a hurried look. But when I looked up, I found nothing. Bai Jingyu thought it was her own psychological effects. But out of fear, she still cleaned up hastily, then opened the bathroom door and hurried back. Clatter, clatter, clatter. It was extremely quiet at midnight, and the crew patrolling outside had also entered the control room. Bai Jingyu's footsteps were somewhat clear. This made her a little scared, because it sounded like there was something hidden in her footsteps. Bai Jingyu gradually felt an uneasy feeling in her heart. She swallowed slowly and looked around timidly. But the surroundings were empty, and there was nothing. Bai Jingyu's breathing became rapid, and she quickened her pace, wanting to return to the room as quickly as possible. But when she turned around, she suddenly saw something, which made her pupils dilate suddenly, and her mouth open wide to shout. However, her vocal cords had not yet had time to make a sound. Something seemed to appear. Her mouth opened wider and wider, even twisting into a weird arc that was unlike anything humans could open. Bai Jingyu's hands dropped down and twisted like claws. Suddenly, her body began to twitch violently. But after a few seconds, she regained her composure. Bai Jingyu stood in the long corridor, the shadow covering her face, making her expression unclear. But a few seconds later, she walked slowly back to her room, then lifted the quilt and fell asleep. The next day, Bai Jingyu got up and had a meal as usual. The acquaintances around her thought she looked a little strange and came over to ask if she was sick. Bai Jingyu just said calmly that it was okay and her menstrual period was coming. Hearing this, others could only smile and comfort him without asking any more questions. Anyone who has ever had a menstrual period knows that women must not be provoked during this period. Otherwise they will definitely die miserably. And that night, it was late at night again. Everyone fell into sleep. Bai Jingyu suddenly opened his eyes. She walked barefoot to the bed of the person who greeted her during the day. Her eyes cold and dull, like a walking zombie. The dim light outside stretched her shadow on the wall. Her mouth split open quickly. And then something more than 1 meter long suddenly emerged from her mouth. And then wrapped around the person's face. He struggled desperately. But there was no movement after just a few seconds. A faint sucking sound came from the silent room. After all this was over, Bai Jingyu returned to his bed again, quietly covered himself with a quilt, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Early the next morning, someone in the room got up in the morning to use the toilet. He habitually patted the brother next door and wanted to drag him over. But as soon as he stretched out his hand, it suddenly sank. Out of curiosity, the man thought the brother next door had already gotten up. But when he turned around, he suddenly screamed uncontrollably. The fearful and shrill scream startled everyone in the room. And even the people next door were woken up by the sound. What happened? Who is shouting? The people in the room had just woken up and were still confused. The man fell to the ground in fright. His eyes widened and pointed in the direction of the bed. Dry, 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 dry. Mummy! The people in the room immediately focused their attention on the bed. When they saw the scene in front of them clearly, their expression suddenly changed with fear. The man on the bed seemed to have had his flesh and blood sucked dry. His cheeks were deeply sunken, and his skin was tightly wrapped around his skull. The 2 shriveled eyeballs were still in their sockets, staring dryly upward. Quick! Go tell the people on the boat. Someone killed another person on the ship. Some people with fragile hearts couldn't help but started shouting in panic. The news quickly spread to Lao Tian. Lao Tian came down with people and guns. People in the next room heard the news and gathered around to join in the fun, talking in various ways. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Lao Tian came over with a gun. Several talkers from the Yanlu group, including Li Zhongyu, Ma Wenzheng and Zhang Weiwei, were all here. Seeing Lao Tian coming, he said low to him. Chapter 890 Monster in the Sea. Lao Tian walked over cautiously and asked what was going on. Did you check how the person died? The body was still on the bed, and no one dared to touch it. Zhang Weiwei knew some medical skills and was more courageous. So she asked Li Zhongyu to help her go over and check the corpse. Hearing Lao Tian's question, Zhang Weiwei suppressed her nausea, came to him, and lowered her voice, and said that he died in a strange way. His internal organs were hollowed out, leaving almost only the skin and bones. When Lao Tian heard this, his face instantly became extremely ugly. After they came to the sea, they had already encountered many mutated monsters. This kind of death is obviously not something ordinary people would do. He stepped forward and carefully touched the body with his gun. It was found that, as Zhang Weiwei said, the bodies had been hollowed out. It was as if something had penetrated into his body and eaten away his internal organs. Everyone, get out of the way and stay away. Everyone else leave this room immediately, Lao Tian said to the others in the cabin. Immediately, the crew began chasing people away. Only 3 people, Li Zhongyu, were left. Lao Tian told them not to tell anyone about this matter first, before finding out the truth. If others know, it will easily cause panic. Zhang Weiwei nodded, and we thought so too. Now is a special moment, so it's best to handle it properly. Lao Tian had the door closed, and then ordered the crew to raise their guns and aim at the body. He pulled out a sharp short knife from his boot, came to the body, reached out to touch the sunken chest, and then plunged it down with all his strength. No bodily fluid splashed out, and Lao Tian's hand felt like pricking a shriveled duck. Lao Tian continued to exert force, and the entire chest was opened effortlessly. It was empty. Nothing. Continuing to cut open other parts. No abnormalities were found. There weren't even any wounds visible on his body, as if something void had swallowed up his internal organs and flesh and blood. Lao Tian's expression became increasingly serious. He had never encountered this kind of situation during his decades as a sailor. At this time, the entire Yanlu group had gathered outside the cabin. They were all talking. Some people even said that I saw that corpse. It looked like a mummy. It was definitely not done by humans. Could it be a monster in the sea? Have we encountered too few monsters during this time? However, it actually sneaked into our cabin and killed people, and no one found out. This. What should I do? Lao Tian also felt extremely troubled at this time. If the immediate problem cannot be solved, people may continue to die on the ship. The people in the Yanlu group have a relatively high level of knowledge, and it is difficult to make up excuses to deceive them. If the people are confused, it will be difficult to lead the team. At this moment, Zhang Yi's calm voice suddenly sounded outside. Lao Tian, how do you patrol? Zhang Yi came in from the outside with 2 crew members. He casually threw a strange-looking sea fish onto the floor. If I hadn't discovered it, wouldn't I have let this monster escape? Everyone's eyes turned to the hideous and ugly fish on the floor. Zhang Yi took a white handkerchief from the crew, wiped his palms, and said, "It was the murderer. I was almost attacked by it on the deck just now. Today's ocean is full of dangers, and everyone must be vigilant. You can't just rely on me and my crew for everything." Lao Tian hurried out when he heard Zhang Yi's voice. "Mr. Zhang." Zhang Yi glared at Lao Tian sharply. "You guys are slacking off." Lao Tian swallowed his saliva and quickly apologized. "Sorry, Mr. Zhang. It was my mistake." He looked at the strange fish on the floor, but he had some doubts in his heart. But he didn't say it out loud on the spot. Zhang Yi said to move the body out and strengthen patrols in the future. In addition, Li Zongyu, you yourself have to bear the main responsibility for this problem. There are dozens of people in your rock flow group, which is more than my crew. You can't just sit around all day. You have to organize yourself and carry out patrols. When Li Zongyu heard this, he couldn't help but feel guilty and said, "You are right. We are indeed too careless." Zhang Yi nodded. "That's it. Then you arrange your own patrols." After Zhang Yi finished speaking, he left the cabin as if nothing had happened. Lao Tian asked people to carry away the body and the strange fish on the floor. The members of the Yanlu group in the cabin were relieved when they saw this. After arriving on the upper deck, Lao Tian followed Zhang Yi and asked Mr. Zhang in a low voice behind him, "What's next? What to do?" With his many years of experience at sea, he could naturally see clearly that the wounds on the corpse were definitely not caused by the fish Zhang Yi killed. The reason why Zhang Yi did that was simply to stabilize people's hearts. Zhang Yi took one look at the corpse and said, "Take him to the infirmary. A detailed dissection will be required to figure out what did it." Lao Tian immediately asked people to carry the body to the infirmary. Then Zhang Yi called Zhou Qier over and explained the whole story to her. It was also the first time for Zhou Qier to experience this strange situation. She quickly changed her clothes and went to the infirmary to examine the body. After seeing the body, she had a very strange expression on her face. There were no wounds on the outside of the corpse, and the inside was extremely smooth, almost like the internal organs disappeared out of thin air. Zhou Qier's words gave Lao Tian a chill. Could it be that? Was it the Kraken again? Even Zhang Yi frowned deeply. They had encountered the Kraken in the ice fog area more than once, and every time it gave them a headache. Although he possesses great power, the Kraken's abilities are all kinds of strange, making it difficult for him to guard against them. For example, this time, something strange appeared on the ship, but he didn't notice it at all. Zhou Qier picked up a sharp scalpel and said calmly while cutting open the body, "I need to conduct a careful inspection before I can draw a conclusion. But until then, I think the whole ship must be on alert, because no matter what weird things happen now, they are normal." Zhang Yi was convinced. He immediately told Lao Tian that from now on, he would order all crew members to be on alert 24 hours a day and not to slack off. For safety reasons, the patrol was changed from a group of 3 to a group of 4. In addition, people are also concentrated in the middle and lower cabins, and they are arranged to patrol in shifts. Also, any personal actions must be avoided, even when going to the toilet or taking a shower. 2 or more people must go together. Chapter 891. Today is my birthday. Zhang Yi did not dare to be careless about the unexpected situation. The mermaid siren he met before almost confused his mind and caused him harm. Even a stranger with such powerful abilities, like him, would not be able to avoid any blind spots. Not to mention the vast majority of ordinary people on the ship. Lao Tian immediately summoned the crew, conveyed Zhang Yi's order, and called Li Zongyu and Lu Dehai, asking them to cooperate with the work on the ship. Lao Tian spoke frankly to the 2 cabin crew members and told them the truth. Don't spread the news, lest it cause panic, and more people will die. I tell you in advance so that you have an idea. Do you understand? After Li Zongyu and Lu Dehai listened, they felt a little scared. How dare they have any opinions? They are all afraid that they will be killed in their sleep for no apparent reason. Therefore, they all actively cooperated and quickly organized the adults in the cabin to conduct patrols 24 hours a day. In one day, all parties cooperated to inspect the entire ship from top to bottom. It can be said that no corner has been spared. Finally, Lao Tian discovered a clue through surveillance video. However, after seeing clearly what happened last night, instead of relaxing him and the crew members who were watching the video together, it actually made them more and more frightened. Soon, they called Zhang Yi over and told him that they had made a major discovery. Zhang Yi came to the control room and saw that every crew member looked much paler. These experienced sailors had clear fear in their eyes. Even Lao Tian's dark face turned white at this time. What happened? Zhang Yi asked with a frown. Lao Tian swallowed and pointed at the surveillance video. You will know at a glance. Zhang Yi came to the surveillance video. Considering the unusual behavior of Lao Tian and others, he took a few steps back and did not get too close to the monitor. A crew member clicked the play button. The time was 1:23 last night. In the dark night, the infrared camera clearly captured what happened in the aisle of the middle cabin. Bai Jingyu, wearing white clothes, walked slowly from the end of the corridor. It seemed that he had just finished using the toilet. But when she was halfway there, her whole neck suddenly tilted back and her body began to twitch violently. It was as if something had forced her mouth open, causing her mouth to open to an unbelievable degree. After about 5 or 6 seconds, her body twisted and squirmed like a zombie, and then slowly returned to its original state. Under surveillance, her eyes slowly lost their brightness and became numb and cold. Then he walked to his room as if nothing had happened, pushed the door open and entered. And the room she entered was the room where the person died today. The whole scene lasted only a few dozen seconds. But after watching it, a layer of white hair sweat appeared on Zhang Yi's back. This picture is too weird. From the beginning to the end, they didn't see clearly what attacked Bai Jingyu. But they also knew that Bai Jingyu at this time was no longer the Bai Jingyu before. It felt like being possessed by an evil spirit. Faced with tangible enemies, they know how to destroy them. But how to kill an invisible and insubstantial enemy? No wonder Lao Tian and the crew were a little unbalanced after watching it. But after Zhang Yi was shocked, he quickly calmed down. Although this scene is weird, Zhang Yi, as a stranger, has seen too many incredible abilities. He could conclude that this must be some kind of mutant creature causing trouble. It's also possible that Bai Jingyu himself mutated and possessed some kind of evil power. Have you told anyone else about this? Zhang Yi asked calmly. Lao Tian said no. No one else knows about this except us. We don't dare to disturb this woman. We just wait for you to make up your mind. Zhang Yi rubbed his chin, and many thoughts came to his mind. The strange thing that invades the ship is unknown. Abilities and superpower levels are all unknown. If he accidentally disturbs the other party, Zhang Yi can naturally protect his own safety with his powerful ability. But there are so many helpless people on the ship, and I'm afraid many of them will be killed. After finally bringing the people back, Zhang Yi couldn't say how important he was to them. But he also had to try his best to avoid causing fearless casualties. So, what should we do to find a way to deal with it without alerting the strange existence? After thinking carefully for a moment, Zhang Yi quickly thought of a plan in his mind. Observe. Before knowing the truth, the best way is not to act rashly, and to collect enough information first. This is his home court after all, and even if something strange sneaks in, he shouldn't panic. Lao Tian, give extra meals to everyone on board today. Gather them all into one cabin. Then use the monitoring equipment to observe everyone carefully. There are still more than 100 people on the ship, so it is not difficult to free up a warehouse as a temporary gathering place. Then, take advantage of this time to arrange for someone to do something. Zhang Yi leaned close to Lao Tian's ear and asked me to install surveillance equipment in those rooms in the Yanlu group. Lao Tian nodded after hearing this. But there should be a reason for a dinner party. Right? Otherwise, what if that thing becomes suspicious? Zhang Yi smiled lightly and said it was my birthday today. Lao Tian accepted the order and immediately ordered the chefs Ye Changming to prepare more sumptuous meals. Then he notified people in each cabin to gather on the upper floor at noon to celebrate Zhang Yi's birthday. The people below didn't care whose birthday it was, but they were very happy when they heard that there was a big meal to be had. Many people even started looking for plastic bags and rags, planning to grab some food and take it home to eat later. In the cabin where people had died, although the shadow of death hung over some people's minds at this time, everyone was used to seeing life and death, so they were not scared out of their wits. When I heard that there was a big meal to be had, I quickly forgot about the dead person. Bai Jingyu lay quietly on the bed, her eyes dull. But except for this, everything else seemed to be the same as usual. The companion next to her kindly came over and patted her. Bai Jingyu turned her head and stared at her, making the woman startled. Sister Bai, let's go to dinner. Go early to grab a good seat. But if you go late, the food will be completely covered. Oh! Bai Jingyu saw other people rushing over. So she got up from the bed. Then followed the flow of people out of the cabin, and walked towards the upper cabin. Chapter 892 Parasite. The Yinlu group and the people in the bottom cabin were sitting around in a lively manner. The crew arranged for them to sit down in an orderly manner so that they could observe easily. Everyone had brought all kinds of things with them, and they were just waiting to grab the food as soon as it was served, without thinking about anything else. After all, Lao Tian has said that this is a banquet prepared for Zhang Yi's birthday. It is extremely sumptuous and has enough food. Zhang Yi stood directly in front of the room, his eyes sweeping over everyone present. When Bai Jingyu walked into the room, Zhang Yi paused for a moment and then moved to the others. After a while, Zhu Yonk and Su Nuanqi came with Tommy in their arms. Happy birthday, Mr. Zhang. The two came over to congratulate Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi just smiled and nodded perfunctorily, and then continued to look at the other people in the cabin. When the two of them saw Zhang Yi's indifferent expression, they couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. Zhu Yonk complained and said, "It's true. We have known each other for such a long time, and you didn't even tell me about such an important birthday." Zhang Yi frowned slightly. Just thinking about it, it was not a big deal. You two should quickly find a place to sit. Zhu Yonk and Su Nuanqi looked at each other, then nodded to each other. Zhu Yonk suddenly smiled and said to Zhang Yi, "Since it is your birthday, we must prepare a gift for you. There is nothing special I can give you at sea. So why not let Tommy recognize you as a godfather?" As she said this, she handed the baby in her arms forward and said in a hoarse and unconcealed eager voice that the baby is very cute. Really? As long as you hold him in his arms, you will know how good he is. As soon as Tommy handed it over, Zhang Yi immediately smelled a foul smell. Needless to say, neither of these women were good at raising children, and they certainly didn't do a good job in hygiene. He quickly took half a step back to avoid it. "I am not interested in babies. If you like it so much, you might as well keep it for yourself. It just so happens that one of you is a father, and the other is a mother." Seeing that the plan failed, Zhu Yonk couldn't help but darken his face. We are not in that kind of relationship." Zhang Yi waved his hand and motioned for them to sit down and order their food first. The two women pouted angrily, then found a place to sit down. Zhang Yi pretended to make a speech, but he also knew that everyone's attention was on the next meal, because there was no nonsense. He gave Lao Tian a look. And Xie Changming and several crew members pushed the dining cart and brought steaming dishes of big fish and meat to the table. As soon as a dish was placed on the table, it was like poking a hornet's nest. There were more than a dozen pairs of chopsticks, and some people even reached out to it. After a while, the whole roast chicken and elbows were torn into pieces by everyone, and then stuffed into their own red plastic bags. Zhang Yi and Lao Tian sat at the same table and did not eat. Instead, they took the opportunity to observe the people in the room. Sure enough, after looking at it like this, he discovered some problems. Not only Bai Jingyu, there were 3 other people in the crowd who behaved calmly while eating. These people on Yinlu Island have not been able to eat such big fish and meat on weekdays for nearly a year. If anyone can remain calm at this time, there is only one possibility: he is not a human at all. Zhang Yi silently remembered these people in his heart without making any announcement. He came to the control room midway. There are crews here monitoring everyone in the restaurant. Zhang Yi asked them to find all the suspicious people. After careful confirmation, they basically matched the people he found. Zhang Yi did not take any action. While he was waiting for Zhou Qir's autopsy results, he asked Lao Tian and other crew members to prepare for a vigil at night. Time passed by and everyone on the boat had a full meal, so they all went to bed early today. In the middle of the night, in the cabins of several rock flow groups, 3 figures suddenly climbed out of bed as if they had made an agreement. They came to their sleeping companion next to them and leaned down stiffly, with their heads on their heads. Then their mouths suddenly opened so wide that nothing could be seen, and the mouth of the person on the bed also opened wide. After twitching for a while, there was no more movement. After doing all this, those few people returned to the boat as if nothing had happened, covered themselves with quilts, and continued to rest. At midnight, Zhang Yi, Lao Tian and others were in the control room and could see the scene clearly through the surveillance system. Infrared surveillance cameras captured details very clearly, but they never saw what it was. Is it really a ghost in the ocean? One of the crew members swallowed and said nervously. Zhang Yi glanced at him and came up with an idea. Perhaps it is something that can be invisible, or it may be some kind of transparent sea creature. After observing the strange creature's killing methods, Zhang Yi felt a lot more relieved. Because according to his observations, the destructive power of this weird thing is not particularly strong. And it is not a spirit that can ignore physical attacks. If they want to kill, they have to go through close contact. Lao Tian immediately proposed to catch all those guys and kill them. Zhang Yi calmly said there was no rush. Everyone was asleep at this time. If there was a commotion, too many people might die. It seems that their appetite is not that big. They should be full tonight. Tomorrow at dinner time, a pot will be served to them. Zhang Yi patted Lao Tian on the shoulder and went back to the room to rest. When she opened the door, she saw Zhou Qiu sleeping quietly on the table. She was wearing a combat uniform, which was requested by Zhang Yi to prevent unknown strange things from harming her. Zhang Yi walked over with a smile, carried her to the bed, and helped her take off her shoes. Zhou Qiu slowly opened her eyes and saw Zhang Yi. She blinked her big eyes and asked if she had figured out what was causing the trouble. A very strange marine mutant creature, probably parasitic. Zhou Qiu nodded, and my autopsy results came out. She took out some photos and showed them to Zhang Yi. Observed through a microscope, the wound is surrounded by dense tiny tooth marks. Therefore, the loss of flesh and blood from the corpse was not a supernatural event, but something that had been chewed up. Zhang Yi nodded. This makes sense. But then he frowned. There must be more than one or two of these creatures, and there should be a large number of them in our sea area. We have to find a way to completely solve this problem. Zhou Qiu smiled and said that he would have to catch a few first and then conduct research to find out. Zhang Yi nodded. This is easy to say. While the two were talking, Zhang Yi's keen spatial intuition made him feel a strange fluctuation. Chapter 893 Good luck. Zhang Yi's intuition is very sensitive to the fluctuations of space. At this time, he noticed something strange appearing on the deck. The sound was like people walking on the deck. Without hesitation, he walked directly to the deck, and a small sound similar to footsteps sounded in his ears. Zhang Yi looked towards the deck, and an extremely terrifying scene appeared. A string of water stains appeared on the deck, about 10 to 20 centimeters long, just like human footprints. How many weird things exist in this damn shabby place? Zhang Yi pulled out his gun, pointed it in the direction of Shueishan and shot. There was a strange cry in the air, like the sound of feet in mud. A large pool of water suddenly exploded on the floor, and then quickly crawled towards the edge of the ship. Zhang Yi fired a few more shots with quick eyes and hands, and it seemed like something had been hit. He walked over cautiously, and knelt down to observe carefully. With the help of the night vision function, and scanning analysis capabilities of the combat uniform, Zhang Yi's eye could vaguely see a long outline, like a long transparent sock. Is this thing the culprit that caused abnormal deaths on the ship? Zhang Yi picked up the transparent sock-like creature, but it shrank quickly, as if most of its body was filled with water. After being hit, the body fluids were lost, and it quickly shrank to less than the size of a palm. This kind of thing is really hard to guard against. If he hadn't been prepared in advance, he might not be able to defeat it even if he killed the host. Zhang Yi secretly sighed in his heart. Fortunately, he caught the main body in advance. Otherwise he might have lost everything tomorrow. He quickly brought the strange creature back to the room and asked Zhou Qiu to check it out. Based on the conclusion and analysis given by Zhou Qiu, he reformulated his action plan for tomorrow. On the next day, Zhang Yi ordered everyone to come to the upper restaurant again because the custom in his hometown was to hold birthday banquets for 2 days in a row. The people below don't care about this. As long as they have food, they are happy. So people gathered at the restaurant again. Li Zongyu and Lu Dehai were worried. They knew what happened on the ship, but no matter how carefully they patrolled yesterday, they found no signs of anything unusual. These people do not yet know that the greatest danger lies within their own group. When Zhang Yi saw that everyone was here, he quietly asked someone to lock the cabin door, and then ordered Xie Changming to serve the food. As soon as the food was served, everyone behaved much better than yesterday, but their chopsticks were still flying. However, as soon as the food was put into his mouth, there was a loud sound of spitting rice in the restaurant. Puff! This food is too salty. Beat the salt cellar to death. Zhang Yi glanced at Zhu Yong and Sun Wanqi not far away. The two women were also complaining. Zhang Yi took out his gun expressionlessly and pointed it at everyone in the restaurant. Not only him, but the crew members, who had been prepared for a long time, also took out their submachine guns, loaded their bullets, and pointed them at everyone in the restaurant. Ah! What are you doing? This move shocked everyone. Zhang Yi said calmly. Don't do anything. There is something dirty among you. So I asked someone to add some ingredients to the food and continued eating. Anyone who doesn't eat is a dirty thing. Zhang Yi's words made everyone's faces change. Is there something dirty among us? Li Zhongyu and Lu Dehai knew that the dirty things Zhang Yi mentioned did exist, and they spoke quickly to calm everyone's emotions. With a gun pointed at their head, although people were reluctant, they still had to lower their heads and take a big gulp of food. Suddenly, the man sitting opposite Bai Jingyu heard a grunt. He looked up and saw an eyeball slipping onto the table and rolling in front of him. He was stunned all of a sudden. The huge impact made his body stiff, and his throat was unable to make a sound. Bai Jingyu stiffly took the rice into her mouth with a spoon. One eye socket was empty, and the other eyeball was shaky. What's wrong? Why are you? No. Eat. Her body became stiffer and stiffer, and suddenly a wisp of white smoke rose from her pupils. The man opposite her let out a heart-rending scream. Immediately, 2 crew members rushed over, took out something similar to a water gun from behind, and pointed it at Bai Jingyu and shot it. Bai Jingyu opened her mouth wide and let out a shrill wail. Soon, her body fell to the ground, shriveled up, like a trisolaran being evaporated dry. The anomalous creatures are mollusks, similar to jellyfish, that can survive on human body fluids. Therefore, those killed by it will quickly wither away. If you just kill the host, it will be difficult to completely kill them. They must be killed by dehydration using highly concentrated organic solutions. After Bai Jingyu was dealt with, other similar situations quickly appeared in the restaurant. This parasite can control people's brains and wants to disguise itself, but its shriveled body is not convincing at all. After being surrounded, a woman wanted to ask her husband for help, but was kicked to the ground by her frightened husband. Soon, all 6 parasites in the crowd were completely killed. Zhang Yi looked at those shriveled corpses, but he didn't feel very relaxed in his heart. This parasite is very weak and can be easily killed once discovered, but they relied on their strange abilities to kill many people on the ship. If they continue sailing at sea and don't land ashore early, they don't know what kind of danger they will encounter in the mysterious sea. Okay. It's okay. Everyone can continue to eat. After Zhang Yi finished speaking to everyone, he turned and left the restaurant. Everyone was left looking at each other, and many people didn't know what happened from beginning to end. But it was horrifying to think that those who died had been with him for several days, and that they might have almost died in their sleep one day. Zhang Yi arranged for Lao Tian to lead people to spray high-concentration organic solutions around the hull every day. That's what mollusks hate most, and it's a way to prevent such creatures from climbing onto the boat again. Lao Tian, how long until we find land? Zhang Yi called Lao Tian over and asked. Lao Tian hesitated. Mr. Zhang, to be honest, I am not sure about this either. To a large extent, we have to pray for luck. Zhang Yi rubbed his forehead. Luck? If they are unlucky, they may even directly encounter the Columbian Ocean Fleet that is hunting them. If his luck goes against his will, and he encounters that Epsilon-level stranger, even Zhang Yi is in danger of death. If you don't take luck into account, what if you analyze it from the worst possible outcome? What will happen? Lao Tian thought for a while, and said there was no big problem with our course. There is plenty of fuel on board. And in the worst-case scenario, we can reach the Starry Sea in the southern seas in another 3 months of sailing. Chapter 894 Lord of the Ocean. Hunting. After hearing the word Starry Sea, Zhang Yi couldn't help but think of the Tianlong pirates. The Starry Sea is dotted with islands, and the terrain is extremely complex. It has always been a place where pirates are rampant. Even caravans from some big countries dare not pass through here easily. After the end of the world, pirates became even more rampant, and the Tianlong pirates were the largest pirate group among them. He once eliminated the 4th division of the Tianlong pirates in Tianhai City. Later, the Jiangnan region also dispatched missiles to bomb the area. Therefore, the relationship between the Tianlong pirates and Huashu country is not a good one. In the past, Zhang Yi would not have taken them seriously. But today is different from the past. He needs to hide his whereabouts to avoid being discovered by the Columbian Ocean Fleet. There is no guarantee that Columbia will not issue a bounty to allow major surrounding forces to encircle and suppress him. Therefore, you must be more careful in your next actions. 3 months. Just 3 months. It doesn't matter if you go back later. Safety comes first. Zhang Yi said this. First, we need to find a piece of land. Zhang Yi repeated this again. As long as he finds land, he can temporarily resettle the other people on the ship. And he himself was able to take Zhou Kur with him, and use his ability to travel through space to return to Tianhai City as quickly as possible. Anyway, you only need to go all the way north. There will be no problem with the direction. the area around the sea where the Jin Feng exploded. White ice fog filled the air, and a huge shadow slowly cut through the dense fog, heading towards the wreckage of the icebreaker. It was a small mountain-like figure, which would give people a strong sense of oppression even from a long distance away. But at this time, above the head of the top-level Delta whale, a man in a sea blue suit stood with his arms crossed. The strongest man in the Colombian Ocean Fleet, John Cardiles. He personally took on the task of chasing Zhang Yi. Now Huaxu Kingdom's East China Sea region has sent a large number of troops, delaying the main force of the Colombian Ocean Fleet Navy. As a result, the Colombian Ocean Fleet was unable to send too many troops to search for Zhang Yi's traces. And Lord of the Sea, with his abilities, he is undoubtedly the most suitable person to take on the task of hunting. Behind Cardiles, several naval officers came over. Lieutenant Colonel, according to our investigation, there are no human corpses on the ship, so we suspect that they may have been rescued by other ships. At present, the Navy has blocked all routes back to Huaxu Kingdom. Once any ship appears on the edge of Huaxu Kingdom's waters, we will get information as soon as possible. When Cardiles heard the news, he just smiled playfully. It sounds interesting, but that's not what I want. But grab that person with your own hands. Huaxu Kingdom must have sent people to support them. So just destroy all the ships found. Cardiles stared into the depths of the ice mist. Could he be hiding in this area? Cardiles frowned. Not sure, because the ice fog sea is a place that even he doesn't want to touch. The signal is cut off here, and any ship sailing into it will lose its course. A ship that loses supplies may run out of power and food in a few months. Even strangers will starve to death without food. Forget it. I am the noble John Cardiles, and I will not take such risks, Cardiles said calmly. He finally went through many layers of selection before he got the opportunity to conduct human experiments in the Navy, and became the only successful candidate among thousands of soldiers. Now he can get everything he needs in the Colombian Navy, and there is no need to risk himself. Investigation is a matter for the intelligence department, so I will quietly wait for their information. Cardiles chose to leave the foggy sea and quietly waited for the news. Colombia's troops have always been focused on performing their respected duties. As for personal heroism, that's just a story in Marvel Comics. Cardiles drove the giant whale and slowly left the sea. Not long after they left, on a ship deep in the misty sea, Linghu Feishua let out a long breath of turbid air. The last half hour was like a year for them. Originally, they came here to inquire about information about Zhang Yi, but they didn't expect to bump into Cardiles. Now is a sensitive time. Once Cardiles discovers their traces, death in battle is considered a good thing. Once captured, they don't know how the Rose team will be tortured. Gu Yufei, can your friends continue to check further? Linghu Feishua turned to look at her team members. At this time, the members of Team Rose, Arya, Gu Yufei was squatting and communicating with the dolphins in the sea. The dolphins made plaintive whine sounds and kept shaking their bodies. Gu Yufei sighed softly. I see. She raised her head and looked at Linghu Feishua, and said helplessly that the pressure Cardiles had just given them was too strong. The dolphins told me that Cardiles had the power to control all things in the ocean. Power. Once he gives the command, all sea creatures within range will fight for him. Moreover, the depths of the foggy sea are full of dangers, and even they dare not explore deeply. Linghu Feishua touched her smooth chin. Is that what happened? Then we can only choose to take a detour. But we are like this, and the Colombian Navy is not much better. Perhaps Chaos, possessing special abilities, he can find the correct course in the fog. But the only thing we don't have to worry about is that they will die because they run out of supplies. After Linghu Feishua said that, he ordered someone to open the map of the surrounding sea area. Her green fingers traced across the map. To the north of the Misty Sea, the nearest areas are Marais and Rhône. But these two countries are just shaky wallflowers. Chaos cannot go here. The best way is to take a detour and head to the chaotic Sea of Stars. Linghu Feishua frowned and could only look in this direction now. If it were not here, we would have to consider heading westward to Tianju Sea. Following Linghu Feishua's order, Gu Yufei dismissed the dolphin team around her. A huge rainbow bubble appeared from the ship, and then quickly enveloped the entire ship. Just like this, in the thick fog, a huge cruiser mysteriously dived into the seabed, and then headed towards the Starry Sea. At this time, the Xiaoyao was also traveling hard in the foggy sea. After a series of sea monster incidents, the people on the ship were frightened, and many people became more or less neurotic. No one knows when a new crisis will come. But one morning, the Xiaoyao broke through the fog and finally saw the shadow of the land. Chapter 895 Island and Fruit Forest. Early that morning, the island appeared in front of the Xiaoyao, so clear that it could be clearly seen with the naked eye. When the crew saw it, they thought they were hallucinating at first, because they had been sailing in the fog for so long. They could hardly judge their position accurately. Such a long voyage has caused them mental problems. However, not one person saw the island, but everyone confirmed that it was indeed an island. Lao Tian opened the telescope and looked at the island. Looking from a distance, I found that there were patches of white woods above, with thick trees rooted in the soil. It's land. There's nothing wrong with it being land. This is not an illusion, nor is it the back of a giant whale. Lao Tian's voice trembled with joy. The crew members also hugged each other excitedly. Lao Tian immediately informed Zhang Yi of the news. After hearing the news, Zhang Yi rushed to the deck with Zhou Qier. Not long after, people on the boat discovered the island one after another, and excitedly ran out to check it out. Although Zhang Yi was a little excited, he still remained completely cautious. He turned on the high-power lens of his combat uniform and carefully examined the island in the distance. Lao Tian. A small island suddenly appeared in the ocean. Is this reasonable? Zhang Yi checked and communicated with Lao Tian. You still have to ask old sailors about things on the ocean. Lao Tian said that land will not suddenly appear in the deep sea. There are often large tracts of land nearby. Mr. Zhang, look at this. Lao Tian took out the instrument and opened an electronic map for Zhang Yi to see. We have been lost in the icy and foggy sea, so we cannot judge the direction of travel and the accurate distance. I said that in the worst case scenario, it would take us 3 months to sail out of this sea and reach the Sea of Stars. But now, we have encountered the island, which means that we are not far from the Starry Sea. Moving forward, we will soon be able to sail into the South China Sea. Lao Tian looked at Zhang Yi longingly. Mr. Zhang, should we go to the island and have a look? Zhang Yi was silent, but he had different plans in his heart. If this island is really located around the Starry Sea, if calculated based on the distance, if he took Zhou Qier and left independently, he could complete the round trip to Tianhai City in more than an hour. Space travel is achieved by utilizing the principle of separation between two-dimensional gates, but it is not a teleportation in the ordinary sense. Zhang Yi will pause when performing the technique twice. This comes from the human body's instinctive reaction and direction judgment. This is even more true when you have to bear the weight of one more person. Everyone around them turned their attention to Zhang Yi. They had been away from the land for so long that their feet had forgotten what it felt like to step on dirt. They wanted to pounce on the land and take a big mouthful of soil. Zhang Yi glanced at them and said lightly, "Okay, let's go ashore and have a look." After receiving Zhang Yi's permission, the entire boat suddenly burst into excited cheers, and many people hugged each other and cried. Zhang Yi, however, looked calm and ordered Lao Tian and others to prepare for battle in case any weird mutant creatures appeared on the island. In addition, he personally put on Zhou Qier's combat uniform, asked her to hold the pistol, and made sure to follow him and not leave for a second. Zhu Yung couldn't help but feel a little jealous when she saw Zhang Yi taking care of Zhou Qier meticulously. It has been nearly 4 months since I spent time at sea with Zhang Yi. Gradually, she began to have an indescribable feeling for Zhang Yi. Maybe it's a sense of dependence in a crisis. Maybe it's Stockholm Syndrome. In short, any emotion can be transformed into love for a woman. But unfortunately, this is just her wishful thinking. For a person like Zhang Yi who only regards love as the spice of life, his reason does not allow him to accept any woman who will not bring him benefits. Zhu Yung is a counterexample. Not only will it not benefit Zhang Yi, but it will continue to cause him trouble. Everyone began to prepare to land on the island. Xiaoyao cannot get close to the edge of the island, so you need to drive a small boat over. Zhang Yi asked Lao Tian to arrange to send the passengers on the boat to the island first. In this way, if there is any danger, they can explore the path first. Zhu Yung came to Zhang Yi and looked at him eagerly. Mr. Zhang, it looks like there may be danger on the island. You must protect me. Zhang Yi crossed his arms. Don't worry. I will try my best. No matter who is in trouble, Zhang Yi will help if he can save him. After all, the people on the boat are the laborers he finally brought back. Zhu Yung said happily. Okay, I'll squeeze into a boat with you. Zhang Yi looked at Lao Tian and reached out to greet him. I will leave the best boat to miss you later. Lao Tian sighed and asked Zhu Yung to come aside. Zhu Yung glanced at Zhang Yi curiously. The best boat was given to me. What should you do? I'm fine with whatever I want. Zhang Yi took Zhou Qier to the side of the boat, stretched out his hand, and took out a yacht from another space. Zhang Yi jumped on the boat. hugged Zhou Qian, and put her on the boat. Then he sailed away. Seeing this, Zhu Yonk was almost furious. Soon Wenqi returned to the cabin, wrapped Tommy tightly in a small quilt, and took him with her. After all, everyone on the ship has to leave, so it's not safe to leave the child here. Zhu Yonk looked at Tommy, who was sleeping soundly, and felt relieved. If he makes trouble again at this time, it will be a big trouble for her. Lisa, tell me, are there people on this island? Zhu Yonk suddenly asked. Soon Wenqi raised her head and glanced at this. Not sure, senior sister. Do you have any ideas? Zhu Yonk brushed his hair and smiled slightly. It's nothing. I just thought that if there was a family, maybe Tommy could be raised by them. After all, I'm not very good at raising children. Soon Wenqi's eyes immediately lit up. God knows how much they suffered because of this little ancestor. She nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. And I also thought it would be better to do so, Zhu Yonk said. Let's take a closer look after we get ashore. Only 2 crew members were left on the ship to guard the ship, while the others happily sailed to the island shrouded in ice and fog. After a while, the first group of people landed on the island. From far away, Zhang Yi smelled a refreshing fragrance. He sniffed, feeling very strange. How come it smells so good? This fragrance has no toxins, because the combat uniform's mask has a filter system, so it has a natural fragrance. Zhou Qian pointed to the dense woods on the island, which seemed to be a fruit tree. Chapter 896 White Fruit and Aboriginals. Zhang Yi was greatly surprised that in this freezing and snowy season, there were still fruit trees that could bear fruit. But when he thought of the blood vine that once belonged to the snow worship sect, Zhang Yi felt relieved instantly. Plants are not immune to mutation, and as one of the most tenacious creatures, trees are indeed better able to adapt to changes in nature than animals. Even dead old trees have a chance to spring again, so it is not strange for plants to mutate and adapt to severe cold. When Zhang Yi and others landed, they saw that the group of people who landed on the island first had arrived in front of the orchard. The trees were unusually tall, with their tops connected together, and their huge needles intertwined with each other, blocking out the sky and the sun. The interior of the forest was very dark, but there are many white fruits growing on the branches. It looks a bit like a cantaloupe, but it is more slender than that, about 20 or 30 centimeters long. These fruits sway slightly in the wind, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. Some people can't help but want to go over and pick a fruit to eat. When Zhang Yi saw this scene, he planned to stop it, but then he thought about it and closed his mouth again. So, a man climbed up the tree, picked a fruit and ate it. The white fruit is broken open with force, and there is a creamy pulp inside, and the fragrant aroma is even more intense. Seeing everyone's timid look, the man smiled and said, I study plants. I can tell that this fruit is not poisonous just by smelling it. It's ready to eat. As he spoke, he took a big bite in front of everyone. The sweet juice filled his mouth. He smiled and said it was so sweet. It really quenches his thirst. Except for Zhang Yi and a few others, it was very difficult for the people on the ship to have enough to eat on weekdays. They had not tasted fruit for an unknown amount of time. So when they saw that there was nothing unusual about the fruit, they all ran over and scrambled to pick the fruit from the tree. There are also some who are cautious and do not dare to pick the fruits because they are worried that there may be something wrong with the fruits. Lao Tian came over and asked Zhang Yidao, Mr. Zhang, about this fruit. Don't eat it. Zhang Yi just responded with 2 words. But after thinking about it, he still put the fruit into a different space. Lao Tian held back his tongue. Yes. Sun Wanqi was also a little greedy. She said to Zhu Yonk next to her, Senior, they have all eaten. Let's pick one and eat it too. Zhu Yonk has been observing Zhang Yi. Seeing Zhang Yi and Zhou Qian, they were indifferent, frowned slightly, and said it was better not to eat. Safety first. Sun Wanqi swallowed, her expression a little regretful. But at this moment, Tommy in her arms woke up from the scent. As soon as he woke up, he started crying loudly. Sun Wanqi quickly said that he probably smelled the milk and was craving for it. Otherwise, get some for the kids to eat. Zhu Yonk instinctively said, Are you crazy? He actually asked Tommy to eat this food from unknown sources. Halfway through her words, her voice slowly trailed off. Something of unknown origin. Sun Wanqi blinked. But they were all eating. You see? I don't see any problems. Zhu Yonk hesitated, but still did not dare to take the risk. Along the way, she had gained a lot of memory, and she was already frightened by various strange events on the sea. Zhang Yi held a gun in his right hand and held Zhou Qian in his left hand. asking the crew to stand guard with guns around him. After seeing that some of the passengers ate the white fruit without any abnormality, I said, let's go. Let's move towards the island. As the passengers walked, they carried more white fruits on their bodies, and then moved forward slowly. Zhang needs to judge whether there is any danger here. If possible, place everyone here temporarily. After all, there is still fruit to eat, so he won't starve to death for a while. The trees on the island are so big that when going deeper, you have to turn on the miner's lamp for lighting. But as he walked, Zhang Yi noticed something was wrong, because he actually discovered the traces of human activities in the woods. The deep woods are muddy and wet, so human footprints can be clearly seen. There are people living here. Zhang Yi secretly became more vigilant. However, there are still people living in this place, which means that there is an environment suitable for human survival. He took these people and moved forward step by step. After passing through the dense woods, we discovered a village made of wooden houses in front of us. The fields and houses look like row upon row. There are no tall buildings, just wooden houses. They walked out of the woods and saw no one outside. But this is understandable. It's freezing outside, and no one would go out rashly if it's not necessary. Compared to Zhang Yi's caution, the other passengers on the ship were much more excited. They felt they had found a holy place suitable for survival. There are a large number of fruit trees here, which can provide them with sufficient food. And the human village shows that there is no problem in long-term survival here. Some people could no longer hold themselves back and ran to the village to ask if anyone was there. Is there anyone here? Hello? Is there anyone else here? Zhang Yi frowned slightly when he heard their shouts, but did not say anything to stop them. He just pulled Zhou Qir and others to stop at a distance. After a while, the door of a wooden house was opened cautiously. The person who opened the door was an old woman wearing black clothes. Her skin was dry and wrinkled, and her body was hunched over. She looked to be in her 80s. Where are you all from? Surprisingly, the old woman spoke Chinese. However, in this sea area, there are indeed Chinese people living everywhere. The passengers were excited to see someone really there. Someone immediately came forward and said that we came from afar and came here to rest for a while. Lao Tian walked next to Zhang Yi. Mr. Zhang looked like an ordinary person. We should have arrived at the small island in the southern sea, and we are very close to entering the Sea of Stars. Zhang Yi nodded and said nothing more. The passengers over there were already chatting happily with the old lady. Perhaps it had been too long since they had seen other people, and they were all very excited. One after another, people from other houses cautiously opened the door and walked out. These people claim that they are all local residents. After heavy snowfall, they have survived to this day by relying on the fruits of the local sacred tree. But Zhang Yi always felt a little strange when he looked at them, because there are only women in this village, but not a single man. Moreover, the skin color of those women was strangely pale. Everyone, you have come all the way. Come and have a rest here. I'll prepare dinner for you, the old woman said with a smile. Then she turned around and returned to the house. Women from other families also warmly entertained the passengers to go home for dinner. These passengers were greatly moved, and their hearts were warmed by the enthusiasm of the locals. Zhu Yunk looked down at the child in his arms, and couldn't help but said to himself, Tommy, it wouldn't be a bad thing for you to leave you to be raised by people here. Chapter 897 Insect +1. The villages on the island look happy, and the villagers are very enthusiastic. But Zhang Yi always felt that something was not right. He has never been afraid to judge people's hearts with the deepest malice. In the past, he might have been happy to encounter such a welcoming village. But it's been almost a year since the end of the world, and supplies are in short supply everywhere. However, the residents of this village entertained them so warmly, which always made Zhang Yi feel that something was wrong. But his time echoes. Instinct did not detect any crisis. Moreover, the fruit in the orchard is indeed enough for many people to eat. Maybe they are just purely enthusiastic. Nowadays, Zhang Yi does not have much patience to continue wandering on the sea. He must find a suitable place as soon as possible and place the people on the ship. So he didn't rush to take any action, but whispered to Zhou, Lao Tian and others. Don't be careless. We encountered many strange things at sea. Let's observe it for a while first. Let them help us test it. Zhang Yi looked at the passengers who entered the locals' houses and said, since landing on the island, Zhang Yi has not interfered with any of their actions. I want them to help test whether there is any danger on the island. However, among so many people, there were some who were cautious, like Zhang Yi and others. They had never eaten the fruit and did not dare to enter the hut of a strange villager. Seeing this, several women came over and invited Zhang Yi and the others to dinner. Zhang Yi just said thank you lightly. We have already eaten. The woman invited her again and again. But Zhang Yi was indifferent. A strange smile appeared on the woman's face. And then she went back regardless of them. While others were eating, Zhang Yi took Zhou Qi and others around the island casually. This island is very peculiar. And its area is not too large. It is probably only the size of a district in Tianhai City. The entire island is covered with that strange fruit tree, which is actually an extension of a tree. Hey, what is this? Zhou Qi suddenly shouted in surprise. Zhang Yi followed her gaze, and suddenly found a clear pond not far away. This made Zhang Yi greatly surprised, and he became cautious. The temperature in this area has now reached about 40 degrees below zero. Not to mention fresh water. The offshore seawater will freeze. He kept the safety on the gun in his hand, and cautiously walked over to check. After getting closer, I smelled a rich sweetness. Even sweet to the point of being cloying. The pool of more than 10 square meters was crystal clear, and had no idea how deep it was. But it was all filled with syrup. Could it be that the fruit on the tree fell and decayed? Zhang Yi said to himself. But inadvertently, he saw something in the pool, which made his brows tighten immediately. There was a human skeleton floating in the clear water. Zhang Yi's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly stood up. I knew there must be something weird on this island. I can't stay here any longer. Leave now. He took Zhou Qi's hand and walked back quickly. At the same time, he ordered Lao Tian to notify all passengers on the island and return to the ship immediately. Although he still doesn't know what is on the island. Zhang Yi's intuition has always been accurate. Seeing Zhang Yi's serious expression, Lao Tian and other crew members did not dare to be careless at all. They have been sailing at sea for many years, and know that there are many strange things on the sea. They will not be as careless as those passengers. A group of people returned the same way, and came to the village they passed before. Zhu Yonk had just handed Tommy over to a very kind-looking woman. And now she felt as comfortable as having been freed from a heavy burden. Everyone get back on the boat immediately. We are leaving. Lao Tian shouted through a loudspeaker. Many people were still eating in villagers' houses at this time. It had been a long time since they had enjoyed authentic food. And they were reluctant to leave. When some cautious passengers heard this, and saw Zhang Yi and others leaving in a hurry, they immediately realized that something bad had happened. So they hurriedly left. Zhu Yonk frowned slightly, not knowing what was going on. But she was not stupid. So she and Sun Wanqi hurriedly caught up with Zhang Yi. Mr. Zhang, what happened? Didn't we say that we should find a land to rest for a while before setting off? I think this place is pretty good. Why not stay for a while? Zhang Yi said lightly that this place gave me a very bad feeling. He looked around. The huge fruit trees were dark and damp, and the white fruits were swaying above his head, which was very depressing. Zhou Qi couldn't help but hold Zhang Yi's hand tightly. After Zhang Yi said this, everyone around him felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. After Lao Tian shouted a few times, he took the gun and retreated with Zhang Yi. At this time, there were still some passengers in the cabin, greedy for the delicious food in the room and reluctant to leave. But as Zhang Yi and the others embarked on their return journey, they suddenly found that the surrounding environment had changed drastically. A strong wind blew across the island, passing through the dense trees, and made a terrifying sound similar to a woman's laughter. A passenger suddenly covered his neck. His face turned red, and he knelt on the ground in pain. Wow! His mouth bulged. He opened it, and a long white maggot spit out from it. The maggots were more than 10 centimeters thick and almost burst his mouth. The body was covered in viscous liquid. After crawling out of the passenger's mouth, it fell to the ground with a clatter. The round body kept squirming on the ground, and then crawled towards the person. Zhou Qi covered her mouth fiercely. If she hadn't been a doctor and had a strong psychological endurance, she would have vomited it out on the spot. Others didn't go anywhere, and many people vomited on the spot. Some people were disgusted, and others, like the first passenger, spit out a huge white maggot from their mouths. Zhang Yi protected Zhou Qi behind him and said coldly, I know you can't eat anything outside casually. But he didn't wait until Zhang Yi finished speaking. It was like rain above the head, and those long white fruits began to crackle and fall down. After falling to the ground, the shell of the fruit exploded, revealing the white slurry inside, as well as strips of huge maggots. Only then did everyone realize that no wonder these fruits could survive at such low temperatures. What kind of fruits were these? They were clearly insect eggs. And the big trees all over the island are clearly mutated creatures. Zhang Yi endured his nausea and opened the two-realm knot to prevent himself from being touched by the eggs. This thing is not very harmful, but it is extremely disgusting. Those passengers who were greedy for food and did not have time to run out had now become fertilizer for maggots. And large maggots began to crawl out of various holes in their bodies. Chapter 898 Approaching the Sea of Stars, +2. Zhang Yi showed his calm side at this time. After all, he is a person who has experienced countless fights. So he will not be frightened by some bugs. He protected Zhou Qier and calmly said let's go, and returned to the boat. There is a black ring at the front of those maggots. After they pounce on a person, the ring opens, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. Fortunately, Zhang Yi and others were well prepared before going to the island. Zhang Yi and Zhou Qier had combat uniforms, and Laotian Ziyang both wore body armor. No matter how sharp the teeth of that insect are, they can't bite through materials that can block bullets. But the scene of so many huge white maggots crawling up from the ground along the trouser legs, opening their mouths to bite, directly broke the defenses of Zhu Yang and Sun Wanqi. The two women were yelling like crazy people. There were too many maggots. Zhang Yi, Lao Tian and others used guns to shoot while retreating. But they couldn't deal with too many maggots at all. This made it difficult for the passengers. They did not have body armor to wear when they went to the island. So they had to endure nausea and fight madly with maggots. Soon the ground turned into a large patch of white flowers, with maggots squirming everywhere. Zhang Yi frowned. He could completely handle this situation. But the problem is that if the power of the void is used, it will attack the surrounding crew and passengers together. Come on! Zhang Yi couldn't help it. Fortunately, these maggots were just disgusting but not so lethal. These ordinary passengers could survive if they ran fast enough. Zhang Yi took Zhou Qier and directly used space to shuttle back to the ship. Zhu Yang was so frightened that she screamed and asked Zhang Yi to come back and save her. But Zhang Yi was not in such a good mood. After he put Zhou Qier back on the boat, he flew high into the sky to overlook the island. Sure enough, as he thought, the entire island was now occupied by the huge tree-like mutant creature. Unfortunately, this place was not suitable for him to temporarily house the people on board. Zhang Yi sighed, and didn't intend to take care of the others. He just waited quietly on the boat for them to run back. About half an hour later, Lao Tian and others came back one after another. After counting the number of people, it was found that more than 30 passengers were missing. There is no doubt that they have become fertilizer for maggots. Zhu Yang and Sun Wanqi were wearing bulletproof vests, and were covered in white sticky insect liquid. Although their bodies were not harmed in any way, their eyes had lost their luster, and they felt like they had no hope of life. Presumably, after experiencing this devastation, they will be left with an indelible psychological shadow for the rest of their lives. It's not that scary. This is a half-plant, half-biological mutant with strong reproductive ability but average attack power. Although Zhang Yi was severely nauseated once, he was not frightened by this kind of existence. At least the discovery of this land confirms that our course is correct. It won't be long before we can reach the Starry Sea and find islands truly suitable for human survival. Zhang Yi was too lazy to deal with the mutants on the island. Solving it is easy. Just use a lot of explosives or napalm. However, the island is quite large, and destroying it would probably require all of Zhang Yi's inventory. There is absolutely no need for this. And if only the ground part is destroyed, it will definitely regenerate given its size and vitality. This is probably the advantage of plant-based mutants, which are extremely tenacious. At this moment, Zhu Yang suddenly screamed. Ah! Everyone looked at her and saw her covering her face with her hands, crying bitterly. Child! My child! Tommy. He's still on the island. Woohoo! Zhu Yang had previously handed Tommy over to a woman on the island. There is no doubt at this time that the woman has been controlled by the mutated creatures on the island. Therefore, what Zhu Yang did was equivalent to sending Tommy into the hands of death. She burst into tears, tears streaming down her face. Zhang Yi was indifferent, but said to Zhou Qier next to him, Would you say she is more happy or sad? Zhou Qier's face was filled with a narrow smile. Seeing how hard she cried, I thought she should be more happy. You mean crying with joy? Zhang Yi blinked. If not? Zhou Qier tilted her head and asked. Zhu Yang had long lost her patience with the baby, and she had been trying to find a way to get rid of this trouble. It's just that she doesn't want to be accused of being laughed at by others. Therefore, she always needs to find a suitable opportunity. If not, how could she hand the baby over to a stranger without any investigation? Zhang Yi walked up to Zhu Yang, looked at her crying, and comforted her. Don't be too sad. I know you didn't mean it. If you are really too sad, do you think I will help you save the child now? Zhu Yang's voice stopped with a clang. She was stunned. Ah. This? Woo-woo. That's too dangerous. I can't let you take the risk. Johnny smiled and waved his hand. It's not dangerous. It's not dangerous. That thing is just a weird thing to me. Just wait. I'll be right back. No. Real. Need not. Zhu Yunk stopped in a panic. Her eyes dodged, not daring to look into Zhang Yi's eyes. It was hard for her to make up her mind to do such a thing. If Zhang Yi rescues the child, how should she face the child and herself? It's better to cry hard and win sympathy while getting out of trouble quickly. Escape is shameful, but useful. Zhang Yi stood up and stared at her indifferently. Oh, that's it. He didn't say much, but it seemed like he had said everything. Zhu Yunk was so ashamed that she never dared to face Zhang Yi's eyes again. When she thought about how she once stood on the moral high ground and accused Zhang Yi, she was speechless. Now she understands that when people have no choice but to think about themselves first. Zhang Yi's indifferent magnanimity, in contrast, seemed hypocritical. Zhang Yi didn't really want to help her find someone. It has been so long. Even if it is found, there will probably only be a pile of bones left. Zhang Yi turned around and left. He called Lao Tian and Zhou Qi to study their current location together and confirm the next course. Now that we have seen the island, it means that our current location is from the Sea of Stars to the Sea of Mirai. It should be closer to the Starry Sea, going all the way north. We can confirm our current position in up to 3 days. Lao Tian put forward his opinion based on his many years of sailing experience. Remember to give me free gifts? We will soon catch up to the #1 spot. Chapter 899. Do you really want to be so cruel? Zhang Yi looked at the navigation chart, holding his chin with one hand, thinking about deeper issues in his mind. When they sailed into the ice and fog sea, it was because it could effectively block various electronic signals, preventing the Colombian Navy from searching for them. Now, they are about to leave the Sea of Ice and Mist and enter the Sea of Stars. Although this is not the main patrol area of the Colombian Navy, there are still many South China Sea forces present. For example, there are many small countries and pirates. There is also a possibility that the Colombian Navy had anticipated their actions. At this time, there may be ships of the Colombian Navy in the Starry Sea. Zhang Yi knocked on the table and sailed carefully. We need to find a suitable hiding place as soon as possible. Lao Tian nodded. In the next few days, Xiao traveled north along the continental shelf. Sure enough, as Zhang Yi expected, he slowly sailed out of the mysterious sea shrouded in ice fog. 3 days later, as we walked along the bay, the surrounding fog slowly dissipated. The field of vision in front of us has become wider, and the endless sea of ice has always been scary in the past. However, at this time, every passenger on the ship wanted to cheer loudly. They finally got rid of that damn icy fog sea full of strange dangers. But as soon as he left the sea, Zhang Yi made a decision. He took out another ship from another space. An old fishing boat, covered with barnacle sh, ls and rust stains. Looked like it had been in service for an unknown amount of time. This kind of fishing boats can often be seen in small countries in the southeastern waters. The boat was recovered by Zhang Yi from the pirates. He just considered that something might happen at sea later, and he could use this as a way to hide. Now, although they have circled the ocean in a large circle, they have avoided the area patrolled by the Colombian Navy. But if you sail with caution, there is no guarantee of what you will encounter next. Therefore, this kind of fishing boat, which is common in the southern seas, is the best cover. Zhang Yi asked everyone to jump on the fishing boat, and then put the Xiaoyao into his own alien space. Everyone on the boat was dumbfounded when they saw this method. Even though this is not the first time Zhang Yi has done this, every time they see it, they still sigh that human beings have begun to move toward the existence of higher-dimensional creatures through mutation. The fishing boats are a bit crowded, so everyone's living environment is inevitably a little harder. But Zhang Yi knew that these were only temporary. He will find land as quickly as possible and hide everyone there. At that time, he could give full play to his space alien skills and bring a few important people back with him. For example, Zhou Qi and Lao Zhu's niece Zhu Yunk, as well as several of his capable crew members. As for the others, you can just throw them to an island first. Give them some food and let them stay there first. After Zhang Yi is confirmed to return to the Jiangnan region, Colombia will naturally not implement a sea blockade. At that time, any ship could be sent over to take people back. Zhang Yi had already made detailed plans in his mind. On the dilapidated fishing boat, the crew put on camouflage cold weather clothing outside of their body armor, and then made it a little dirty to match the characteristics of pirates. As long as they continue to sail to the northern waters, they will encounter land in a few days. After traveling for 2 days, the fishing boat encountered pirates again at sea. But this time, instead of feeling angry, Zhang Yi and the crew members had happy smiles on their faces. Encountering pirates means you are close to land. But ordinary passengers on the ship were nervous about it. Mr. Zhang, how to deal with them? As usual, Lao Tian reported to Zhang Yi before taking action. As a subordinate, he is very qualified. Maybe he is not outstanding in terms of ability, but he can easily impress the leader by obeying the rules. You can be mediocre, but you can never be self-righteous. Zhang Yi thought for a while and said, "That's fine. Just don't use too much firepower to scare them away. Act like a normal pirate gang. If we appear too strong, it is easy for others to notice us." Lao Tian heard the sound and left. The crew on the ship armed themselves with guns and rocket launchers and began to fight back against the encircling pirate ship. But what is surprising is that the strength of that group of pirates is pitifully weak. And there are even only 1 or 2 old rifles on one ship. Even the boats were in tatters. After a counterattack by Lao Tian and others, 5 or 6 small boats were sunk. And the other boats were so frightened that they ran away. Zhang Yi immediately said to follow him. "Follow them, and you'll find land." The fishing boat followed closely behind the pirates. And after less than an hour, they finally found land. It was a fairly small island. And there were thousands of ships parked outside the eye circle around the sea. Large and small. The big ones are hundreds of meters long. And the small ones are only 5 or 6 meters long. However, most of the ships are in a damaged state. In this pirate-infested area, killings and battles occur every day. And dead bodies and shipwrecks are extremely common. Zhang Yi turned on the telescope mode of the combat uniform and observed the situation of the island. He found many makeshift houses on the beach and saw white bones. On the coast, human bones are piled up like hills. In the cold season, there shouldn't be so many skeletons. But those skeletons are as clean as specimens soaked in formalin. Zhang Yi squinted his eyes and said lightly, "Just like before. All the indigenous people on this island are bandits. It is already a pirate lair that eats people without blinking an eye." Zhang Yi immediately summoned everyone on the boat. "Tell them that they will land on this island next. The island is huge and everyone has to take up arms to fight. For our safety, we must kill everyone on the island. So don't be soft when you take action. Do you understand?" When the passengers heard that they needed to use their guns to kill people, some had magnanimous expressions. Some could not bear it. And some were slightly frightened. But after all, they have experienced many less of life and death along the way. So they are not merciful. The island is full of murderous pirates. Although they are not qualified to criticize pirates, everyone is trying to survive. And they have no psychological burden if they kill those people. However, at this moment, Sun Wanqi stood up. She looked at Zhang Yi in confusion. "Do you want us to massacre people on an island? You sure? Do you really want to do something so cruel?" Zhang Yi gave her a cold look. He has been unhappy with this holy mother for a long time. "Oh, cruel? Then tell me carefully. Why am I cruel?" Zhang Yi crossed his arms and looked at her with a smile. But there was a hint of coldness, like a blade in his eyes. Chapter 900. Go away. Go away. The people on the boat had already noticed that something was wrong. But some people's stupidity is hard to change. For example, Sun Wanqi has always felt that she and Zhang Yi have equal status. Zhu Yonk asked her to live in the upper cabin because he needed her to help take care of the children. Zhang Yi wanted to watch a show, but he had never seen her in the same way. This made her feel that she was qualified and obligated to point out Zhang Yi's mistakes. Sun Wanqi has no correct understanding of her identity. She looked at Zhang Yi and kept saying that they were local residents. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't survive, how could they become pirates? Now that the end of the world is approaching, the number of humans is getting smaller and smaller. We should stop killing people and leave a spark for human civilization. Zhang Yi nodded, and then looked at Zhu Yonk behind her with a smile. "Miss Zhu, what do you think?" Zhu Yonk's little face suddenly turned pale. At this time, she was completely different from when she first went to sea. She has experienced too many things at sea. And now she feels a sense of fear for Zhang Yi from the bottom of her heart. "It's none of my business. Don't ask me." She glanced to the side, clearly trying to stay out of the situation. Sun Wanqi looked at her with some hatred. Zhu Yonk also ignored her. Now that she no longer needs to take care of the children, Sun Wanqi doesn't have much value to her. Zhang Yi nodded, then looked at Sun Wanqi with a smile and said, "I think what you said makes sense. It's just that I'm not sure if those people have good intentions towards us." "So be it. Miss Su, could you please be a representative and communicate with them? Then make sure we can log in safely." When Sun Wanqi heard this, She looked a little uncomfortable. She snorted softly, raised her neck and said, "I'm not stupid. If you let me go there like this, people would think I was there to declare war. What if I get beaten to death?" Johnny smiled and said, "You can show your sincerity to them. Let's do this. I'll give you some food, and then send someone to send you over to negotiate with them. This is always okay, right?" Sun Wanqi's face was full of hesitation. She was not that courageous. Johnny immediately changed into a sarcastic tone. "I thought Miss Su must be a brave and kind person because she spoke so righteously. In the end, I just paid lip service to it. A giant of words, a dwarf of actions." Johnny laughed. At this time, nearly 100 people on the ship were here. Zhang Yi's naked ridicule immediately made Sun Wanqi lose face. "Who said I can only use my mouth? I'll go if I go. I believe that as long as love is exchanged for love, there will be no misunderstanding between each other. Even if they are pirates, they still have humanity." Johnny nodded. Yes. He immediately took out a few bags of supplies for Sun Wanqi, and then arranged for the crew to take her ashore. It wasn't until she saw Zhang Yi taking out the boat that Sun Wanqi realized that Zhang Yi was not joking. However, now that everyone was staring at her, she was already in a desperate situation. So she had no choice but to bite the bullet and get on the boat. Zhang Yi asked people to park the fishing boat a few kilometers away from the island. At this time, their arrival has attracted the attention of the pirates on the island. After all, they had just given a severe lesson to the pirates on the island. These pirates thought Zhang Yi and the others were here for revenge, so they were extremely vigilant. Zhang Yi lay on the railing, turned on the telephoto mode, and watched Sun Wanqi take a boat to approach the island. He narrowed his eyes, as if enjoying a pleasant show. After a while, 2 crew members escorted Sun Wanqi ashore. They dropped 2 bags of supplies on the shore. As soon as Sun Wanqi's front feet landed, the 2 crew members immediately set off to return. Sun Wanqi held 2 bags of supplies. Her face suddenly changed again and again. "Don't go. Don't go. Don't leave me alone." She was already starting to get scared. However, it was already too late. After the crew left, the pirates on the island discovered that a girl on the ship was left alone on the beach with a pile of supplies beside her, and they immediately rushed over screaming. Sun Wanqi turned around and saw hundreds of dirty natives rushing toward them with red eyes. Their legs weakened and they collapsed on the ground. I'm here to make peace with you. Look, this is the food I brought. Don't get me wrong." She was still trying to explain something, but in this place, few people could understand what she said. She was directly pulled to the ground. The supplies were torn apart first, causing looting. Those who didn't grab the supplies turned their attention to her. Sun Wanqi is not pretty, but she comes from a powerful family, so she has always taken good care of herself. That fair and delicate skin is something that those fishermen women on the island, who blow the sea breeze all day long, don't have. The pirates looked at her, their eyes gradually becoming hotter. Sun Wanqi noticed something was wrong and shouted desperately, "What are you doing? Don't come here. Don't come here. I'm here to talk about peace. I'm here to talk about peace. Go away. Go away." Ah! Her voice was gradually drowned by the broken sound. The sharp screams and cries only sounded for a brief moment, and were quickly cut off by something. Zhang Yi watched for a while, then felt no interest, yawned and went back to the house to rest. "When we are done here, we will go to the island again." Lao Tian quickly nodded in agreement, because the ship was too far from the shore. Passengers without tools could not see what was happening on it, and could only make vague guesses. Zhu Yang felt a little uneasy in his heart. She walked over and said to Lao Tian, "Mr. Tian, please lend me a pair of binoculars." Lao Tian was watching with great interest, and upon hearing this, he took a deep look at Zhu Yang. "Miss Zhu, I suggest you stop reading it. After all, she is also your best friend, and I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it." The more he said this, the more curious Zhu Yang became. "No, I want to see it." She took a deep breath and said firmly. Lao Tian shrugged and lent Zhu Yang the pair of high-power binoculars in his hand. Zhu Yang was fully prepared mentally, and picked up the telescope to look at the island. Her pupils gradually dilated, and her body trembled slightly. I watched this for 10 minutes. But suddenly, she screamed and threw the telescope in her hand to the ground. Then he held his stomach and vomited desperately on the deck. Lao Tian curled his lips when he saw this. "For you, this scale is indeed a bit too big. But for me, it is just right." Zhu Yang didn't say anything because she had vomited out all her lunch. The scene she just saw was more disgusting than anything she had seen since going to sea.